Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And how in the hell do you go 2 innings with a runner on second and nobody out and not score? How do you do it?
Well, eventually they got a run.
Well, that was the 3rd inning.
Well, yeah, but it just takes time sometimes.
No, it doesn't take time. It takes just a clutch hit. It takes a bunt, like 2 bunts. 2 bunts scores 2 runs. That's all it takes.
John's referring to an extra inning loss. Astros lose 4-3. They can't push home a run. And to be fair, the Astros prevented a run for the first two extra innings. He did. And the comments on Twitter when he was coming in were not positive.
Oh,
they didn't seem to have a lot of positivity surrounding Brian Abreu, but he did a nice job. Yeah, he did a nice job.
How'd that work out for those people?
And Eric Getty was solid.
Yeah.
Solid. His strikeout count went back up, and 6 2/3, gave up 7 hits. I thought he looked pretty good.
Yeah.
It answered questions about he had a start last game, but it was nice to see him
start to this one with 2 runs in 2 innings.
Right,
but bomb by Geloff that was holy crap.
That was a shot. But he settled down and looked good and didn't let it rattle him. So I was happy to see that.
Listen, Jeremy got robbed. They could have won that game. Maybe should have won that game. He comes up with a diving catch in right field, and Jeremy gets ripped off. That was a shame. But man, Kyle Tucker. I don't know. I guess you throw him right back in at the 3-hole, but man, you don't want a hole like that in your 3-hole. Holy crap, he was overmatched last night.
There's nothing you can do but play him. I mean, it's just missed so much baseball. You have to eventually play him unless you want to sit him for the season. Like, what are you going to do? Not play him and just prolong the rust?
No, but do you play him and bat him 3rd?
Yeah,
I mean,
you're going
throw
to
him right back into that.
Yeah, it's just who he is. I mean, Joe Espada. Yeah, they're going to. He could move him. He could move him a little bit. Would you bat him earlier?
No, I would bat him 5 or 6. You've been going along. You had your great stretch of baseball with Altuve, Alvarez, Bregman, Diaz, Pena. That was your top 5. That whole time, in some order, that whole time that Tucker was out, it's too much to expect of him missing all of that time. All of a sudden coming in, and it is the A's. And now listen, the A's have been playing much better. The A's are better than they're the stinkiest team.
But they're not good, and the Astros lose against not good teams. Let's just face it. Well, White Sox got to win against them. The A's aren't a good team. The A's can beat them. I mean, it's just how it is.
That's how it is. That's just how it is. I mean, but the A's aren't abysmal like the White Sox. They're not abysmal. Okay, and they've gone on runs this season. They've gone on some nice runs this season. So, listen, it's not an awful team. The Astros always have trouble with them, though. They always have trouble with them.
Kyle Tucker stuff is not about where he's hitting in the lineup, because it's whether he's 6th, and I know what you're saying. You're not trying to say he'd be better there. You're just trying to say why put him in a position but I would argue the 6-hole or the 5 holes is just as big a run producing position because of the guy who's in front of you.
3-hole is usually your best hitter, though.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but the reality is he's going to face pitchers, whether he's hitting 9th or hitting 1st or hitting 3rd, it doesn't matter. He's still got to face live pitching and get used to it no matter where he's hitting the lineup. And I think Astros, you look at how many RBIs Yuli used to get. I mean, it's a run producing. Look at the guys in front of you. They can hit. Alex Bregman can hit. Jordan can hit. If Diaz is ahead of you, Diaz can hit. These are all guys who can really hit. And you're going to have opportunities with runners in scoring position. So you can't really avoid it with Kyle Tucker. I just think you have to let him. You're throwing him in the water and you're letting him learn to swim again. And 3 months being out, man, that's a lot of rust accumulates. Got to shake it off.
Yeah.
Where were you last night?
I was at the Hollywood Bowl. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, I know what the Hollywood Bowl is.
Well, the Hollywood Bowl is maybe the nicest. Well, I've been in Red Rocks in Colorado. That's the nicest.
Red Rocks isn't nice. It's cool.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's the coolest
really
venue
cool.
I've ever been to. This is right there. The Hollywood Bowl is really, really cool. It's a giant concert facility. I mean, not giant. It's 15,000 people or so, but it's outdoors, just beautiful. And I saw a show last night.
It was pathetic. You're watching like a symphony or something like that.
Beethoven's Ninth.
I mean, it's not like you liked it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Beethoven's
you didn't
Ninth?
like Beethoven.
Culture.
You didn't like. You
Culture.
don't like culture. You could have been watching Trump and Kamala Harris yell at each other.
I was for a while.
You really screwed up.
And then what would you rather listen to? Beethoven's Ninth or that? Because it was the same crap.
Well, I did find myself laughing out loud several times last night. It was entertaining. Presidential debates probably shouldn't be entertaining. They should usually be boring.
Yeah.
But some things were said, and I just
go wake up Joe.
Go
wake up Joe.
I just laughed like they're trying. She's doing surgeries on trans illegal aliens in prison. So, he just threw three things together. Like, I've never heard that one. That is the newest thing I've ever heard, ever. Yeah, I will admit, I didn't laugh at a lot of Kamala's stuff. Wasn't really like, she wasn't trying to, was trying to bait him. She did. And they even acknowledged that after they said, boy, she was trying to lay the bait out there. And he chomped on some bait yesterday. She was trying to make him mad, see if he could fly off the handle. It was interesting. It was like watching Spagnuolo and a quarterback go back and forth. But I just didn't think that. Yeah, it had some funny moments.
It had some funny moments.
It had some funny moments.
But it's just the same stuff.
Yeah, it's not like I knew what I was going to get.
Yeah,
it's not like I didn't know what I was going to get, but I still might rather do that than go see a symphony. And I used to be involved.
It was pretty cool, though.
Music.
That's the first one I've ever seen. It was pretty cool.
Would you do it on your own, like if it were you and Yanni and the fellas?
No, of course you wouldn't. My cousins are in town, and that was their last night. And my cousin David is a doctor, and he's a big symphony and opera fan. So we went. He's got the Granados have culture. Okay,
some do.
Yeah. And so we said, let's go. He wanted to go see the LA Symphony. Dudamel was the conductor.
Yeah, he's
good. A big star.
Yeah,
and
Joey Dudamel.
They call him the dude. The dude. Yeah. Well, those of us in the symphony game. Yeah, that's what we call him.
Sure,
the dude.
Sure.
And
Dell's working right now, or he might be commenting. I know that there are people right now who are listening, who are the rabid listeners. And it hurts their heart to hear you say things like, I went to a symphony. This is not what they want from you. This is not.
Do don't worry. We brought in a couple of bottles, 3-4 bottles of wine.
Coors Light? No,
they didn't. No.
You said you brought in a couple bottles of wine is hurting their heart, too. They want you to bring in your Coors Light, throw things at the people.
No.
This is not J6 Johnny. This is
pee right
Johnny
in the seats
Wood.
And not even go to the bathroom, right? That's what they want.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now we're cooking with gas.
No, that's not what we do. We're civilized, and we went and we had a very nice night. You bring food and it's a wonderful place to go watch an event. So we went and watched, and man, they were really, really good. Really good. So where was the best place you ever saw Beethoven's Ninth?
Maybe Lamar Consolidated High School auditorium. Probably.
Okay.
Would be the best for Beethoven's Ninth, but I don't think they played Beethoven's Ninth actually, so I'm not sure I have. Now, Houston Symphony, I almost went one time.
You did?
And I know choral music. I know symphony music. I have it, but I just don't care about seeing it for some reason. I might like it if I saw it, but
I went and I did it once, and that was enough. Now, if you ask me to go again, I probably that's
what
not
I
my
thought.
deal.
That's what I thought. Let's quit pretending like you were enjoying everything.
I did. It was fun. It was different. It was nice. It was nice.
He texts us, "What are you guys doing?" And Raheel was just so upset in our group text called Glory Boys. Like, you should be, if you're a real one, you'd be here doing presidential memes and stuff. You wouldn't be doing symphony stuff.
No, I don't. I stay out of the politics of it. Okay, I'm staying out of the politics. You never see me. I've never commented.
You'll get your ass kicked in L.A.
What?
No.
What are you talking about? I mean, now it's years ago.
He didn't live in Orange County.
But there's a famous picture of you with your thumbs up with a big bright red hat on.
Somebody gave me a hat and I put it on.
And you wore it and took a picture. You're like, yeah. You're like, yeah, look at me. Look at me with my hat on.
Somebody gave me a hat, and so I put it on. What?
And
Yay.
posed and and you're like, you weren't like Lance when he had his ill-fitting cowboy hat on, Dallas Cowboys hat on. You were like, yeah, look at me in my hat.
You know how many times I wore that hat that time?
I bet, but still, the picture lives on.
That time. Hey, we're burying the lead here. We got an Italian run where we are going to win the World Cup now because we have real leadership at the top. I mean, does it get any better than Mauricio Pochettino?
Well, he identifies
Argentinian.
as an Argentinian.
Yeah, he's an Argentinian.
Guess what? Guess
well,
where he's
Dubon
from.
is also
French.
Guess
what? Yeah, he's French.
He identifies as Venezuelan, but
I don't think it's Venezuelan.
no, that's right. He's Honduran.
He's Honduran.
Right? Yeah, he's Honduran.
Learn
I always
meet the team.
Yeah, I always like to call him Venezuelan. He's Honduran, but he's kind of French.
We all know where Pochettino's from. Okay.
So we may know where his ancestors are
his
from.
people.
Oh, really? Like Messi, like Lionel Messi.
I mean,
if you say it like that, you think it's Italian, but he's not. They're Argentinian. More than likely, they're from Germany. If you really want to know the truth.
Pochettino? Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds.
They
real
changed the
German.
names to get away from Germany. No, you never heard of changing last names?
No, his family is of Italian descent. But
thank you.
Thank you.
But you know why they might have wound up in Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a beautiful place to go.
No, because the Mussolinis.
No.
That's why. Yeah.
Well,
your people were running for cover also after Mussolini and his wife were slaughtered in the streets for their shenanigans.
Just because your people, they ran from all of
my people ran away
the
from
atrocities to Kansas. Okay?
No, they left. Yeah. Well, they were World War I. They were leaving before World War I. They saw bubbling up and they're like, all right, we're out of here.
There's more.
The Zerlines were here well before the 40s.
Okay. That's all. Yeah.
We were in the farms of Kansas because we were like, nope, not serving in this war.
Some people
truth be told, the Zerlines were getting away from war.
They said, here's what they said. Okay, Argentina, nah. Kansas, that sounds like a great place to go and hide.
Absolutely,
not hide from their atrocities.
Atrocities of what, the 1800s?
They were getting out.
Give me a break.
They're looking for a better opportunity.
Yeah. They wanted to get out
in Kansas,
in the land of opportunity.
Yeah, farming. Maybe you didn't hear.
Maybe
you didn't hear. Kansas has a lot of farmland. What were they doing? You think there were Instagram influencers in the early 1900s? People putting their ass to the camera, where every picture has your ass out, but you turn your head and you look in the camera. I know what you're doing. This is an ass shot, okay, influencer. This is all it is. Stop acting like this is somehow a fashion shot. This is a thirst trap ass shot, and we didn't have that in Kansas. Grandma Zerline didn't do that. She was busy with turnips and green beans and potatoes and farming, and she ripped the head off of a chicken because she was a grown-ass woman. That's what the farm ladies did. Head off the chicken, flop around, bleed out, take the feathers off, boom, dinner. That woman did way more than any punk-ass influencer could do.
Where did you come up with it? What are you talking about? Influencers? Who said
farming?
That?
Because you're like, well, oh yeah, they settled in Kansas. That's farmland. Yeah. People were farming back in the 1800s. Yeah. What do you think they were doing?
What a horrible, horrible life. They decided that it was better to farm in Kansas.
That was like 60% of the U.S. was farming, agricultural.
It's just
what do you think they were doing? Radio shows?
You think the Italians
they were hosting
farmland? No,
was there a podcast? No, you just went and ran rackets and ran numbers and strong-armed small businesses.
That's what we
did
for
years.
Yeah,
that's what you did. You strong-armed other Italians.
That's right. That's right. That's what we did. That's right. It's much better than
Yeah, you need
chopping off the head of a chicken.
They knock on the shop door. You need protection from who? From
us.
us.
From us.
From
What
us.
are you talking about?
Yeah, hire us to protect you from us.
Exactly. That's a great way to make a
It
living.
does feel like some of the, like Hamas, it does feel like some of the terrorist groups who now run countries have kind of followed the Italian playbook. Like, nothing from nothing, but maybe we run everything and we protect you from,
us.
anything happening to you.
Right.
Okay.
Hey, we got some serious talk. Are the Texans regretting a move that they made this offseason? We'll do that on the other side.
After
right
1
here
week?
On
Well,
ESPN,
he asked a question.
97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about my bookie. I'm talking about your ability to get in. Okay, you're going to get in, and you're going to double your money immediately. When you put in promo code BET975, they will double your initial deposit. This is going on right now at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Also, free bets on Thursday, okay? You make the bet, you win, they pay you. You don't, we'll forget about it. Forget about it. That's what happens at MyBookie. That doesn't happen everywhere. And then you got MyBookie Plus, where the more you play, you move up in tiers, and then you get all kinds of great bonuses and great stuff that they're great giveaways and all kinds of stuff that they're doing there. So this is another reason that you get there. Live casino gambling. You can play the lotto, your horse racing if you're a player there. This is going on every single day at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. It's the football season. It's time to get on board. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance, you made note of this earlier this week. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. Aziz did not play well. He did not play well.
Nope.
And I want listen. We were singing the praises last year of Blake Cashman. Blake Cashman played great. We saw Blake Cashman covering wide receivers down the field. We saw him running with wide receivers down the field.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chance that this is – and Blake Cashman had a really good game in his debut with the Vikings this week. He well, according to Pro Football Focus anyway, he was up in near 80, and while Aziz was about a 47 this week. And I don't – you know what, Pro Football Focus, whatever. We saw with our human – we saw with our human eyes that Aziz wasn't great. He's not – he wasn't. He didn't play – he didn't have a good game. This could turn out to be a case of you're looking, over at the Joneses over there and seeing that maybe the grass is greener over there. When in fact it's not. When in fact right in front of your face, Blake Cashman played really, really well last year, and you just chose to ignore that and go get somebody that you were familiar with from San Francisco.
Well, I think they wanted a guy to play inside, and Blake is more. I think Blake is more of, a weak side linebacker, or I mean, Aziz had a 1-year stint with Tennessee. Then he comes over to the Texans. It's a D'Amico thing. D'Amico knows him. D'Amico's comfortable with him. D'Amico likes his attitude. He's a real tough guy, and he's a physical guy. He's really serious. I just didn't think he did a very good job at getting on top of the blocks before they got on top of him. And that's, sometimes that happens. That can be, he just needs to play more decisively. It's first game of the year. We'll see what happens. I know that Blake, and that's not to, I'm not ready to say that. Well, I mean, Blake Cashman played good football last year.
He played really good.
I do think that we won't really notice it as much when Christian Harris comes back. We won't be. I think it'll help. I think it'll help Aziz because he'll have another guy who can run around and make plays and play proactively and aggressively downhill. The problem with 200 is that he doesn't have great sideline to sideline speed, and if he takes bad angles, he could end up, if he takes an aggressive angle and somebody just runs right, just cuts off his angle, he's in real trouble because I don't think, he'll give up some plays. So I think linebacker is going to be a little bit of an issue for the Texans for the first few weeks and maybe even up the middle. The stats didn't look bad going up against Jonathan Taylor, but I also felt like the Colts could have really run a lot but behind Quentin Nelson at left guard. I thought if they really wanted to, dig in there, and had they done that, they might have had better time of possession, but they also would have missed out on some touchdowns. Even though, did you see the video of all the times A.D. Mitchell got behind the Texans? Yeah. 3 times. Yeah. Bad. Basic out and up stuffs against zone, like bad. It was concerning, and every time it was overthrown by Anthony Richardson. Every time. Well, I take it back. 2 of them were overthrows where he got by him. One of them was on the sideline. But it was a concern to me that Alec Pierce twice and A.D. Mitchell once were behind the Texans corners. I mean, behind them. So that's not great. That can't happen. They tried to play some. So I don't know. We'll see how the Texans handle this, but it was not a great game for Stingley either. Stingley did not have a great game.
No, he was somebody they put out. I don't know why he wasn't discredited with the touchdown to Alex Pierce, because I know Jimmy Ward was there, but it was Stingley that was trailing the play. He was the one, and if he was running with his man, then Pierce wouldn't have caught that first long pass. But it was double coverage, and he beat both of those guys, and that's unfortunate. Yeah, way too many chances on a deep ball. A better quarterback makes you pay for that. I just hate it. But Al-Shire gave me a Denzel Perryman kind of feet vibe the other day, and we can't have that. No, honestly,
that's not a bad. When you say that, I'm like, huh. It's not
they
actually
look
bad. Kind of
similar
a
on the
thumper
field.
between the tackles, and yeah, they're physical. I think Perriman's a little bigger than. I didn't love. He's better than I had him, coming out. But I remember, I don't think I loved Al-Shaair coming out of college when I wrote him up.
Oh no,
I don't remember.
Oh, he's probably got that taped to his
Yeah,
locker.
no, he's probably got a tattoo of something I said on here.
Right,
right. My grade. I remember.
I hope he does, so that it'll motivate him to play a little bit better.
Yeah, this is not great.
What'd you write about him?
I don't want to tell the show.
No.
Productive tackler with good athletic ability and pursuit speed, who's missing the desired instincts and take-on technique expected of an inside linebacker. And the take-on technique was not great the other day against linebackers. Al-Shaair looked rangier and quicker in 2017 tape, but in both last year's tape and this year's, he struggled with take-on technique and constricting his run fits. His burst and change of direction create opportunities as a delayed rusher and blitzer, but he's too ineffective in coverage. The tape was borderline, but the knee injury might make free agency his best shot.
Blake Cashman led the team in tackles last year. He was really good in pass defense.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like I don't know that combination. I don't care weak side, middle. He played in the middle. Cashman played in the middle a lot as well. With that combination of Harris and Cashman last year was fantastic. It was fantastic, especially at the end of the year when Christian Harris started to come on and really start thumping people in the flat.
Yeah,
and cutting off quick ends where he would pick a couple of picks like that. I mean, I don't know. I just think that maybe you overthought this thing a little bit. Blake Cashman didn't break the bank. He got a nice payday, but Blake Cashman played great football for you last year.
You have a 3-year deal with Al-Shaair. I mean, one game. This sounds awfully panicky. And it's not to be panicky. It's just, we're just having a discussion and just looking at this. His contract, his cap hit is $4.2 million. That's not bad. It really escalates very, very quickly. Next year, his cap hit is $11.7 million, and they're pretty much going to be on the hook for that one. And then the year after that, it's 13.7, and he's likely not going to see that. They've got an out after that. After 28, basically, is their out. So I can see. Yeah. Cap hit. I mean, it would cost them $2 million. I think. No, where's the dead cap money? Yeah, dead cap. Like they have to. I mean, he's $6 million of dead money if you were to get rid of him. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to get. I know. I'm just looking at this. Like,
what are we doing?
I'm trying to build a championship team.
So
and I'm just saying, next year you have to have him. But after that, we're looking at a really good inside linebacker.
One game?
Del,
what happened to all that off-season leadership talk and how communicative
I was
he
just
was?
reading his draft profile, and it said that he was having trouble taking on guys even in college.
So you telling me off-season communication and leadership gets trumped by not being able to take on a block in week one? Are you saying some things matter more? What are you saying?
Well, I do like inside. I like inside linebackers that take on blocks.
Yeah.
And slip them or shed them. That's what I like.
And, by the way,
he was holding people accountable. Remember in the offseason at practice?
He is an accountable guy. That's true.
And guess what? He was a step slow on the Doolin touchdown, too.
No. Yeah. You guys are burying one of our giant acquisitions.
I know.
After 1 week.
We do sound kind of lame, but I also don't.
But you didn't like him originally.
I didn't love the acquisition. I like the toughness and all that. And D'Amico, I trust. He's D'Amico's guy, and D'Amico's got a plan, and that's fine. I roll with D'Amico. But I think the linebacker position needs to get better. Linebacker position needs to get better, and it looks like the secondary needs a little tune-up.
Do you know the last time the Texans played on Sunday Night Football?
Last time on Sunday night. I'm trying to think of they've had a Kansas City game years ago. They had a Green Bay game. They had Cowboys.
They had a Baltimore game
where they. Well, was that the Monday night game?
That
where
was
they had
the
pick
ox
six?
in the ditch.
Well, I thought the pick six game was a Monday night game. Where Matt
The
shot
Ox
through.
in the I think the Ox in the Ditch was a Sunday night game.
Okay.
Remember when he was told afterwards?
When's the who was the last Sunday night game?
Week 13, 2019.
Week 13, 2019. Was it Colts?
Patriots.
Oh, I bet it was a loss.
Yeah, of course it was. Of course it was.
2019. Wait, 19. Oh,
Yeah.
God, that was a Deshaun.
Was that an No, that wasn't an Osweiler game.
No. Deshaun was already here.
Oh yeah, Deshaun. Yeah, you wouldn't get an Osweiler game.
Did we lose to Jacoby Brissett? No, because Colts, I think, had to play with Jacoby Brissett back then.
We got to figure it. No, it was Brady. It was Brady, 2019. Yeah.
No, that wasn't the playoff game, was it?
New England, Week 13.
Oh, Week 13.
Texans won it, 28-22.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
That's what they usually do.
It was here.
Yeah. Texans usually beat New England.
Yeah, usually.
Usually they beat New England and Brady.
Yeah. The Texans, we're up 14-3. They were up 21-9. Brady came back and they won 28-22. Texans win. Thank you. Good night. That's what we do. It's just what we do.
I thought 2 minutes earlier, them losing was what they do. In fact, I think you said that.
No, I never said that.
Yeah, no, that's what they do. I think that's what you said when Lance said that. They probably lost. You're like, yeah, that's what they do. And then you actually, looked it up, and now winning is what they do. So which one is it?
It's what we do. We dominate on Sunday.
I don't care about what happened in 2019. What are they going to do on Sunday?
I think they're going to have a really good game.
We'll talk about that on the other side, but first we're going to talk about Zadok Jewelers.
We'll talk about Zadok Jewelers Watch Timber Fest. They are going to, the location is 28,000 square feet. It's 2 levels, and it's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. And I got to tell you, Watch Timber Fest is a really cool concept, and they've done these in there. They have so much space. They're like, let's do some neat stuff in here. Things that you would never expect at other jewelers, because other jewelers simply aren't doing this. They took the concept of Oktoberfest and they're bringing it to Watch Timberfest, where some of the best watches in the world, different novelties, are all going to be in the shop. If you're a fan of watches, if you love to buy, sell, and trade, number one, Zadok should be the only place you go. But you really need to get there on September 21st on Saturday, because from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., they are going to have, it's going to be a beer garden. Not only is it going to be a great spot for jewelry of all kind, but it's going to be a beer garden. They're turning this into a beer garden. They're going to have beer on tap. They're going to have giant pretzels. The Bavarian pretzels are going to be there. So you're going to have pretzels. You'll have beer. You can shop. You can have fun. Even if you don't plan on buying it, you just want to look for the first time. You've heard me talk about Zadok. Get in there from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Grab a beer, grab a pretzel, and take a look at all the impressive elements of watches and jewelry that they have. But the watches stand out. People come from all over the state to get unique timepieces that are right there at Zadok, because no one else carries them. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's Zadok Jewelers.
Whether you're looking to replace your windows or upgrade your exterior doors, the place to go, Gulf Coast Windows. Jim Fiume's been doing this for over 35 years. He's a leader in the industry. When you see the product, you're going to see that it's second to none. There's literally not a better window out there, be it hurricane or double pane or noise resistant, whatever window that you're looking for, shutters, doors, wood doors, any kind. And when you see the selection at Gulf Coast Windows, it's fantastic. But the installation, the guarantee of the window or the door, the warranty on them, the detailed workmanship, it's fantastic. You need a window replacement, you need a door replacement, or if you're building, you want these. At Gulf Coast Windows, get the best. They're the best. 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or gulfcoastwindows.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. A long article about CJ this morning on the front page of ESPN. Maybe it's because it's my front page. I don't know. I don't know if it's nationally front page, but DJ Bienemy did a nice piece. And it starts out with the wide receivers talking about a route that they're running against the Colts, and the wide receivers wanted to run it shorter. Bobby Slowick wanted to run it longer, and they all looked to CJ. Which one, CJ? And CJ sided with the wide receivers, and that's the way they did it.
Smart.
Because, and two things. One, the reason is that they trust CJ, and CJ studies this. CJ is a junkie. He's a football junkie. And that is so cool that we have somebody that cares and plies his trade, much like I'm not putting him in Brady's category, but this is the way that Brady went about it all week long, getting ready for a football game, watching film at night. Not the way David Carr went about it, not the way he did. David Carr went about it a little bit differently, and there's a reason that David Carr is now got his beautiful mustache on TV as opposed to, in the Hall of Fame. But CJ, we've heard the stories. He'll call a wide receiver at 11 o'clock at night, midnight, and say, hey, we're running this route. You see this play? We got to do this with this play. And that is so nice to hear. And, oh, by the way, all that, we haven't even talked about it. EJ Speed. Who else was talking this
It was Zaire Franklin and EJ
Zaire
Speed.
Franklin and EJ Speed.
Although they both have a lot of respect for CJ. I don't think it's trumped up. I think I think they legitimately had some good-natured trash talk going because they're the ones. Do you remember the podcast where they go,
yeah,
man, that boy CJ Stroud. Woo.
Talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. They were like, he's a problem. They were hyped on CJ. But now, they're going back and forth. That's fine. But the Colts don't have enough they just don't have enough. They don't have a quarterback that can throw accurate.
Well, those two guys that were talking, they also got beat.
Yeah.
Zaire Franklin got moved 8 yards down the field by Kenyon Green.
Oh, my God. I watched the offensive game tape. Kenyon Green was fantastic. I am telling you right now, this is the guy that I saw in college. This is what I was expecting. His old coach, Craig Stump reached out, who Aggies remember him, backup quarterback. I know Stump a little bit from when he was at Tulane. When I was young, he was on that staff with my dad. I think he may have been a graduate assistant. And Stumpy's now a head coach here in this area, at Atascocita, I believe. And he said, "Is that where did Kenyon go? Did he play? What high school is Kenyon Green from? Is he from Atascocita?"
Well, we keep going.
Well, anyway, he
don't get sidetracked.
Yeah. So anyway, he I think Kenyon Green went to Atascocita. Yeah. So that was this, and he said, "Well, this is the first year he's even been healthy." and he's including year one for the Texans. And year one was not good. He didn't play with confidence, and some of that may have been an injury where he just, you lose your confidence if you physically don't think you can hold up. But we know he didn't play last year. We know the first year was not good. If there was an injury, maybe that would account for some of it. I think he got in much better shape. He said that. D'Amico said that he needed to. He was carrying some bad weight that he really needed to get rid of. But Kenyon Green's run blocking, which is where I thought the pass pro is what I was a little worried about coming out of college. The run blocking I thought was a huge plus. I thought he was okay as a rookie run blocking. I thought he was bad in pass protection. The other day he was good in pass protection, and he was great as a run blocker. Do you know how exciting this is to have real Kenyon Green show up?
Well,
and it happens to coincide with an ass kicking up front where Joe Mixon slaughters the Colts front, the vaunted Colts front, who's really talented.
Well, one guy who was thought to be a possible weak link, if he turns into a plus player, I don't know if he can sustain what he did the other day, but that's against a good front. Okay. If he can continue to play like that, now all of a sudden your offensive line that was average before the season starts turns into a real problem for other teams.
Yeah, and if that happens, this coincides with the belief that they have a real chance to get to an AFC championship game. And the jump is substantial. I felt like that was a reasonable, even after last year, I thought based on the way teams make improvements, they've got a young team that's the same way I feel about the Rock. The Astros, you look at the Astros and they don't have an ascending team. They have Jose Altuve, they have Justin Verlander, they have Ryan Presley, they have, Josh Hader. They don't have guys who are going to get a lot better. Alex Bregman. You look at the Rockets, a lot of guys who are going to get better. You look at the Texans, a lot of guys who are going to get better. Not Diggs, but Tank Dell should get better. Nico Collins is already getting better. The quarterback will get even better. But that includes Kenyon Green. I don't know if Titus Howard's going to get better. I don't know if Laramie Tunsil's going to get better. I think Tunsil's good anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's like calling him Altuve. But you look at the Texans, and they have a bunch of guys who should still keep getting better. That's how you can take huge jumps if you pair that with smart off seasons, whether it's free agency or the draft. And honestly, Kenyon Green is like a brand new draft pick, John. He didn't do anything his first year. He didn't play his second year. Getting him this year is almost like you added him in free agency. It's like you added this big time left guard at free agency is what it feels like.
Yep. And a good one, a big time good one. That's one game in, so we're not going to get crazy. But boy, we
will on Azeez Al-Shaair.
Well, you know what? It's overreaction Wednesday.
Yeah, that's true. This is what it is.
It is overreaction Wednesday. So we got to get and then we cool down as we head into the weekend. And we talk about that Bears game with their injuries and what's going on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, quick, Lance, quick.
Well, let's talk about your ability to, and we're talking about quick assist, it's your ability to move your tickets. And there is nothing worse than realizing that you're going to be going out of town, or maybe someone gets sick in your family, or you just end up having extra tickets and you need a way to get rid of them, and you don't feel like giving them to somebody. You want to try to get your money back for that. Well, Quick Assist makes ticket resales very, very easy, very hassle-free. It lets you focus on enjoying the game or just basically not having to sweat what you're going to do with the tickets. And it's really great because they list your ticket on every marketplace, and they will dynamically price it based on the market demand. So it may go up or it may go down based on what's going on in the market. So you don't have to worry about keeping up with the market. You may say, boy, what do I list these at? They do all the work for you, and they will move it up or down to try to make sure that you get the best money and it is sold, and it actually ends up getting sold as well. You don't need to go one-on-one, go through every marketplace and list it yourself. Quick Assist does it across all marketplaces. Search Quick Assist. It's Quick, ASYST, to download the app on the App Store or Google Play and make the most of your game day seats. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN. What do you expect out of Caleb Williams this week?
What do we expect?
Yeah, what do you expect out of him?
Some flash plays, pretty much like what we saw with Anthony Richardson. You'll have some plays you go, ooh, and then you'll just have a whole lot of, he's not really sustaining anything. He's just running around a lot. So not too worried about him. I think he'll get much better as the season goes on, but we talked about this, John. This is the best time to catch. It's the best time to catch any rookie quarterback. Ask the Ravens with CJ. The best time to catch a rookie quarterback is early in the season. And Caleb, Jaden Daniels didn't scare anybody really, although he did. You had the running yards. It looked better. Bo Nix struggled. You had Caleb really struggled. And then who was there? Well, we'll probably see Penix soon enough if Kirk Cousins keeps playing like that.
Well, I don't expect that, do you?
I could see it. I could see it mid-season potentially. It depends on what happens. I don't think it's the smart move. I would keep playing Cousins.
I don't think so. You had one game, one stinker.
So you and I are doing. We're making decisions after one. We're a one game. We're 1 game Willie today.
And Kirk Cousins appears not to be healthy.
It's overreaction Wednesday.
He doesn't. They didn't run any under center play action, which is something he loves to do. Their speculation is because they don't trust that he can get away from the center.
Oh, that's not great.
Yeah. So if they're not running what he's best at and sticking him in a shotgun, maybe Kirk Cousins isn't healthy enough to run an offense, healthy enough to take a snap, but not run the offense the way he would like. So I would look for that. Maybe not necessarily about overall performance, but if there are hindrances to get him to play the way he wants, then Penix may have to play.
He needs that boot action offense. Getting back to Caleb Williams, though, I think Caleb, you just want to keep him from hurting you with his feet too much. He doesn't look to do that a whole lot, believe it or not. While he can get away, he likes to get away and then look down the field. But Rome Odunze is hurt, so one of those targets, those big targets that can win those jump balls, he's got that same kind of Alec Pierce stuff where he's got size, leaping, and pretty good speed. He will not be available, it doesn't look like, for the Bears. So, a little different.
Odunze?
Yeah, Odunze's got a sprain. Do they think he's going to play?
Yeah, they're not sure.
Yeah, Eberflus won't rule him out, but he does have an MCL sprain.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see him playing with an MCL sprain. You could ruin him for the rest of the. That just wouldn't make sense. He's not playing.
Speaking of moving around, Dell, we got some sound from CJ, as a matter of fact, and does CJ have any weaknesses? Is there any? According to him, he does, which was a little surprising. And I think CJ is pretty good. Listen, somebody
Why is that surprising to you that a guy who is very perceptive and very self-aware recognizes areas of improvement? That's good. I think that's good.
I think it's great. He feels like here's what he feels like where he needs to get better.
I think when we stay true to that, that the sky is the limit when it comes to scrambling. Because I don't know if y'all noticed, but I'll try to run a little more. Joe challenged me to see how athletic I was. So I felt like I got loose a couple times. But I think that's another thing I can get better at, is just scrambling. And when they play good on the back end, being able to use my feet.
Okay. All right, CJ. Get a little bit better. I think he's fine.
Who's
We've
Joe?
seen CJ.
Who's Joe? Joe challenged me, not
Joe
Gerard.
Mixon?
Yeah, probably Joe Mixon, unless that's a nickname for Gerard Johnson. He calls him Joe, but it would have to. I guess it would be Joe Mixon. I was just curious who Joe was who challenged him. Don't do what Mixon tells you. Just don't. CJ, don't listen to running backs tell you how to play quarterback. He challenged me to run more. That is an area that he's not great at, is scrambling and running. But you know what? One of the biggest plays he made was when he rolled out on third down and extended, when he just rolled and made that throw. Like, man, that's what made him look special potentially when he lost to Georgia but had that great game, is he actually got out of the pocket a little bit more.
You know what, CJ? You scrambled just fine.
Yeah, just keep doing you.
Just do it. Be you, okay? And I love your humility. All right, you're not Tom Brady or Peyton Manning trying to scramble out there. That's embarrassing. You're good. Don't worry. You're fine just the way you're doing it. Did you see the number of touchdown passes this week in week 1?
Yeah, 34. It's the lowest. There was 37 last year.
It keeps getting lower.
It was 61 the year before. It's 57,
Yeah.
60.
What?
Yeah, it's
I just read an article about how this week 1 now, the poor play, it's just the 4th preseason game. I mean, there's so many kinks to work out. It's so much, and nobody's playing in the preseason.
Right.
Nobody's. I mean,
right. No one's seeing game action.
The total number of snaps by guys now in the preseason is got to be the least of first stringers.
You know,
got to be the least ever.
You're right. You think about it, and whether they're directly correlated or not, the last 2 years, which have been sub 40 touchdown passes in week 1, it's been 37 and 34. That's the first 2 years that we've seen 17-game schedule, which meant 3 preseason games. And we have seen a steady reduction in starters playing in the preseason, or certainly starting snaps, and in some cases starters playing it on. Hell, for the Texans, they had guys who just barely even suited up at all during camp. So, yeah, I guess maybe, I mean, I'm not talking quarterback, obviously. I'm talking about, running back and left tackle, who both played well. But maybe that is tied together. Some of it may also be an influx of rookie quarterbacks. Some of it may be that defenses have caught up and are taking some offensive concepts away. Think about this. Remember, John, it wasn't that long ago that college football, I mean, the scores were just outlandish. I mean, we were seeing the Big 12. The joke was, look, no one can stop anyone in the SEC now other than Alabama or Georgia. Of these high-flying scores in the SEC, the Big 12 was like, 40 to 44 to 41 on a regular basis. These scores. Do you look at college scoreboards across over the last 3 years or so? The scores have come way down, which obviously I recognize with some of the totals coming way down. Is college football, I think, has figured out, defense coordinators have figured out some of the concepts that gave them problems and have taken them away. We're not seeing these I mean, yeah, you'll have some games here and there, but scoring has come back down to earth in college football. It's come back down to earth a little bit in pro football as well, as it pertains to the passing game. We are not seeing – now, we also don't have Drew Brees. We don't have Tom Brady. We don't have we got a lot more rookie quarterbacks and young quarterbacks who are playing right now. Derek Carr still roams the earth, although he did have 3 touchdown passes. Baker Mayfield had 4, but I don't know. It's just, I don't know if there's a correlation to the preseason stuff or not, but I know that something's going on.
Well, listen, you would think with how much money this position pays, with how guys now are coming up through the ranks, and with 7-on-7 football, with how much you throw and you depend on your quarterback in college now, you would think that the league would be loaded with great quarterback play. And it's just not the case. It's just not the case. It keeps getting – I'm looking at – well, Bryce Young was supposed to be great. He's been a disaster. You're starting Malik Willis this week in Green Bay. You're starting Sam Darnold in Minnesota. Deshaun Watson is a mess. He's a total disaster right now, and you're starting him. You're starting Justin Fields in Pittsburgh. The rookies, Bo Nix and Caleb Williams, and I mean, it just seems like, what the hell happened? Why is this not better? It just is. With the money, with yet another raise in pay that they got this past week.
Well, just because you pay them more doesn't mean guys are going to play better.
Let's not remove the Joe Burrow erasure. Joe Burrow. What is going on?
Awful.
His pumpkin, he's turned back into the pumpkin.
You're crushing it.
He went with Eminem hair. He's doing everything he can. He's Joe Shiesty. He's this, that, and the other. And all of a sudden, man, I mean, he's Fashion Week with his back blown out.
That's not the phrase.
Well, it wasn't a good look for him. I can tell you, it's hurting John's heart.
The back cutout.
Oh, back cutout.
Not blown out.
Yeah. Well, and I know it's hurting your heart, John, to see him this
He's not the same guy. He's not the same. This is
This is
Eminem.
Hollywood Joe.
This is Hollywood Joe, and he's not the same guy. All right,
It's
He
not
doesn't go-
Midwest hardworking blue collar Joe
right
who gets
He
hit
doesn't-
in the face by UCF or USF or whatever and gets up and keeps playing, and then the next year goes on to throw 60 touchdowns.
When
It's
he
not
goes
that
to-
Joe.
When he goes back to the symphony, then he's my Joe. Okay,
Wait, what?
That's
yeah.
not blue collar Joe.
No, that's
blue-
Symphony's not blue.
Back to
Symphony
the
with
symphony.
wine is not blue
That's right.
collar. That's who
right.
he
Back
is
to his
now.
roots.
No,
Back
that's
to
who he
his
is
roots.
now.
No, he's not that.
The
By the
guy-
way, does Wendy know that New Iberia is going to get hit by a hurricane?
I know. I feel bad for Louisiana, but I'm glad it's
Well, don't
I'm
say
sorry.
you're glad. Don't say you're glad.
Well, no, I'm not glad.
You can say, I'm glad we're not getting hit by a
We're
We're
not
not
hurricane.
getting-
That's
that's
okay.
You can say he's
Yeah.
fortunate that it's not happening in Houston.
in Houston. That's right.
Yeah.
But I feel bad for them. No, I'm not glad that anybody's getting it. I'm just glad it's not coming. to
L.A.
Houston.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Losing all
Hey,
feeling
easy,
for the little people.
Yeah, earthquake and mudslide and forest fires. You'll be
Listen.
careful now. You're going to have people throwing stuff at you.
Listen, Louisiana catches it
I
every
know.
year.
Louisiana's turned
That
into complete
that's
hurricane
state-
alley.
Oh my God, is it ever? What a shame for them. But
It's a one right now, I think.
we didn't catch it. That's all I'm saying.
You mean in L.A.?
No, well,
You were
here,
never
too.
in any danger.
Houston. I'm Houston.
To be
born and
fair,
raised.
You
Born
were
and
at a
raised.
symphony with wine. Stop
Yeah,
it.
you
Okay.
were at a Dodger game the night before.
Yeah,
you were
you're
never
taking
in any
pictures
I
danger.
was at the
Dodgers.
Cubs game. I
No,
was at the Cubs
If
game.
it's at
No, you're a white.
if it's
You
at the
grew up
Dodger,
White
if
Sox.
it's
You
at
can't say
Dodger
that.
Stadium, it's a Dodger game.
I was at the Cubs game. I was rooting for the Cubs.
He was
Anyway,
like,
I
"Go
hate that.
Dodgers." Why
Okay.
isn't there a picture of you with your hat on?
Okay,
With
listen.
the
The
Dodger
only
glizzy
time
in
I've
your
ever
mouth.
rooted for the Cubs in my life was the other night.
You got that Dodger
A
glizzy.
Dodger glizzy
Yeah.
in your mouth.
Yeah, Dodger glizzy in
You
your
got
mouth.
a Dodger glizzy.
Oh, by the way, overrated.
Well, they're just hot
overrated.
dogs.
Yeah.
It's just a hot dog. It's
Hmm.
just a hot dog. You know what? And they don't. And here's the thing that pissed me off about most: no Coors Light stop at the park. I mean, what a ridiculous ballpark. At Minute Maid, you can find Coors Lights. That's right. Yeah, you can drink cold, clean, crisp, refreshing at Minute Maid. That's my kind of park. Not a stupid where you got your main thing that you go there for is a hot dog. No, I go for Coors Light. All right, that's what I go for. And you don't even have them. You're a ridiculous ballpark, Dodger Stadium. Ridiculous. Okay, if you want people to take you seriously, you got to have Coors Light. If you are somebody who sells alcohol at your place, like I told LaShane for years, bring it. And he, you know what LaShane does? He goes, gets me Coors Lights. That's what he does because he knows that that's cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. But dumbass won't carry it. That's just stupid. Just stupid not to carry Coors Light all the time to help the people. If you're about the people, then you're drinking cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill. Let's go, baby. Throw down some Coors Lights. Let's do it this weekend while we're watching football. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You texted Lashane, didn't you, during that commercial? Didn't you?
Exactly what I did. I said, John just called you a dumbass for not carrying Coors Lights. He'll be asleep right now, but I don't think he'll answer.
You got to tell him it was on the show during a commercial.
I had something happen with he texted like, hey, what happened with your HBO? You didn't pay? I'm like, no, something happened with HBO where it wouldn't stream for me. It's connected to too many devices or something. And so now I think HBO may have implemented something where you can only have it on a certain amount of devices.
Yeah.
Which that's no good because, I mean, think about it. If you have a couple TVs in your home, and let's say you have it on 2 TVs, then you have one on your phone and you have one on your iPad, you're out.
Right.
That's it.
Right. That's it.
That's all you can have. Your kids can't have any. Like, it's got to be. I don't know. Sometimes I know Netflix was doing something where if you sign up, if you activate it while you're in the same Wi-Fi that you have at home, that it's you're fine. You can activate as many devices as you want. But maybe HBO's doing what Netflix is doing, which is trying to cut out any other people like Dell from getting your password and doing some damage.
Like Dell.
Yeah.
Why would I try to get your password?
I don't know. Just
what are you saying?
Are you paying for all your streams or have passwords?
I'm paying for Netflix.
Well, you're stupid.
Max.
You should have people's.
I should steal from other people?
Yeah.
That's your suggestion?
That's what John's family does that. Well, no, John's family should do that. Although, do you have it from other people?
No, they're all mine.
You just borrow. No, John.
Oh.
You.
I bet I pay for it. I just got my bill yesterday from Netflix. It's like $26.
Oh, by the way,
now.
DirecTV. I just got an email. In these difficult times,
Are they Cartman? Is the person who wrote it Eric Cartman?
That's how I read it. And we are committed to giving you the most premium programming with the best on-demand. I'm like, here we go. They're telling us how great they are. Here comes the price. We're raising the prices by $8 a month. And all I could think of was, looks like ESPN and ABC are coming back. Because all they're doing is hitting you with a preemptive raise because they're going to buy those because the bullies at Disney are going to get money back, get their money.
More money for Mickey. I always win.
And
Thank you.
That's why with the $8 a month extra, the $96 a month extra that you're now going to have to pay is just a pass through for headed to Disney. So all they're doing is just pushing me a little bit further into getting rid of everything.
Yeah, that's kind of gall. That's a lot of gall. You don't have ABC or ESPN, and you don't have the NFL anymore, and you're charging $8.
And you raise $8, which to me, like I said, I think that's just a sign that they're getting ready to do their deal with Disney. And basically,
you thought you could live without me. You can't live without me.
Nobody can. You can live without ABC. You're not going to be able to live without ESPN if you're a sports fan. So DirecTV got bullied the same way.
Yeah, how could you live without Greeny?
Spectrum got bullied. Well, I could live without Greeny.
Greeny and Stephen A. How could you possibly live without them?
There's some interesting games this week. Okay, you mentioned Derek Carr and being around. Derek Carr looked pretty freaking good.
But you're not buying Derek Carr. After all these years.
You're buying him in this week against Dallas plus 6.5?
No, he's Fugazi. No.
Oh, I don't know.
No, you get on a Derek Carr train and watch what happens to you.
Well,
that pass rush is going to obliterate him.
You think?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
Yes, for 178.
He didn't have to. That game was over in the first half.
I know.
They shut it down in the second half. They tried to do nothing because they knew the Browns.
Does Deshaun play any better against Jacksonville?
Well,
can he be worse?
Jacksonville has a good front, and the Browns cannot protect him. And he's going to see ghost and run into pressure.
Well, I think Stefanski is going to really redo a lot. He's going to say, okay, this is what can work. This is what can't. I think he'll have a much more fine-tuned, slimmer playbook for Deshaun. His install is going to be different this week, I think.
Did you see Deshaun's burner Twitter account?
I saw somebody send it over. But somebody just said, man, all Deshaun does is work hard and blah, blah. Here it is.
This offense doesn't fit him. Bad play calling by the coach.
Oh, yeah. Everything's play calling when your guys sucks, you just say that. Okay. This guy's name is Leroy Bickerstaff.
Yeah.
And it's at Leroy Bickers 4. Sean Watson happens to be 4. Ford does nothing but put his blood, sweat, and tears into this team. And this how y'all treat him? I see why Braun left twice. Ford got to get out of town and continue greatness somewhere else.
Wow.
And then someone says, greatness? Leroy, we will drive that bum to your house. And the next person said, JB Bickerstaff and Deshaun Watson burner? Dog, life ain't that bad. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if this is Deshaun's burner account, but it is funny that he's putting his blood, sweat, and tears into the Browns. Okay. I don't think he's put his blood, sweat, and tears into anything since about 1920 or anything football related since about 2020. I think we're a good 4 years removed from Deshaun living and breathing football, but that's somebody else's business. And by the way, no, I'm not buying into Derek Carr's one game against literally the worst team in football in Carolina. And I'm also not really sure I'm buying into Sam Darnold either, even though he had a monster game.
It
is a good offense. I mean,
who will play better this week? Jaden Daniels or Danny Dimes?
God, I can't say. I mean, it can't be Daniel Jones. I just don't know how you can say.
That's the quarterback matchup.
Good. You just asked a question about bad quarterback play. Look at this money guy, Daniel Jones. When are we going to stop paying subpar quarterbacks? When? Daniel Jones. You know he's not the guy, and yet you just, well, we got to give him money. It's his turn. Deshaun Watson. Well, although to be fair, Deshaun Watson was considered a much better quarterback when the Browns signed him. We didn't see this coming. Nobody could have. But you didn't expect like one of your top 5 or top 6 quarterbacks has become one of the bottom 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. That's how an NFL can turn upside down with quarterback play. You have some guys retire. Then you have some guys go from good to terrible. Then you have some guys go from average to terrible, like Daniel Jones. And I'm giving him like averages. He was actually went from below average to terrible. And now you got to get rid of his contract. Cleveland's hoping they can find a way out of Deshaun's contract. And you got Baker Mayfield just sitting there like, oh,
making
I'm just going to sit
Deshaun's
here.
life miserable.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit here and throw 4 touchdown passes. No big deal. Don't pay any attention to me.
Yeah, well, Baker this week, not going to be so easy. They've got Detroit at Detroit. That's not going to be. I don't know that he's going to fling it around against Detroit like he did. Of course, it could be a game that's I like the over in that one maybe. Man, there are so many unbelievable stories out there. New England, do they come back? Do they bounce back to New England? They got Seattle at home this week.
I think they got a real chance again. I mean, obviously defensively they're pretty good. I mean, you don't do that to the Bengals, but Zach Moss had an okay game at running back after they lost.
Are we sure we don't do that to the Bengals?
Joe
Burrow always struggles in game one.
You're right. Joe Burrow and the Bengals get off to really slow starts.
He's been bad
100%
in week one.
Seattle's flying across the field.
Yeah, I think Seattle could be in some trouble.
How about the Jets having to fly Monday Night Football to San Francisco, and they're on the road again this week at Tennessee?
I assume they flew back. I mean, they're not going to. So,
but they get to play.
You think
Will
they flew
Levis.
Straight to Tennessee?
No, I think they went to New York, but it's just a long trip, 2 long trips.
Oh, you think but the advantage is they get to play Will Levis.
They get to play Will Levis.
Well, yeah, that's helps.
It is.
Now can they stop the run? Because they could not do that on Monday.
Can they? Yeah, can Tennessee run the ball enough to beat the Jets? I like the Jets there. I like the Jets in a bounce back play there. I'm telling you, New England could get a second win here.
Which
they really
is that
could.
Good for them or bad for them? Winning games with Jacoby Brissett.
Well, you drafted your quarterback, so
but
you have to say good. Like,
but do you still need?
They're trying to win, but Gerard Mayo's trying to change.
You still need more elite players, though.
No, they drafted their quarterback.
No, but but they don't have anything else on that roster offensively. So.
Yeah, but you can get wide receivers, and
better hope so.
I never worry about getting. I mean, this is this, Del.
Do I?
The amount of good players that come beyond the top 3 picks are substantial in the NFL.
What does winning with Jacoby Brissett
You know what it
Dude.
accomplished? Gerard Mayo, who's taken over for it. You're reimagining who the Patriots are. You got a new front office. You got a new head coach. You got you got a lot of new guys. You're basically saying, hey, this is Patriot football. We're not going to, you keep the fans engaged. I never think it's a bad thing to win football games. I never think that, because this isn't the NBA where you can, you got a talent pool about 5 or 6 players deep.
But are you starting over? Like, if let's say Jacoby Brissett is fine, let's say he's good enough to get them 6 wins, they go 6-11. Are you starting this over if you're saying dropping Drake May? Hey, let's see what you got in year 2. Should he be playing no matter how well Jacoby Brissett
Drake
plays?
May?
Should he get in
At
this year?
some point? Yeah, at some
Well,
point.
you keep winning. It's week 1. But if this is a recipe for winning, that Jacoby Brissett can just steer the ship and you run the ball and you play great defense, I don't know. I think you sit him for the year. Hey, Pat Mahomes sat for the whole year.
But that was a playoff team.
Yeah, that was a playoff team. I would say it's going to be more like Vince Young. I think Drake May will get in midway through the season. But
We'll
it's
see.
good. Let them sit and learn.
Well, I'm not saying they should rush. You know how I feel about him.
You're saying should they even be winning?
I'm saying that Drake May ain't ready to go out there.
I'm not saying he should play. My feelings on him are pretty clear. But as far as the Patriots are concerned, their overall long-term viability, you think winning seven games with Jacoby Brissett's a good thing for them if it happens?
I think it's I don't think they'll win that many. It's Jacoby would have to just play. I mean, they don't really have a lot of weapons. It's going to have to be defensive. So I still think 5 wins will be a lot for them. But I think this is one of them where they could win. Geno Smith that little magical moments he had may run out on him. So we'll see what happens. What happens. I never think it's a bad thing to win some games. I remember when everyone cried when the Texans beat the Colts, and then CJ Stroud's taking us to the Super Bowl. So
how'd that work out?
Has he done that yet?
Well, it's overreaction Wednesday.
It's already done.
Okay.
Done.
By the way, John, you were asked early in the show. John went to the opera. Where did you go, John?
He went to a symphony.
Yeah, you went to the symphony.
Oh, I saw Beethoven's 9th. Do you think I don't have any culture? Yeah.
You obviously have culture. Did you sneak Coors Lights in? People want to know. But Jason asked, was the WNBA sold out last night? Is that why you went to the symphony?
Was the Spark? Could you not get a ticket to the Sparks game?
The Sparks. You can courtside.
Hey, if
Sparks?
Caitlin comes here, I'm going to go.
Well,
yeah,
it'll be a ticket there.
I don't know if she's already made that trip yet.
They don't have many games left.
No one knows. It's impossible.
Well, I could look it up. I just don't know.
No,
right
it's
now.
impossible to know. No one's possibly.
It's not that impossible.
You know what else is impossible? What else? Here's something that is really ridiculous. Not using a broker when you are buying a home. Get this. Berkshire Hathaway, they had a report. Brokers save clients $10,000 per deal over retail, $13,000 on VA loans. That is real savings. And guess what? Still, 26% of home loan borrowers use brokers. You're doing it wrong. And if you're not buying a house, if you're renting, you're doing it wrong. You're giving wealth. You're making someone else wealthy. Every month that you give that check to them, they're wealthier and you're poorer. Okay? That's not the way to go about this. Have some equity. Build up some equity in your home. That's how you start to build wealth. That's how you get over the top. This is how you beat the system, by owning your own home and having that escalate, the price of your home escalate. And it will. Look at the prices of homes. Now, you say, well, the prices of homes, I can't buy. Yes, you can buy right now, especially if you're a first-time buyer. The government is giving away money for first-time buyers. They're trying to incentivize people getting their first homes. You know who knows that? And you know who works that deal? Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. He is fantastic. It's what he does. He's going to give you that personalized attention that you're not getting with the big brokers. So you're looking to buy a home. There's one place. I'm telling you, you'll love Kent. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Oh my God. I'm reading through this account, this Twitter account, Leroy Bickerstaff. Like I said, at Leroy Bickers 4. And all I'm doing is looking at replies. This Twitter account was started in September of 2024. So fairly recently. And I don't know if it's a Deshaun. If it's not Deshaun, it's Deshaun's brother, maybe, if he has one, or sister, or a best friend. I don't know. But this person is, September 9th, 2 days ago. If Ford had a tackle like Trent Williams, he'd be able to show his greatness. Ford can't succeed when he's got no chance back there. Okay. Now he said that. And now there's 398 comments to that. We have this every time somebody says something about Deshaun Watson. Dan Orlovsky said this offense can't function. He talked about Cleveland has a quarterback. Leroy Bickerstaff came in and said, come on, man, there's more to life than football. People go through ship off the field, but after one game, we gonna let this dude that ran through the back of the end zone tell us 4 not the answer? Man, come on. Then David Njoku, I guess, said something positive about Deshaun being. He goes, 4 got the respect of his teammates, and that's all that matters. Nobody cared what the fools on this app got to say about a man they don't know. Then it gets actually way, way, way better. Let's see. We've got First Take. Stephen A. Smith said something about him. He said, never played a sport in his life, but always going to talk like he one of them ones, always saying whatever will get clicks instead of speaking the facts. This guy, all he does is respond to anybody who says anything. Somebody said, all right, Deshaun, get your ass off Twitter and get in the film room, or does Newsom have a table at Barley tonight for you? I guess he goes to a bar.
Jackie says Bickerstaff's account might be Jacob's burner.
Jacob. Oh, Jacob. Yeah. This guy said, you don't know me, fool. Make a frozen meal or something. And then one guy just says, get rid of Watson. That's all he said. Get rid of Watson. Fool, you don't know what he goes through. Worked his ass off just to be able to play this week and battled through a broke shoulder for his franchise last time we seen him. So this is a lot of.
It's got to be some. Why would you put the number 4, though?
Get rid of Watson. And then that's what he says. He had to battle just to be able to play this week. Meanwhile, Baker hangs 37 on Washington. His response, crazy what a quarterback can do when the line blocks and coach calls good plays. See, they're calling the bad plays for Deshaun. And this is what I've seen before where coaches will intentionally call the bad plays for some quarterbacks, but then they call the good plays for other quarterbacks.
Exactly.
So, now they're out here calling these bad plays for Deshaun where nobody gets open. The 3 receivers run the exact same route in the exact same location. They bump into each other. This is not on Deshaun. It's bad play calling.
No,
He's just a good play caller away from being great and a left tackle.
So Bill Belichick. Okay, so we got Peyton Manning and Bill Belichick going after a couple of plays. Let's start with Brandon Ayuk and Peyton Manning. Man, when he dropped that ball in the end zone, it was a perfect throw. By the way, Brock Purdy throws a pretty ball. Brock Purdy throws a really nice ball. And you could not have put it in a better place than for Ayuk. And Ayuk dropping it while Juwan Jennings and Debo were eating all night and Mason was eating all night. The thing that stood out about Ayuk is, first of all, it didn't seem like he was being, it seemed like he was being ignored a little bit. I won't be ignored. But then when he did get the chance, he dropped that ball. Here is Peyton Manning talking about Ayuk's drop.
Jennings. Oh, he got a throw.
Ayuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. He's missed all training camp.
Hey, get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp. You need it. We need the reps.
Oh.
Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
right? It's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden, you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why. Yeah, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty right there.
You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. Get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
Oh, really? Peyton, did you happen to watch Joe Mixon this week? Joe Mixon didn't play it down.
Well, he was in camp, though.
But he was in camp
He
practicing.
was in camp. Oh, Ayuk was in camp.
No, not for a good chunk of it. He wasn't.
Well, no. He was in street clothes watching.
Well, yeah, that ain't practicing.
He didn't miss a
The
dime.
you heard what the quarterback said. Get in camp. Maybe you catch that.
Well,
Get playing.
Yeah. Well,
your boy Joe Burrow's like praying that's. Damn, Chase, you screwed me up, dog. We need you to keep playing.
Chase did too. No, that was the thing. Is these guys coming back without any training camp? Are they going to be any good? Who had a better debut with their new team, Saquon or Joe Mixon?
I'm gonna say Joe Mixon. I'm biased, but I know Saquon scored 3 touchdowns or whatever. So that's pretty good. But Joe Mixon went to work. He had over 30 carries. He was the workhorse.
Saquon had 24
carries,
2 touchdowns.
How many yards rushing?
109.
Yeah,
and he had a touchdown catch.
Pathetic is what you just said.
Yeah.
Why is that pathetic?
That's pathetic anyway.
Okay, Gilbert.
that wasn't Gilbert's statement. That was.
I know. I said it on purpose because I miss G Money. I mean, in a way, I don't miss being hounded to bring him stuff and get him stuff, but I think we may have heard the last of Gilbert.
Oh man, that makes me sad.
I know, but I think that's real. I think he's in a home, and I don't think they're going to just give him a phone to call.
Big deal.
No, that is a big deal, Del. It is a big deal if we never hear from Gilbert.
I didn't say it. He did.
He was part of the show.
Yeah, no, I just don't think he's calling.
An integral part of the show for years and years and years.
Big deal.
Dirty, filthy.
Well, dirty, filthy.
That was a great call, by the way. He was calling himself dirty and filthy
because he couldn't take a shower.
He said I couldn't take a shower.
I don't think he couldn't. He didn't.
Oh yeah.
Was there? No, wait. But there was something going on. Did he lose water? Or, no, I don't think he did. I just think he hadn't taken a.
I haven't taken a shower.
I think he just
in days.
told us that, like, I haven't taken a shower in days. We didn't know why. I'm dirty, filthy.
Hey, we got Hunter Brown and Fromber going over the next 2 days. Do you think we can beat the A's?
Yeah, I think so. I think
Eric Getty looked good, and we still couldn't. Okay.
Yeah, I that was good. That was good. The offense didn't step up the way you wanted to. By the way, did you see the statistics that somebody provided us? This is crazy. With Alex Bregman hitting in Bregman bats 4th, Astros 16 and 28. Bregman bats 2nd, Astros 42 and 24. Jordan bats 2nd, 16 and 26. Jordan bats 3rd, 56 and 37.
Okay, that doesn't seem like it's that deep into analytics. To me, that just doesn't seem like we have to do it. We're doing a deep dive. That seems like it's pretty obvious. That seems like put Bregman in the 2-hole. That's what it seems like to me. And by the way, Jordan continues. Well, he was 2 for 6, but he continues his Jake Myers-esque home field hitting.
What does Bagwalytics say about where to hit these guys? Or is that only for
says
contracts?
the third hitter is your best hitter.
What do the eyeballs tell you?
That's where Bagwell hit all those years, 3rd.
All right.
That's what Bagwalytics tells you.
Okay.
Best hitter should bat 3rd. And Kyle Tucker.
But you're trying to move Kyle Tucker to the 6th hole. No, we're not doing that.
Until he's better. And oh, by the way, you take pressure off him. That helps.
Well, I mean, do you really? We've seen Jake Myers and Maldonado for years come up with bases loaded, minute scoring. I don't think it matters where you hit. You're just going to have, like, who used to get more bases loaded situations than Martin Maldonado or minute scoring position?
Listen, there's a reason when Altuve was going through his major slump last year or the year before, whatever it was, he was like, take me out of the 1 hole. Take me out of there. Take me out of there. I don't deserve to be hitting up at the top of the order. And right now, Kyle Tucker, as great as he is as an Astro, he shouldn't be hitting.
It's not a lot of baseball he's played, though.
That's why. That's exactly the point. He has not played a lot of baseball. That's my point. And that's the reason he shouldn't be batting third. He's not ready. He ease him into it in the 6 hole. And let the guys that have been doing it. And by the way, you were really, really good when Bregman was up there and Diaz was up there batting fourth. You were really, really good. Time to talk about John Daspit. He's really good.
John Daspit is very good. Spoke with him a little bit yesterday. He was telling me about the mic issue we had. I said, keep listening. John got it fixed. He listens every day. He goes back and listens to the podcast. He's been doing that for over 20 years. He's been a great listener and friend of the show, somebody who works hard for the people of Houston. I had always heard John Daspit's name. I knew he was a personal injury lawyer. He had started sponsoring Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis. And so I knew of Daspit's name, but then I got to find out exactly how big he is in the city of Houston. I had no idea because he wasn't doing crazy TV commercials. And I started speaking for him a couple years ago. And since then, he's done TV commercials that are involved with NILs for college athletics. And he doesn't love the idea that a lot of people have of personal injury lawyers, the slip and jimmies and Better Call Saul type of stuff. That's not what he does. What he does is looks out for people who have legitimate injuries, people who have been hurt in accidents due to someone else's negligence. He wants to make sure that you are accounted for, you're taken care of, and that you hold someone accountable for those injuries, or he's going to, so that the insurance company doesn't squeeze you. Because trust me, they will squeeze you if they get somebody without representation like John Daspit. They're going to squeeze you and really force you to take a lower settlement. They'll make you think you're getting a great deal, when the reality is it's not about a deal. It's about doing what's right. And John Daspit makes them do what's right. And if they want to go to court, he will beat them. That's how it works all the time. So people eventually will settle with John because they know, insurance company knows, that that's what they're supposed to do, is account for your pain and suffering, all your hospital bills, your time missed from work, et cetera, et cetera. That's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. More cases filed, more lawyers than anyone else in the city. He is big time. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
The listener appreciation party is a couple Fridays away, September 20th. So I'm going to give you a chance to win something at 8:40. Caller 6 at 8:40 wins a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party. It's that time of year again where we celebrate you guys. You can join us in the building. You're going to have food, drinks, have a lot of fun with the people of Gal Media. So caller 6 at 713-780-3776 wins that pair of tickets to the ESPN Listener Appreciation Party. 21 plus, because we're going to be serving alcohol and great food. You can come out here and join us. Everyone will be here, including John. John will be back from LA, and he'll hang out with you guys.
Yep.
And yeah, it should be fun. So, John, you're going to be here, but you also, Rich Homie Quan is going to have an open, the services are going to be open for Rich Homie Quan in Atlanta, open to the public. So if you need to change your flight to account for getting to Atlanta for the Rich Homie Quan funeral and then getting here.
I'll get there.
Okay.
I'll get there. Pay my respects.
His brother found him with food in his mouth, passed out on the floor, and he just put him on the couch. He didn't decide to check on his brother. He just said, here, let me just put you on the couch. Like, did he take the food out of his mouth, or did he have food in his mouth because he had choked? I don't know, but I was reading some of those accounts. So I was like, that's not great.
I can't be more sick of the superlatives and the slobbering all over the 60-yard throw by Anthony Richardson.
Well, first of all, it's 68, 69 yards.
Who cares?
And why are you
because
what are you upset about?
It's because I've seen, I don't know how many, it's the greatest throw in NFL history because he slipped right before. CJ fell down, found a tight end, or who did he find? I forget who he was. Fell down from his knees and threw a first down pass.
Well, he got a lot of slobber on that one.
Listen,
there was a lot of glazing.
If that was Pat Mahomes, it'd be the open for every game.
Wait a minute, they
NFL.
glazed pretty good on that one. CJ's going to get a lot of glazing. Are you really upset that you think CJ doesn't get attention?
He did. Okay, he fell down and threw from his knees.
That was great. He threw
Pat
6
Mahomes,
yards.
If it was Pat Mahomes, it would be.
Dude, Richardson threw it 70 in the air off balance. That's pretty strong.
Is that throw like an NBA player dunking?
Yeah.
You holding
70-yard
throw? You're holding that in the
same
lane of things you think are overrated?
No. That's way overrated. But it was nice. But let's slow down.
Can we not?
I mean, I'm talking about guys saying it's the greatest pass in NFL history.
Well, you talk cool.
Who
NFL
says
people
this?
on Twitter?
Yes, Twitter people.
Don't listen to Twitter analysts. Who cares what they say? They're all looking for engagement.
ML, one of those dumb accounts that everyone hates, like Rookie Watch Report or Rookie Report or ML Football or JP Football.
Or people who just get the all 22.
It was a really cool,
it was awesome. But
it was a really good,
it was fine.
He's a supreme talent.
And then how many times did he miss A.D. Mitchell? How many times? Okay.
Even no one said he was a better quarterback than our guy.
Yeah, you're sensitive for something?
What are you so mad about somebody giving compliments to one throw?
Beat it. Okay. We destroyed you and your team.
You won by 2, but
didn't even cover.
Yeah, didn't they lost in Lance's eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are many people who felt like the Texans lost.
That was a little disappointing.
I mean, the Texans really dominated them. They just gave up. That was one of the touchdowns that they gave up. They left points on the field at the end of the half. Of course, you were a 2-point conversion away from that being a tied game.
Yeah, but guess what? Didn't happen. Okay.
Yeah, the Texans, obviously the players very celebratory in the locker room. Joe Mixon went on Instagram Live, and there's a song, and even the Texas players are doing it after the Michigan game. Come into your trap, take over your trap. I don't know if beating the Colts by 2 on the road means you took over their trap.
Can you play the song on the air?
It's not clean.
Is there a clean version?
I can try to find it, but it's like actually the Texans. What they did is they distracted the Colts by throwing something, and the Colts looked the other way, and the Texans snuck out with something.
No, they did not. They beat What are you talking about? They busted down their door with one of those,
kidding me?
you know, those little things that
Ran
go
down their throats the whole game.
No, they knocked on the door and pretended to be Mormons.
No,
and
they
then,
didn't.
And gave them a watchtower.
They didn't give them a watchtower. They
pamphlet.
had the battering ram like the cops, and they went.
And
bang.
can I talk to you for a moment? And the Colts invited them in, and when the Colts went to go get some lemonade, the Texans took a vase and ran out the door.
That's not what they did. They didn't sneak out of there at the win.
Yes, they
They
did.
wrecked all their stuff. They ran for like 280 yards. They knocked everything down. They
won by 2.
They battered it. They opened up all the shelves like in Fauda when
here we go.
When they come in there and they start going through everyone's stuff and they throw, you go through somebody's drawers when you're searching and you have to make a huge mess. That's what the Texans did too. Can't you search without making a huge mess? And here's another question for you. Why on every show on television for the last 10 years is it so easy to break into a house? First of all, I'm always shocked how many people who leave their doors unlocked on TV and how easy it is. Everyone's got tools to just break into it. It's super easy to pick locks and get into houses. You know what else is easy? And no one has an alarm system. Nobody has an alarm system on TV. And also, have you ever seen how easy it is to break someone's neck? All you got to do is twist the neck once and the neck is broken and they're dead. Super easy on TV. The reality is, if you watch as many chiropractor videos as me, those things, you think everyone's neck is going to break when you watch it, and yet they're just huge cracks and pops. I'm like, in the movies, you would have killed this person. They would have definitely had their neck broken with that move.
John, do you know how we got here?
I have no idea. I have no idea why we're here, how we got here. All I know is that I agree. But no, guys can't break necks like that.
No,
okay?
Really? Where do you see it? Where do you see it happen?
Okay, let somebody do. We had a chiropractor on that said, "Do not ever do that move with the towel." Remember?
Yeah, but we also there's lots of videos that show people having their necks turned hard and all that stuff, and they never break. Done. No one's ever paralyzed.
Dead.
No, they're not. As a matter of fact, I'll send you some compilation videos for you to go through today. I'll send you 4 YouTube compilation videos, each about 40 minutes. And you can see all these cracks and things that you would think would break someone's neck. In the movies, their necks would be broken. But in real life, they're just getting better. And if you have a friend, do that to their neck. And I think you'll really help them. Or put a towel around or grab them by the head and just pull real hard upwards like a ring dinger.
You want people to be paralyzed. You're a bad person.
No, you don't get paralyzed. It makes you better. I've seen videos.
No, you're a bad person.
But that is true. First of all, why on TVs is there somebody breaks into a house and why don't you hear alarms going off? Never. Nobody. Some of the most expensive houses on TV never have alarms. Super easy to break in. Super easy.
And you never hear them either.
Are you focused on this because you want?
No, it's just
John
TV. It just makes things too easy. Oh, here's the other thing. Have you noticed how easy it is to hack into every computer? It's super easy to hack into everything. Not hard at all. It can be done very quickly. You can hack into whatever you need. Though. You do?
I think that's true. Yeah. I think nerds can hack in easily on your stuff.
Yeah, and Rhino's right. The dog chiropractor guy, like you can't stop watching when they do back adjustments on dogs or cats. Now, I think the cracks are added. I don't think they're real cracks all the time. I think they edit the cracks in. But you got to watch dog chiropractor where this big guy with a bald head and a beard, and he's all rocked up. He's constantly like, he can pop the dog's backs and they kind of freak out when their backs pop. But I would rather watch that than Daniel Jones. If I had, and that's not really not saying a whole lot, but if you told me, okay, Lance, Thursday Night Football, it's the Giants versus the Browns, Watson versus, I would watch dog chiropractor videos the whole time. I wouldn't watch one single snap because I already know he's going to ruin Amari Cooper's whole year. I've got to get Joe Flacco back. I've got to get Joe Flacco back.
You got Amari Cooper, apparently.
Yeah, I've got Amari Cooper in our auction league.
Oh,
why did I not think twice? Like, what am I doing? Paying for Amari Cooper. Yeah, instead of Jaden Reed. That's why I lost. Yeah. No, I lost because I started him instead of Jaden Reed. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Well, I scored the most points in our league this week, so just never mind. I don't have to worry about poor teams like you. What I have to worry about is HR. I have to worry about HR all the time. And here's the deal is if you're an employee like me, you should worry about HR as well. You should have a good HR department, do you? Okay, what is your HR department at your business? Your business is growing. You don't know about HR. You know what you don't know? HR. You don't have any idea what to do there. That's not what you sell. You sell widgets. You payroll. How are you doing payroll? You do it well? How's the taxes working out for you? How's the Affordable Care Act? These are all things that are vital, okay? Are you doing it right? Are you doing it well? You don't even know because you do something that you do really, really well, and you've created a business, and that business is starting to be profitable. That business is, okay, we need more employees. You need more employees, then you need more payroll department. You need more HR department. You need a better tax system. Well, you got it all at one place, and that's HR&P. They're experts in the Affordable Care Act. Your taxes take care of themselves with the technology. It's proprietary technology that is second to none. People are trying to get a hold of this thing. Mike Holly is holding steady, saying, nope, this is mine, and we're kicking ass with it. And you know what? They'll kick ass with your business as well. You're looking for the best way to get that payroll and HR to your people. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dell has a point.
Well, it's not my point, it's Renee's point, but he had a good one as far as what the name of the show should have been, as opposed to the bench, which it was for a while. How did we
come up with the bench? I forget. Me and Lance.
Because it was the very first one, because people were, it was a sports theme. Listeners were bench warmers. We had a segment called Garbage Time. Yeah. We did a whole theme off of it. And it was big, and a lot of people loved the idea and loved being bench warmers. They did. And then Bill, what's his name? We had our own Bill O'Brien came in and said, let's take away the personality of the show and just call it the John and Lance Show.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. I always did that anyway, though.
John doesn't like names for shows.
I don't like names for shows.
But bench warmers, we had our listeners, like we had a bunch of people, more people show up then than now.
Well, it's a different radio's different time.
Let's see.
Let's
see how many people show up.
You don't remember how many people were at ticket attractions just sitting there, or that brewery when we first did that brewery
Well, now
thing.
your listeners are
Yeah, they're older.
aged.
Yeah.
They got time for all that.
Some
They got
are
families.
probably dying.
They don't want to go. You don't want to go. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, that's true.
You don't want to go out on any remote. I mean, so what are you talking about?
Because we just drive out there and then we just sit there and no one's there. Because who's going to be at a remote at a golf course
Because
at
people that work.
7 o'clock at a golf course?
Because people work. Yeah, because we have most of our listeners actually have jobs.
They didn't used to.
Well, they're
No.
younger. Now they got jobs that are important.
Yeah.
And they can't take time off.
Plus, they
got
just don't
kids.
want. No, they just don't want to.
No.
Yeah.
A lot of people are their
Even-
own bosses now. A lot of people actually
then
can't
they
come.
definitely can't. They
just
got to
don't want-
manage other people.
Let's face it. There
They're
comes a
older
time.
and they're crotchety. They're not doing
Well,
that.
Dell's crotchety, and he doesn't want to go places.
Well,
I
he
don't
doesn't go anywhere.
I don't
know.
want to be around you.
No,
Yeah.
you just don't like
I go
going
to-
any place.
No, I go to concerts. I love going to a live show.
Very quietly,
No.
because you don't want
Very
anyone to bother you.
quietly. What
Do
do
you
mean
go
very
with friends?
quietly?
Do you go with friends?
Yes.
Which
you-
Would you have
friends?
gone to
Name some
Beethoven's
of your
night?
friends.
I'm not gonna name
Name
some
your
of my
friends.
friends.
You see that, John? His
Yeah.
friends.
Because it doesn't
they
matter
don't
to
have
people.
names.
I could.
It
I
matters.
could be like Jeff and Adam. It wouldn't matter. No one knows those people.
Everyone
It
knows
doesn't
they're
matter.
fake. They're not real people.
I use
Jeff and
fake names.
Adam.
I obviously use fake names, but the point is, it doesn't
Jeff
matter.
Sims?
I'm not like you guys who name my friends because no one cares.
Do
who
you
they
have
are.
any
Thielen?
male friends?
Yes.
That's a lie. All your friends are female, and your
And
quote unquote
by the way,
friends is
if
your
all-
angle.
If all my friends were female, it's a right way to go about it.
Yeah,
to be honest
see,
with
that's
you.
your
but
angle.
But it's not the case.
That's your angle.
It's not.
Let's just be friends.
It's not the angle because that's a poor
Biz
route to go.
Marquis told me about.
Oh,
that
I saw a
little
story.
Trying
for
to be
you.
friends is a terrible way to go about
I
that.
saw a story
Angle. It
for
is
you,
because it'll
Del.
never go well for you.
I got a story for you in News of the Weird, Del.
For
that's
me?
sure. Yeah, for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Oh, you gonna fix it? What the hell? We had a thing
What am I
break
fixing? Who are
last
you
night.
talking to?
I don't know. My wife. Something broke last night. It fell in the middle of the night, and I thought maybe somebody's trying to break in. And I immediately thought of Lance, who thought it would be a good idea for somebody to break into our house. And it was actually something that just fell off a shelf. It was ridiculous.
I think it's a good idea. I just think keeping you on your toes. I think you're getting too comfortable in there. You're drinking wine at the Hollywood Bowl, and you're a little too comfortable. Maybe you had to always worry about train derailments and things like that here, or a squeegee
actually
guy
did it
running up
too.
on you.
Right. I've thought about that. What if that train derails into our backyard? We have a train literally 2 feet from our backyard.
Yeah.
And so in Houston. So
Quick question: is there any chance? I had some people wondering this. Can some of our listeners stay at your place for a little bit? They're having some work done in their house, and they're wondering if them and their family could move into your house for just maybe a month
yeah,
to 2
I'm afraid of
months.
squatters. No, we can't do that.
You do watch squatter videos.
I do. No, it's the
I'm a
worst
dog
thing. It's the worst
chiropractor.
thing in America.
Yeah,
People should come into your house and saying it's mine now after you paid all the money, and the government being behind them. What a dumbass rule that is. You can move into my house after I pay for, and I got to keep paying for it, and I got to keep paying for the electric bill. If I stop paying the electric bill, I could go to jail. What the bleep kind of country
that just
is this?
doesn't seem like
It's
even
so stupid.
possible.
It's so stupid.
Is that even possible?
I would
They
let
can't-
you if we didn't have these squatter rules. I would let you stay at my house, but I can't right now. That's
because
it.
you're worried about squatters.
Squatters. No, that's the worst thing in America.
What if somebody gives you $1,000 a month to stay in your house? I mean, they're essentially renting it, but they want a 1-year lease.
$1,000 a month?
Yeah, 1-year
No.
lease, $1,000 a month. Deal?
No.
No deal.
No. Let's talk.
It's $1,000 more than you would have had.
Well, yeah, $5,000 or $6,000 a month. How's that?
No, but $1,000 more. You can either take 0 or 1,000.
I'll take 0. You kidding me? And then they're gonna squat, and then they're gonna ruin everything in the house.
We'll
The
make
kids-
sure they sign it. I'll write a piece of paper that says you promise not to squat.
Okay, rent for $1,000 a month, Del. Okay, where's
But you know what you could do? Corporate.
1980 called.
I know it's not 1,000, but that's why I was trying to make it really bad for you. But you could do corporate. Like, why don't you get a hold of the Astros? I know somebody who does Astros real estate stuff. You could reach out to them and say, hey, whenever we get a new, Zach Greinke or whatever, we got a furnished
Yeah,
place
that's
right
what
here.
I want.
Bing.
That's what I want. Zach Greinke.
You don't want a
at my
baseball
house.
player in your home?
No, I don't want a baseball player.
Not a young one who's going to party.
Not like Eric Getty.
Like Rich Hill. What if the Astros picked up Rich Hill?
Yeah.
I'd let Rich Hill stay in my house.
Yeah.
That's what
A
I'm saying.
40-year-old baseball player?
They rent your house. He rents your house for 4 months.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be good?
That wouldn't be bad.
Not for $1,000 a month.
Well, yeah, I mean, it'll cost more, but Rich Hill, he wouldn't ruin your home.
Yeah. Well, what if Alex Bregman's getting the floors done in his house and he wants to rent your house?
He's
and
a
he
married
said, "I'll
man
give
with
you."
kids.
Yeah, he said, "I'll give you some.
No, I don't
I'll give
want
you
his
some
kids in
money."
my house.
And then
I don't.
everyone's doing commercials at your house all of a sudden. Instead of doing
Jeremy Pena's
instead
at
of
your
doing
house.
porn shoots, they're doing HEB commercials at your
Scott
house.
and Jeremy and Jose Altuve at your
Yeah,
house.
they're climbing up. Wait, you don't
No
have
steps.
steps. Yeah, you have steps. Yeah, you have
we
steps.
stairs.
They could do that thing where, "Ay, Dios mío."
Enough about John's house. We got Josh Pate coming up next.
Oh,
Josh
yeah.
Page is
Josh
next
Pate's
right here on ESPN 97. My wife said no. We can't. We're not renting our house for $1,000, Lance. Thanks,
But no, I'm off of
Appreciate
a
it.
thousand.
Enough.
I'm off of a
Josh
thousand.
Pate next.
Next,
But
and now
first-
Craig the Surf.
Well, Craig the Surf has got good deals. I'm just trying to find good deals for you. That's all I'm trying to do. And the reason is simple, because you've got to have good deals in life. You've got to find opportunities in life when you can. And we call them in the auto business, it's called programs. What are the programs for this month? Chevrolet right now, I'll give you an idea. Truck season, that means the truck that you've been wanting is within reach right now at Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton. There are a lot of Chevy Silverados to choose from at Gulf Coast Chevy, and they have great deals to make it affordable for you and your wallet. For example, the 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, you can get a 5.9% APR financing for 84 months, subject to credit approval. See dealer for details and additional available discounts. Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton is your truck season destination. Make sure you stop in. Or if you're saying, "I don't want trucks, I want to get myself something else," might I suggest a Chevy Traverse? Great SUV, tons of interior space, great amenities in the vehicle, but the price that you are going to love. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Go to LanceZcars.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One of our favorite segments of the week, being joined by Josh Pate. Josh Pate, College Football Show on CBS Sports Josh Pate, one of the premier authorities on college football, joining us once again. What's up, Josh?
I'm just trying to see a close game in person. If that's all I could really ask for these days. I've seen 2 blowouts. I'm looking for a nice fourth quarter, 1-possession game decided late. And if you know where to find one, please direct me to it.
Well, we've had a lot of you're not going to go to Idaho and Oregon. You're not going to go to Oregon. And I guess maybe just go watch Oregon games because no matter who the competition is, they've got close games. Boise State, they win with a field goal at the gun.
That's a nice early season semi-surprise for people. I was just doing a Portland hit a little while ago, and you would not know they're 2-0 because there is stage 5 freak out and alarm up there. I've looked at that and I've just said, well, obviously they're not settled on the offensive line and they can't run the ball. They've been outrushed 2 weeks in a row. They are disproportionately leaning on explosive plays to score right now, which is wonderful when you can get it. But if you look at these teams' profiles, the offenses that disproportionately lean on explosive plays and they don't sustain drives, they are ripe to just be shut down totally when they face a legitimate defense. Now, they haven't faced a high-level defense yet. They will, so they better get that stuff figured out. But there are teams every year that we look at in week 7 or week 8 when they hit their stride, and we find ourselves saying, wow, they look night and day different than they looked in week 1 and week 2. Now, for their sake, I hope that's them, but I still got a lot of questions about Oregon.
And they're playing early. Oregon State, Washington State. Normally these are games that they care about. What about the timing of these games?
Yeah, that's so weird to look at. Look, at least they did maintain the games, but seeing those things played in week 3 is a little shock to the sense for me. The Oregon State game, this is the first time Oregon's been on the road. I mean, I cannot imagine the vitriol built up in Corvallis when the sport leaves them behind and their coach leaves them behind, and you can't blame Jonathan Smith for that, but there's one shot they get. They get this shot. This is the one shot they get to remind people, hey, we matter. And I don't think that's going to be an easy one for Oregon. I do not think that at all.
Yeah, they got both of those teams, Washington State and Washington and Oregon State, both want to prove, hey, you should not have left us behind. We'll see if they're able to.
But Washington State's beating of Texas Tech was pretty impressive. They really popped them pretty good this weekend.
Yeah. What do you think of Arizona and Kansas State this week?
We broke that game down last night. So my own model that I use for what it's worth really likes Kansas State to win and cover. And yet I looked at the drive chart last week. Tulane had, I don't know how, it may have been 10 passes of 15 yards or more. They just bombed on Kansas State. Probably more times than not, they win that game if you simulate it again. So Kansas State finds a way to win. And I just picture in my head what I think the Kansas State's offense is going to be this year. And it's Avery Johnson running the ball a lot at quarterback. Well, he has run the ball 11 times the first 2 weeks. And I don't know if he's hurt. I don't think he is. I think maybe they understand there's only so many times you can ask your quarterback to run the ball. And if we're doing that in a designed way, we're going to save that for games a little down the road. Now, this is Arizona on a Friday night. It's not a conference game, but it's against a conference opponent. I got to think that Avery Johnson may run the ball more in this game than he has the previous 2 combined. And it's such a feast or famine game because if Arizona's passing game is hot early, they can win the game outright. If Kansas State's run game is hot early, they can win the game outright. There is a lot of variance, I guess I should say, in potential outcome. I'm really glad it's on a Friday night. If you're talking about the individual awards market, if McMillan's going to be a Biletnikoff guy, if Fafita is going to be a Heisman guy or a Davey O'Brien guy, this is their spot. This is the one time that we can pretty well guarantee a majority of the country will be watching an Arizona game. And so anything they're going to do to contend for that, they've got to explode Friday night. That one may be the most entertaining Friday night game we get all year. I'm really excited about it.
I'm going to go backwards to Texas and Michigan and get the assessment from you. That was a huge game for the Longhorns. As you know, Josh, I'm part of the Joe Moore Award Selection Committee, and we've looked at Texas over the years. I've primarily been the one who takes a look at this region, although we've reshuffled the regions that we study. And this is the first time where I go, okay, Texas has the type of offensive line that could legitimately make them a national contender. I thought they could be headed into the season. I think they might be better than Georgia. And I know winning in Michigan, that's not a great Michigan team. But the way that Texas did it, I was really impressed. I got to tell you, I was impressed with the poise of Quinn Ewers. What were your thoughts? Give me your thoughts on both Michigan, where they stand now, and what Texas has coming for it in the future, especially as they start to check out the showdown headed mid-October with Georgia.
I think we nailed this thing. We talked about this game at length last week, and I think we nailed both teams. Michigan, nothing about 2023 matters. People use the phrase defending national champ all they want to. It doesn't matter. Those players aren't there. Those coaches aren't there. It's a little bit of a rebuild year. They're an 8-4, 9-3 caliber team at best. That's what they are. They've got an offense built for Alex Orji to run, but he did not win the job. And so it's square peg round hole for them right now. And that's Michigan. Texas, I thought all week, and really all spring and summer, but leading up to the game all week, I didn't just think Texas was built to win a fist fight if it happened. I thought they wanted one. Like, I thought they wanted to go in there because they were bigger, faster, stronger, and deeper. They were 3 deep at quarterback, better than anything Michigan had. They're 7 deep at wide receiver, better than anything Michigan has. And I just thought to myself, who in their right mind would think Michigan's about to bully this team? The only thing people had poisoning their mind was the past. But just like 2023 doesn't matter with this Michigan team, the past doesn't matter with this Texas team. This Texas team is what it is. And so I agree with you. I stood there, watched warm-ups. I stood there on the field and watched the whole game. That offensive line is legitimate, and I want people to pay attention to this in the transfer portal era and people debating, well, how should you build your team? Texas does a really good job of supplementing via the portal, but you want to know what the nucleus of that team is. It's the offensive line. Go research where those guys came from, because 5 for 5 across that starting line.
Yeah.
The previous stop they had before Austin was high school. They got all those guys out of high school. They developed them all out of high school, and that's the way it's done.
And they took their lumps. They needed to take lumps. When you have a young offensive line, you'll take your lumps early on. Just know that it's going to pay dividends down the road.
Yeah.
Nobody had an easier road to the playoff than Notre Dame. Does that, what happened last week, say more about Notre Dame? And how scared should Aggie fans be when right after they beat the Aggies, they throw in that stinker?
Yeah, it's kind of the inverse of what we think about Georgia. So Georgia just body bags Clemson, and then Clemson rips App State to pieces as thoroughly as anything you've ever seen, which makes you ask, wow, could Georgia be even better than I thought? Well, the inverse is true here. Yeah, it probably does say a little something about A&M, but we'll see them on the road against Florida Saturday. So if there's nothing to worry about, we'll find out.
Yeah, but Florida's
Saturday.
no good. Florida's no good.
Well, that's true, but if Notre Dame's not either and they beat you in your backyard, then I have plenty to worry about if you got to go on the road. And so with Notre Dame, that was the most disappointing thing I saw in week 2, because you're right about their past, but you're also talking about a head coach now several years into a tenure. You can't be losing multiple games as a double-digit favorite, multiple games as an unranked opponent coming in there at home and beating you. Marcus Freeman said after the game, well, we've been here before. Well, that's a problem. That's not a good thing. That's a problem that you're there again, because you're supposed to be building a program. And I guess maybe after that week 1 game, I wanted to believe they were ready to be a premier program, like to take that step. And I don't think they're ready for that yet. Now, the follow-up is, and this is something I can't know, I wonder sometimes when a perplexing result happens and everyone's scratching their heads, is the coaching staff scratching their head too, or do they have answers? Can they identify A, B, C, D, E? This is why it happened. This is our plan to correct it. Because I get paid to ask questions. You guys get paid to ask questions. Coaches are not paid to ask questions. They're paid to have the answers. And I really wonder what the answer is up there right now and what the maximum potential of that team this year is, because maybe it's just not what we thought it was.
Is Nebraska a real team?
Well, define real team for me.
Well, I mean, a possible Okay, a 3-loss team this year.
Yeah, I think they could be better than that. So yes,
Really?
I guess if that's the definition, they are absolutely
That's a good
real
football
team.
team. A 9-3 football is a good football team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can go back now. I can go back at Temple. I can go back at Baylor. I can go back and look at Matt Rule at his stops year 1 to year 2. He's the guy. If you ever want to talk about the year 1 to year 2 improvement, he's the face of that. And so they went and drastically upgraded at quarterback, even though, I mean, Raiola's not going to be a star this year. They were so terrible at quarterback last year that just having average play there this year, coupled with that defense they have, and maybe the most underrated defensive staff still in the country, that will be enough. If you look at their schedule, talk about Notre Dame's path. Nebraska's path, yeah, it's got a trip to Ohio State on it. But outside of that, they'll either be favored or close to being favored in every game they play. And yet it's also a hungry program. There's no threat of complacency there or anything because they haven't done anything. So, I mean, if we're talking about a 12-team playoff and we're talking about, a Big Ten team maybe going 10-2, maybe, yeah, they're a real team. I think they may be in that discussion at the end of the year.
Yeah, Matt Rule's so good. And I didn't have any doubt that he would build this up. It's just it doesn't take a long time, but once you get in your first year, there's really nothing you can do. And people made that excuse for Deion at the end of the year because Deion got off to a quick start, brought too much attention. I think on the program was going to have attention. I think the do you believe now and all that, like it made them. Yeah. It brought too much attention too early. Yeah, the unlikable. I don't think that bothered Deion at all to be unlikable, but I think it brought too much attention, too many high expectations. The reality is, at the end of the year, they had 4 wins, improved from 1 win. Okay, you could definitely say, hey, that's improvement. It didn't match the hype, but that's improvement. Now we get into the second year, Josh, and the second year is the growth year and the development year and you're building towards something year. And man, this game was so bad for Colorado and Deion for so many reasons, but primarily because there is an exact replica of a coach who came in at the same time, had to clean up a bad roster. And now you see one program that clearly has an identity on both sides of the ball, a philosophy. They have a way of building out the roster. And on the other side, you watched a game where Colorado was outcoached. They don't seem to have an identity on either sides of the ball. They have a roster that's completely in flux. They're, throwing people under the bus all the time over at Colorado. It couldn't be more different between Matt Rule, who is building a program up, and Deion, who I'm not sure what the identity is for Colorado at all right now.
Well, it's the difference in whatever you call Colorado. I call it an experiment. It's the difference between an experiment and a program. Matt Rule's building a program. Deion is running an experiment. And he's free to do it however he wants to. It's always been my opinion on it. Folks love him or hate him, and I'm fine either way. Like, I'm glad he's in the sport, but doesn't mean I have to believe in everything he's doing necessarily. And I don't. I don't think that there's sustainable winnability in doing it the way that they do. Now, because they've got the kind of athlete sprinkled on the roster that they do, they'll have a win every now and then. It gives you the ability to run your mouth and ask if you believe now and all that, but there's no sustainability there. And then the other thing, and I keep hearing this more, and I got to ask you about this because you run in these circles. There's a lot of talk about Shedeur and the draft and whatnot, and most people believe he comes out after this year. There are some pretty strong rumors floating around that there are some NFL teams that just wouldn't look at him, at least as a round 1 pick, because you're drafting Deion as well.
Yep.
And there are also obviously the rumors about the fact that he'll only go to certain cities and whatnot. Now, I don't know how much of that is true and how much of it's false. So I come here on Wednesday to ask my trusted source, Lance Zierlein, what he's hearing.
Well, so one of the things, and I'm going to hear a lot more as we get closer down the road, but I had a pretty good conversation with a guy who just simply told me, coaches and general managers get fired because of quarterbacks, who they draft. And do you want to put your job on the line for a player who has not shown accountability, who has not shown the leadership of keeping his displeasure with an offensive line internal? He's made it public multiple times. And who clearly you are, as you mentioned, you're drafting Deion. And that's going to be a problem. And not to mention, only certain teams will they go to. Well, that it's not going to sit well. Like, how coachable is that going to be how coachable is that guy going to be when he's the one determining where he's going to go? He and his family, more importantly, his family are determining when and where he's going to go. So I think there are going to be a lot of teams who just aren't willing to put their jobs on the line for Shedeur Sanders. It's a shame. I think that he could have handled things way differently. I think Deion should have handled things way differently. He's got talent. He's got an arm. He's got size. But listen, teams are not going to be willing in this day and age with quarterbacks. Once your contract's up, we've seen a lot of average to subpar quarterbacks get second contracts that are now going to be over $40 million a year. Teams are not going to put themselves in a position where they're going to have to give a second contract to a guy they don't believe in. And that's why they're not going to draft that guy, because you draft that guy, guess what? Chances are you're going to have to end up giving that guy a second contract, even if they're just average. And I don't see the leadership from Shedeur. And I'm quite sure by the end of the year, when I really start digging deep with the guys who are big decision makers, Josh, I'm really curious to see what they're going to say about the tape, but a lot about the football character.
All right, we got to break it here. We're over. Where are you going this week, Josh?
Going to South Carolina, hosting LSU, 80% chance of thunderstorms. Should be memorable for one way or another.
How about South Carolina beating the crap out of Kentucky? Holy crap.
How about LSU
Terrible.
struggling again with Nichols?
Look, that's why I said, for one reason or another, it could be memorable this Saturday. Because I think that's a must-win for LSU, even though it's only week 3.
Well, I don't know why Brian Kelly his team starts so slow, but I fully accept. And they always pick it up. I'm not a Nussmeier guy though. I'm just not. I told you that week 1. It's not the same. It's just not the same, and it's proven out that way. He got outplayed. He's basically been outplayed 2 weeks. But they pulled it out at the end. But Nichols playing with him for 3 quarters. Goodness gracious, that's awful. We can't have that. We can't have that, Josh. That's Josh Pate with us every week, the Josh Pate College Football Show. All right, and you got an expert on here every Wednesday at 9:00. Josh, as always, we appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, there's Josh Pate, and here's Lance talking about Underdog.
Yeah, I want to talk about Underdog because a lot of these games we just got done talking about. Did you know that you can go higher or lower with Underdog Fantasy? Yes, you can in college football as well. There are statistics that you can go higher or lower, and Underdog Fantasy has never made it easier to play along with the games that you're watching. That's the best way to describe it. You're going to play along with the games that you're watching so that you have a lot of fun. And Underdog Fantasy, they make it so simple. All you have to do to make picks and get started is go to their mobile app or go to underdogfantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog is going to give you a highly discounted pick to use on your first pick'em entry, plus a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. That's Underdog Fantasy promo code Lance to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick and your first deposit offer. You have a chance to win 1,000 times your original play when you're playing this football season on the high and low. So why would you take any opportunity not to make real money with your football knowledge? You can make real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas. And as I mentioned, it makes the games more fun to watch when you're going higher or lower on the stats of some of the players in there. Pick between 2 and 5, and this experience will be yours. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Yeah, I'm just looking through. Man, I'm going to tell you, Brian Kelly, I'll tell you what, he loses this week, South Carolina, and his job's going to be on the line. His first season, 3 losses in the first 6 weeks, 2 losses in the first 6 weeks in his second season, 2 losses in his first 5 weeks in last year. You can't be out of it. Now, 2 losses isn't out of it as far as the playoff goes, but it'll be awfully tough to get to that playoff and go undefeated the rest of the way with that schedule. I don't know who Mega Blast pointed out. Easiest road. What about Texas's road with their schedule? Actually, Texas does have a pretty easy road to the playoff. A real easy road to the playoff. Whether or not they can get a first week bye by winning the SEC is another question. But as far as the SEC teams go, Texas has a pretty easy route.
Yeah. I mean, easy's always relative. Well, I mean, the playoffs are nothing now. Who can't get there? Like, all you have to do is be a pretty good team. It's not really. Texas can lose twice. They're still going to get there. Losing the SEC championship game, I don't mind that. That's why I thought 6 would have been good. I was okay with 8. 12 was like, we'll take
it
whatever.
all depends. Let's say Texas loses to Georgia, and now Oklahoma didn't look good.
That won't kill them as long as
didn't look good against the Cougs, but they do have that rivalry game. They lose to Oklahoma, that's 2, and then they go to A&M. So they would have to lose. They would have to lose, I guess you would say, the 2 toss-ups, or where they're slightly favored against Oklahoma, or maybe even more than slightly favored, and then get upset once. So it's possible, but that means because they should probably lose to Georgia. I know you think they're better, but I'll take Georgia in that one, even in Austin. And the Oklahoma one is like the swing game, because now if they lose Oklahoma, then there's a real threat. Any off day the rest of the way, and a 3-loss Texas team may not make it. I don't
know if a 3-loss team makes it. Absolutely not. How many SEC teams you're going to take? You'd have to take 4 if you were going to do that, or maybe even 5, because Tennessee's going to be up there. Alabama's going to be up there. Ole Miss is going to be up there. We'll see if LSU is up there. Georgia's up there. I mean, no, you can't be a mediocre team and get there. There's no way. They got to win football games, but they got an easy road. If they screw up like Notre Dame, you made your own bed. You lose to NIU, and you deserve to not be there. Notre Dame might have to. That loss will be forgotten. If Notre Dame loses 2 games all year, but you know what? You can't slip up like you did.
I think if they lose 2, they're in danger, because is any other playoff contender going to have that bad of a loss on their resume?
No. Is a win against the Aggies going to look good at the end of the year?
They do have USC, and if USC is as good as at least we've seen from the first 2 weeks, that would help their cause. It just the tiebreakers for Notre Dame being Notre Dame, and everything we talk about conspiracy wise. Well, we want to see them. People want to see them on TV, but you have the Northern Illinois anchor. So any other team who you're competing against not going to have a 4-touchdown loss favorite at home type thing on their resume.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem. The 12 is going to make it in. There will be some interesting teams that get in with the 12-team format, but the good teams will be in. There is no, if you're very good to good, you're in the playoffs. That's all there is to it. A Texas team, if Texas doesn't get in with the amount of hype that they have before the season, with the talent that they have, if they don't get in the playoffs, they had a bad season. It would take probably 3 losses for Texas not to get into the playoffs. Now, 3 losses in the SEC is completely possible. You don't, like, Quinn Ewers can't have those slip-ups in those Oklahoma State or Texas Tech type games. He just, you can't have that. And there's plenty of games like that where you could get yourself in trouble. But I happen to think Texas is one of the top 2 teams in the nation, along with Ohio State. So I think we'll see them there. I think what's interesting now becomes teams like Tennessee, South Carolina. How many SEC teams are going to have a viable claim to the playoffs? I mean, could you get 6 of the 12 teams SEC? People would lose their minds if they had that. But Georgia, Alabama, Texas, Tennessee, I mean, we're at 4 already, but I don't know that you would get – I'm just throwing some names out there just in general. maybe I think 5 would be the most SEC teams you can get in
they'll
there.
play. You know what? They'll knock each other off.
Yeah, that's true.
They're going to knock each other off, and they're going to be teams that. All right, is after what you saw with Oklahoma State and Arkansas, are they viable? Is Oklahoma State viable?
Well, they didn't look very good that game. I mean, they won, but they didn't look very good.
No, I mean, and they probably should have lost that game, and then they should have won it easily with a field goal. Yeah, I don't know, but we'll see. Is Utah going to run through everybody? Is Arizona any good? They didn't look very good either. Is Kansas State I don't know. We'll see. I think you're going to get a couple of teams out of the Big 12. I think you'll get a couple of teams out of the Big 12 and probably 3 out of the Big 10.
I'm going to keep my eye on Boise because they got a great running back, and they just about beat Oregon on the road. So they had a big win in week 1. They won easily. Week 2, they almost beat Oregon in Oregon. That's one of those teams to keep your eye on as well. You know, in the mid, they probably have to win out, but in that, number 12 range, that's going to be an interesting team, and we'll see. We'll see how the Big 12 shapes up. We'll see if Dabo Swinney. There's a chance that Clemson smacked Appalachian State. There's a chance that they have happened to them what most teams have happened early on, just like Dan Lanning in Oregon got a taste 2 years ago. You go up against Georgia early on, you're going to get smacked. But that doesn't mean that, who's to say that maybe Clemson doesn't find their way back into the playoff hunt playing in that conference over there. Maybe is there a chance that Florida State is able to wait.
Florida State?
No, Florida State lost week 2, right?
Twice.
Yeah, they've already lost twice. They're done.
Yeah, they're done.
Miami has a really good shot.
Del, do we have U of H tickets to give away?
Not on this show. We got U of H tickets on my show.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, I got to wait for you. If you can't listen to Del's show or you don't listen to Del's show, we understand.
It's unnecessary.
Okay, but
just do the live. You don't have to do all that.
If you want to buy tickets, how about this? $15 for 100 level tickets to this Saturday's. It's the Bayou Bucket. University of Houston taking on the Rice Owls this Saturday, September 14th, 7 p.m. at TDECU Stadium. Only $15 for 100 level tickets, $10 for 200 level tickets. This is the best buy you can possibly have. Now, you got to go to uhcougars.com/promo, enter promo code RICE24. uhcougars.com/promo, enter promo code RICE24. $15 for 100 level seats? Are you kidding me? And then once you're down there, I'm not telling you to go just sit up closer. Whatevs. Go sit. Go in the 100 level and sit. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. But stand.
Tell them what you're going to tell them. Just say
loud.
what you want to say.
We're red. Okay? Let's go. Get there. Let's fill up the place. It's the city championship. It's the Bayou Bucket. University of Houston taking on the Rice Owls. uhcougars.com/promo, enter promo code RICE24.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is our final segment. Del, what did we miss today? Anything?
Other than
I'm
trying to think. I don't think maybe Lance has got something.
I've got something. How about the WNBA commissioner? She's in a little bit of hot water now.
Why? Because she said it's good. The fight between the two are good.
Yeah. Well, here's not a fight, but here's what happened.
Right.
Kathy Engelbert, who appeared on CNBC's Power Lunch and was asked by anchor Tyler Matheson about what he called the darker, more menacing tone taken by the fan bases on social media, one where race has been introduced in the conversation, where sexuality is sometimes introduced in the conversation. How do you try and stay ahead of that, try and tamp it down or act as a league when two of your most visible players are involved? Not personally, it would seem, but their fan bases are involved in saying some very uncharitable things about the other. Engelbert response focused on the role that Clark and Reese rivalry has played with helping the game grow. She said, well, there's no more apathy. Everybody cares. It's a little bit of that Larry Bird, Magic Johnson.
We got
moment.
the sound.
Oh, okay.
We can hear.
Okay.
Now you just laid out the question. So here's her response.
Here's her response
on Power Lunch.
One thing that's great about the league right now, we do sit at this intersection of culture and sport and fashion and music. Like the WNBA players are really looked at now as kind of cultural icons.
True.
And when you have that, you have a lot of attention on you. There's no more apathy. Everybody cares. It is a little that Bird Magic moment, if you recall, from 1979 when those two rookies came in from a big college rivalry, one white, one black. And so we have that moment with these two. But the one thing I know about sports, you need rivalry. That's what makes people watch. They want to watch games of consequence between rivals. They don't want everybody being nice to one another. So the social media is different today than it was in 1979 when it didn't exist. But, I always tell the players, I was told a long time ago, if someone's typing something in and you wouldn't ask their advice, ignore it. So it's a balance, but certainly from a marketing dollars, but corporate partners are stepping up to endorse these players much more so than they were 5 years ago, because they see the benefit of having women and diverse women representing their brand.
I agree. Rivalries are.
So the problem was she never addressed the original question that he asked. And the WNBA players immediately heard that and were like eye rolling, and they were not happy with her answer. The WNBA Players Association Executive Director Terry Jackson released a statement saying, quote, "Here is the answer the commissioner should have provided to the very clear question regarding racism, misogyny, and harassment experienced by the players. There is absolutely no place in sport or in life for the vile, hate, racist language, homophobic comments, and misogynistic attacks on our players that they're facing on social media. This is not about rivalries or iconic personalities fueling a business model. This kind of toxic fandom should never be tolerated or left unchecked. It demands immediate action and, quite frankly, should have been addressed long ago." That last one is what the comment from Terry Jackson was about the commissioner. Jackson's statement went on to celebrate the spike in fandom stemming from Clark and Reese, and then added, "Fandom should lift up the game, not tear down the very people who bring it to life." I will say, in looking through, it's been interesting to me to watch this unfold, but man, it is really toxic. Like the comments against Angel Reese, we all know that Caitlin's got her haters for a variety of reasons that really are pretty unfair to her, and she handles it great, and she's never lashed out, and people are waiting to be mad at her about stuff, but she's done a pretty good job of not falling into any ridiculous traps, and she's going to go down as one of the best players in that league's history. I mean, she's already doing incomparable things. I think what's unfortunate is that some of her fans, and some people who don't view her as, like, I guess they're fans of her, but they're fans really more of the culture war. Some of the stuff they say about Angel Reese and the other women, I get that you're not happy with things, but Angel Reese, clapping. I mean, I don't know. In men's basketball, when there's rivalries, we don't really flip out as much. I guess you might go after a Dylan Brooks. There's some villains that you go after in the NBA. That happens too. But I think some of the stuff has gone too far because one thing I've noticed is people nowadays, they don't really hate the player or the team as much as they hate their fans. And so I think that's on a regular basis. If you really think about it, you may not hate the Cowboys, the team, as much as you hate Cowboy fans. And so by extension, you hate the Cowboys, the team that would give them joy. You hate Cowboy fans. There are people who they don't hate the Astros as much as they hate Astros fans and Astros Twitter. I think there's a lot of people who don't really hate Angel Reese. They hate Angel Reese's fans, who are maybe people who don't really hate Caitlin Clark. They hate Caitlin Clark's fans. That's what happens, is you don't like the people associated with them, or the comments that you've read. And the fact is, it is kind of crappy that two women who come in as rookies who have had such great years in different ways. And I know, look, Angel Reese can't shoot. That's a known thing. She's great on the boards, and it's just crazy that this has turned into such a nasty. It's not really crazy because of culture wars. That's people live for that now. Like, they wake up trying to get into a fight online, but it's kind of crazy how nasty people are about these players online. It's really it's gotten weird. It's gotten weird that people's entire identities is getting online and joining in with your crew, your clan, so that you can go attack somebody. It's a lame ass thing to do.
Yeah, I didn't hate you. I hate your brisket, so I have to attack you.
Yeah,
that's a cheap shot.
That's not,
and it's not even funny, and it's not even a good one. Honestly,
no.
You could have done way better.
I didn't think people hated you. I just think people hated your brisket, so they had to go after you.
They don't hate you. They just hate that you replaced RJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
No, they hate Dell. No, they hate.
And I hate them, so it's even.
Yeah. So
okay.
We have Willie's been holding.
Let's get Willie.
Let's get the Willie before we get to news of the weird.
Good.
Hey there. I wanted to know if you think that Miami can run the ball on Buffalo tomorrow night. And I like to say that even though there's a lot of hype behind Deion, and a lot of people don't like him because he's arrogant and all that stuff, but I wish he was at University of Houston and sold out the place and have all that money he got coming in for Colorado.
We had that before. His name was Clyde Drexler in basketball.
Did he have the same type of impact as on Colorado, on Houston?
He
Colorado?
brought in. Sold out. They sold out basketball for 2 years. Sold out. There was so much attention
and money.
It was. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Houston. Yes, he brought in way more money. There was way more excitement about Houston. John, I thought about this the other day. We had that at Houston with Clyde. Clyde really was not. He was not cut out to be.
Did Houston become a national?
They did
entity?
the first year, and then it went away almost immediately.
Okay.
But Clyde also didn't do the stuff that Deion, like the promotional stuff. Clyde's first game was a win over Texas in Houston. That was the game, right? He played Texas on ESPN, and they beat Texas. Wasn't it Texas that he beat?
I want to say North Carolina.
Okay.
I want to say.
Well, he won his first game where he got to the stadium, I guess, like 6 or 7 minutes before the game started.
Right.
And everyone's freaking out. Like, they want to interview him. He's not there. And Reed Geddes and the other assistant coach was like, "Where is Clyde? This is we got a game. Where is he?" But yeah, there was a tremendous amount of excitement. The place was packed. You remember when you and I called the Rice Houston game, John, on Channel 51 at Rice, and the place was like wall to wall. It was crazy. And that all went away after 1 year. And Deion, as soon as Deion leaves Colorado, it will all go away.
And Willie, to answer your initial question, the Dolphins have ruled out Raheem Mostert with the chest injury. Achane is a game time decision with an ankle. I don't know if the expectation is he will play. So
who's your third back? You got somebody else that can.
Jeff Wilson, and they drafted Jalen Wright out of Tennessee.
Oh, Jalen Wright.
So they do have some depth there, particularly to replace Mostert. I don't suspect they're going to have a great time running the ball. They'll hit some explosives because that's what they do. I don't think they're going to run the ball well, even with all the creativity, just because they, particularly if Achane doesn't play.
They didn't run it great last game.
No, they ran it late. They got into their big personnel and converted some third downs to get them in position to kick the game-winning field goal. But as far as their basic run game that we see with all the motions and the tosses and stuff, the Jags handled that fine. So we'll see. It's early. It's a short week. I didn't get my eyes on Buffalo. I don't know how they handled Arizona early. I know they were just down 17-3 until Josh Allen took over. But that's a Thursday night game. We're a day away from.
Did you guys see where Dion won't
Miami.
allow? They have to. The Colorado band. I guess he went to him and said, "I don't want y'all playing a fight song after Shador scores the touchdown because we're going to play his rap song." And so
he denies that.
Who denied it?
Dion. He denies that.
Well, I'm sure he does deny it, but they said the fans apparently said they weren't playing. They were playing Shador's rap song. Now he may deny that he said that, but it's also an atrocious look. Like I would hope that he would deny it even if he said it. Just try to distance himself from it. Bud Elliott, who is the one who got banned from the press or couldn't ask questions, he's the one who had that intel. So I guess take it with a grain of salt. But but people who were there said after touchdowns in the first game they weren't playing at home. They weren't playing the fight song.
So
anymore.
Bud Elliott was I guess he still does the podcast, a Florida State-based podcast.
Yeah, how did he?
But he's now become a
Denver?
national guy. Now he works for CBS.
Well, he works for CBS, but I thought he's the Denver.
No, Bud Elliott is.
He's not the one that got kicked out.
I think Dion kicked out the Denver CBS guy because of a national guy talking about him. So maybe it was Bud Elliott was a national guy.
So Bud Elliott was not the guy that was. Oh, okay.
Maybe he was the impetus
he's just
for
a
Dion.
Florida State guy.
Maybe Dion was pissed at Bud Elliott for something and he blamed the Denver guy for it. John, it's up to you. You can't see. Larasa's called in. I know you like him. We're late. We need to get the news of the weird, but all it says is Dell on the caller board. So I'm not sure how you want to handle that.
Then go to it. Hurry. Go to it.
Larasa?
The board of gentlemen, I'll make it quick. You know how you said that everybody hates Dell gets a lot of hate, but he has to be the reason of hate. RJ was so soft and so timid, he didn't say anything to you guys. He wasn't like the voice of reasoning, and that's why you liked him so much, because he was like a cuck sitting on the side.
What?
No,
that's not. No, he helped us become Hall of Famers.
That is the ugliest thing.
Yeah, he helped us become Hall of Famers. He wouldn't argue with us because we
and,
were
and,
right.
And then Dell brings up the races and everybody, because everybody starts calling you guys racist, which is comedy gold, and it's like the best thing ever, man. And RJ didn't do that. RJ was like, "What do you guys want to talk about? Jacksonville? Oh yeah, Jaguars. Ooh, they suck."
Well, this doesn't hardly seem like a fair comment to me. Dell is the one who always brings up the Miami Heat.
Actually, I don't. You guys,
the Dolphins.
You guys pumped me with those questions.
Look, he just started talking about Dolphins.
Willie called.
It wasn't a plant call.
No, it wasn't.
He was a. What's it called? A plant.
No, the problem is people are like, oh, Dell always brings that up. You guys always ask me those questions. I don't go. You know what? We should talk about the Dolphins.
We didn't have race radio when RJ was here. You know that
we don't have to listen to Dolphins crap all the time.
I don't. I have never.
It's the first thing he wants to lead the show with Dolphins.
That's never happened.
Okay.
You guys were late. We're late for a break, guys. You're late for a break.
Oh, sorry, but
thank you.
Don't
we got to talk.
Don't blame me.
Yeah, we got to stop talking about Dell, and we got to talk about Patrick Chastain. We got to talk about the greatness that is Chastain Ford. We got to talk about over 80 years in the city of Houston selling cars. We got to talk about how you're going to walk out of there feeling great about the car that you bought, because you know that you got it. You got people that are going to work their tails off to make sure that you get the best deal that you possibly can. I'm telling you, there's different ways that they can save you money, and they're going to do that. They're going to get you into that car or truck at the price that you have to be at. They're not gonna go, oh, no. Here, we got to add this on. We got to, oh, look, we need, you got to upgrade here. No, what they're going to do is they're going to say, where do your payments have to be? Let's fit you for the right car. Let's put the right car. We'll put you inside the right car with the amenities that you can afford and that you want, not stuff that they want to give you, not stuff that they want to add on. Trust me, dealerships, I've been there. I've seen it. Hey, you're not getting enough out of them. You got to add on. You got to mark that car up. We got to make more. We got to make more. That ain't the way they do it at Chastain Ford. They just don't. Okay. Find out for yourself. You're looking for a pre-owned or you're looking for a brand new Ford. They got unbelievable deals going on every day. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Big controversy. Are Haitian women eating cats or are they not eating cats? We don't know. No one knows right now. But we do know this. How about this? A Texas man was sentenced Tuesday to more than 3 years in federal prison for kicking a cat as if it was kicking a field goal in a case of abuse that was recorded and shared on social media. This guy's kicking a cat for a field goal, and he puts it on social media. Can you be? He got 3 years for it. How about that?
Cruelty to animals.
Yeah, yeah, and you know what? He should. And if you eat a cat, you should get.
And he did that for clout.
I guess. Yeah. Look at what a great guy I am.
Boom will get a lot of likes. We just need to just shock those people for 5 straight minutes with tasers.
Yeah.
And then show it to everybody. So they say, now who wants some?
No. How's this work? How's this work out for you? Japanese restaurant lets you fish for your own catch of the day. Do you want to go fishing and then eat what you catch?
Do I want to eat what I catch?
Well, you go to this restaurant.
Yeah.
You fish for the fish, you catch it, and then they'll cook it for you.
Yeah, well, why not? That sounds fun.
That does sound fun. You're fishing while you're eating?
I mean,
I don't want to do all that work.
Well, I mean, what are they? They must have some like pond out in the back or something. I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever caught anything I would not like I'd have to eventually order off the menu.
I'm
I'm not a good fisherman.
Yeah, I'm not either. So I'm just gonna. You know what? I think it's boring and stupid. Although you could drink a couple of beers while you're doing it, but let somebody else do all that work. I just want to eat, and plus I don't want fish anyway. Can I go out back and catch a cow? That's what I want to do.
You can catch one. I don't know if you
Can you butcher one?
Yeah, I don't know if you can butcher one.
Could I? Yeah. Can I get the ribeye that I'm looking for? I'll cut it up.
Well, no. Steakhouses already just roll the pieces of meat and you say that one.
Oh,
remember?
Well, what? If
They
you
already
can
do
catch
that.
fish, why can't I chop up a cow?
Do you know what goes into butchering, sir? Do you know how difficult that is?
Why can't I?
You can't do it.
Why can't I lop the head off a chicken like your grandma?
Go ahead.
She ripped that thing with her
She would
hands.
hold it by its claws and then put it on the ground, the neck upside down, put a metal bar over it, stand on it, and yank it up real hard.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, German,
Man.
yeah. Grandmas are like farmers. Farmers'
what?
wives don't have, she lived through the Great Depression. They don't have time for this nonsense.
She would have been great in the war in Germany.
No, not that.
Okay.
You start the show with German war stuff and you end it. Nice job.
It's all.
I got
full
one for you.
circle.
Peyton Thorne, quarterback of Auburn, has said on a recent podcast that after his 4-interception performance against Cal, he was inundated by gamblers on his Venmo requesting money from him. And apparently this is happening to Max Homa too. Every week after somebody bets on Max Homa and they don't win in golf, they request money from him on Venmo to pay them back for the money they lost.
Wait, so why are we sure those people weren't just the part of the NIL collective that he agreed to a deal with? Hey, we want our money back.
We want our money back, Peyton.
Well, that would be no. You know what? If you play like crap, maybe you should give your money back. Guess what?
It's too late. Guaranteed money.
Yep.
Just like the NFL.
You see Denard Robinson and who else? Braylon Edwards are suing for $50 million. The
Yeah,
NCAA.
they ain't winning. You're trying to go back and get money that's already. You're not getting that from the NCAA.
Well, they went back because they're not going to win because statute of limitations is up. So, yeah, but might as well go for it.
How
You know
funny
what
would
they
it
said?
be?
Yeah, they said, you know what? Yeah, we know the statute of limitations is up, but we're going to do it anyway.
But how funny would it be if they won, and then it started a lawsuit from every player, like from 30% of the players, and it bankrupt, and they had to end college football.
Yeah, no, and that would.
How
It
good would that
absolutely
be? That college football ends because no one can afford it because of the settlements.
Yeah, no, it absolutely would, and there's no chance that they win. Dell, you know what? We need a contestant for Beat the Warehouse Live guy.
Okay.
Let's do that right now. 713-780-3776. Let's hit. Who wants to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy Friday at 9 o'clock? You got to be here. 9:30, right? What is it? 9:30?
Yes. What?
Friday.
Caller who? Caller what?
Caller number 5. 713-780-3776. You're listening right now to News of the Weird. You put up with us for these 3 hours. You deserve something. 713-780-3776. Your caller number 5 is going to win that chance to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy with a limo ride and tickets to a game if you can beat him. But you got to beat him. Larry lost last week, by the way. Larry lost.
He didn't have a bad week. He went 3-2. Justin just went 4-1.
4-1. Justin went 4-1, and he's usually crappy. He's terrible. Time for me and Lance though to say goodbye and talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. Talk about Billy Brown. I got to have him at the house, Lance. I'd use Drano. It's not working. I got to have Billy out there. And so I still got a clogged drain. It's like, I just feel so bad calling him. But you know what? If you got a clogged drain and you can't take care of it, then that's what they do.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad calling a plumber when you've got an issue.
Feel
It doesn't matter
bad.
what your issue is. Billy Brown will be there for you.
Yeah, I'm actually going to get. I'm looking at getting a water filtration system, and so I was going through the list of services that Aqueduct Plumbing provides, and that's one of them. Whether it's to get softer water in your home, or you just want to clean it up, you just think I need something to filter the water in my home, so I want to be able to drink out of the tap. Well, then that's an idea. That's, for example, something that Aqueduct Plumbing Company can do. They can do that. They can move gas lines. They can repipe underneath your home for you, or just fix a leaky faucet. It doesn't matter. Go look at all their services at aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Welcome to the show. I got a text right before this show started about what was so memorable about the John and Lance show that we could put up on YouTube for our ESPN Houston channel. And I thought to myself, I don't remember. Yeah, I'm in the middle of it, but I can't remember what was so great about that show, mostly because I'm always at the thought of saying there's nothing that great about that show. But Sam, our social media person, wants to know. She wants to put a clip together. So if anyone remembers anything that happened in that show that should go up on YouTube, let me know. Because I don't remember. I think we talked about the Astros in the first segment on that show. I can't say it's YouTube quality type entertainment, but if you were listening, maybe you got the day off, or maybe you just like to listen from 7 to whatever. Whenever your radio listening day comes to an end, let me know. You can tweet at me, call the show. I don't know. She needs a segment for John and Lance.
Have Alan do it.
Yeah, he's doing the pot. Yeah, Alan, if you're still out there, tell me what you thought was the best part of the John and Lance show. That doesn't have any real humor in it, because there are like, hey, could you do it and make it like sports heavy? Because that plays well. Because if those guys make a joke and it offends people, for people who don't listen to the show, it can cause some problems. A joke out of context. So, Alan, or anyone else who happened to be listening from 7 to 10, let me know. I don't know. It's a first world radio problem for me, but it's like, oh, okay, let me try to remember what happened and see if anything is worthy enough for YouTube. So,
yeah,
if you guys don't like what pops up, either blame yourself or blame Alan. That's all. That's all there is to it.
Blame Alan, blame yourself, blame Sam.
Yeah,
don't blame Dylan.
Just don't blame me. Eventually, it'll probably come down to me anyway. But remember, if you don't come up with the idea, then I have to. Someone who has a lack of interest in that show as it is. So we'll see. But we did start the Astros from 7 to 10, and we'll start this show after I aired my grievances. If you had gone to the Sunday night game, I don't know how many people do this. They go to Astros games consistently. You go to the Sunday night game, the other day off, you go to the Monday game. You got to be like, oof, these games are starting off really poorly. Particularly that bomb that Geloff hit. You're like, hey, I remember that sound. The sound of an opposing team's bat knocking my starting pitcher around. Now, Arrighetti got it together. He didn't go the Verlander route where he was ruined in 3 innings. But if you had happened to buy tickets to Sunday night's game and Monday night's game, you got to be like, this is familiar. The crack of the bat is loud. My starting pitcher's getting destroyed, and we're not going to win this game. Like I said, Arrighetti got it together. The rest of the bullpen, the rest of the pitchers who made an appearance, they're okay. It got to in fact, they were better than okay until we got to Hector Neris in extra innings. So the Astros go down 4-3. They had multiple chances, obviously, when they were holding down the A's to push a run across in the 10th and the 11th. They could not, and it gave the A's an opportunity, and they finally pushed some runs across in I believe, the 12th inning as the Astros go down to the A's. So the homestand started out pretty good. You're dominating the Diamondbacks, and it has turned with particularly the start for Verlander now not being able to come through with Arrighetti on the mound. And he's been the victim of that, right? He was the pitcher who was getting the least run support. So his win-loss record didn't match the way he was pitching. Yesterday was another one of those games. The Tucker-Bregman combo going 0 for 11. So that's rough. 3 and 4 can't do that. 3 and 4 can't do that against Jack Sears. 3 and 4 can't do that in what is still a pennant race, or at least a division race. And also when you're trying to gain ground on the leaders in the AL, trying to secure a top 2 seed. I ain't going to say it's not acceptable, because who am I to say it's unacceptable? But you can't have it. Those guys got to be better, and they stunk. And if we know Tucker is trying to work his way back, and Bregman is a guy who's dealing with something he's going to have to deal with all year long, at least the rest of the season long, until he likely has to have off-season surgery. But that was a rough one yesterday. The Astros go down. But hey, I do like Arrighetti not allowing the first couple runs through the first 2 innings to be something that changed the way he pitched. He is someone who even bounces. He bounces back in game. He bounces back from poor outings. I don't think we have to worry about him as a guy who's going to allow adversity to affect him going forward. We have that with a couple of our guys. Now, one of those guys never pitches, but McCullers can be someone who at the drop of a ball, in this case, whether it be an error or he gives up a bomb, that can change the complexion of his start. We know Fromber has those issues too, although lately Fromber's been great, but it can always crop up. Arrighetti doesn't seem like the type. He'll even when he gets smacked around in a game, I don't expect it to be something that's going to mess with him in his next outing. And even from inning to inning, he doesn't seem like the type who is going to allow a bad inning or a bad call to mess with him. So that's good. He bounces back, but you don't get the hitting necessary to win. So you go down. The film is out if you are someone who does the all 22 stuff. Like there are a lot of people who fancy themselves as experts because they have access to all 22. They will give their own grades. They will tell PFF, you dummies, you don't know anything. I know more. I'm watching the film. And at least right now, Kenyon Green is a winner. If I just go by Twitter analysts, they watch him be physical, get up to the second level. And we talked about this yesterday. The fact that he may be another hit is great for Nick Casario's resume. And this became a topic of conversation earlier in the summer. A caller called in and because I was complimenting Casario and on hitting on Stingley and obviously Stroud and Will Anderson, Tank Dell. He was like, hold on, Dell. Hold on. Can't give him too much credit because that Kenyon Green thing seems like a whiff. Let's wait on him. He also, I think, mentioned, let's have Stingley play a whole season. So there was some pushback. And at least through week one, if I go by people who think they know things, and I saw some of the clips too, Kenyon Green did look good. He's a guy who, if you hit on that, all of a sudden you have an above average guard where you had questions. Now, the Texans were great in the run game, but they did struggle with some of the things the Colts did with their games on the line. It wasn't just guys getting beat one-on-one. So it wasn't a question of, oh, you're just outmatched. The stunts, the games, those are the ones that got the Texans, and that's why you saw a lot of times CJ being overwhelmed really, really quickly. He got hit 10 times, sacked, I believe, 4 times. So that's something that needs to be cleaned up. You can see that on those clips that are floating around. The Colts got the Texans with games, with line movements. So if the NFL is something where you can learn something from the previous week's film, expect the Bears to do that too. They have a big-time pass rusher in Montez Sweat. They had I think Darrell Taylor, a guy they made a trade for, had a big day as well. The Bears were really good defensively against the Titans, and their defense, special teams helped win them that game. So until the Texans prove otherwise, I think you can probably expect a lot of teams to use stunts, because if you go man for man, particularly your tackles, Tunsil and Titus Howard, at least Titus Howard's paid like he's supposed to be good. Tunsil is a very good player. We just got to clean up the false starts, and you hope, because he's not in an opposing building, although it will be loud at NRG. I imagine Bears fans will be there. You don't think he's going to suffer the same issues, and the offensive line won't suffer the same procedure issues they had. Now, we have a Bears fan who works here, Sean. You work with him on a daily basis, Joe George. Now, Joe George will present himself as unbiased throughout the week, I imagine. Hell, he may even present himself as rooting for the Texans for Sunday night. I don't know Joe George's strength as far as rooting interest. I'm not sure how deep that Bears love goes. You work with him. He probably doesn't talk a lot of Bears football on the show unless he's prompted to, but he does have his own Bears. Is it a YouTube channel, Instagram thing he does? But he does talk Bears football outside of here. Mm-hmm. Once the game kicks off, all the stuff Monday through Friday, Texans, whatever. But once the game kicks off on Sunday night, will Joe George, when that first snap, if CJ's dropping back to pass, will he be rooting for Montez Sweat to sack him?
Yes.
You think that's a definite for you?
Yes.
It won't even be a question.
I'm pretty sure he is going to be. I'd be very surprised if he's rooting for the Texans. Now I could see a thing where he, Bears disappointing on offense, 1-0, but disappointing on offense yesterday or on Sunday. I can see him, if things start going poorly, being like, the vengeful root against his own team. Like, make it embarrassing for these guys.
What?
So they
You think
fire Matt Eberflus.
You think he has that in him?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Week
know.
2?
I know he has that.
Okay.
So I think at kickoff, he's gonna be rooting for the Bears. However,
and no doubt about it. But if things start going a certain way, he won't even be rooting for the Texans. He'll just be rooting for a Bears disaster.
yes,
Okay. I like that.
he gets hysterical.
I like the honesty. Yeah, there's no chance he's rooting for the Texans.
He's already on fire, Marcus Freeman.
Well,
he loved Marcus Freeman like 5 days ago.
Don't lose to Northern Illinois.
I know, but that's how I'm saying things can change very quickly.
I did. It wasn't a real troll, but I did go, hey, when he came in on Monday after we were done, I came in and asked something along the lines of, I was giving him feel worse about Caleb Williams' performance or Notre Dame's performance. He goes, obviously Notre Dame's. Obviously.
At least Caleb Williams playing against NFL players.
He mentioned he was done with Marcus Freeman because the Marshall loss happened, and of course the Stanford loss happened too. So those are the three. And I think if Marcus Freeman doesn't have a really good year, no matter when he's fired, the Northern Illinois loss will be the one where everyone points to, okay, this is what got you fired.
He'll likely not get fired this year. However, when he does get fired, yes, like you said, not just the Northern Illinois, his resume of losing as a 20-point favorite,
particularly
that's going to come up.
Yeah, particularly when, as much as they dislike Brian Kelly's actions off the field because he wasn't the perfect coach when it comes to fundraising and talking to the important people in the Notre Dame program,
putting cameramen in.
Well, that's something I didn't want to get to, but yes,
they probably don't like
that. Yeah, probably not a great thing for him either. But it wasn't like Marcus Freeman took over a program that was in the gutter.
Yeah, he didn't take over for a fired coach.
Yeah, the guy went to LSU. He took over for a guy who kept winning, had double-digit win seasons. He's turned Notre Dame into a 9-win team. So that's going to be a problem, particularly when you're losing to Northern Illinois and others. So enough about Joe George. Although I do think I do think it's funny that all week he'll be Texans. But once it matters, once it starts to matter on Sunday, he's going to sneak on that Caleb Williams jersey at home.
Well, he's not going to be at home.
He's going to the game.
He's going to be at NRG Stadium because he and his dad are Texans season ticket holders.
Sure,
but they're showing up.
They're showing up to watch the
in
they're not going to
Brian Urlacher jersey.
He's not going to wear an Urlacher jersey. Maybe his dad will.
Yeah, maybe Devin Hester.
Lance Briggs. But yeah, it's understandable. He grew up a Bears fan. I get it. But keep pretending like you're reading.
I mean, on Monday,
keep pretending like you're reading.
On Monday, he showed up in one of the new
the red Stroud jersey, just to sell it. I get it. You got to hide your true self from people. Understood. I understand. So Joe George, you can hear him pretend to be a Texans fan later today from 12 to 3. At least this week. I'm sure he reached for the Texans normally, but he's going to pretend this week from 12 to 3. When we come back, I mentioned the Texans, particularly Kenyon Green was a winner with the film out. Well, you have to have some losers too. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Jerry Jones spoke about his lack of he didn't particularly like how Dak and CeeDee Lamb handled their contract conversation. So we'll hear from Jerry. We'll talk about that as well. The U.S. men's national team have officially announced their coach, and it's not a moment too soon considering they're tying New Zealand in a home game that no one cared about to go to because the program doesn't have a lot of juice behind them. They certainly hope the new hire helps that. We'll get into that. Some other NFL stuff to get into. We're just getting started. We'll be back, but first I want to talk about MyBookie. We got a Thursday night game tomorrow night. We've got the Astros tonight as well. And I bring up multiple sports because MyBookie will allow you to bet on anything you really want, from Major League Baseball to the NFL to college football. If there's a major tennis tournament you're into, they'll have that for you too. Golf, all of it. That's what MyBookie provides. That's why they tell you bet on anything, anywhere, and anytime. But with Thursday coming up, remember, they have their weekly risk-free boosts on Thursdays where you can bet without a sweat. If your bet hits, you win big. If it doesn't, you can forget it. MyBookie will refund your wager. Just use promo code BET975 to claim some extra bank on your first deposit. And also, it'll help you if you're an existing customer as well. Remember, the bigger you deposit, the bigger your bonus. And if you check out the new loyalty program with MyBookie, it's called MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. It's simple. Climb through the tiers of the loyalty rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. MyBookie Plus is the lock of the century. Just go to mybookie.ag. Remember, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Weekly guest on the Gallant and George show. His name is DJ Bieneme. And there's an article from him on ESPN right now about CJ Stroud, the film junkie. I think that we even played a clip. There's a clip of him saying this like early in the summer that one of CJ's goals was to take more command of the offense. I think it's the promo for DJ being on. And that's kind of the headline for the article. And it is interesting when people just look at things and they assume just by watching, I guess, the broadcast copy of what's going on. And we don't really know. We can see CJ making a call, making a check here, but we don't know the grasp of the offense that he has. Because in some cases with the Shanahan offense, a lot of people believe it's point and shoot with the quarterback. I tell you to do this, you do this. And it kind of in some ways is an offense that babies a quarterback. Fat quarterbacks who've played in the system kind of get criticized for not being the traditional quarterback. We know Tom Brady even earlier this summer was discussing how quarterback is different now because it's more about the play caller than it is about the quarterback. And this article talks about how CJ has taken more control of this offense, an offense that kind of puts in training wheels to help even lesser talented quarterbacks be productive. Now, after year one, I don't think there's any question about, at least for most people, about what CJ is capable of. But the system is one that will accentuate your strengths, which all systems should do, but it does a great job of covering up any weaknesses you might have. CJ, at least from the article and all his work, wants to become more of the driver of the offense as opposed to someone who happens to just be playing in it. And it's a long article about taking command of the offense and all the plaudits and nice words you hear in the offseason about your star quarterback. So you can read that. DJ Bieneme, guest of Gallant and George. He was on yesterday. He'll be on next week as well, discussing obviously the Texans versus the Bears. I mentioned, if you want to call them losers, let's just say not winners. Losers is tough in week one. I mean, it might be correct, but
they did lose.
Well, I ain't talking about the Colts, like the Texans players who didn't play particularly well.
Oh,
when I mean losers, like
winners
and losers.
Lost.
Yeah, winners and losers from the game. Like I mentioned, the offensive line or Kenyon Green as a winner. The Aziz Al-Shaair tape isn't great for him. I ain't gonna call the man a loser. I'm just gonna say he didn't play up to his standard. How about that? He didn't play up to a standard. His standard. I mean, some people might say, hey, he kind of played how he plays, but up to his standards.
Need some mores. Winners, and I need
a little bit more out of you, Aziz Al-Shaair. He didn't play well on Sunday. The secondary certainly had their issues. Kamari Lassiter's being isolated for not covering A.D. Mitchell very well, and we know it didn't turn into anything because Anthony Richardson is who he is, and he missed some passes. So your middle linebacker did not play great, and your corner opposite of Stingley didn't play great. And even Stingley, I don't know if you want to put all of Alec Pierce's bomb on him, but even Stingley had a part to play in an explosive. So the Texans gave up too many explosives. We heard from D'Amico Ryans about it. You got to get that cleaned up because the Bears aren't going to be a team who moves the ball on them consistently. And there's a question of whether they'll have one of their weapons, Rome Odunze, who I talked about yesterday, having an MCL sprain. Matt Eberflus, their coach, says, I'm not ruling him out. Well, if you ask any doctor, if you're going to diagnose a guy with an MCL sprain, the likelihood of him playing 7 days later is pretty low. So,
are they going to wait until 90 minutes before Sunday Night Football and then everyone cries about it?
Who's the Bears' fourth receiver? Oh, I knew I was going to be part of the 3 wide receiver package on Friday.
On Wednesday when they said he has a sprain MCL.
Well, the thing is, if the Bears currently fourth wide receiver has a big day that is being interviewed after the game, the Texans have a big problem.
Yeah.
If he's in the Jordan Mason role where
Felix Jones is answering questions.
If he's talking about how great his game was and I kind of knew I was going to play on Thursday afternoon. Oh, okay. Sure, it'll be another story for NFL Twitter to get upset about, but for the most part, that means the Texans have a real problem in the secondary of a guy they try to replace by taking another receiver in the first round is now having a big day against you. Let's have that not be the case. Let's have the Bears subterfuge not be a story.
Okay.
I'm going to look for that. I'm going to need the Texans to shut down Caleb Williams. Look, he can break 120 yards. That's fine. 220, I got a problem. He can't. I don't need him breaking 220 a week after not breaking 100.
So you're going to be okay with the Texans letting Caleb Williams have the best game of his career?
Well,
by throwing for over 100 yards.
Yes,
That's your standard. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, technically, you are correct. Anything.
I want to be better than the Titans, so I want Caleb Williams to struggle more.
What about the game 1, the game 2 bounce you expect from a rookie quarterback? You got to take that into account too. That the Texans can't be held to the same standard as the Titans because it was week 1, his first start of his career. it's his second start now.
You this is such a September football what's it called? Just saying, hey, no one, you never improve more than from week 1 to week 2.
It's probably not true. In fact, for the most part, it's not true. That's said generally about entire teams.
Yes.
But I've seen quarterbacks be terrible for multiple weeks and then finally get it together. That's not
2 or
true about
3 weeks.
quarterbacks. Yeah.
We saw Jordan Love became the highest paid quarterback for 15 minutes because he was good the last 8 games.
Yes. So it's only a dumb thing to say, and they only use it about teams. The quarterbacks, you can wait. I don't think he's going to throw for under 100 yards if he plays the full game. I know that's the lofty standard you want to hold this Texans team to.
Actually, Prize Picks is offering.
Look at this.
This
A nice tie-in.
This isn't.
It's not your time for
integrated.
this, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
But they're offering the 0.5 yards more every week for Caleb Williams.
Okay. Are you taking that?
Let's have the less hit. 0 yards.
I think you're asking too much from the Texans.
0 yards passing.
Too much. The man. Look, I ain't gonna go by the standard the Titans set in week 1 because it had less to do with the Titans and more to do with your young quarterback. You can't hold the Texans to that standard.
Okay, can I want at least one
interception, one turnover from the quarterback,
and one 19-yard sack like he took in week 1?
Yeah, that's probably always going to be a fear.
I need
for the
Daniil
Bears.
Hunter to remind them that this isn't the Pac-12. How about that as the standard? I want to be able to come in on Monday and be like, Caleb Williams, this isn't the Pac-12
Well, the
anymore.
Titans already did that.
But I want to do it too.
Okay. You want a second reminder because he didn't get it the first time. Okay.
I
I
was
respect
trying
that.
Mickey Mouse stuff again.
Running around, holding
Yeah,
the ball
hey.
forever. He needs to try to dance around the pocket and the Texans and say, you're not doing that here.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
We're not Washington State.
I'll go with that. Yeah. He can't get away with one of those things where he holds the ball for 10 seconds and makes a play. That can't happen on Sunday night. I agree.
Thank you.
Now, Kamari Lassiter, stick with the receivers while he's running around like that. Maybe that won't happen.
Hey, he didn't play in the Pac-12 either. He played SEC ball.
I know. That's why he can't allow it to happen.
Yeah.
But for Kamari Lassiter, who despite only giving up, I believe, the one catch, he did have the one penalty. No double moves. Let's stick with your guys. That's all we're asking for.
Yeah.
And it will be a focus of the Texans this week because the only reason that game was close is because they could not shut down the explosive plays. The Colts' success rate wasn't great from play to play. It was the Texans' bust, and in some cases, Anthony Richardson's arm on the first touchdown. That I don't know if it's bad coverage. You don't expect that ball to get to where it got, but it did. Caleb Williams has a big arm himself. It ain't Anthony Richardson like, but he's a guy who's capable of making big plays down the field. At least we saw it in college. So I clean that up. I think the Texans have a pretty easy time of it, although the Bears were a little salty on the defense. So if the Texans have a flaw offensively with their line right now, at least through week 1, it's the inability to pick up the games. The Colts did that quite a bit, and that's how they got their sacks. Clean that up. Don't get free runners in on your quarterback. Reduce the number of hits, and then we're probably talking about the Texans being 2-0, which is a nice start. And I wouldn't call it a soft start to the schedule because the Colts are a division rival. You went on the road, but this is an opportunity to pick up some wins, and the Bears are just next on the list. I don't want to have a conversation on Monday about 1-1, huh?
Caleb Williams breakout game.
Can't have it.
He can break out in week 3.
Save that for week 3. Exactly. Save that for week 3. Roma Dunze, Keenan. I don't want to hear about Vincent's Keenan Allen on Monday. I don't want that.
Or a wide receiver who's always underrated. DJ Moore. Always under the radar.
Oh, they got Cole Kmet untracked. None of that.
Oh no, I don't want anyone in my fantasy league picking up Cole Kmet
because of what he did on Sunday night.
In his career.
Had Cole Kmet on my bench. I don't need those tweets on Sunday night after the game. Can't believe I had him on my bench. And it's the Texans' job to make sure that's not the case. If you want to get in on the show, I see you, Willie P. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Willie P, who had nice words yesterday. Apparently his father, who he put on the show, listens. Want to say thank you for that again. Willie P wants to talk about, I imagine, the official news that finally came down yesterday in the middle of, or at least right before the U.S. put on another, let's say, disappointing performance against New Zealand. We did get some new news about, well, it's new old news as far as you should be concerned because it's been out for weeks now. But they have an official manager, a new manager for the U.S. national team. It's Mauricio Pochettino. Willie P, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, Dylan. Sean, how y'all doing?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
I can't call it same crap, different toilet. You know what they say.
Do they say that?
My dad says that.
Okay. Shut up. All right, we'll take it then.
Okay. All right, good. So I watched the game yesterday, all 100 minutes of that terrible display. You said it was disappointing. Let's be real. That was just, it was just a crap display. I get it, like you said on Monday, the substitute teachers in charge, and he played a lot of people. He played a lot of no-name people, and, Pulisic was on the bench, there was no Weston McKinney, Timothy Weah. And for the first 45 minutes, I'm thinking to myself, if we can't score on this New Zealand team that ain't been to the World Cup in 2010, do we really think things are going to change with Mauricio Pochettino? And what's crazy is we brought in Pulisic in the 60-something minute, and I realized two things last night. One, the U.S. don't got no dogs on that team. They ain't got no fight. We don't have anybody who's willing to take somebody one-on-one like a Vinicius Jr. or Rodrigo or an Mbappe, and that's crazy. And the second thing I realized is that although Christian Pulisic is doing well at AC Milan, he is not who we think he is. Because he's so much better than the rest of the people on that roster, we project him into this superstar stratosphere. And I'm starting to realize that when everybody wants to compare Pochettino with Tottenham when he took over to Pochettino taking over the U.S., no, it's more like back in 2013 when Pochettino was in charge of Southampton and they surprised everybody by finishing 8th in the Premier League with a bunch of young players like Adam Lallana and Luke Shaw. Pochettino has to work on his hands. I think the first thing he needs to do, one, mix all MLS players, no MLS players. Two, if you can't take a player on one-on-one, you can't be on the field because that's the only way we're going to get things done on the international stage. I just want to get your opinion on it. I'm happy that we have him, but damn, that game last night was trash, and I'm sick of watching them. If it ain't the women, I don't want nothing to do with it. You guys have a great day. Sean A. Mace, what it do, baby? You guys later. Peace.
Appreciate it. If it ain't the women, I don't want nothing to do with it. I would agree, but in a different context. But as far as U.S. soccer is concerned, I caught a bit of it. I wasn't going to watch that game. Why? Why would I do that? As you mentioned, a lot of changes. Pulisic came in and scored, and he said it after the game that there needs to be a new mentality. I'm not sure he just meant taking people on one-on-one, but U.S. soccer, particularly you want to call them the old heads, they love to lean into grit and the belief and all those things. And yes, that's very important. You want to believe that you can win, despite that stupid slogan by, what are they called again? What's the fan group called again?
The American
Outlaws?
Yeah.
I believe that we can win. One of the worst things.
We will win.
Oh, not so much recently, I guess. It's still stupid, no matter how.
I believe I can win.
I believe that we will win.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
We can win. It's a little bit. That's some soft link. I believe we'll be in an opportunity to win.
I guess as soft as this player pool from what people believe. So that's been part of American soccer culture. We try hard. We want it more than you. Blah 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 blah. And it turns out, at least right now, that a lot of people are blaming the lack of that on why this team isn't living up to the standard. And maybe some of that plays a part, but I do agree they don't have enough dynamic players. We've been looking for a number 9, a striker for years now. Everyone was excited about Balogun being here, and that's still a young player. We just see these phenoms around the world set out very young and take over. No, we don't have any Jude Bellingham types. You mentioned we don't have a Vinicius. Yeah, we don't have a world-class player who will be up for Ballon d'Or awards. We don't have an Mbappe. I don't know if that'll ever come. But neither do teams who have made good runs in World Cups in the past. So I don't think we need that type. We just hopefully Pochettino's the guy. We need an entire way of doing things. And frankly, the contract says he's around through the World Cup. So he's not going to be someone who changes the entire structure of U.S. soccer. He is here for this particular player pool and this particular tournament, the World Cup, and they want to make a good run. The foundation of U.S. soccer is probably eroded and not one that has a very good foundation, but he's not here for that. He's not going to revitalize the program from top to bottom. He's here to take whatever 40 best players he can look at and go, these are the guys I'm going to put together to potentially have a good run in America. So he's a short timer, at least right now.
Here for a good time, not a long time.
Hopefully a good time, yeah.
I agree with Willie P, though. No more MLS players. No more. If you play for the MLS, you're not playing for Team USA.
That's a tough thing because U.S. soccer and MLS are right. They're in lockstep with a lot of things. So it's a tough thing. Look,
I just don't want the visual of
understood.
A defender who plays for
Columbus.
Yeah, the Columbus
one of the best teams.
And it's like, well, he's gonna have to lock down Vinicius today. It's like,
it's not great.
This doesn't seem like it's gonna go well.
It's not great. Like obviously, I don't know if Anthony Robinson played yesterday. He plays in the Premier League. He's one of the best. I think he's a left back in the Premier League. So he's been the choice for the U.S. for a while now. So that's what you want as far as the level of player you're getting right now. Walker Zimmerman, the guy who fouled someone in the box in the last World Cup and gave up a penalty because you know what you shouldn't do when the guy's back is turned to goal. Don't kick at him or pull him down. Just make him face you before you try to make a move. Yeah, so I get what you're saying.
This isn't Sporting KC, buddy.
I get what Willie P is saying. You want players who are playing at the highest level.
Not the San Jose Earthquakes.
Yeah, it doesn't inspire confidence, does it? But new manager, new coach. He's bringing his entire crew with them. So you're not going to have any Berhalter holdovers, it looks like. So if you didn't want that infection to remain, it looks like it's been cut out. And we'll see where we go from here.
So he has his own coaching. He's Kyle Shanahan with the Mike McDaniel.
He has his Mike McDaniel. He has his Sean McVays. He has those guys. But those guys, I don't know if they've aspired to rise to the big job. They've been with them for years. And they're going to come with them.
Wait until they win the World Cup with Team USA. Then the offers will come.
Are they going to buy the next FIFA game? Is that what you're talking about? Is that how they're going to do it? Look, I am all about a coach can change how things work, but even I don't think a World Cup win is happening.
Easy draw,
Let's
win one in penalties.
Win a group stage. Not a group stage. Win a knockout round game.
Okay.
In a major tournament. When's the last time that's happened? Since the Confederations Cup back in 2009 or something
League
like
of
that. I said a major tournament, Sean. It's Nations League, by the way, not League of Nations.
I think I made it the League of Shadows from Batman. They took it to Ra's al Ghul.
Was Ra's al Ghul on the goalie in the penalty shootout? Yeah. The guy's been Pochettino's finalized. That's cool. We move on, and we'll see where the player pool, how they respond, and maybe how it changes. Maybe he has his eyes on some players who haven't got a shot yet. That always happens when a new manager comes in. You see these players who you might like or maybe never heard of get their shot. So that's the big news in U.S. soccer. We still are pretty stinky when it comes to on the field stuff, and they're going to try to change that with the new manager. When we come back, we're going to talk about the team in Dallas. Not because we care about the Cowboys, but I do care that Jerry Jones is being very vocal and doesn't like how his players handle their contract situation. We'll hear from Jerry on Dak and CD when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Unlike the Texans, who signed Nico Collins very early, it was a non-issue as far as his contract situation was concerned. The Cowboys waited. CeeDee Lamb was first, and then Dak Prescott. That announcement was made right before the season kicked off, at least the Sunday slate kicked off. Dak Prescott signs his deal. Maybe it was orchestrated. Who knows? Maybe the Cowboys wanted to be the center of attention on a Sunday. I don't know. That's just one conspiracy. Well, Jerry Jones was on The Fan up in Dallas. He was on the Shan and RJ show. And he explained to them, after being asked why it took so long, well, he explained why it took so long. And Jerry may be just like us when it comes to evaluating his quarterback. Here's Jerry Jones.
Oh, well, I think, first of all, what if you're not right? What if you're not right? What if you're wrong? You shouldn't have extended it. Then have you ever thought that in any case, I'm not talking about Dak's contract at all, but in any case, secondly, it's a real misnomer to think that you had a meeting of the minds at this level that we ended up. Once it's done, you said, why couldn't you all have gotten that done yesterday? That's easy, just paying the most money ever. Well, you have no idea where you were close to a meeting of the minds. Dak, of course, had the ability to play this out this year and be free in a market that could really reward that very much. And the assumption you're making when you say late in the game on any of these players, have we ever signed the players early and then sorry that we signed them? You guys get your memory cap out. We have, haven't we? Okay? Signed them 2 years too early, a year too early. Didn't see enough. So it does happen. And you're dealing with such an inexact, it can be, it's comparable
Okay,
to.
thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Sometimes
So he goes on to say that I will say this: anytime that we've ever made players the highest paid player, key players such as Troy Aikman, the highest paid player in the game, we've won Super Bowls. So that is a direct. I don't know if he's even right about that, but as far as what he's saying, he's challenging Dak. Hey, we're going to pay you like the best player in the game. Now you got to go out there and win. And he also talked about how once you get your money, all the feelings about being hurt about how long it took go away, which is true. He did not like how it was handled, though. He thought it could have been done differently. He said both his star players tried to play hardball with him. But the initial thing he said caught me when he was like, you don't know. And then he tried to clean it up by saying, well, I'm not talking about Dak. I'm just talking about contracts in general. No, you're talking about Dak, because that's how we all think about Dak Prescott, right or wrong. Is giving him that money right? Is he going to live up to the money? Is he going to help you win a title? Because we haven't seen it before. Jerry had the same concerns that anyone else who has to think about giving a quarterback a lot of money have. Sure, he's my guy. You want to project that we believe in him totally, and he's going to be the guy to lead us to a title. But he wasn't sure. Their actions said they weren't sure, and it cost them more than it would have earlier. But you were put into a corner. Either you pay him or you lose him, and you had no answer and no plan to respond to a potential loss of your franchise quarterback. But I appreciate Jerry Jones being like us in one sense. He ain't sure about Dak either. I wasn't sure about him. I'm not sure. So, but eventually I had to pay him, and that's kind of how we all figured it would play out. And Dak Prescott will be a Cowboy for the foreseeable future.
Yes, correct on Dak Prescott. What about CeeDee Lamb?
He should have been sure on CeeDee Lamb. I feel like he should have been sure on CeeDee
Lamb.
What questions did you have about CeeDee Lamb? I mean, it was pretty clear. CeeDee Lamb's a great receiver, maybe top 3 in the game. What are you waiting on? Dak, I get. That's an understandable result. That you waited, and then eventually you decide, oh, We ain't got no outs here, so we got to give him his money. But CD, just give that man.
They
his
turn
money.
on the Colorado-Nebraska game. They're like,
You continue to think it would have been Shador. It could have been Carson Beck. You never know.
it's gonna be Shador, or it would have
The top. You think Shador? Jerry loves a star, but
that's why.
But
that's why the man had to have the card taken out of his hand. To
well,
draft
Steven is
Johnny
still
Manziel.
there. Steven Jones is still there, right? He could take the card away from him again.
At least then they had Romo.
That's true.
Yeah, this situation they would have lost Dak.
It would have been tough to keep Jerry from taking Shador Sanders because he would have. I don't think he's hiring Dion to be the coach, but taking Shador. Didn't Shador grow up in Texas?
I know he went to high school in Dallas. I'm pretty sure he went to high school in Dallas.
So yeah, it would have been a difficult. Someone would have had to drug Jerry on the day of the draft. Oh,
give him some sleeping pills.
Something.
Just right as the draft starts, just
slip something in his. I'm sure he drinks a very expensive liquor, whatever it might be. Slip it into the drink.
Not on draft night. Come on,
stop it. Stop it. Slip it right into the drink, and then when he wakes up, oh look, they took Carson Beck. Carson Beck's your quarterback.
I will say, slipping a 80-something-year-old sleeping pills. It's a dangerous game.
That's why you heavy dose of melatonin gummies.
Okay.
Like I said, the recommended 2, give him 4. So he can't keep himself awake, but he'll be fine eventually. But he's just knocked out.
They're gonna have a pick, hopefully in the teens or 20s.
Yeah, so
it'll be late.
It'll
be like 10 o'clock.
Right around pick 5. You make sure he takes the melatonin gummies.
Have a big dinner.
Yeah, and he's just passed out. And then he'll wake up and go, "What happened?" Oh, Carson Beck. I actually got to wake him up beforehand. He's got to make the call.
You have to make
the drowsy call to Carson Beck.
It's like Inception. He has to think it's his idea.
yeah. That's the top is spinning. That's the only way you keep him away from Shador Sanders. If they had not given him the money, Dak the money, but they don't have to worry about that anymore. No drugging of your owner because you've given Dak Prescott all the money you could. It's a give and take. There's a balance between these two things. Am I gonna have to drug this man and maybe kill him, or give Dak Prescott $60 million a year? I gotta make a choice.
I love Jerry Jones. I'm gonna miss him so much when he's gone.
Yeah, I get it because we're here, so there's a reason not to like the Cowboys. But Jerry Jones specifically, all of it. Give me more. Give me more Jerry Jones. The Cowboys, I don't care, but Jerry Jones, I love it.
I love that he has a weekly radio hit on the.
Yeah, we think Cal is out and about doing things. Cal's got.
He does 2 segments with Shannon and RJ.
Yeah, with Shannon and RJ, whoever the hell they are. It's not like Bill Belichick hanging out with Pat McAfee, getting paid whatever he's getting paid to do it. We got Jerry Jones, one of the most famous owners in the NFL, just hanging out with Shannon and RJ. He's probably been doing it with whoever's been filling that slot for like 20 years.
Yeah.
And now it's Shannon and RJ's turn. And Jerry Jones dropping bombs.
I love the post-game interviews. Like it's
his
great.
Willingness to say whatever the hell.
The reason we didn't sign Dak earlier, I wasn't sure if he was good enough to get signed.
And he goes, "You guys can think back to all the times we made a mistake on this, right?" And all the guys with the fake media laugh.
Yeah. Roy Williams.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he wanted them to actually name the names.
Oh, okay.
Just remember them. Just keep them in the back of your head, but don't list all my failures. I'm not looking for that. Who's looking for that? All right. We're done with hour 1. And Jerry Jones clearly not done with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. Jerry, CeeDee Lamb's really good. Don't worry about that one. The hesitance on your quarterback, completely understood. A lot of us feel the same way. Okay, we're an hour in. Coming up, I'm going to give you a chance to win something. When we get back, you are going to get a chance to check out the Cougs against the Owls coming up here on Saturday. So stay tuned for that. We'll give away those tickets. And also, we still have listener appreciation tickets to give away for our party here in the building on September 20th. 1 hour down. We'll be back. Welcome back. It's hour 2 of the show. And as I said before we went to break, if you want to watch football in the comfort of TD-ECU Stadium, be caller 8. Caller 8 right now, 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to see the Cougs take on the Rice Owls, for the Bayou Bucket. We will be celebrating Houston with this hometown rivalry. It will be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. So caller 8 to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to see the Cougs versus the Owls. Both teams had nice bounce-back performances. The Cougs are in Norman on last Saturday. And in some cases, you might think, depending on how you feel about how the game script went, should have won that game. They had some chances. Their defense played really well, particularly late in that game. Jackson Arnold didn't do much. And that was a nice effort after the loss to UNLV at home. Rice won their game as well after losing the opener. So two teams who played really well in week 2 will see each other, and we'll have Willie Fritz, not this show, but John Lance will have Willie Fritz on Friday to discuss the matchup. So if you want to see who will be taking the Bayou Bucket, and remember, last game was thrilling, right? Last year's game, Rice got out to a big lead. The Cougs fought back. Rice won that game in overtime. And in some cases, in some circles, some people believe that was not the beginning of the end for Dana Holgerson, but losing to Rice in that fashion certainly might have been the last straw for a lot of Cougars. And if you don't win tickets with us, we'll be giving away tickets throughout the day. Gallant George will be giving them away. So the Killer Bees. Also, look out for those tickets tomorrow and Friday. But if that doesn't work out for you, you can always go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get those tickets. Come early, be loud, or red. Go check out the 2 local programs, or at least the 2 biggest local programs in the city. Should be a good one. Like I said, last year's game was really, really good. Some NFL news for you guys who love fantasy football. Don't depend on Christian McCaffrey. He is not expected to play this week, so I'm sure Jordan Mason's probably not available for most of you. But if he is, go pick him up. He's a guy that's going to get a lot of carries, and hopefully he can get past being left out to dry by his coach and his PR and the San Francisco media relations PR people when he answered a question truthfully, and it turns out he should have kept his mouth shut. So Jordan Mason is your guy going forward for the 49ers for a little bit at least, as Christian McCaffrey will be sidelined. Christian McCaffrey had played, I believe he had missed only 1 game for the 49ers since they traded for him up until Monday night's game. He's had injury concerns in his career, but that was pretty much a Christian McCaffrey Carolina Panthers thing. He had been available and productive for the 49ers in his time there. Now we're talking about an injury where Kyle Shanahan says they have to be very careful with that calf and Achilles. So don't expect Christian McCaffrey to be back. At least he won't be rushed back. So if you got Jordan Mason, you should feel pretty good, unless the Jets defense is just absolutely awful. But the 49ers run the football on everyone for the most part. So Jordan Mason should probably have a pretty good next couple weeks until McCaffrey can come back. Other things out there, I mentioned earlier that if you are someone who uses MyBookie, you can bet on the games, particularly Thursday night's game. Well, Raheem Mostert will not play in the Thursday game against the Bills. He's got a chest injury that's going to hold him out. Devon Achane is a game time decision, but he was seen practicing today. So it's just a walkthrough because it's a short week, but he didn't have a red non-contact jersey on. He was out moving around. From people who saw, they say he was moving around pretty well. So he will be available. Josh Allen's going to be available for the game despite hurting his hand. He was seen wearing a glove on his left hand, so it's not even his throwing hand. And the Bills will be without Teron Johnson, one of their DBs, probably their best DB at this point, a nickelback who they move around quite a bit. So some injury news in the NFL. But, of course, the biggest is that good old Christian McCaffrey going to be down for a little bit. Sean?
Is this enough heads up for people, or do they need more heads up?
About what?
Christian McCaffrey being hurt.
Oh, no one can get upset now, right?
Yeah.
Because
I mean, he had the questionable by his name for the
all
entire
week.
offseason.
Yeah, for the most part.
If you're doing your fantasy
he
draft,
never
it was
never
not
hit
questionable.
probable at any point. There was never a P next to his name at any point. You probably should have taken notice that this could be a problem, and don't and don't react to the point where it makes Jordan Mason feel like he made a real mistake when he announced to the world that he knew on Friday, when all of you should have known that this could happen. And hey, you got enough time now. No need to be upset.
Yeah.
You're aware.
Put in a waiver claim.
Start Jordan Mason in your fantasy league if you can. Some Texans injury news. Jeff Okudah, one of their quote unquote big off-season signings.
All right.
What?
He was an off-season signing.
I said quote unquote big.
No one. I don't think anyone said that he was big.
D'Amico talked about it like his size, his speed, his attributes.
Physically, he's big for a corner.
Yeah, they sold it as, hey, we're gonna play him and CJ, and then and obviously
Kamari Lassiter took a spot.
CJ Henderson and
first day of practice.
CJ Henderson didn't even make the team. Kamari Lassiter as soon as he got there. We thought nickel corner. Turns out he's your starting outside corner. Well, Jeff Okudah went on injured reserve. So we hardly knew ye, Jeff Okudah.
Literally.
Yeah. Don't even know if you put on a Texans uniform at any point. Did he even make like the promo photos? Like if we went to Jeff Okudah's Instagram or his Twitter, did he even take those photos so he can throw up there and go year 5, whatever the hell year he's in or whatever?
Year 5 loading.
Yeah, or something like that. Did he even ever get that chance? He never took the field in practice, I don't believe. So he's on injured reserve. The Texans did eventually sign Desmond King. Initially, that was reported, and then there was some pushback from Desmond King, but he is now signed to the practice squad as the Texans try to find some depth at corner.
The first thing when you type up in Jeff Okudah is Jeff Okudah fan page.
Does he have an Instagram?
I couldn't find it by typing in Jeff Okudah.
So
there's Team Okudah. No.
Who is running a Jeff Okudah fan page?
Jeff Okudah has 50 followers.
Doesn't seem like enough, to be his actual fan page. So there it is. The Texans didn't do much to address their secondary as far as established players. They did bring in Miles Bryant, but the two guys they did go after and say, these are the guys we want. Okudah and Henderson won't play it down for them this year. Kamari Lassiter, take it away. Him and Desmond King, and they also brought in Troy Pride, signed him to the practice squad as well. Now, Desmond King was on the roster last year, so you imagine he would be the guy who gets elevated pretty quickly. Shouldn't have any issues acclimating himself, but there are some issues there. Lack of depth, lack of, you might even say lack of talent, despite what Kamari Lassiter has done, at least what he's shown to them in practice. We saw some of the potential warts for a young player playing at that position in week 1. He's going to have to get better there. But the Texans, I won't say they have a problem. That'll be determined by the entire year, or at least the next couple games. But they do have a question at that corner spot, which they did to themselves.
Back-to-back years, Desmond King has gotten cut and then picked up by the Texans.
There are some guys that are like that around the league where they're a good guy. The coaches like him, the GM may like him, and he's always someone they're trying to upgrade from. But when it comes down to it, if he's available, they'll bring him back in. It happens all the time.
I would have, if I was Desmond King, I would have a little bit of the Jimmy Butler. You picked Jeff Okudah over me? What?
And CJ Henderson over me?
Tobias Harris over me?
Yeah.
That's what I would be.
Or some Thanos. You could not live with your own failure. And look what it brought you right back to me.
I'd be more upset. That's why the Jimmy Butler one.
Yeah,
fits.
Thanos.
I'd be more like
Thanos was more like, all right, dumbasses.
Yeah.
All right, you're here. We're here doing this again.
Like he's still being signed to be what, the fourth corner
at this
backup slot corner.
Maybe. I don't know where he ranks against Miles Bryant or anything.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if he's quite at Thanos level. I think he's I think he's Jimmy Butler.
Wait, Jimmy Butler's like a all-star. Is that what Desmond King is?
Thanos beat the Avengers. Well, I'm saying he's closer to.
That's true. If we're putting Thanos,
they're both athletes.
Thanos. If we're putting the spectrum of what are you, a Thanos or you're Jimmy Butler? Well, Thanos is a fictional alien, and
He
one
beat up Hulk in a fair one. Like I don't know.
yeah. He killed Loki. Yeah, you're right. We're gonna compare Desmond King to Jimmy Butler. In this comparison, he's more like Jimmy Butler than he is the giant purple alien. You're right. I got to give you credit for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But it's looking a little thin in that secondary for the Texans, but this is what they decided, that Henderson and Okudah were enough and Miles Bryant was enough. And now it clearly didn't work out, but you hope Kamari Lassiter continues to be a guy you can depend on, and you got to patch it. You just got to find a way to get through it. And I don't think there'll be another trade. This is kind of what they have now. And maybe it'll be enough, but I feel like one injury to that secondary, you got a real problem at corner. Not every team is going to have tremendous depth everywhere, but this seems like something that could have been avoided if you had the foresight that all those other teams had when they said C.J. Henderson, Jeff Okudah, not good. Now, Okudah hasn't been healthy. So maybe if he was, this would have turned out differently. But all his prior and previous stops said, you're bringing in a guy who wasn't good enough to play here. You see something in him, cool. But we won't get to see that because he goes on IR. Now, Jeff Okudah isn't someone that would change a line or anything. But injuries sometimes do when it comes to MyBookie. MyBookie loves to give you the opportunity to bet on the NFL. You also have the live betting option. So if something happens in game, maybe you're on the wrong side of, just use the live betting option to try to get that money back, from the NFL to baseball to international soccer, MLS too. MyBookie will provide you with all those options to have a good time watching your favorite games. And if you want to add a little bit more to it, sign up for the MyBookie Plus program. It's their new loyalty program, which means the more you play, the more you win. It's simple. You just climb through those tiers of the loyalty rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. MyBookie is the lock of the century. And also, remember this, they have a couple different contests where they're giving away hundreds of thousands in prizes. It's their Super, Survivor, and Squares contests. Join in now for your shot at huge cash rewards. Just go to mybookie.ag. That's mybookie.ag, and bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Okay, I sent Sean a funny clip that's floating around that we'll get to. Last night, I sent it to you. Texted you last night.
I remember that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that and how infuriating it would be if your team sucked and you saw that going on in the background of a practice. But let's get to Pena. He wants to talk about Thursday night football. Dolphins, Bills. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Hey, so I got a question for you. What do you have? What does it have the better chance of Tyreek Hill going up for over 74.5 yards, or Josh Allen for throwing 194.5 yards? Thank you. Have a great day.
The better chance of those two really subpar games for both those superstars? Is that what he asked me about? Did I hear the numbers right?
I think it was 74.5.
Oh, 74.5. I thought I heard 34. Okay, 74.5 for Tyreek. And what was the other number?
And I think it was 190 something.
Well, the NFL passing yard numbers have been down. We talked about that yesterday. Tyreek hasn't had great games against the Bills, I think. So
short week after getting arrested.
Well, it didn't affect him in the short term, the game that he played immediately after. But the Bills have found ways to, I won't say make his life miserable, but he hasn't been the same type of dude against the Bills. They've done a pretty good job against him as a Dolphin. When he was a Chief, he ruined them. But
famously, they could not beat those guys.
Yes, but as a Dolphin, I think they've done a better job. I would probably take. Now I gotta look at his numbers from last year and see how many times he was held under 75 yards. Off the top,
probably not a lot. Yeah, I mean, he had an 80-yard touchdown yesterday or on Sunday. I've done that twice.
Off the dome, I would probably say go Josh Allen because he murders the Dolphins. He just has big games. But if you're looking at trends of how throwing the football has worked for NFL quarterbacks over the course of, I guess, the first 16 games, maybe trend Dolphins way. I take Josh Allen. For him to get over 170, whatever the number is. He kills the Dolphins. He owns them for the most part. Even when they win even the one game they won, it was only because the Bills were exhausted because they're playing in like 95-degree weather. Feels like 110 down in Miami in September.
Yeah. Oh, is this game? Oh, I guess it's at night.
It's at home for the Dolphins, but at night. So the sun won't be a problem. The Hard Rock sun won't be a problem.
All right. But the return match normally is in.
I don't know if it's in December or not. I haven't looked at the schedule to see when that game is played.
You're just taking things one game at a time.
Yeah.
For the Dolphins.
I got stuff to do, Sean. I can't be looking ahead at the schedules. I don't care what the NFL schedule released, so I don't remember what happened. So last year, for Pena's sake, against the Bills, 13 targets in the final game of the season. He went for 82 yards. In an early season matchup, he went for 58. So Pena, I don't know what you should do, but that was the matchup last in 2023. In 2022, Tyreek against the Bills, he went for 69 yards. Twice he landed on 69 yards in a playoff game and a regular season game in Buffalo. In Miami early, he went for 33. So you should probably, I knew they held him down. So you should probably go with Josh Allen. Take him in that prop over because the Bills do a pretty good job against Tyreek.
Bills host the Dolphins on November 3rd.
So not terrible, but for tomorrow, Pena, go with the Bills. Go with Josh Allen and his number over. Because there aren't any stats where, oh, look, the Dolphins held Josh Allen to 150 yards. They don't exist.
But now they finally got Vic Fangio out of there. I don't even know who their defensive coordinator is.
It was Brian Flores Flunky in 2022.
Nice.
Yeah. It is what it is. He's a dominant player, particularly against the AFC East and particularly against that Miami team. So I already gave you my answer. But you ain't got to trust me. What else? Did he ask about anything else?
No.
Okay, cool. I did want to get to this. Joe Mixon, as Sean alerted me to, did win Offensive Player of the Week for the AFC. 159 yards. Well deserving. Big-time performance by him. Big-time performance by that Texans running game as they beat the Colts 29-27. So to get to the clip I sent to Sean, it is a GIF of a Florida State practice. And in the forefront of the image. It is DJ U taking a snap practice. Just no defense on the field. He's just practicing taking a shotgun snap. It's not even a center. There's some assistant, like some GA, throwing him a football. He's catching it. That's whatever. That happens. What's going on in the background is the hilarious part. There is a diminutive Florida State wide receiver in the background.
He's far away from the camera.
No, but it's Ja'Kai Douglas. He's small for a D1 receiver. I wasn't being tricked. It wasn't a camera trick. I just know the number. That guy, he's not a big player. Being chased by, I don't know if it was a GA or the wide receiver coach. I hope they don't demean the wide receiver coach by having him chase one of his receivers around with a water gun. And you can see not only the water gun in the picture, but also the him firing it at him. You see the water coming out of the water gun. It is amazing.
It is
what is going on?
It was what I would describe as grab ass.
Yes,
is going on.
Horseplay and grab ass is going on in the background. I assume there's a reason for it. Maybe there's a football.
I don't know.
Maybe there's a football that's about to enter the screen. He's supposed to catch a football despite being distracted. It's much like when people would laugh at a quarterback training on the beach and some guy's chasing him around with a broom and he's got
the Jameis Winston.
Yeah, that stuff. It's kind of in that mold, but it's even worse because the team is 0-2 and you just simply see a guy chasing a receiver around with a water sprinkler with no ball in the picture, except for the one that DJU is catching in the foreground. And I sent my caption to Sean with this. What if you were 0-2 and this was going on in Austin during a practice? How would you feel? How would you feel if this was going on? Remember, not a lot of people will remember because you're not going to be locked in on a Manny Diaz practice when he was at Miami. But the Miami wasn't very good. And I think it was it wasn't Diaz. It was Al Golden. Manny Diaz did some other silly stuff. Al Golden brought like an ice cream truck out to practice to give the guys ice cream after practice. And everyone was furious because they're like coming off a 6th and 7th year. You're giving them ice cream? This is what we're doing at practice. So that's just stupid, illogical crap because after practice anyway. But people think, oh, you're making the player soft. Why a water gun? What could possibly be? What could you possibly be doing to help that kid get better at football?
Maybe it's trying to simulate the elements of playing in rain
with one water gun.
I don't know. And also, I looked up the weather. It's raining today, tomorrow, Friday in Tallahassee. Partly cloudy on Saturday.
Now the option
it's not raining on Saturday.
Now the question would be, if you're trying to shoot Florida State any bail, I'm not either. Did this happen in like they call it fall practice? It's the summer practices before the season started, or is this midweek after you're 0-2? Either way, it's not a great look. It just seems stupid. I imagine they thought of a reason why this would help that receiver. I can't find it. I'm actually going to give you, if you go to @BEN, Ben @Ben_Stana, STANA, if you are a Twitter user or an X user, you'll find it. Trust me. It is as dumb as we're making it sound when you look at it.
I'm looking for possible explanations or for, someone in the replies to, like you said, be like, actually, this is before we lost to Boston College and Georgia Tech. No, it's everyone, every FSU fan just being like, oh my God,
the only thing,
what a clown show.
Yeah, it has to be something where we're trying to distract you while ball is coming down. Maybe you're a punt returner or something, and we're using a water gun to distract you. Poor choice.
Yeah, that's the only Memphis money line locked in. That's the only credible, or giving them some benefit of the doubt, which they shouldn't get because they're 0-2.
They're 0-2. They should get no benefit.
I thought, honestly, when I saw this and the caption is from an FSU fan, it just says "fire everyone."
Yeah,
and like you said, it's DJU taking a snap in the foreground. I thought it was gonna be DJU throwing a pass or something.
No,
I thought it was gonna be DJU involved, but
yeah,
because he's the best part of this.
Yeah,
clip,
because
honestly.
they're still giving him first team reps. Fire everyone. No, it's that. I think it was Ja'Kai Douglas. That's receiver being chased by it might be an assistant with a water hose. So that's out there @Ben_Stana. You can find it.
I'm going to age myself here. Last time I suited up was in 1986. Every coach I ever had from 8th grade through college would have gone nuclear if a dude was on the field chasing players with a water gun. Just saying. That's from Stride Tech on Twitter.
When you're winning games, do whatever you want because the cult will say it's helping us win.
Yeah.
When you're not winning, anything you do is going to be looked at as stupid. But this is particularly stupid.
This is very stupid.
So shout out to Florida State for incorporating water guns in their prep for Memphis after coming off a bye. Look, we don't know the timing. That could have been in the summer. Still dumb. But if the timing is we are doing that as we get ready for the Memphis Tigers, good luck. Good luck to you, Knowles.
People can't have fun at practice. It's one of them.
Not when you're 0-2. That's always the answer. No, not when you're 0-2. Sean says, when can people have fun? Well, at the listener appreciation party. When we come back, we'll give away those tickets as well. It won't end with us. We'll be giving them away throughout the week, throughout the weekend next week, because the party is on the 20th. So if you want a chance to win those, keep listening to us. We'll get into a couple of other things before we wrap it up. Got a couple more segments to go on the show. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So I mentioned it before we went to break, so we'll do it here. Made a promise, let's keep it. The listener appreciation party is September 20th here in the building. You'll get to meet all of the luminaries from Gal Media, from John to Lance, Gallant George, Killer Bees, the producers. Some of them you may like, depending if you reside on Twitch. Some of them you may not. Just how it is. But we'll all be here. And we're going to have great food, drinks. So it is 21 plus because there will be alcohol flowing in the building. And callers 5-713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets. You'll be able to show up here, have a good time, hang out with everyone. Caller 5-713-780-3776 gets a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party on Friday, September 20th. So the Astros go down last night, to the A's. The A's have played better baseball than you would think. They're still terrible, but they've been better over the last month plus. Not that we're paying attention. We got bigger goals. So you still don't want to get beat by them. You're coming off a bad loss against the Diamondbacks where your future Hall of Famer gets booed and people are questioning pretty much his ability to ever pitch in a playoff game again, at least for the Astros. So you're looking for a bounce back, and it didn't get started great early. Arrighetti gave a couple runs early, including a bomb over the train tracks out in left field. But the team fought back. But one of the reasons they did not come through is something Espada latched onto. They chase with men in scoring position. He doesn't like his team's approach. And it's been something that's been kind of pushed aside because of the way they've taken over the AOS, but that was a problem early as well. This was a team who did not come through when they needed to. It led to the poor start, and it's still something that is an issue. And of course, everything just gets magnified in the postseason. And if you're still in a division race, it'll be looked at even closer. We got less than a month to go, but their inability to come through has a lot to do with them not swinging at strikes. They're a team who gets aggressive in moments. You would hope for them to be a little bit more patient, and it cost them yesterday. I mean, the A's, even the runs they pushed across, they weren't exactly actually hitting the ball very hard. They just found a way late in that game to manufacture runs, and the Astros did not. With the ghost runner, the Astros through 3 innings, they eventually did push a run across in the bottom of the 12th, but 10 and 11 had chances to win that game and didn't. And so it falls on Hector Neris. He lost. I won't say he lost the game, but he is the pitcher of record from the game. So he takes the L there. The Astros go down, lose 2 in a row. It's fine, right? It's fine. What do we overreact? We're not going to overreact. We're just going to treat it as that's baseball. It's a long season, although it gets shorter by the day because it's actually very short now. But there's no panic. It's just you'd like your team when they're playing the A's in a very winnable game to win it.
It's so funny that if this game happened a month ago, we would have spent like 45 minutes talking about it during the show.
Yeah. Which
But
is
now-
sad,
but
actually,
now,
a little bit.
Now there's football season. It's football season. So it's like, oh, win some, lose some. Even though these games this is the stretch run.
These games you would consider more important, but of course, one of those guys would say, actually, they all mean the same. Every game means the same.
Yeah.
One of those guys would do that right now.
I'm glad he's hosting the show.
I'm not one of those guys.
But you did just do it.
No, I'm just pointing out that one of those guys would do it. But
then you did it.
But I didn't go, it's all the same. These games are more important because there's a goal at the end of it.
Mhm.
And you can see the goal. Like it's right down the road.
And you already kind of wasted the first 40 games of the season
Messing around, tricking off.
Yeah, shout out to Rafael Stone.
Yeah, the Mariners did lose, so you don't lose any ground there. But
talk about tricking off.
yeah, they've been doing that for like 3 months now.
There's a certain point where I think every night at 11:30, I just get alerted to the fact that the Mariners have lost, and I'm like, do these guys ever win?
Yeah. That's the thought because of how big the lead was. But the Astros haven't pulled away. I mean, 4.5 feels very comfortable, but the Astros haven't pushed it to 8, 9 or to double digits. So they are winning enough to stay within sight, but not enough to scare anybody.
No, that's the thing. The Astros give these teams a chance, or they give the Mariners at least a chance. I don't know, 3 times a week, maybe 2 times a week, losing a game that's either they just get blown out or that is an inexplicable loss like last night, where they just have these losses where I think normally we go, listen, if you're a serious team that's actually going to win the division, you don't lose games like this. Except the Astros do lose those games, and the Mariners are so sorry that they can't take advantage of that.
No, so they're not distantly in the rearview mirror, but they're enough back that
I have
losing
zero confidence in the Mariners.
Yeah, we're not concerned. The issue is you had a chance, you still do, but it's getting late. You're now 5 games back of the Guardians. I almost said that word, the I word. They're 5 games back of the Guardians for a top 2 seed. They do have that final series against them, but you do need to be within striking distance for that. And right now, they are not. So they're going to have to make up some ground here to make that series important as far as avoiding the wild card round. But right now, they're firmly there. So they'll be playing early. And of course, that starts to tax your pitching. They'll go tonight against the A's, and we certainly expect a bounce back. You can't have Bregman and Tucker combined to go 0 for 11. You're not going to be very successful when that happens. Hunter Brown's on the mound tonight against Joey Estes. And of course, Hunter Brown's been really good. We'll see if he continues that. And we'll see if Bregman and Tucker are in the lineup. If they are, 3 and 4 can't be what they were. An 0 for. Can't have it. It's one of the reasons you lost. I need that to change both tonight and going forward. I just don't know if those two can be depended on until they get how many at-bats is it going to take for Kyle Tucker to be right again, to be someone you're not worried about in the postseason, particularly considering his last postseason. And if Bregman's going to be dealing with the elbow throughout the rest of the year, can they be expected to be great? And you're going to need them to be. So that is a concern for me. Beyond the division stuff, which isn't clearly, if we talked about it, can those two be great? You're going to need them. And they're going to be dealing with either rust or an actual active injury until the season is over. Kyle Tucker he'll be rusty until he's not.
Yeah, I think that's one where we're definitely going to play the result on that, where it's going to be Kyle Tucker is rusty, should have done a rehab assignment, all that stuff, until he actually does have a game where he has 2 doubles and a home run or something, and then we're going to be King Tuck back on the throne. You
know what I've never done?
That's what we are going to start our show with. King Tuck.
You may call him King Tuck. I will never call him that. I don't like the nickname.
I also don't like it. I just
Where did it come from?
I don't think I've met a single person who likes it.
Was it a Todd Callis or Jeff Blum joint? Who started the King Tuck stuff?
I don't know.
Was it online? Because was Roy Don a
what?
Roy Don.
Oh.
Was Roy Don a Todd Callis creation?
I think it was a Todd Callis one when it was his rookie year.
And people are like, hey, sounds too much like.
Yes, that's why I asked for a clarification.
Yeah, I didn't say Roy Don. Roy Don. You say it quickly enough, and you start.
Yeah, it does sound like it. So
that's why. Hey, knock it off, Todd.
Roy Don.
Cut it out.
Hey, that's what Yankees Forever 42069 tweets under the highlight.
Maybe
that's
it's
not,
Todd. Maybe
that's
it's
what Todd Callis says.
Unless it's burner, which I don't believe that's the case.
I mean, he did go to Syracuse.
He's a New Yorker. Oh, someone in the media went to Syracuse?
Yeah.
Look at that.
And guess what? The only reason I know that he went to Syracuse
because another Syracuse guy told you.
Yeah.
The one who works here.
Yeah, you can guess. The one who's super excited about the Fran Brand era. Yeah.
Congratulations, 2-0. Beat Georgia Tech. Kyle McCord all of a sudden said, Ohio State? Will Howard? Whatever. Should have stuck with me. Should have showed some faith. Look at me. Beating up on middling ACC teams. You don't want none.
Hey.
Do what you got to do.
Do what you got to do. That's the beauty of the transfer portal, you know?
You can be a goat.
Find your level.
You can be a goat one place and be a
goat in the other.
A fresher breath of fresh air, for a Syracuse program with a new coach and quarterback problems.
He's like, wait, the standard for good quarterback play here is Tommy DeVito? I got that.
Please.
Okay. All right.
I played at Ohio State.
I was a 5-star, guys.
Yeah.
You remember?
I was one deflected ball from maybe leading a comeback against Michigan. I can beat Georgia Tech.
The margin of how close he was to being
A hero.
a hero, winning more games against Michigan than CJ Stroud did, which was one, at least one, because he probably wouldn't have transferred if he had won.
He would have won this year, yeah.
And then now it's like, nope, guy sucks.
Get out of
see,
here.
See you in the ACC Atlantic.
We're going to take the Kansas State starting quarterback and think we'll do better.
Do it against Wake, all right?
Don't worry. I will.
Yeah, I will.
It's Wake.
And I'll talk a lot of trash while I'm doing it.
Yeah. Did he get, like, someone read his lips, and did he say these guys effing suck? I think it was something along those lines about Georgia Tech. Or they blow or something like that. It was, we're trusting someone to read lips, and I saw it. I didn't really deep dive into the lip reading for Kyle McCord, but it looked like he was not complimentary to the Georgia Tech defense.
I'm never a big fan of the rip.
Because you never know what they're saying. Yeah, you put something on a guy, and he may not have said anything close to that. But Kyle McCord was very demonstrative, and good for him. He has bounced back at least through 2 games with the Orange. We got one more segment here to go, but before we go, I don't even know how to lead into this because I'm not exactly sure how Prize Picks actually works. That's why I want to hear from Sean. Tell us how Prize Picks works.
Well, first of all, Dell, while I'm talking about it, you can go to Prize Picks, go to the app and download the Prize Pick app. You'll see that it's the #1 in America daily fantasy sports app. So please get on that. I know you're having trouble with the Wi-Fi, but get on that if you can. And yeah, you have every day there's a chance to win. We're talking about the Astros. Maybe you think that Kyle Tucker's struggles continue. You can take some lesses on his hits or total bases. You can take a more on his hit or strikeouts if you think he's going to strike out once or twice in this game like he did last night. There's always an opportunity to make some money, put your knowledge to the test on Prize Picks. They're still doing the Caleb Williams 0.5 yards. Do you think that he can throw for 1 yard against the Houston Texans? I don't know, but I think he can get 1 yard. And if you add that to your lineup, it's basically a free square, and you can add more to your winnings by, again, having Caleb Williams throw for more than 1 yard. So download Prize Picks. Do like Dell is. Download Prize Picks today. Use code MAPES. Get $50 instantly when you play $5. Code MAPES. Get you $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get your money. Prize Picks. Run your game.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really. Okay.
Sean's playing a song that you could probably classify as a song of the summer. And that gentleman, Kendrick Lamar, will be the performer at the halftime show of the Super Bowl. Is there any chance that he does not play this song because Drake's legal team says you're not going to call me a pedo at the Super Bowl? Is Drake's arm strong enough to keep that from happening?
I don't know. I could see it going both ways, honestly, because it, like you said, it is the biggest song of 2024 so far.
Yeah.
And so in a normal world, if you're an artist performing at the Super Bowl and you had a giant hit last year, guess what's definitely getting played? The hit that you made last year. But you could always, if that happens, or if Kendrick Lamar can just wants to pivot to like, gonna leave that in the past, because Kendrick Lamar seems like the type that leaves stuff in the past.
Yeah, clearly
when it comes to Drake. But if he is like, we're moving forward, not backwards. Maybe that's just the spin. No matter what, is like, hey, I'm not gonna do the diss songs. All right, guys.
I don't see how anyway he doesn't at least do Euphoria. He's got to do some of it. Now, not like us. There might be someone who goes, well, you're not looking for that type of content at the Super Bowl. But Euphoria.
Can you at least not do can you not do
chant
first three?
Yeah.
At least?
Yeah. Maybe not chant that particular.
We don't want to hear you say, oh.
Not OV. Not that. The other one where he's dragging out a musical note.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if they're looking for that.
Have the music drop out and all the corporate suites. That's the funniest part about the Super Bowl halftime show, is that it's all like the only people at the Super Bowl it's like corporate partners.
Yes. And then the lucky few who paid out of their backside. If you're like whoever, I guess, let's assume the Chiefs. If you're a Chiefs fan who decided to pay whatever it's going to cost to watch your team play. But at some point, Chiefs fans got to be, I've seen like 3 of these in the last decade. I gotta pay again. Hey, I'm just gonna watch this one from home, Patrick. Appreciate all your good and fine work, but I'm not making another trip. I paid enough. But it's good to win, even if it costs a lot. So we'll see what Kendrick Lamar decides to do. By that point, it'll be February. So maybe he'll have a new album out, and maybe there'll be songs from that. We'll see going forward. The response to that has been a lot of Drake kept Wayne from being not Drake, but Jay-Z kept Wayne from being a part of it because they have some back and forth from years ago. I think even Mason Cameron were like, let it go, let the hate go. I don't know, because Jay-Z has a part to play in those decisions. I don't know if he decided to keep the New Orleans rapper out of the New Orleans Super Bowl, because there's no guarantee that just because you're from the city, you get to perform in that city. Now, you select a hip hop artist, you may think there's a connection there that somehow Wayne shows up there, but that's not always the case.
Yeah, actually,
only Dre was the only one who had Super Bowl in his, maybe not hometown, but in his general area, and got to perform there. There's no guarantee.
Beyonce's done the Super Bowl twice,
and never in Houston.
And the Super Bowl has happened in Houston twice in her career,
and she's never done.
No.
It's just not
New
the way
Orleans
it works.
hosted like 9 Super Bowls,
and they've never had anyone from Cash Money out there.
Not even Birdman.
No, well,
not even Juvenile.
Not. What do you mean, not even? When Wayne's the bigger star. Nicki Minaj was on a rant about that. A lot of people are like, "You got your own problem. Shut up." We've met your husband, or we know who he is at least. So that's out there. But we do have Kendrick Lamar.
That's why she doesn't like Kendrick Lamar.
I don't think she dislikes Kendrick. She dislikes that Wayne didn't get the opportunity.
But she probably doesn't sing the one part and Not Like Us.
She's not gonna
around
get,
her.
She's not gonna get. Well, she's not gonna get caught publicly singing that song anywhere because her connections with Drake. But there it is. We have our halftime entertainment. Now all we got to decide is who's going to be there. Texans, right?
Yeah.
Texans Lions in the Super Bowl.
with Kendrick Lamar in the middle.
Yes, a sandwich of we got a piece of bread, which is the Texans, and a piece of bread that's a line, and the meat in the middle. Kendrick Lamar.
Pause.
In those, yeah, I know. It's too late. I already went down the path. Far too late at that point.
I saw it coming once you in the.
I got too far down the path to turn around, and that's just how it goes. So, I did get confirmation from Joe George. I talked about this, I think, in the first segment. Joe says he won't even make it till Sunday before all his Bears fandom comes out. He thinks even by Friday, you guys are going to hear it on the show. He won't even be able to make it to Sunday night.
I like that. You know what? That's good. We need on Friday. You know, it's a lot of previewing. We need the voice of the fan, but for the other fan base on the show. You need Paul in his battle red sunglasses, and then Joe, I don't know, wearing a Lance Briggs jersey.
How do you know how many Bears jerseys he owns?
I imagine one for every member of the 06 team that made the Super Bowl.
He's got a Peanut Tillman jersey.
He definitely has.
He's
Nathan
just waiting,
Basher,
waiting to break it out. He can't have a Rex Grossman jersey.
Danielle Manning.
No way he bought a Rex Grossman jersey. There's no
I
chance.
think he was an Orton guy, actually.
He feels like an Orton guy. I can see him.
I don't know what that means.
He likes quarterbacks from Purdue. That's all.
Good old fashioned Midwestern football.
Yeah, the spread that Purdue was running when Kyle Orton was there. Midwestern football.
He's from the Midwest.
Yes, Joe, a Notre Dame fan, Chicago Bears fan. I don't think he's going to have a good Saturday to Sunday. That span of 8 days, I don't think it's going to be a good one for him.
Season for the rest of the season, I don't know.
Notre Dame should be fine. That was an embarrassing loss, but they should be fine.
I mean, when you lose to a MAC team, it's hard for me to say you're not going to lose again.
But they should. That's why I say should. The schedule plays out where
they'll have more wins than losses.
That's not a good season for them. It's not.
They'll have way more wins.
That means now you're saying way more.
Well, maybe not way. Maybe like 3 more.
That's not a good season for them.
8-4? Come on.
No. If they go 8-4,
bowl eligibility.
Pretty privilege or not, Marcus Freeman's out of there. They go 8-4. You can charm all the boosters you want. You go 8-4 with that schedule, beat it.
Where the tight whatever Nike dry fits that you wear.
Or Under Armour dry fits.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry.
Whatever you're doing to make people love you, that's out the door. You get dominated, at least from the stats, from what I can tell, against Northern Illinois. All the things they loved about you, they'll forget pretty quickly. We're done. Gallant George are up next. Bears fan not Paul George. I always combine them sometimes. Joe George. Bears fan Joe George is coming up next. He'll be unbiased until Friday. We've done it, Sean. So what does that mean?
We did it!
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Tapper. Harris will spin and throw, and that'll do it. The Astros couldn't score in the 10th and the 11th, and then they only score 1 in the 12th after the A's scored 2 in the top half. Frustrating loss tonight to start this series against the Oakland A's.
I shouldn't have to hire a babysitter for Astros A's duty. I should be able to do what all good parents do and leave the Houston Astros in the car with the keys in the ignition. Important clarification. I should not have to watch another Astros Oakland A's game for the rest of my life. And yet, on a day where our country had an important thing happening, I got to tune back in to that game to see that pants poopage at the end where the Astros couldn't figure out how to defend against the bunt. Good morning. It is Gallant George on Wednesday, September 11th. 2024. Joe, I don't know if you've ever done that, if you've ever been able to leave Joe Jr. without a babysitter.
Not in the car.
Definitely not in the car.
Not in the car, Paul.
But, I mean, come on. I know it's just one loss, but come on. What are we doing?
That was one of those, it's annoying. Like, once again, feels like the 50th time since they've taken the lead in the division. Thankfully, the Mariners lost.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like once again, they just shout out to them for losing while you can't defend a bunt. It was. I've never seen anything like that. I love baseball. I've been watching baseball for so long. I've never seen.
I did the same thing over and over again.
Yes. Like I could not believe when they bunted for the third time.
Yeah.
I was like, they're not doing this again, right? Like
the way Todd Callis was talking about it on the broadcast was if the A's had come up with some genius strategy, like, the first and third bunt, like it's a different kind of offense. It's like the spread in the NFL. It's the 2-3 in basketball.
I mean, maybe the Astros should try it.
The first and third bunt?
Just bunt. Like, it doesn't matter. Yordan Alvarez, bunt it. Kyle Tucker, definitely bunt it.
I would have been okay with a Kyle Tucker suicide squeeze last night.
Yes.
With one out.
Like, the Neris play.
Yeah.
Not to pick on Fromber. It wasn't Fromber level bad because he didn't airmail it, but to just lose the baseball like that.
At least he didn't throw it out of the stadium.
Yes, but also hold on to the ball, dude.
Yeah, it was a rough moment. So they lose 4-3 in 12 innings. I had to check their record against the A's because it feels like they're way worse against the A's than they actually are. They're actually 7-4 against the A's on the year. So I breathed a heavy sigh of relief when I saw that at the very least they're taking care of business against teams like the A's. But a game like last night is one of those ones where you are wondering if you have a chance to actually get one of the buys in the American League. And come on, the A's are a cupcake on a cupcake buffet where you also play the Angels a bunch in the not too distant future.
Mm-hmm.
And you just drop the cupcake on the floor. And the frosting's gotten in the dirt.
Yeah.
The cat's licking it a little bit.
Are they going to eat it?
I don't know.
That's the real question. Like, you dropped the
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. No one leaves my rallies, but I wanted to leave watching the Astros A's game, and unfortunately I couldn't.
I did too. 13 innings or whatever it was. I don't need to go that long into a baseball game anymore. 10, 11, 12. I just ties. Just give me the tie. The last time the Astros lost in extra innings, we talked about this. I'm just maybe it's anti-American, on a day after a presidential debate. Maybe it's a bad thing to say, but I just give me tie.
I would have taken a tie last
night. I hate
the
the man for man rule.
A tie is better than a loss, and anything is better than watching a game against the Sacramento A's. Junior Broncos points out on the Twitch, the A's are one of the best records since the All-Star break. I don't care. I do not care. Screw them. They are a disgrace to this sport. I shouldn't have to watch a second of them. I should be able to leave the Astros in the car with the keys in the ignition.
Yes.
Crack a window or something. Yeah.
Honestly,
I think that makes it okay,
it's
right?
The A's.
Right,
They'll be fine.
Not in Houston.
I don't know, couple inches.
It's the A's. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. I'm just going into Walmart to get 3 or 4 different things.
The A's, they're not even the last place team in this division. So this isn't last year's A's.
That's actually surprising.
Yeah, Angels.
They are having a much better season than it appears because they are having a great second half.
I mean, they're 63 and 82. So
But like they're a good second half team. They're a young team.
I mean, August just wrapped up. I used to call them the Augusters, but it's not August anymore. There's no excuses here. Take care of business.
Oakland has 63 wins. The Chicago White Sox have 33.
The White Sox are so bad.
So
They have twice the wins of the White Sox.
Yeah.
they have 30 more wins.
And
It's
raise a
embarrassing.
banner in the stadium right before they demolish it. So we do this after the Astros lose. Who's the fall guy for last night? Hit it. Until recently.
Yeah, we need to update this.
I saw some people going after Espada last night. Is that fair?
Yes.
Why?
I know we were very like staunch advocates of like it's okay for Kyle Tucker to have his rehab starts in the majors, but maybe not having him bat where he is right now when he hasn't had a hit since he came back.
0 for 5 last night.
Yeah. It's not all on Espada, but he factors in for sure.
I look at the lineup as a whole, and I see after your top two guys in the lineup, Kyle Tucker going 0 for 5, Alex Bregman going hitless. It's the lineup to me. I mean, Tucker and Bregman have combined 0 for 11 in the 3 and 4 hole against a team like the A's. I don't care if they're playing better. They're still the A's. Jeremy Pena as well, 0 for 5.
Now he got robbed by Daz Cameron.
Fair enough. I was paying more attention to the debate.
I know.
I missed that.
It was a great catch in right field by Daz Cameron. So like they could have won the game. But yeah, the lineup does deserve the most blame for this. Because even if Joe Espada is not setting the perfect lineup, you went through the man for man rule a couple times. Brian Abreu was electric. The first inning, Mason Miller in the 10th is their electric closer, 4 pitches. Took him 4 pitches to get out of the inning. That's it. Like you have a runner on second base and you don't score. Brian Abreu strikes out 5 guys in 2 innings.
You look good.
Like he was awesome.
So not Brian Abreu.
Yeah, and your offense can't score. It is the lineup. The lineup it makes no sense why they're so bad in extra innings with the man for man rule, but they're terrible at it. And you should have won last night's game. When you have that guy on second base and your bullpen pitchers give you 6 outs without giving up a run, it is inexcusable to lose when you are this good of a baseball team.
They got to try the bunt offense.
I'm in. If we go to extras today, if we see extra innings tonight, do the bunt offense.
Just bunt.
Bunt them to death. Like, just do it. Just see what happens.
If you lay down the bunt, the guy goes from second to third. You lay down another bunt. Hopefully the guy goes from third to home, unless it's one of your slow runners. Hector Neris also on the table as well. It's not really his fault that things went the way that they did. I don't know if he actually had an out at home. Maybe it's just the fielding on those bunts because Neris biffs the ball. The guy gets to third because he throws it into the dirt. And then Yainer Diaz, did it bounce off his glove? Did he miss it?
He was right there. That's where I think there's an argument for last night for a little bit of Dana Brown still as the fall guy. Like you at the deadline chose to not acquire a first baseman. And because you chose not to acquire a first baseman, you are going to do things like put Yainer Diaz at first base to optimize your lineup. But when you do that, a play that I feel pretty confident for most first basemen would have made, he just missed. And so that's not totally Yainer's fault, but I don't think he really is a first baseman. He's not. Maybe next year. But like they're just kind of thrust him into this role. And
you're kind of forced to just because of the Bregman situation. But yeah, it's not something you want to see more of him doing. That's for sure. A couple of comments on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Max says, my worry is Tucker came back about 2 to 3 weeks too late. I don't know if he's going to be able to find his swing in time.
I mean, Mac, I hear what he's saying, but also like since we know it was not just a bruise, that's just unfortunate timing. Like you might be right, but he came back too late to get back into the groove by the time the playoffs start. But if that's the case, then he shouldn't be hitting that high in the lineup. Like you can have him in the lineup if you feel comfortable with him in right field, and you want his bat still in the lineup, then hit him 8th. Like put him at the bottom until he gets back into his groove. Don't have him up there in critical situations because they're making it easier to pitch around guys when they know that Tucker is kind of just useless right now. So I don't disagree with that at all. It's just unfortunate because he, broke his own leg with a baseball.
It do be like that. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What are the chances the Astros can get one of those first round buys? And the mood is low, so we'll give you a deep steel blue pill. In fact, 2 of them. So you'll be, oh boy, probably weird to be around at work. But first, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. You use the promo code BET975. And guess what happens? You're not just getting your initial deposit matched up to $1,000. They're doubling your first deposit. Yeah. So put some money in. You enter that promo code and you can play with all of it. Right away, there's no waiting process. Maybe you want to bet on the Astros to win tonight's game, 1.5-run favorites, because the A's are not supposed to be good, and yet they won last night. Maybe you want to bet on the presidential election. Have things changed since last night's debate? I imagine the odds have shifted a little bit because I think someone clearly won, even though a lot of people aren't willing to admit it. And we're talking about the referees the whole time, if you will. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You can also bet on Thursday Night Football. The Dolphins, 2.5-point favorites against the Bills tomorrow. Interesting that the Bills are the underdog, seeing as they seem to own the Miami Dolphins. But you can bet on all of those things and more at MyBookie.ag. You enter that promo code BET975 for a doubling of your deposit. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Tucker trying to tie it or win it here with 1 out. Call third strike. Tucker strikes out for the second straight time. That's a big out for Harris.
0 for 6. Can't strike out like that.
I guess I didn't hear the Boo Birds on the broadcast last night as much. I just didn't notice it until we heard it back there.
Are they booing Kyle Tucker? Are they booing the fact that they were about to lose to the A's? The fact that he took the third strike? I don't know. But it is annoying that he took a third strike with 1 out. And it was pretty clearly a strike.
Yeah, I mean, he in those 2 at bats that he had towards the end of the game or in extras, he was so close. Like there was one of them that it was a foul ball by like maybe like a foot. So he was right there to try to win the game for the Astros, but you could tell he's just a tick slow probably at this point. Like he's just not back in his groove yet, or really close to what the YouTube commenter was saying. Mac, like it's just, I just don't know if he has enough time to figure it out. And if you were going to pivot and say, hey, we're going to do a rehab assignment real quick. Next week's the last week of minor league baseball. So like that, this is your, like, if you were going to pivot and be like, hey, we're going to, you know what, this isn't going great. We're going to try to resend him. We're going to resend him back down. You have 10 days, 12 days, something like that.
Can you send someone on a rehab assignment after they've already gotten back with the major league team?
I think you'd have to like almost designate them with another 10-day IL stint. So,
well,
or you mutually agree. So probably not.
Yeah, you can't do that, I guess. I mean, it would be nice to see the Sugarland Space Cowboys have a final push to second half champions. I don't know what the standings are, but I mean,
I just know they're first half champions.
They were first half champions
and in the playoffs.
But if they have Kyle Tucker for these critical games, I mean, we might be seeing a Sugarland championship.
They got Rafael Montero. They're good.
Sugarland's winning a lot. Someone won the Mega Millions from Sugarland last night.
Really?
Yeah, $800 million. If that person wants to come on the show, we would gladly have you on for a nominal fee.
Yes. What's the fee?
I mean, if we split 100,000 between the three of us, is that enough?
Can we make it like 120? 40
sure,
G's each?
fine, I guess, but I'm shooting low to make it seem like this person can make his radio dream come through.
What do you need those extra $20,000?
Yeah, what's the $20,000 for?
Yeah, I got $33,000 in student debt. Like,
well, I mean, Joe, I know you're not great with math, but
no, well, a little
$33,000 would have been covered.
There's other debt. Like, there's other things to pay off.
Greedy bastard. No, it's just Sean and I now. It's just Sean and I.
We're cutting you out.
We're cutting you out. If this Mega Millions winner wants to come on our show,
there'll be a day Joe's not here.
For a nominal fee, you can make your radio dreams come true. All right. Yeah, the Astros are making us sad. So here's a deep steel blue pill or two for you, because your Houston Texans are still getting hyped. Texas Swarm. We got a twofer for you.
Ooh.
You might have to go see a doctor a little bit later. Todd McShay was on with Ryan Russillo. They were talking about the top rosters in the NFL. And McShay, much to the chagrin of Russillo, who doesn't seem to entirely agree with him, thinks the Texans have one of the top 5 most talented rosters in the league. Here is Todd.
So again, give me your tier one. Chiefs,
Tier one. Chiefs.
Tier one best rosters in the NFL.
And again, not in order. I just want AFC, NFC, Chiefs, Jets, Texans, Niners, Lions. Top 5 rosters, in my opinion. The 3 that I put like right in that next tier, right on the
Packers. Packers aren't in there.
And the next tier, Packers, Eagles, Ravens. Take it or leave it.
You have the
Have fun with
Texans
it.
over the Eagles.
I love their roster, man.
Hell yeah, Todd.
All right, Todd. I like that. Top 5 roster.
Off the top of my head, I'm just going to agree because of the name brand recognition that they have.
definitely is a huge part of it.
Yeah.
You know the names, like who they brought in free agency, like what they've done in the draft.
Mixon looked
Yes.
incredible. So yeah, I'm in.
I'm in on that.
I'm
Top
in on
5.
that. Also, noted bro and host of the Pat McAfee Show, also a former NFL punter, Pat McAfee, who is a Colts fan. He had to give CJ Stroud his flowers on the Pat McAfee Show earlier in the week. Here is, oh, okay, I didn't send it. My bad. It's there, but it's not there. But Pat McAfee on CJ Stroud, he, after talking about how Indy is the loud house, this guy raved about CJ Stroud and specifically that 3rd and 11 throw that he had.
I mean, it's that throw. I watched it again today. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's one of the better throws of his career, I think, so far. I mean, like, it was just the precision, and it was a great catch. It's one of those funny things where, like, I feel like Nico is like almost getting like underappreciated in this moment, but that was such a great, getting his feet down, making the catch. It was a great play. I mean, it's funny watching Pat when he has to praise the Texans because you can.
Oh,
tell,
I love it too.
You can tell like it hurts his soul.
And what's really funny too with him praising the Texans here is he's talking about how loud that Indy crowd was. And of course, we all know they pump in crowd noise and it's artificial. The stadium roof was open though, so he believes it was the loudest it's been in a really long time. And Stroud shut him up at that play. We talk about the impressive throws that Stroud had. There was the 4th and 2 throw from his knees early in the game. There was the 3rd and 14 rolling to the right, throwing across the middle of the field back to his left to Nico Collins on 3rd and 14 for a first down. But that 3rd and 11 throw, I still am having a hard time figuring out how he fit that window. I have no idea how he got that ball in. I mean, if we were watching the game on TV, when you were watching it on TV, when Sean was watching it on TV, did you guys think that ball was complete?
No. It's the incomplete pass.
I very much assumed that was an incomplete pass. And then all of a sudden the Texas sideline started celebrating. And I was like, wait a second, what?
Yeah, because the play-by-play guy was like, that's out of bounds. Like he was very sure about how incomplete it was. And then, you see the Texans sideline react. And listen, there's a lot of times where they make the catch motion when it's nowhere close to a catch. But that one, you're just like, wait, what? It looked like he caught it. That, like, if they're all that definitive about it and they're celebrating like they just won the game.
I mean, I don't think it's that throw. Being surprised is not, an issue or shocking. How many quarterbacks can make that throw? CJ, Mahomes.
It's so impressive. I don't know. I mean,
I'm gonna say no on Josh Allen. I mean, maybe like not Lamar.
Yeah, I don't think Lamar could have made that.
Like, I think the list might be not Dak. Like, it might be Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Like,
I don't know if Burrow's
I don't know
got
if
the
he has the
mustard.
zip.
Yeah.
Did you guys
Stafford?
Did you guys see the video? Stafford, yes.
Yeah.
Did you see the video where like Joe Burrow like couldn't pick up a water bottle?
Yeah, and he was just like moving his wrist the entire. Yeah,
like he went to pick up a water bottle. It looked like the water bottle weighed like 80 pounds because he had to like grab it, like claw it.
And then he had to readjust his hand.
Yeah. So maybe there's currently like 4 quarterbacks that can make that throw. I mean,
Anthony Richardson kills someone in the stands
Richardson
making that throw.
didn't do right.
Like he's knocking out a coach's eyeball if he tries to make that throw.
Small child, little Peter, the Colts fan. Rest in peace.
Has a little football mark right between his eyes.
His parents should have left him in the car with the windows rolled down because he wouldn't have gotten hit by the ball in the stands. He would have been fine.
The roof was open.
It was 72 degrees in Indianapolis.
You're right, the roof was open.
The roof was open, so we can't say it wouldn't have hit.
Right.
I do have a sunroof on my car. I know that does not apply to the rules.
And I mean, I was saying that because if you didn't hear the first segment, I feel like I should be able to leave the Astros in the car against the A's.
Yeah. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah.
With the keys in the ignition.
Yes.
I'm just
thank you for explaining. This is not because like I did not leave my son in the car. like anyone joining, like you have to re-explain it every time. Like,
I was 25 minutes late to the Paul Gallant and the Gallant George. What's this?
It happens.
What's this that he's talking about right now?
Speaking of kids, real quick.
What happened?
I know. Practice?
I felt overwhelmed at a 3-year-old soccer practice.
Damn, dude, you can't even handle 3-year-old.
No, you know
players?
what? I had 7 kids on the team, 6 of them were great. There was one kid that kept running off and leaving the field. You know what the problem was? It was my kid. The only kid who would not listen to me was my kid.
Oh no.
Like they're all doing like dribbling drills, passing the ball back and forth. We're playing red light, green light. We're having a great time. And my kid, instead of saying, when I say red light, does not stop. He took off like to the left and just kept, or the right, and just kept going. I was embarrassed. It was tough. It was a tough day for Coach Joe. Didn't feel great.
It feels like it's a good day for Coach Joe. It's a bad day for Father of the Year, Joe George.
Yeah, I told my wife, I'm like, you got to be at practice next week. I'm like, you got to wrangle this kid. If I got to worry about the other kids.
Have you considered a child leash?
It's hard to play soccer with a child leash.
Yeah, but it's practice. It's
Yeah.
practice. This way you'll keep him on. Just give him a lot of leash, I guess.
yeah. Give him a lot of room to run.
Yeah. You know, I'm looking forward to 5-year-old Joe George Jr. He's got like a greaser jacket on. He's ripping a butt when you get home. He's like, say, Pops, why aren't you playing me more in the soccer game?
Yeah, I like uncoachable Joe.
Yeah, he's uncoachable right now.
I don't play by the rules. So I'm junior.
Yeah, he's like what we thought Stephon Diggs was going to be right now. He's uncoachable.
I like it.
Yeah, I'll make sure he gets the number 1.
He just wants to play on a different team.
Yeah, the problem was that there was like 3 fields next to each other. He kept running to the other field and like we're trying to play with the other kids. I'm like, no, dude, like you're over here.
Oh wait, they have you all practicing at the same time?
Terrible idea.
That's overwhelming.
Terrible. Yeah. You should get those giant boards that like college football teams have.
Well, and then like
so
one of the other
practice.
coaches I saw, like he bought like pennies. He brought a whistle.
Okay. These are 3-year-olds.
And I'm like, dude, I have the cones and the soccer balls they supplied me. I'm like, but I might get a whistle for next week.
Just for your own kid.
For my son. The other kid, I'm gonna tell them, like, hey, when I whistle, y'all are fine. It's him. He's the problem.
That's hilarious. Oh boy, it is Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean Maves behind the glass. Largo asks on Twitch, is Paul wearing tassels today or is it cold? I am wearing a tight shirt, but I think my tiny little nipples are showing. It's a Wednesday. What do you want from me?
It is cold.
And the deep steel blue pills got me going.
Yeah.
Okay. So cut me some slack. Up next, we cut nobody's slack if they're soft in the world of sports. Soft boys, including Shedeur Sanders continuing to dig his own grave further and further. Stick around. In honor of that one time that Ime Udoka, head coach of the Houston Rockets, saw LeBron James bitching and moaning during a game and said that you should stop his bitching, LeBron responded, "Hey, man, don't speak to me like that." And Ime Udoka called him a soft-ass boy. Every single Wednesday at 12:30, we talk about the softest people in the world of sports. This is just a soft way of handling adversity. We already saw Shedeur Sanders leave with about 2 minutes to play after Nebraska smoked Colorado on Saturday, but he is making things worse and worse for himself. I did not see this press conference that he did, I believe, on Monday. Here is Shedeur Sanders talking about what really went down against Nebraska.
I mean, how many times did Rowley get touched? How many times did Rowley get touched? They was able, like, of course, whenever you're able to run the ball consistently and whenever you're able to, then that opens up the pass, you know? But it's just like you got to understand, like, what your team good at. So it's like, why would we keep running the ball if, okay, we out there and we get in a situation where it's a must get and we don't get it?
Are those kind of like 4th and 1 conversions that haven't gone your guys' way in the last couple? Is that kind of played into everybody's mind? Is that kind of something on your mind, thinking about advancing the ball and whatnot?
Nah, I'd rather if we're gonna go down, I'd rather go down swinging, honestly, because I know I can throw the best punch.
Well, he's swinging at his offensive lineman. I'm sure.
And OC.
That'll go over well. You're right. Off my draft board. I don't want a guy who's throwing his guys under the bus. I know that some guys have done it. Peyton Manning's done it publicly a couple of times, throwing his offensive line under the bus. And I know he's not alone. There's been some other great quarterbacks that have done it. But you're doing it at this level where everything is going wrong. How are you going to turn this thing around? And on top of that, right after he was done throwing his offensive line under the bus, he went on Twitter and he essentially tweeted like, "Hey, new week, let's work."
Yeah, I don't like this. I'm with you. I'm so glad we don't have to worry about the Texans needing a quarterback, because like the thing is, he's gonna end up in a bad situation. I know Dion keeps trying to say that Shedeur and Travis Hunter are gonna pull an Eli Manning and they're only gonna go to a certain amount of teams. Well, like good luck with that. Like good luck with that. Like you think that's really gonna work? First of all, you think you're good enough, Shedeur. Travis Hunter, maybe.
That's what I was going to say. Oh, Travis Hunter, yes. Travis Hunter is going to be a top 5 pick. Whichever position he wants to play, they can let him play. Shedeur Sanders, he might not be in a terrible situation. He might not be drafted in a terrible situation because of stuff like this. Like if this turns off Paul, like I can't imagine. We haven't even started the pre-draft process with this guy. Like everyone gets picked apart, and that's going to be an absolute circus when that time comes around. Sorry to say the C word. I'm going to be banned from Colorado media now because the guy who called it a circus got banned. But yeah, I don't think he's a lock to be a top 10 pick. Like I don't know if
he seems to be carrying himself though as if he is a top 10 pick lock. And I'm with you. I
like he is
probably a first round pick.
Yeah, probably a first rounder.
But he also seems to have a crappy attitude. And I mean, what good team's going to want to take him in? He's going to probably go to another situation that's like this. Best of luck, thoughts and prayers. I think the team he's most likely to go to is the New York Giants. The Giants were wretched on Sunday, and the vibes are horrible in the locker room. Now, I thought it was interesting to see former Texans defensive lineman Jonathan Grenard talking about Daniel Jones getting booed, saying, quote, "We kind of started to feel a little bit bad for him," end quote. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of soft for a defender to feel bad for the pass rusher he's going after. But hey, we like Jonathan Grenard. He's showing a little empathy to Daniel Jones, who is gosh darn disaster.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's not. I don't think Grenard's soft, obviously, for that, but it makes me feel worse for Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
like when players are saying that, like I'm just like, oh,
that's so bad.
It's worse than the Anthony Richardson one. Like with Richardson,
at least they're being mean.
Yeah, they're like just all you do is run. Like, but then like we saw like what he can do down the field in this last game. Grenard is just like, this guy's so bad.
Yeah, I rather you be mean to me than pity me.
Yes,
like I rather you take me seriously as an opponent and not just be like, oh man,
that's like I remember like
sucks for it. He didn't ask to be put in this position. Like,
Yeah.
no, yes I did.
And my dad used to tell me like when he was coaching me, it was like if a coach stops yelling at you, it means they've given up on you. Like it's like because if they're yelling at you, like it means they still care in a way. Like that's almost what this is. Like this isn't even just trash talk. It's just like, sorry, dude. Like maybe you're the quarterback for the Roughnecks next year.
Like I don't even think Zach Wilson I feel bad for him.
I don't think he did either. And to make matters worse, with the Giants, have you heard what the Giants said in the moments after the loss? This is 100% soft behavior. First, we have Kayvon Thibodeau, who is certainly talkative. I don't know that he's been particularly good as a player, but I would imagine he's been rather underwhelming. He was asked a question. I don't even think the question finished, and he didn't want to answer it.
I know that a lot's on you guys in the pass rush up front. Like that's what this team's supposed to be built on. How much?
Anybody else got questions?
Which?
Kayvon, what
You know why is that a big?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What happened on that penalty?
Man, I tried to convert. I think I kind of hooked his face mask.
I'm trying to figure out what was so offensive about that question. He's saying, hey, you guys are priding yourselves on as being a unit capable of getting sacks. You certainly have some names. It's not happening. And the guy didn't even finish asking the question. I'm wondering if there's some sort of beef that Thibodeau has with this guy.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a one-time incident, right?
No,
like there
definitely
seems to be
not.
some kind of
because it's week one. Like,
yeah,
it's very easy to be like, yeah, we didn't get any sacks today.
Yeah, that's a beat reporter who, like, whether Kayvon Thibodeau is reading social media, he's heard him on radio stations or TV. Like there's something to that one. It's definitely soft. Like just say like no comment. But at the same time, I also kind of love it. I'm not gonna lie. Like just kind of.
What do you love about it?
It's kind of just been like this guy. Like first of all, like ask the question because you're just kind of rambling. So I think maybe that's also what's part of this.
I don't know. I think he's being a jackass.
I mean, he definitely is being a jackass.
No, I think him rambling gave Thibodeau the time to just like cut him off. If he was more kind of got to the question, I mean, same thing with the Colorado guy. Colorado guy asking Shedeur a question took 35 seconds. But I think if he's a little bit more concise, you can kind of force him to to answer it.
Sure.
Or not to answer, to acknowledge the question.
Sure. But I don't know.
No, it's still terrible on Thibodeau, but the reporter gave him the door.
Fair enough. He gave him the rope.
My favorite is what I wish their other reporters would have done is then
just ask that question
ask
again.
the question.
Yeah. I always wonder when people don't ask questions. I'm like, if I was there, I'd just be like, I'll ask that question.
Yeah.
Like,
Kayvon Thibodeau, another New York Giant. Excuse me, Dexter Lawrence, another New York Giant defensive lineman. He was asked about the boos the Giants got. Here he is.
Could I hear the fans?
I mean, you know, they
however many fans there are.
Yeah, booing at home. Yeah. Booing your team.
Could I hear them?
Yeah.
Can you get another question, please?
What do you make of that? What do you make of the
I mean, I don't respect it, honestly. I get it. They want to see their team win. You know, it's a rough patch. I mean, it just is what it is.
Dexter, after a tough first half, you guys came in at halftime.
We might be 2 for 2 with questions that didn't get asked so well because Lawrence was clearly annoyed by that reporter asking, "Did you hear the boos?"
I think it's one of my least favorite questions you ask players. Like people that players get asked because like they never answer it well. Not because it's not like a fair question, but you just never get
It's
a good
setup,
answer.
right?
It's a setup. I will say, can we nominate the fans with this too? Because I know the Giants and your Daniel Jones is your quarterback, but there was booing all across the NFL in week 1. Like it is week 1. Like
no, booing's always in bounds.
You got to boo in week 1.
Booing is always in bounds.
I was gonna say it's week 1, as in it's crazy how down bad the Giants are after one game. Like that, it's crazy that they're getting. Did you hear the fans boo at home? And like, I don't want to. Like, they're so obviously
It's
in a
week
bad move.
7-esque.
Yeah, this is what happens. Yeah, when when it's week 8, week 9,
Get
and you're
close to
like, oh my God,
November.
we just get our ass kicked. Or we're 2-6, and we get our ass kicked every time. Like, no, this is one game against the Minnesota Vikings, and they're already having this stuff. I saw that there's the Malik Neighbors gave an answer where he was just like, hey, listen, man, I'm just doing the best I can. I'm like, dude, it was his debut. It was his week 1, and he's already like in the I'm a wide receiver who hates my quarterback mode. It's crazy.
Does Brian Dable make it to October? They play the Dallas Cowboys on Thursday Night Football on September 26th. Between that, so the Giants play Washington, Cleveland, Dallas. I mean, Bill O'Brien was fired after 4 games.
I think they all know the quarterback's the problem.
I know.
I mean, what was it? Joe Schoen, the general manager, was caught talking to
Ryan Poles
about how he doesn't need to look for a quarterback, but we do. So I think Daniel Jones getting benched is the next step, and I think the question is, when does that happen?
Yeah, I think we see Drew Lock before we push the fire Dable button.
I agree.
I mean, they asked Dable week 1, like the Monday press conference. The media asked them, like,
is it because it's New York and they're just like they just fast forward
no,
through the
I think,
season?
I think it's just because I think we all just know it. Like, if it's like everyone in the world knows, but in the NFL that watches him talks about he can't play quarterback.
The Jets started Zach Wilson for 3 years. That's the thing. This town has seen with the other team terrible quarterback play before. Jano Jones isn't the first bad quarterback to ever suit up in that city.
But there is something about the Jets-Giants thing that I think is a little bit different, right? Like, I think the
Giants have higher standards.
Yeah, the Jets are kind of the clown car of the two teams.
The funny thing is, though, the Giants have been just as bad. They just have the 2 Eli Manning miraculous Super Bowl runs.
Yeah.
They've been just as bad this entire stretch.
Basically, since 2011, they've been terrible.
You have those 2 Super Bowls, it helps, but I mean, it's been over a decade, and they have been just as bad, I would say, as the Jets since that last Super Bowl victory. Let's stay in New York because this is the premier football team in New York, though I guess the Buffalo Bills are. But you know who's not soft as we continue Soft Boys every Wednesday at 12:30? Syracuse head coach Fran Brown.
Your guy.
Who was annoyed that Georgia Tech head coach Brent Kay suggested the Cuse was not physical. Hit it, Fran!
You. And who won the most fourth down this day? We did, yeah, because he said he wanted to fight from 12 to 4. So that's all I was thinking about from 12 to 4. That's why I was and you know me. So it's a big difference. When you know who I am and you come at me about toughness, like, don't do that. I took this game was very personal. And then you know that I coach with Kirby Smart and Muschamp. So why would we not be a tough physical football team? That's just what they do. And that's what we're about, and that's where I was at. And I did take that very personal. And I want to make sure everyone understands that when you play us, just be quiet. So then that way we're just going to go worry about us throughout the week. Don't give no ammo to me. You give ammo to me, I'm coming at you full tilt.
That's right.
Dude, I like this guy.
That's right.
I like this guy, Paul.
And they have the easiest ACC schedule ever.
When can Notre Dame fire Marcus Freeman and hire this guy?
No. He doesn't want to.
I cannot wait for that to happen. I can't wait for coaching search Joe George looking for everyone's coaches.
Well, come to Notre Dame.
But I like this guy. That's not something you hear from coaches.
I coached with Will Muschamp and Kirby Smart. Don't call me soft. I love that.
Syracuse fans should be very happy right now.
I mean, you saw Kyle McCord on the sideline calling. I think they said they're sorry or they're soft or something during the game. Syracuse football has its swagger back.
Hell yeah, dude. Watch out.
Against an easy ACC schedule.
Watch out. Easy. Who won in 1959 in the national championship?
You said it was an easy SEC or ACC.
Yeah, I know,
schedule.
but only I get to say that. Okay, you aren't
Yeah.
you aren't in the ACC like me.
Oh yeah,
like Notre Dame tries to be in the ACC.
We're kind of in the ACC,
but they're embarrassed to admit it, even though they're kind of bringing us down. And Texas, if you're in the ACC, it would be a little bit easier to get to the college football playoff. But you both wish you were in our conference. It's fine. Continuing.
All I know, like, can you imagine, like, Sean? Can you imagine how miserable we will be if like Syracuse makes a run at the ACC championship game?
I won't be that miserable.
I think we will. I think Paul's going to make us miserable.
No,
if Syracuse is good at football.
It depends.
I think if Syracuse plays Texas in the in the playoff. That's when I'll get sick of it.
At this point, I just need it to be like I need Syracuse and Boston College to be good for when they play November 9th.
Oh, they do play.
They do play. Like I want to see
Not
like
that easy of a schedule.
Yeah.
Got Bill
Boston
O'Brien
College
coming to
versus
town.
Syracuse this year. That'll be on the our pick 6.
Maybe that's when we ask.
We bring Bill O'Brien.
Yeah,
on
we
that
ask
one?
O'Brien to come
Yeah.
on.
All right. Soft Boys continues. I think Joe's going to be able to provide a little more context here.
Yes.
There is a Chicago radio host named Dan Bernstein, and he got very upset when Barstool Eddie, who was filling in on a show that was before Bernstein's show on 670 The Score, called him by his last name.
See that, especially after you had the ghost pepper.
Horoscope guy Bernstein?
No. Oh
No?
God, no.
I didn't know.
You
Yeah.
know? No.
Yeah, you
It
can call me,
always has
you
been.
can call me Dan or you can call me Bernsey, but you don't know me like that.
Got it.
Eddie got you. Eddie's there with you. Here's what I saw over in the corner here at Rally House.
You could call me Dan or Bernsey.
I feel like the Bernsey would be more offensive. Like that's a nickname.
Bernsey is something that you would call somebody you've known for a while. You can't
Who has
call,
an STD?
You can't call the person by his last name when his show is called Bernstein and whatever.
Yeah, Bernstein and Holmes. Like, and it
Oh
was-
my god!
like his.
What are we doing?
Oh my god!
I don't.
Hey, don't call me Gallant, all right?
Yeah, like
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if someone called me Gallant, I would laugh at that.
Like,
You know, if someone called Jake Assman wait, my bad. If someone called Jake Assman, I don't think he would like that.
Yeah, that's pretty much why I ended up, because Granado went after him because Granado did that.
Oh,
And
did?
remember, Jake got all upset,
I didn't know.
and they got a little radio war.
Yeah, and then you said Granado needs a pay cut, and then yeah.
I think it all started because Jake suggested, I believe jokingly, that ESPN could save some money by moving on from Granada, which was an idiotic thing to say on the
Dumbest
station.
thing you could say.
Especially because I don't think John's paying any attention to you unless you actually say something to set him off. And I mean, look, it's just a tough world that you live in when your last name is Ass Man.
Yeah, this is. I just can't imagine like getting upset over this. Like someone calls you by your last name. So for context, this is a guy who used to be Barstool-ish.
Okay.
He was suspended for talking about women's breasts inappropriately on social media.
Bernstein?
Yeah, Bernstein was. He was suspended for that. He's been suspended for other things. But when, before the pandemic, his brain got broken. It's like the only way I can put it. And he flipped. So now he hates everything Barstool stands for.
So that's why.
So he probably would have said something similar to that. Like if Eddie called him Dan, he'd probably be like, "You call me sir." But yeah, soft. And now Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports.
Oh yeah, he basically just awoke.
This is
ruined his career.
He woke up every single troll.
At the very
ever.
least, he ruined the next 2 weeks of a show.
Yes.
They can't. There's no way they could.
They
take calls.
closed the phone line.
Of course they did.
They closed
Of
the
course.
YouTube comments as well.
Of course they did.
They have to close the entire social media for the station. But
tough one for
look,
Bernsey.
if you want to be in this business,
Bernsey, calm down.
Bernsey.
Yeah, don't go after Barstool people.
Especially something so not if you want to go after him, get your money's worth.
Yeah, go after for something real.
We're at least one person will be on your side.
Oh, soft boy nomination, Dave Portnoy. While we're at it, they left at halftime of the Michigan-Texas game.
Yeah, I get that.
But you got your private jet, but
yeah, the game was over though.
I know.
Beat the traffic.
Like I was saying, I don't know, halfway through the third quarter, I was like, can we just running clock this? There's no need to keep watching. I rather watch the Arkansas-Oklahoma State game. Then the backups come in. I'm not completely against Portnoy just dipping.
I'm not calling Portnoy soft, Joe, for entirely what we were just talking about.
Local radio host, Houston radio host Joe George calls Dave Portnoy soft.
A couple other ones before we wrap up Soft Boys. Sauce Gardner missed part of a field goal drive on Monday in the 49ers Jets game because the wind was knocked out of him. He missed 6 passes. Take you that long to get back up from
6 play. I was gonna be on his side if it was like 3. 6 is a lot.
And Edwin Uceda, a Tampa Bay's reliever, last night went full Framber Valdez in 2023. He threw at Nick Castellanos in the midst of a disaster inning. It led to a benches clearing brawl between the Phillies and the Rays.
We need more fights in baseball.
I agree.
And we need real fights.
Especially September baseball.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe we can add the win column. like you get like a half a win if you was it Rugnet or Dor when he got knocked out by Jose Bautista?
Other way around.
Other way around. You're right. Yep, my bad. When Jose Bautista got knocked out by Rugnet or Dor, the Rangers should have got a win for that fight.
If you win the fight, you get the win.
Yeah. But it has to be like real punches thrown.
They go to the judges scorecards.
Yeah. That's how we bring baseball back to this country.
I think the only way the White Sox are going to get people to go to the ballpark is if the players start fighting each other. The White Sox are fighting White Sox.
Yeah, White Sox on White Sox crime.
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing no one hates the White Sox more this season than White Sox and their fans.
Probably not. This is going to be considered soft by some before we wrap up Soft Boys. Our intern made us homemade chocolate, and
yes,
I don't like chocolate. So I'm going to try it, and let's see how this goes. It's very black chocolate.
She made it at home?
She made it homemade. It's homemade. Yeah.
I mean, I love chocolate, so.
I already had mine, or else I'd be doing it with
you. Okay.
You know what?
Chocolate, right?
That was actually pretty good.
That was pretty good.
I'm surprised because I don't like chocolate. Maybe I like chocolate now.
Is it all chocolate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like dark? Do you like dark chocolate, or is it just?
I honestly don't know. I just generally don't like the bitterness of chocolate.
Because this is closer to dark chocolate,
Pretty
I
good.
would say.
Yeah, it was a dark chocolate.
Yeah.
She has risen to the top of the intern power rankings. There you go. All right. It's Gallant and George out of Soft Boys every single Wednesday, 12:30. The softest people in the world of sports in honor of Ime Udoka, calling LeBron James a soft-ass boy that one time. Up next, the Houston Texans are in prime time for the first time in quite some time on a Sunday. How are they going to handle it? We'll discuss. Stick around. It's been a really long time since the Houston Texans have played a game on Sunday Night Football. A really long time, but they are going to change that on Sunday when the Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams come to town for the Texans' home opener, where they will be raising yet another AFC South banner. Doesn't matter, Brian. It doesn't matter that the Texans have the most AFC South banners over the past decade plus, or more division titles of late than the Dallas Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
It does matter, though, that they're back on primetime, Joe, for the first time in a while.
Yeah, what first time since would you say 2019?
Off the top of my head,
they beat Tom Brady the last time they were on Sunday Night Football.
I think that was it.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
And Sunday Night Football is
No wonder
definitely
you forgot.
is definitely the most primetime of all the primetime games.
Okay, I like this take. I'm with you.
It is
100%.
It is the top of the line primetime or standalone games that you get as an NFL team.
Yeah,
because of things like this, where the Texans didn't have one for 5 years.
Yeah, it's Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, international games.
International games at the very bottom.
That's
I would even throw in like the Thanksgiving Cowboys or Lions games. Those are those are still at the bottom, maybe ahead of Thursday Night Football, your average Thursday Night Football. But I think even playing like the Lions on Thanksgiving is a higher ranking than playing on Thursday Night Football, where it's basically mandated, I guess, until the last year, where every team plays on Thursday Night Football every year.
I'm glad they got rid of that.
Yes.
I'm tired. I was tired of seeing Jacksonville and these teams play on Thursday Night Football when they didn't deserve it. So I'm glad they got rid
I liked it when they had Color Rush, but once they took away Color Rush, I'm out.
I didn't like it because I always liked that there would be an extra weekend where I had it all to myself. And last year was the first year where the Texans did not have a single Thursday or Monday night game, which was pretty interesting. And that's why this game is going to be interesting as well. And I think the big fear for a lot of Texans fans is that when they go out under the lights, things don't go so well. And if you take a look at the Texans' record in prime time, I did a little math here. So based off of this math, which might not be 100% correct, they are 20-26 all time in prime time. They were 8-16, 8-17 entering the 2016 season, and they've been 12-9 since. Their best year, weirdly, 2018, the year that nobody bought into the hype while they were winning 9 games in a row. They were actually 4-0, undefeated in primetime action. It's different, I think, for the young players this time around. And I know that we're talking about when a game is being played, but it's the home opener for a team with a lot of hype. They're going up against a team with a rookie quarterback. And this is the first Sunday night performance for CJ Stroud, for Tank Dell. Tank Dell was asked about it at Monday's press conference. Here's what he had to say.
It's going to be the first primetime game of your NFL career.
I'm ready.
Does that excite you?
Yeah, definitely. I'm ready, man. I'm built for things like this. I'm built for them type of games. I'm ready. That's all I can say. I'm ready. I'll be ready. I'll be there.
Well, guess what? I know Paul doesn't care, but guess what? I'm playing on my fantasy football teams this week. Tank Dell, because he's ready.
I would be a little hesitant about playing any Houston Texans wide receiver just because you don't know who's going to be good on a week-to-week basis.
Yeah, I do. I think last week was a great indication of like that it's going to be.
Someone's going to get left out.
Stephon Diggs had 2 touchdowns, but he had 33 yards.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be it. But that's what's fun about this offense is that it's from the viewing perspective. It's like you never know who's going to go off.
It makes it a great real life offense. It makes it frustrating. It was just what we said all offseason. It makes it frustrating because I think last week was a perfect encapsulation of that, where Nico Collins has the most yards and I think the most catches on the team, but Diggs has 2 touchdowns and Tank got targeted a lot, didn't really connect on anything deep.
But yeah, I mean, I love that from Tank. Like, I'm
ready.
I'm ready.
We're all ready.
Yeah. Because the Saturday night was like a tease last year.
Saturday barely counts.
Yeah.
That's low on the list of my primetime power rankings.
And if you take a look at the primetime games that they have played over the last couple of seasons. For the most part, it's been Mondays, Saturdays, holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, stuff like that. I think since 2020, there's just been 6. 5 if you don't count Christmas Eve of 2022.
Yeah.
Because that was a Saturday game.
And this year, they're basically playing on every day of the week.
Correct.
Yeah, they only don't play on Tuesdays and Fridays.
They have a Wednesday game, though.
Yeah, they have a Wednesday game.
They have a Wednesday, a Thursday.
I guess I don't know if they have a Saturday officially yet, but it's possible they could.
Theoretically, things could be flexed later on in the year.
Yeah.
I want to know how the average Houston Texan fan feels right now, because I do think that with this organization, even with all the hype, that there is a thought in the back of everyone's mind, like, what if we blow this? Because this is one of those homecoming primetime games. You're going up against a Bears team with a rookie quarterback that only won its week 1 game because they were doing what the Chicago Bears have done for their entire history, which is when they've been good, have a good defense that scores them a touchdown, have a good special teams unit that scores them a touchdown. Whether we're talking about the 85 Bears or the Lovie Smith, Devin Hester Bears, like, this is just who they've been.
Yeah, I mean, the last time the Bears won a football game, which their offense had under 150 yards, well, it had happened in my lifetime. It was Rex Grossman's Bears. So, like, it's happened in the last 25 years, the last time they've done this. Also, on a side note, because as you mentioned, the way they won that game, if you haven't yet, you should go to Paul's Twitter account, @GallantSays, and watch the video he put out yesterday. Because the way you put me describing the Will Levis play with the video was very funny. Like, as Will Levis gets down on his knees and grabs his head, very, very funny.
You reenacted it.
Highly recommend. Highly recommend.
That interception is one of the worst things that's ever happened.
It's terrible.
I understand why.
And Will Levis had sex tape leaked online this offseason, and this was worse than that.
More embarrassing.
This was way more embarrassing than that.
I think it's way worse.
Yeah. It's honestly like that. I mean, listen, that's an attractive woman. It's a shame that someone stole, broke their privacy and stuff. But this is worse.
What about the mayonnaise cologne commercial?
No, that was funny too.
I think those play.
I kind of like Will Levis as a guy. I just don't like him as a quarterback. Yeah. I think he seems to be like a pretty down to earth, cool dude.
Kind of looks like Andrew Carlson.
I see it.
Wow, he
I
really does look like Andrew Carlson.
That's all I think of.
I guess Anderson roids and just
that's what he needs.
I know. But I hear what you're saying. Like wondering what Texans fans are feeling, because some of them probably do have that expectation that it will flop on Sunday. I don't blame them for that.
It's not a lot of people, but I know our Twitch is for sure doing it right now.
Yeah,
and I feel like because of how well the last home game went, you're going to want a little more of that. It had been a million years since NRG Stadium felt the way that it did in that victory against the Browns, largely due to the fact that I think a lot of season ticket holders last year were selling their tickets before the season began.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, every single game down the stretch, it really felt like the teams that had traveling fan bases, there were a surprising amount of them there as the season continued on and on and on. So this is the first regular season game in probably quite some time where there will be juice. And there will be. It'll be a fun atmosphere, assuming the Texans take care of business.
It should be pretty loud. I would be.
It'll be loud at kickoff.
Yeah, sure. It's gonna be pretty loud. It's gonna be, because this is even one of those games, just with the hype of it, where for the tailgaters, I'm not end your tailgate before kickoff and get in the stadium. I can't imagine not being in the stadium so I can have an extra cheap beer before you want to be there at kickoff.
You'll have all day to be.
Yeah,
be in the
you have all day to tailgate.
Yeah.
Have a good time. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But I
wonder if they can handle that with the pregame drinking. Can Texans fans handle that?
I wonder.
There's been so many nooners.
Dude, I'm going to say no.
And this is something
I'm going to say no.
I'm not used to it.
Not even also the fans, but also, I don't know how the tailgating works. Do they still open it up at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning?
No, they can't. They can't.
Okay.
It's
not like college football where no matter what, you can just, okay.
It's 4 to 5 hours before.
Oh, that's still plenty.
There's plenty of time. But I am curious because last year, every game except for the Colts game for the entire season was a nooner.
Yeah.
I mean, for those who don't know, I had to rush back from a bachelor party in Fredericksburg because the game, which was supposed to be at 3 p.m., they decided in the week, let's move it up to noon. F you.
I think that was that the Broncos game?
Yes, it was.
because
Yeah.
they wanted to highlight the Broncos.
It's just like a 4.5 hour drive back. I got there. I sat down at 11:58, and it just told. I told Josh Beard, who was sitting next to me, please don't talk to me. I don't have a voice. I can't talk. I'm barely here. I don't even know if I showered. I feel like everyone knew.
You smell like a bachelor party.
Yeah. I think so, but
yeah, that's part of life.
But this is the first time that they're playing a 7:20 game. I am curious, like, what's the strategy if you're going to be in the parking lot for 5 hours before a night game, especially with work the next day? Like, how do you handle this? How do you time things out so that if you're a binge drinker like me,
I think you just show up to work hungover, Paul.
Yeah, or just take the day.
I think there's going to be a lot of sick days next Monday.
Yeah, I think just take the day.
I think a lot of them.
Especially like if the weather, like I don't know if let's see, I don't know if the weather is going to pass us by Sunday. It looks like it's going to be sunny on Sunday. So, I mean,
partially open roof.
Yes, it will be.
It has to be by default.
Because I think, one of the panels should be fixed by Sunday. I guess they said, right?
We'll see.
I don't know if they've ever actually done it or not.
I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, prove it to me.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll believe when I see it.
There's no Lowe's or Home Depot where you can buy one of those parts. You see,
it's a good point.
As Cal McNair told us.
Thank you, Cal.
Yeah. I mean, Joe, you'll get a first-hand look. All you have to do
It's
is
on the
look
other
up.
side of the stadium.
Oh,
thankfully.
Look up and to the left.
I'll just look straight ahead. I'll be okay.
Oh, just looking at all the AFC South championship banners. That's where you're going.
Want to revisit this again? Raise the expectations. No more new banners after this year. Just start adding the years to it.
Yeah, I think the Texans need to move to a place where they have just one with all the years on it instead of 7 of them.
I don't need, because they're going to win the AFC South for like the next 10 years. I don't need.
They won't win for the next 10 years. But they will win a lot with CJ Stroud.
Let's say what they win 7 to 10 next AFC South. Do we need 7 new banners?
Yes.
No.
How dare you? This is the one thing that we have.
No, but
Paul. We
they
spent
need
2 days talking about raising expectations.
I know.
They need better banners.
I agree.
Yeah.
So when you get the better banners,
you need multiple better banners. You need multiple better banners.
Okay, what banners?
It's going
are
to take
allowed?
a while to get multiple better banners. So in the meantime, if you add look at us. We have 9 AFC
honestly,
South championship banners. I get it. It's different, but I'm here with you guys now. And I'm not about to take down my 9 banners for one. I'm not about to do that.
But what if it's also a space issue too?
Yeah, like at some
they're
point,
gonna run
like,
out of space.
You
to
can
put
only
all
have
these
so many banners.
You have an entire other side of the field to add more AFC South banners to.
Yeah, no.
They're only adding it to one side.
You gotta.
Ideally, it's around in a circle. The entire stadium is the top in a circle is just AFC South
bumper to
championship
bumper
banner.
with AFC South.
Yeah. You guys, you act like you're too good for an AFC South championship. Come on.
No, I just want to see.
I don't need 15 AFC South championship banners.
I would like 15, honestly. I would like.
Okay, what's your number, Paul? Like how far is too far?
It's not. You know what? It's not possible. There is no limit. I just want to have a billion AFC South banners.
However many you can cram in that stadium.
I want all of the AFC South.
Like honestly,
banners.
the reason why I support this is like if you didn't see this, Jim Irsay, the owner of the Colts, he had what's that weird banner he had?
2014 AFC
finalist. Right.
Yeah, AFC finalist.
Texans, you're not allowed to do that.
He gave the banner because he finally got made fun of so much. He gave it to Pardon My Take from Barstool. If they do all these AFC championship banners, maybe there's a chance we can get one. Like we can just like hang it on the side of the building.
No. I will say they are not allowed if they go to the AFC championship game, like 2/3 of the station is predicting and lose. They're not allowed to put up a banner for that. Just take your AFC South champ. You need to make a Super Bowl to put up a new banner. That isn't AFC South champions. That's my bar. You can't go won the divisional round. No, I don't need a banner for that.
I think they can put a banner up for
AFC South or AFC finalist.
No, you're right.
They need to win the AFC championship game to put up a banner.
We have raised expectations here.
You don't.
However,
don't forget your past. That's what he's doing. Tradition.
Hang on. Let me explain this, okay? Because I think we've all seen over the years NFL coaches do a bunch of dumb stuff to motivate players who are adult men. How much motivation do you really need? So say they get to the AFC championship game, but they lose there, like we're all predicting. you give them the banner. But here's what you do. The banner is hung up during the off season for like the Texans draft party. Right before the season opener, D'Amico Ryans calls a team meeting Friday night at an undisclosed field. And they dig together and they bury the banner. They bury it together. It's a symbolic turning of the page to the next season. We've seen coaches like Tony Sparano say, we'll go bury the ball after a Giants win.
It is a large banner, though. That's a lot of work.
Just fold it.
Yeah, just
You'll be fine.
Did you ever do that?
What?
I did that in
bury the ball.
What did we bury?
Bury something. I think you meant fold.
I know.
Fold a flag or
It
something.
was like, okay, and I love this teacher. He made us all write the word can't on a piece of paper in like 4th grade.
I like it.
In the 5th grade, and he made us bury it in the playground.
That's smart. That's smart.
Wait, was this a coach?
No, this is my 5th grade teacher.
I you know what? I like that
He
even
was
more.
a military man, so like,
see,
I like.
You remembered it?
Inspirational.
we almost did that for Joseph. We almost buried his pacifiers to be like, hey, like we're done with this.
Should have done it.
But we just took him away.
He would have remembered it if you buried him.
You know what? Maybe that's something you can do as a coach now.
He's the problem child. I'm going to bury him.
bury his shoes. I don't know. So he can't run off.
Yeah, that one's tough. That's a tough predicament that he's found himself in. That is Joe. Sean's behind the glass. I'm Paul. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I'm excited to see the Houston Texans playing in prime time. Coming up next, are the Astros about to bury Justin Verlander? This guy says no. He's a little biased. Stick around.
We talked about LaBerge in Lake Charles. Sean, Brian, myself will be out there on the 22nd. And hey, if you're also looking at, going out there for a weekend, we'll also be doing a full weekend trip in November 16th and 17th. We'll be doing shows Saturday and Sunday from the new ESPN Bet Sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. We're doing the grand opening for that upcoming here on September 20th, right before we're out there for the show on the 22nd. So it's always a good time to go bet on your Texas teams. They've got great food. They got great beer. Carbox, Crawford Block, and more is there. I always get the Hopadillo when in there. It's what I'm biased to. They got the 24-foot video wall. Always a good time. But before you go, you can also play some games now through LaBerge. You can go to the Cover 5 app. You just download it in the App Store. It's a free-to-play game. You just pick spreads in college football, NFL. There's weekly competitions that you can do. So you don't have to spend any money. It's just a totally free-to-play game, just predicting what you think are going to be the best spreads to pick against on either side in college football, the NFL, or even in baseball as well. When you want to leave Texas and bet your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Will we be mourning Justin Verlander and his absence from the playoff rotation? An injured list stint in the near future that might mean that his time here in Houston is done in a couple of weeks. Who knows? But Ben Verlander, who, in case you couldn't tell, is related to Justin Verlander. He is his brother. He is a MLB Network analyst. He has this to say about Justin Verlander, who has been struggling with an ERA that's +9 since his return from a neck/shoulder injury.
So I don't think he's a lock right now to make the playoff rotation, but I do think he has 3 more starts to figure it out. And if you don't think Justin's going to figure it out, you're wrong. How many times have we heard this? He's washed. He's too old. He's getting Tommy John surgery at 40 years old. Cy Young, World Series, first World Series win. Mets are trading him back to the ALCS. He's been doubted so many times at this point. And I'm not saying people don't understand that he's one of the best pitchers of all time. I think people are just saying, all right, this is it. Age has caught up with him, and he's not the same pitcher anymore. Well, I would disagree with that. I think his stuff is there. His command's been awful. And I think he has 3 more starts to figure it out. 2 of his last 3 starts need to be good. He's an arm that you want in your rotation come October. He knows opposing hitters better than anybody. He knows how to pitch in October. That's huge. Experience is huge in October. That's why the Houston Astros are inevitable. Why? Because they know how to win when they need to. And having that veteran presence is a huge part of that. And having Justin a part of that in October is going to be huge for them. He's got to figure out his command. And if he doesn't do that, he might not be a part of the playoff rotation. If he does, well, we'll see in October.
Coming on the heels of a 4-3 12-inning loss to the Oakland A's, Joe George, are you buying this optimism from Benjamin Verlander?
I actually was like surprised when I first heard it. I thought that was relatively balanced, considered he's his
He's
brother.
talking about his brother.
Yeah, like to start the way he started it, just like saying like, is he a lock? No, like it's your brother. You could just lie to all of us and say you think he's going to actually, he's for sure gonna be a lock on the roster. I do kind of agree with him though, where it's like it's Justin Verlander. He has 3 starts, but part of it's not because of Justin Verlander. It's that while I thought Spencer Arrighetti was very good last night, I'm still not sure I want him to be the guy as the 4th man out of the bullpen, out of the rotation in the ALDS with Ronald Blanco. It's kind of the same thing. I mean, we'll see what it looks like now going back to a 6-man rotation, how he does. If, skipping that start, if he can find whatever he did in the bullpen this weekend and keep that, when he's back on the mound to start a game. Like, that's why I think there's still room for Justin Verlander on the playoff rotation is because of the other 2, not because of him. So it's almost like it's by default. Like, if they're all equal in terms of your trust level, well, you give it to the guy who's Justin Verlander, right?
If you're a manager, probably. But should you do that entirely based off of his track record? Because along the way, Verlander is pointing out the elephant in the room. He's always done this. Well, eventually he won't. That's how age works.
Yeah.
And age could have caught up to him. I agree that there's still 3 starts left for him to figure things out, to get his command back. But am I expecting that to happen? In the words of a group of wise philosophers, if I don't listen to the talk of the town, then maybe I can fool myself. I'll get over you. I know I will. I'll pretend my ship's not sinking. And I'll tell myself I'm over you. Because I'm the king of wishful thinking. And I feel like a lot of what Ben Verlander said right there is wishful thinking.
I do agree with that.
Which is largely due to the fact that is his brother. And he knows that his bread gets buttered due to his connection to his brother. And of course, being the Astros stan of national baseball media.
Yeah.
So a little pandery, in my opinion.
It definitely is. I mean, Would you think it'd be better if you just didn't address it?
Address what?
Like just like
his
just,
brother being
just,
bad?
Yeah, like I don't.
No, he has
No,
to.
you
Yeah,
can't.
I don't know how you'd want to do it. Like it's almost like why I'd never want that to be in that role.
I would love to be in that role. A not successful baseball player that somehow gets to be an analyst because my brother was good.
I mean, there's definitely other ways to, be more confrontational about like a family member doing something stupid. We never talked about this, I don't think. But did you see Howard Eskin, the Philadelphia sports radio host? He got banned by the Eagles for being inappropriate with a woman.
I thought it was banned by another Philadelphia team.
One of the Philadelphia teams. And then his son, who hosts Afternoon Drive, had to be like, yeah, not a smart thing he did there. Like it's very uncomfortable. I think it's worse for your dad. It's worse for your dad.
Yes.
Also, like what happened. But like I just don't want to be in the position to criticize family members. I want to avoid that at all costs the rest of my life.
Luckily, both my parents are like, hey, whatever you need to say on the air, we're cool with it. Like, you can use us for content. But the sad thing is the only person in my family that will ever be delivering a statement is probably my sister because of something I said. Because my sister's like a fairly big deal of a doctor up in Boston.
Yeah.
So I feel
you think she's gonna have to like apologize?
She's gonna have to
do.
I could put out a notes app.
Could totally see that. Could totally see that. She'd be like, listen, I didn't live with him during high school, but he sucked before that. Okay. Why is no one laughing? That was funny.
I was laughing. I was laughing so hard, no noise came.
No, you were laughing off mic, and it made it feel like this was just an uncomfortable silence.
No,
in reality, I was
it's
sharing
very-
amongst friends because I think it's funny, and you guys.
We're laughing.
I've shared about my trauma-filled upbringing the last 2 days.
Yeah, DJ did not.
For content.
Yeah,
he didn't see that coming, did he?
DJ was mean yesterday. He bullied you yesterday.
He opened up with his trauma, and then like 10 minutes later, TJ was
like, "You played football against blind kids."
Hashtag save Verlander.
Hashtag save Verlander.
Hashtag save Verlander. Indeed. Look,
can he pitch against blind kids?
Damn, that was. Come on, he's won 2 World Series for the.
I mean,
really, I know it lowers ERA.
It is a control issue, though. They said so. You got to still get in the strike zone.
It's gonna walk them.
Yeah.
Control issues. Can you work through those quickly? If they've been an issue ever since you came back and you're dealing with a neck and shoulder injury, doesn't a neck injury, because the neck bone's connected to the everything bone?
Yeah.
Doesn't that make you a little bit nervous that that's not coming back?
I think it's I don't think it's coming back. He has to be creative. I was actually watching one of the things that one of the guys from Apollo, one of the videos they put out, and they brought up they went back to the Brewers start. And I forgot about this game, this at bat, where he went like 18 pitches with William Contreras, the catcher from the Brewers, and it was just this battle. And then eventually Contreras just hit a homer off of him because he just couldn't get him out. Like that's what's missing. It's the strikeout pitch. It's like his stuff is just not good enough. Like it's just not. I mean, and that's where it's hard with Arrighetti striking out guys all the time and Blanco having a good year. Like, can you afford to put Justin Verlander out there for 3 innings? Like the piggyback idea, what that means to me is that he got roughed up.
Explain the piggyback idea.
Is that Justin Verlander would pitch like the first 4 innings, and then Ronald Blanco would come and pitch the next 3 innings and get you to the 8th inning.
Like what they did with Morton and McCullers in 2007.
But the problem is that when I hear this idea for Justin Verlander, what I hear is you have someone in the bullpen so that when he gives up 5 runs in 2 innings, you can take him out of the game. Well, I'd rather just not have someone in there that's going to give up 5 runs in 2 innings.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather just have the better pitcher out there.
And that's the thing. To make the piggyback idea work, like with Morton and McCullers in 2017, they gave up like 1 run in both the game 7s, maybe 2 runs combined in the ALCS and the World Series game 7s where they piggybacked each other. Like that's the thing. And Justin Verlander hasn't done that. He didn't do that against the Diamondbacks. Ben Verlander lays out a good case of, hey, if he's good for 2 of the next 3 starts, we're back on track. His brother actually has to do it. It sounds good, but he actually has to do it.
Sean Mapes, he's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll see what Justin Verlander is able to do. Up next, we go around the NFL. And in this upcoming segment, things are already unfolding in the Texans' favor before their game Sunday night. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. I actually just looked this up because I figured you could probably get really good odds for Justin Verlander to win the Cy Young this year. It would be really good odds. Now, I'm not saying you'd win. You're definitely losing. You're throwing your money away. Luckily, mybookie.ag does not have that option available. But at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, you can go to that website, and when you enter that promo code, they're going to double your initial deposit. They used to match it. Nope, now they're going to double it. And you get to play with that money right away. You can play blackjack with live dealers, poker with live dealers. Say there was a ridiculous prop like that. You could throw it all away on Justin Verlander to win the Cy Young. I think you'd have to throw a 27-inning game 3 times the next 3 starts. Hasn't been done before, so probably not possible. It seems like something that would be done back in like the late 1890s with like Doc McGillicuddy on the hill throwing his trademark spitball. But at mybookie.ag, you can bet on so many different things: football, baseball, Grand Prix, the election. It's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only mybookie.ag. Texans Bears Sunday night, prime time. Things already looking up for the Texans, not just because of what we saw between the Bears and Titans on Sunday, where the Bears offense, despite a litany of playmakers described by some as a dream team, DeAndre Swift at running back, wide receiver, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, who's apparently 230 pounds, which is about 30 to 40 pounds more than he's typically listed at, Roma Dunze, Caleb Williams. Well, it's looking iffy that Odunze, the rookie wide receiver from Washington, will play for the Bears against the Texans.
I think he's going to be out. He's got a grade 1 MCL sprain. I think they're going to sit him for a couple weeks.
Here is Matt Eberflus with Rich Eisen yesterday talking about that.
How is Roma Dunze? What can you tell me about his knee right now, Coach?
Yeah, so he had an MRI. He has MCL sprain, and it's a day-to-day deal. So we'll see where he is tomorrow on Wednesday, and what's going on there. And then again, we'll reassess it as we go, like it's day-to-day. And again, I know he's a super tough guy, and he has his range of motion and has all those types of things that go along with that. But again, that has some pain to it. But we'll see where it goes.
No, and I understand, coaches talking about injuries is the last thing you want to talk about, but it's possible we do see him on Sunday night, is what you're saying.
Yes,
okay.
Right now, we'll assess it as we go.
Yeah, as we're discussing. Matt Eberflus, the head coach.
I don't speak Eberflus. What does day-to-day mean for Matt Eberflus?
He might play.
Okay.
I don't think he should. I wouldn't play him.
You wouldn't play him. What perspective are we talking about
From
here?
the Bears fan. Like wait till you play bad teams.
Well, this is their Super Bowl.
It is. It's their first Super Bowl.
It's their first Super Bowl.
They got two more this season when they play Green Bay.
Primetime game against
or when they play the Lions on Thanksgiving.
Division champion about to raise their 8th banner.
I mean, really, it's not really a Super Bowl. It's what it is it's a gathering of friends and thankfulness to Davis Mills. Because without Davis, we wouldn't be where we are today. Because without Davis Mills throwing that touchdown pass, CJ Stroud would not be the quarterback of the Texans, and Caleb Williams would not be the quarterback of the Bears.
I mean,
so shout out to Davis Mills.
CJ Stroud could be the quarterback of the Bears, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say he probably would have just been quarterback of the Bears or Texans,
or they would have taken Bryce Young. It's the Bears. So
that is true.
To be fair,
that is true.
Also, CJ Stroud might not look good with the Bears. It's the Bears.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Bears. But yeah, I wouldn't play him just because he's a rookie. Like I don't want to hurt. I don't want my rookies missing significant time because of a injury. It's the same thing. I know we're gonna get to McCaffrey.
My rookies, my God, that's so offensive. My rookies, what?
You don't own
them?
Yeah.
No.
It's 2024.
No. He's not on any of my
plantation
He's
owner.
not on any of my fantasy teams. So as if that would make it okay.
But Bob McNair's like, hell yeah, Joe. You tell him. Can't have him running the prison.
Bob McNair just air high five Joe from beyond. Pena has a thought on Texans Bears at 713-780-3776. Pena, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Paul? I'm Bears fan. Listen,
what's up, Pena?
I liked your Deep Steel Blue segment, but this week I don't think Joe George should be saying swarm, because we know what jersey he's going to be wearing at the end of the week.
That's true.
So you can't be saying we this week, man. This week only. I'm sorry, Beth. You can't do it.
No, you know what, Pena? I'll withdraw.
He's a traitor to the realm.
I'll withdraw from Texan Swarm this week.
How many? Yeah, we got 2.5 more shows.
How many Bears Lines podcasts have you done this week?
2 with like 2 more coming.
Whew.
They're like 10 minutes.
Bear down. What was he?
Bear claw.
Just here I am. This is new territory for me. I haven't been in the same show with somebody who roots for a team that is playing against the team that I now support more than my primary team growing up.
What you're saying is you're not going to be supporting Jacoby Brisket more than the Texans in a couple weeks?
Say his name right.
I mean,
so
the man deserves to have his name.
Sorry,
you said you own Rome Odunze
Jacoby,
earlier.
Texans killer, Brissett.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
If anyone gets his name set, it's the guy who's undefeated against the Texans.
If the Texans play the Patriots, because I want to have a fun show, I would prefer that the Texans win. That's how it goes.
Oh, I was thinking maybe a split jersey.
Some of us are adults and we've grown up, and yeah, we have our split jerseys for sports we don't care about, baseball. But for sports that we do care about, we understand how the bread be buttered, and we put to bed our childish romances.
I will say,
with god awful football teams.
The Texans Patriots split jersey would work really well since the blues are kind of similar.
I wouldn't.
You could have Brady on the front and Nico Collins on the back.
No, I wouldn't do that. How dare you act like Tom Brady would ever have his jersey halved with anybody else in the world?
I mean, you're making the decision, not Tom.
Yes, but no one should be allowed to split the greatest football player and American athlete, the greatest American ever. No one should be allowed to split his jersey.
Blasphemous.
It is blasphemy.
Sorry.
Excommunicado.
I apologize.
Maybe the Church of Caleb Williams.
No swarm for Joe this week.
Yeah. You're on a 2.5 show
Swarm
suspension.
What are you gonna do when I do the Texan swarm? If I do it again,
Abstain. Take a knee.
We'll see.
Take a knee. That would be funny.
You won't see me on the over the
Yeah. You'll just kind of disappear.
Yeah, I
and
was
reappear.
gone. Like, I don't even know if you would see my head if I took a knee right now.
These chairs, they don't help. They certainly don't help in our studio. At ESPN Houston on YouTube, at ESPN 975 on Twitch. Tyreek Hill's citation is now out, in addition to the body cam footage. He was speeding at a visual estimation of 60 miles per hour, per the report, and he also didn't have a seatbelt on. Look, I'm going to assume that the cops are right there. I would like to see how Tyreek Hill was driving before they pulled him over.
Yeah.
Especially seeing as there's four police motorcycles behind him. I do think it's funny that you could write that up on a report. It looked like he was going 60.
Yeah, because I feel like when you try to take him to traffic court, that's gonna really hurt you.
I'm sure they knew actually that he looked to be going 60 miles per hour. It's just funny that they said he's speeding at a visual estimation of 60 miles per hour. How do you make that determination? I'm curious.
Like if any of us
Any
got
cops out
pulled
there?
over and the cop was like, "Yeah, it looked like you're going 60. Here's a ticket."
And I would say,
very
well,
pissed
it
off.
looked like my speedometer said I'm going 40.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you could.
wrong.
Would broken speedometer work as a defense?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, you can't.
'Cause that's
I really,
like pretty important.
I
for
don't
your
feel like a
car.
cop should be allowed to say an estimate. I think you either got to get the radar gun on them or nothing.
I think you could tell if it's a 30 mile per hour zone if somebody's
That's
going
part of
way over it.
That's
Yeah.
fine. If you get pulled over in like a 45 and they say you're going 65, that's like,
That's still gray area.
yeah. But if it's 30 and you're going 60, there's a difference.
If you're going 60 on Westheimer, you're fine, apparently, because
Yeah.
everyone does
You're-
that.
I mean, if you're going 60 on Westheimer,
Someone's passing.
RIP to your car. Like, I think it's gonna hit some potholes and just rip apart.
People still do.
I know, it's crazy.
That's just crazy.
You just weave around them, Joe.
Just drive into the back of them like that one guy who killed the original Gallant mobile. RIP, baby. That Nissan Sentra. We had some good memories. We sure did. Christian McCaffrey is dealing with Achilles tendonitis. He would have played in Monday's game against the Jets if it were a playoff game, and fantasy owners everywhere are shaking their fist when they hear that.
I feel like Achilles tendonitis sounds not enjoyable.
I've never heard of that. That sounds terrible.
Yeah,
mean
that sounds awful.
Does that mean your Achilles is about to combust?
I don't know.
That's
It's like
what it
just
makes
hurts.
me think. It
Yeah.
makes me think the next time he plays an NFL game and has to launch as he's
Yeah.
receiving a handoff, his Achilles is gonna pop.
Yeah,
That's what I think.
Yeah, next time he takes off, like he's cooked.
Yeah. Doesn't
See you in
sound great.
2025.
Seems like a ticking time bomb.
The Jets are 0-1 after that loss to the 49ers. Robert Saleh said this, though. Being 0-1 with Aaron Rodgers feels better than being 1-0 without him.
That's a pretty tough shot if you're Zach Wilson. Like, I get it. He's right. Because that's the exact situation they were in last year.
Just when you thought you could be a backup quarterback in Denver.
And no one would bring you up.
No one cares about you anymore.
But like, also, I know what he's saying, but like, it's also like your job to win football games. Like,
You only get that for 1-0. You can't be like, I'd rather be 2-0.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I'd rather be 0-2 with Rodgers than 2-0 with Wilson.
Yeah.
It's like, no, at some point, we need to win enough games to make the playoffs,
Yeah.
dude.
And you can't be 1-1. Like you can't be 2-1 or 1-2. It's
I'd
like you
rather
get
be
you
1
get
and 2.
0-1, and that's it.
I'd rather be 1-2.
Speaking of the Denver Broncos, looks like they will be facing Justin Fields, who will start for the Steelers again, it seems, against Denver.
Good luck. He stinks.
They're 1-0, though.
It's true. Beat the Falcons. Who Kirk Cousins also coming off an Achilles injury didn't look great.
Yeah, that one, the Michael Penix pick all of a sudden looks pretty good.
Yeah.
They should have started him week 1. Well, you had to frame it as we're giving Cousins time to get right, so we're starting Penix.
Yeah,
and
but
then
what
it'll
if
be
Penix would
Cousins.
have like gone off? Like, what if Penix was Stroud, and you just paid Kirk Cousins all this money to do what?
Well, that's
You're gonna
not
get
a bad problem.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
gonna get
I
a
guess
second
so.
round pick at the or
Yeah.
a first round pick.
The
maybe,
last
at
time-
at the deadline.
The last time I remember that happening, the Seahawks in 2012, they signed Matt Flynn, and then they drafted Russell Wilson, and Wilson beat him out in training camp, and the rest is history.
What did Matt Flynn do to get that contract? We threw for like 400 yards.
He had a garbage.
He had like 5 touchdowns against the
Bears?
Lions.
Yeah,
probably the Lions.
It was like week 17. The Packers had already locked up the 1 seed or something, so they started Flynn, and he went off.
And then he got paid.
Yeah.
Week 17 has gotten some very interesting people in the NFL paid. Rob Johnson was another one back with the Buffalo Bills. He was a Jaguars quarterback. I think he filled in for Mark Brunell, had an amazing week 17, and the Bills traded a lot to get him. And yikes.
Did Osweiler have a good week 17 or?
No, because he got benched after that week 17 for the playoffs. He played the last 6 games and he got benched again. That is the 10-minute drill. Up next, Deshaun Watson. The NFL is looking into that allegation of sexual assault. And even crazier, something we talked about with Deshaun Watson last year might be happening again. I'm not talking about another allegation of sexual misconduct. Stick around, Gallant George.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Never forget. It's interesting thinking about how long ago this was. We have interns now who weren't alive for 9/11.
Yeah.
I know for me, my uncle worked in the Pentagon. I had visited him in his office that he was moving out of in August of 2001, right before it happened. And I know that this guy, who we all believe has some sort of guardian angel on his back, because he just happens to be like in the right place at the right time. He was out smoking a cigarette in the middle of the Pentagon, and his office, which he had just moved out of, got hit by the plane.
Wow.
And I didn't know what was going on all day. I was trying to figure out,
Were
hey,
you
is he okay?
eighth grade?
I was in seventh grade.
Seventh grade,
Yeah,
okay.
I remember like we were all trying to figure out what happened. I didn't hear about him for probably like, I think 7 hours. And what had happened was he had gone down the street from the Pentagon to a golf course, and he had basically run up like a millions of dollar phone bill because they had to make their phone calls from the Pentagon from this random golf course. And I can't even imagine what it was like to have been in there. I'm so thankful that he survived. And it's just crazy that this is something that happened over half a lifetime ago, because I still remember that day pretty vividly. I remember our history teacher coming into our class and saying, like, we had current events every day in history, and he said, this is a day you're going to remember for the rest of your life. And here we are. I mean, it's been 23 years.
Did they show it to you guys in your classrooms?
I didn't see it till I got home.
Oh yeah, I was
no.
curious. Yeah, because I know some schools did that. Like, so I was in fourth grade. So I remember, like, it was like you could tell like everything was just weird.
Yeah.
At school, and then there was like kids that were getting taken out of class because people were obviously like very scared. And then I remember after school, my mom was a fourth grade teacher, and I remember I would go to my mom's classroom every day, and she would take me home. I wouldn't take the bus. I remember when my mom's class was a couple classes down from mine, I couldn't find her. And then, when we at the front of this elementary school, it was a circle, and then there was wings for each first, second, third, and fourth grade. And you're just down. And so all the teachers were there in a circle praying after school. And I remember like walking up to my mom and just like being like a little brat and just being like, "Mommy, what's going on?" And then, she told me like just to be quiet. And then I remember when I got home, they told me what had happened and I remember because 3 months before that, or I guess like 5 months before, I remember I was in the towers. I got to,
Wow.
I got to experience New York City as a fourth grader, like going into fourth grade with my dad. And I remember going in the towers and having photos in the towers and doing the Statue of Liberty and like going to the Crown and things like that, like that year in 2001. So my mom, like they showed me like photos of like me and my dad, like in them. And then they didn't show me like of like actually what happened, but they explained it to me. Yeah. It's crazy that it was that long ago. Like, and like it
Yeah.
is like you'll never forget. It is when you said that though about the interns, like it made me realize like you're right. Like our
They have no
interns-
concept of it.
Yeah, it's just the history. It's just in the history books.
Truly. And I
Yeah.
mean, as time goes on, people are going to remember it in a very different way than we did. And I'm sure for, my grandparents with Pearl Harbor, it's the same kind of deal before the United States got dragged into World War II. Yeah, it's crazy. Never forget. That's really all you can say. There once was a time where we were all unified as one country. It's a shame that tragedies sometimes bring us together. But anyway, sorry for the tangent. Speaking of tragedies, Deshaun Watson's existence in the National Football League, both as a player and a person off the field, it's continuing for now. But the NFL is reviewing the complaint that we talked about yesterday against Deshaun Watson. There is an allegation of sexual assault against him that seems to be completely removed from all these sexual misconduct allegations. There's no plan to put him on the commissioner's exempt list. I'm sure Browns fans would actually like to see him put on that because I think they all want off of that contract. And what's more, I don't know if this is real. It's impossible to prove, but for the second straight year, there is a story in September about Deshaun Watson having a burner account on Twitter responding to all negative comments about him. Back in 2023, last year, there was an account called @GainesvilleOwn. Gainesville, Georgia is where he's from.
Mm-hmm.
And this year, there is one called @Leroy Bickerstaff, which has been just like last year with that Gainesville town, responding to a lot of Deshaun Watson criticism and saying, well, what if he had a better offensive line? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know if this is really a burner or not. It could be someone who is playing a very elaborate prank, but I do think it's funny that for the second straight year, we are talking about Deshaun Watson struggling and a burner account that might be Deshaun Watson trying to defend himself.
I thought there was another one too, like when before the sexual assault stuff started to play out, that was going at the Texans pretty hard in what the year he got traded as well. It's one of those things where like it's just like it wouldn't shock me. He seems like the kind of guy that would do this and would use a burner account to defend himself and blame his offensive lineman like this Twitter account is doing relentlessly. It seems very logical. I mean, this is the same guy that instead of being a grown-ass man and like confronting the Houston Texans was like hiding behind rap lyrics and tweeting them out like a total loser. I mean, like he
was being cryptic.
This is very Deshaun to have
Just
a
being
burner
mysterious.
account.
What's wrong with that? Yeah, he did tweet out a lot of lyrics.
I watched some like garbage. My wife makes me watch it. Like real estate TV, reality TV show.
Selling Sunset.
Yep. Deshaun was on this last episode.
He was
with his girlfriend who stuck with him through all the massages.
I saw a clip. I saw a clip on social media from a Browns fan being like, "I just want to unplug after a Sunday and not think about my team." And then it's just the clip of him on Selling Sunset.
Yeah. I was like, oh, scumbags on my TV.
What'd they end up getting?
I don't think they bought the house.
Oh, okay.
Would you stick with your significant other if they got a $280 million contract but had not put a ring on you and then were accused of 26 cases of sexual misconduct and then after that sexual assault? Would you stay with your significant other and their $280 million?
Based on what I saw from this episode of Selling Sunset, not surprised.
Why?
She seemed to have expensive taste. So
that's why I would need the ring, though.
Isn't she a pop star? He said in quotation marks.
Probably.
She probably has a song or two out. Yes.
I will say.
I mean, Shador Sanders.
Yeah, Shador Sanders has a song. I could make a song.
She is beautiful. Like I do want to say that.
Yes.
I feel like she has options with that also have a lot of guaranteed money.
I don't know, man. Like, if I was another dude and like her and Deshaun Watson broke up and I was in the NFL or just anyone on planet Earth, I would have serious character questions. Like, you stuck with you stuck with this guy? Like, were you like aware of what was happening at the massages and like you're good with it?
We are not the same. I would if I found out that she was single, I would shoot my shot right away. I don't care about that. You know what? The past is the past. We're moving forward.
I can fix her.
I can fix her, right?
Paul,
but she didn't do anything wrong.
She stuck with this guy. You can't stand with that.
If we're mad at Jimmy Haslam for trading for him, we can be mad at her for sticking.
Yeah.
She's loyal.
I see why your mom says you'll be single forever.
She doesn't you know what?
She's hot, man.
And she doesn't.
She is hot.
She doesn't mind if her man steps out every once in a while.
Wonder if she minds what Deshaun Watson might be asking her to do. Given, it seems
I just assume that like she does it.
Okay.
Well, I assume she. Well, I would assume she doesn't because he obviously had to go out looking for her.
Oh yeah, she must have stopped.
Maybe
that's just. I'm sorry that I had to read into that. That's kind of a bummer to read into.
Just asking the questions. Okay.
What a segment.
USA. I'm proud to be an American. Never forget. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Speaking of never forgetting, I hope that we could forget about this saying that the Astros love jamming into our ear holes. Nope. The saying that we all hated to hear earlier this year from the Houston Astros is back, baby. What are we talking about? Stick around.
go back to the pitcher. Nair is trying to make a play, and he drops the ball. Runner's going to head to third, and Cameron's going to get there. Nair has tried a spinning throw, but never found the grip of the baseball. There's that first and third bunt play, working when you put pressure on the defense. Bunted in the air. Oh, it's dropped by Yainer Diaz. Everybody's going to be safe, maybe. No, they get the out at second, but that was a play that Yainer would have had a double play if he catches it. But he couldn't quite make the play on that bunt up in the air. It's now a 4-2 game.
Losing to the A's is frustrating enough, but losing with a bunch of Mickey Mouse small ball bunts like that, that's a tough way to go.
Because it'd be one thing like if it was one bunt and he moved him from second to third, and then they, just hit a sac fly or then a home run or a double or anything. We should go bunt, bunt, bunt.
It was bunts and bad defense.
Yes.
And it was embarrassing to watch.
It was really, really, really hard to watch. I joined late. I was like, it was busy, being soccer coach Joe. I had
How late was this practice?
Well, I had to we couldn't do dinner till after practice, so I had to go home and make dinner after practice. So I got to the game late, but to watch it unfold like that, the defense just not being able to execute on offense, it was just an annoying baseball game.
Yeah, it's just as frustrating as what they're doing to the cats in Ohio. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. No one's leaving my rallies. No one's leaving this show. So we do a segment every single Wednesday where we react to what Astros general manager Dana Brown has to say on the flagship. And I'm sorry. I just want to apologize. I want to apologize for what we are about to read to you. Sean, hit the music. Are you down with Dana B? Are you down with what Dana Brown is trying to say? When asked about Justin Verlander, he said this, quote, velo is up to 97 miles per hour, but JV's command is a little off. Pay attention to the back of the baseball card.
It's back. He's washed. Done. Said it. Don't need to see another start. I'm in.
You don't want to hear more?
Nope. JV's washed.
He wasn't down saying this. He says they will show up and get it done. He will be fine. And it's about location. I wish that they had workshopped something new to say when a good player is not playing well for them, seeing as, you've had two players DFA'd mid-contract this year where you spoke about the back of their baseball card as if it was something that was ever going to happen again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still holding out hope with Verlander. I am. I am not going to go so far as you just did there, Joe, where you're saying it's over, but
it's Dave Brown's fault, though. I wanted to give him one more start. But when you start peddling this nonsense, I have no faith.
Why can't the Astros PR team, who I'm sure makes more money than I do, I know that they don't pay people, really. That's why the general manager may or may not be gone. They weren't offering him much, and then they fired him. And they only offered him a 1-year deal, I think. But they've got to, the Astros PR team, be more creative than this, right?
Just tell them not to say it.
Just give them something else.
Tell them not to say it.
If you watch the debate last night, you'll notice that both candidates would regularly go back to one specific or a couple of specific talking points.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe less so with Trump. It was a little bit all over the place. But Kamala kept on saying, I'm a middle-class lady, like over and over again. We get it. Can we come up with something new for the Astros? Because I'm sure Kamala's going to come up with something new for the next debate.
I mean, I think this is all they got in their bag. This is all they got. This is if you've got an old player who's not good, instead of just telling the truth and giving a fair assessment, which like he kind of does. Like he's saying the velocity's there. It's just the command is not like he's not hurt. But then just to say the back of the baseball card.
I mean, just like he's working every day. We trust Justin Verlander. No one
Yeah.
works harder than him. If anyone's gonna figure it out, it's him. Like, boom, there you go. That way you can kind of lean on the fact that, hey, we're talking about a future Hall of Famer, multi-time Cy Young winner, but you don't actually say the phrase. You don't actually use that phrase. That's only been used with awful baseball players.
More from Dana Brown. Are you down with Dana Brown? You down with Dana B? Here's what he had to say about the defensive struggles last night. Quote, sometimes you lose track of your PFPs, and we got blindsided by them last night. What's PFP? I'm down with PFP. I'm down with PFP.
It looks like pitcher fielding practices.
Cool. Okay.
So they just, I guess that's talking about Neris, I guess. Not being able to hold on to the baseball. I guess I'm more down with this one than I mean, it can't be any more not down with the back of the baseball card comment. So I'm more down with this one than the other one.
I mean, it's a little jargony. I don't like that. Don't talk to me like you're gonna use words I don't understand. I'm gonna take it as offense. But yeah, no, anything's better than back of the baseball card talk.
More from Dana Brown on the Astros flagship this morning. General manager of the Houston Astros. He talked about Jeremy Pena's defensive errors of late because he's been struggling in the field, and also he was 0 for 5 last night. Jeremy Pena, what's going on with your glove these days? Here's Dana Brown. Fielding his timing, he's been a little out of sync. We all know he's a special shortstop. Jeremy Pena is a really good shortstop, so let's not lose sight of that. Well, he didn't talk about the back of the
I was
baseball
going to ask.
card.
I'll say, is Jeremy Pena, is he too young? Has he played too few of baseball games to reference the back of the baseball card?
Yeah, there's only 2, I would imagine.
He's played 420,
seasons.
427 games in his career. So, he played 136 games his rookie year.
Yeah.
He's played more every year since, but not much more. I mean, so he played a full season his rookie year. He won World Series MVP, ALCS MVP,
Gold Glove. That's the back of the baseball card we need to pay attention to.
I think he qualifies for the back of the baseball card argument.
But there's only 2 lines on it. There's only 2. It doesn't fill up the entire back of the baseball card like Verlander's does. They had to cut out years probably for Verlander.
Minor league stats. So, but this is the response to what Sean was saying. And like you kind of want to hear when you talk about Verlander. Is this not an excuse? This is actual just like we're not losing sight of the fact that he's a good shortstop. We have faith in Jeremy Pena. That's what Dana Brown is saying. When they talk about Justin Verlander, they're talking about a guy that's falling off a cliff. And they're using a baseball card.
It's like, yeah, I don't care that it was good in 2016.
Yeah.
Dude. Like I do not care about
that. Like this to me, like it is like reading between the lines, it does. Dana Brown views these guys differently. He views that he has faith in Jeremy Pena, that he's going to be fine, and he's probably just a little gassed out right now. And Justin Verlander, he's crossing his fingers and praying to the good Lord that he goes back to what the back of the baseball card says. Like, they're very similar questions, very different answers.
I agree. And let's just diversify our portfolio of answers. No. Can we just do that?
Yeah, just don't say back of the baseball card. Say anything else. Like you can even just say that Verlander's been good before. You just don't say back of the baseball card.
Unless it's a bit.
Unless if they're doing a joke on us.
It would be funny.
I think it's a great idea.
But it's still annoying now.
It's annoying. Yeah. No, they need to like win the World Series for it to be worth it.
Let's if they have the bye, I'd be okay with it. But the bye seems rather unlikely right now. So here's the question, 713-780-3776. Are you still in on the Astros getting one of those 2 byes? We'll give you their actual percentage chances of getting that next. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Listener party. It is less than 10 days away right here. It's going to be an evening of fun with food from Philly Flats, BB's, J Bar M. I think we got some J Bar M coming tomorrow. Lanes, the Halal guys, drinks from Tejas Beer and Space City Vodka, a raffle where you can win a great prize from the Republic Boot Company, and most importantly,
me.
Well, you did make this happen. You did make this happen.
John. I got John to fly back in from LA.
More important than John, no offense.
Oh, yeah. The Astros trophy's coming.
The 2022 Astros trophy will also be at the listener party. You can get a picture with the trophy. Caller 3-713-780-3776. You win a pair of tickets to our ESPN listener party for a behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. How about that? But there's only a certain amount of tickets being given out. You need one to come to the party. If you don't win now, you can still head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to secure your tickets now. So the Texans and Bears are playing each other in prime time Sunday night. It's been a while since the Texans played in a prime time game, period, unless you count last year's Saturday game. And a very long time since they've played a Sunday night game. I want to say it's either 2019 or 2020. I spent way too much time looking this morning. And honestly, at the end of the day, I was like, do I care that much? No, but it's been a while since they've played it, especially at NRG Stadium since they've played. We know now what the Houston Texans will be wearing and what the Chicago Bears will be wearing. Fashion talk!
What we got here? What we got?
Look at these Houston Texans. Oh, an all white, a Liberty whiteout. Oh, it's fabulous.
We still calling it Liberty White?
Yeah.
Okay, that they have to keep that color.
The colors never changed in name. It's just that Nike, for whatever reason, is incapable of making specific colors. Because they're using less child slaves, I believe. So it's hard for them to get as many colors of the rainbow.
Well, less is good.
As they once did. Yes, less slavery.
Yes.
But we still want more colors, right?
Yes.
So the Texans are wearing their blue helmets, their white jerseys, their white pants. And the Bears are wearing some atrocities.
I hate these jerseys.
They have orange helmets and orange jerseys with white pants.
Don't love it.
Why are they wearing the orange?
I don't know. It's so random to wear it. Like, I don't know. They wear it very randomly. They don't have like a rhyme or a reason.
Yeah, I don't get why they did this. You have a classic look. Wear the classic look.
See, I think the Texans can. I agree with you. The Texans can get away with the new jersey. So can the Falcons and these teams. Like, I don't think, Green Bay, Detroit, Chicago, the Giants. What the atrocity. I know they tried their throwback. Those things were a disaster.
If they didn't have pea-colored pants, it would have looked
better.
better. But yeah, having Daniel Jones as your quarterback while you're wearing those, it's just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I just, give me some, I like the classics. Like, just keep it classic sometimes. That's okay. You don't have to change everything. So I prefer the blue and white jerseys.
They've had good uniforms for a while. I like the ones that they wore during the 80s with Lawrence Taylor as the player, as the best player, with the the giant the script with the underline underneath it. I don't really like the NY logo as much, but hey, I mean, the Bears are for whatever reason wearing orange jerseys, and I think guaranteed L based off of that. Guaranteed L.
Well, I might feel more confident if there's if they were in normal looking jerseys, but
in your Bears,
my Bears.
Do you know the fight song by heart?
No.
Then how are you a Bears fan?
I don't know any of that stuff.
But the Bears have a fight song.
I don't even remember, Paul, I couldn't even remember. I'm just bad at that stuff.
Then you're a bad fan.
Yeah. Maybe. But I struggled with doing musical theater and stuff. I struggled memorizing my lines. I'm not a good memorizer.
So you're a musical theater washout.
I went as far as I thought I could go.
Musical theater washout.
I went as far as I thought I could go.
No graduation date for you.
I was the lead in my musical my senior year.
Music school dropout.
I was Elvis.
Now he's a Bears fan, and that's Pooh. That's from Grease, for those who don't know.
Mm-hmm.
How do you not know their fight song? They have a fight song.
I just
Isn't this your favorite team? Is this your favorite team of all your teams?
Yes. Okay. No, the Cubs. I know their fight song.
Sing it.
No, I don't know.
Why aren't you singing?
I don't know. I just don't. Maybe it's because like where I grew up, but like, and I didn't go to a big school, but like all those traditions, like whether it's Notre Dame or the Bears or any of that stuff, like that's part of the reason why I was like actually impressed with like being at the Aggies game, because everyone knew all those chants.
And you don't for your Bears.
I don't.
I mean, I know the lyrics by heart.
Oh yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
Bear down, Chicago Bears. Make every play, clear the way to victory. Bear down, Chicago Bears. Put up a fight with a might so fearlessly. We'll never forget the way you thrilled the nation with your tier formation. Bear down, Chicago Bears, and let them know why you're wearing the crown. You're the pride and joy of Illinois. Chicago Bears, bear down. See, I just did it. And
great job.
And guess what I do after that? Boozers! And you don't even know the song.
What's the Texans fight song?
It's Football Time in Houston.
How much of that do you know?
By Clay Walker.
You know all of it?
Are you asking me that question?
Oh,
seriously?
yeah.
Are you asking me that question?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Do you know how much of it do you know?
It's football time in Houston, and we're ready to play.
Mm-hmm.
There's no time to lose now.
Mm-hmm.
It's red, white, and blue today.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the greatest city of all,
Mm-hmm.
Houston, Texas. Are you ready for some football? Now, those lyrics are a little bit more complicated, but that's about as long as what I sang for the Chicago Bears.
That's true.
And
that's true.
and
It
guess
is.
what? I know
Football
that.
Time in Houston is a much longer song.
It's a very long song.
Yeah.
The build up to the actual lyrics is like 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Way too long.
It's like
I've never heard them actually play that.
There's
like
a random trumpet playing.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's.
But honestly, I'm taking. I just don't think that you're a real Bears fan. I know you have a Bears podcast, but Sean Mapes, Joe doesn't even know the fight song to the Chicago Bears.
Ooh.
Unbelievable.
You're a T-shirt fan?
I just sang it. He is. I mean, he likes T-shirts.
I do like T-shirts.
He's a sidewalk Bears fan.
He did wear a CJ Stroud jersey on Monday too.
Yeah, it was Victory Monday.
I do like the touch of you starting the week with a Stroud jersey, and then I mean we're going to end the week with you rooting for the Bears, and
Yeah,
you're
of
going to
course.
go to the Bears game, the Texans game as a Bears fan.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the
and I guess what's going to happen on Monday?
You're going to be sad wearing a Bears jersey.
I'm going to be happy with whatever team that won.
Joe,
I don't know,
those
man.
moves.
We'll see
Can't pin down Joe.
We'll see how bad Caleb looks.
I think you got to pick a lane right now.
I'm a
you're
Bears
at a
fan.
crossroads.
I'm a Bears fan for the rest of the week. I'm always a Bears fan.
But this could be.
I'm rooting for the Bears against the Texans. I have no qualms about that.
This could be a crossroads moment for you.
The Bears aren't good enough. yet for
Another
like a-
turning point in the fork stuck in the road. And the fork could be that you just abandoned these losers
I can't
who are
do
run
it.
by an old, decrepit hag who has run that franchise into the ground.
I thought that was going to be Bone Thugs and Harmony crossroads too.
Meet me
I
at
can't
well,
do it.
I know you can't, but like this is a critical moment.
I know it is. It would be a good moment to jump off the wagon.
Dell and I were talking about your rooting interests.
I heard this
on the
I
Dell
heard
show.
this in the break. So
And I was not sure, or I laid out a scenario where Caleb Williams looks terrible for the second week in a row. Pass rush, just get into him.
Mhm.
You know, we're saying things like, this isn't the Pac-12 anymore, buddy. You can't get away with these little spin moves around Daniil Hunter. Nuh-uh, not in here. And then, some point, third quarter, fourth quarter, you're like, you know what? I am a Texan season ticket holder. That's how I'm
true.
at this game.
It's true.
You know what? put it on even harder. Get Matt Eberflus out of here. You have fire coach fever right now. You're firing Marcus Freeman. Now you want to fire Eberflus.
We could be there if they lose by like 20.
We could have something set up that gets our show some virality. Something we desperately need. No. Like, we could do this.
All right.
So when the Texans win this game, Joe, I know you're going to be in Bears regalia when you get there. But you can in the middle, like, we'll tell the people at the Texans, hey, there's a guy, he's sitting in this section. He's going to change into a Texans jersey. And I mean, that could be the moment that puts our show in number one.
Oh man, my dad might disown me if I do that.
Well, I mean, your dad doesn't seem to care about your career then.
I mean, they are his tickets, to be fair. So maybe
his Texans season tickets.
We like to watch good football. And they're cheap.
Would you have bought these season tickets if they weren't playing the Bears?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, we're not like, it's not like we're going to get rid of them next year.
Okay. Just one.
I don't know. I mean, you invest in them after the team's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did not buy the dip.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
You really could have bought the dip a couple years
because
ago.
that would have been such a good investment. I mean, I remember.
Could have made a pretty big profit.
Yeah, you could have sold them to some
Right.
Steelers fans. You could have stolen them to the Browns fans.
Well,
you could have sold
last
them
year,
to
last year, because they actually
Broncos fans.
Yeah, they only they did raise the prices every year when they were terrible. So they
That
did,
is true.
They did
That
do
is
that.
true.
I remember, Paul, like when we were at the flagship together. I remember them bragging about how there was like 20,000 people on the wait list for season tickets, and that was what in 2018. And then now you could just buy them still.
Yeah.
It's crazy how at one point, like, they went from that long list of like fans and then now I guess they're sold out now, they said. But
I don't think there's much of a wait list.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the wait list looks like. But yeah,
we have 75 people on the waiting list. For
yeah, you
Texans
can't.
Season
You
tickets.
don't tell. You don't tell people how many people are on the waiting list, and unless it's impressive.
Until there's a comma.
Yeah.
Until there's a comma. You can't. Over 1,000 people on the waiting list.
I think you need to have like another number in front of that comma. Like it needs to be like 10 plus. It's like be bragging about it.
5 digits. You need 5 digits.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm rooting for the Bears this weekend. I'm not ashamed of that.
But you don't know their fight song. So I think you need to memorize the fight song so that you can sing it during the game.
The eyes of Chicago are upon you.
That's Texas.
Oh, I said Chicago.
That would be funny though if I just started changing all the lyrics to the Texas songs. just start changing them all.
It's football time in Chicago.
Yeah, that doesn't work. I thought about that one too.
We came strapped up today. The South Side, it is scary. It's looking like Chirac today. Because they call it Chirac.
Welcome to the most violent city of all.
Chicago Bears.
Are you ready for some pop?
That was messed up.
What?
On that note, it's Gallant George. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. You want to weigh in? 713-780-3776. It's how you call. It's how you text. In honor of the debate last night, let's do some Houston sports debate. Some of the old classics, like it's July radio. Stick around. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
Apolitically, can we all admit that was funny? Even Carl was
Yeah.
laughing.
Yeah. It was more comedy than it was.
I think if we're being correct, they're eating the ducks in that specific town. Like they're going into the water and eating the ducks. But hey, I don't want my cat to get eaten. I don't want your dog to get eaten. I don't. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want any pets to get eaten.
I think someone should run on that. Like, stop eating our pets. But hey, before we get to our own Houston debate, we're giving you something. Hell yeah. Because you know what? It's one of the last ones ever. Saturday, September 14th, 7 p.m. That's this Saturday. The University of Houston Cougars, our beloved Cougs, Jeremy Branham's opposer, take on the Rice Owls for the Bayou Bucket. We will be celebrating Houston with this hometown rivalry. It will be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. Caller 3 to 713-780-3776. You're going to that game. Go Cougs. Huzzah.
Go Cougs.
So, in honor of the debate last night, which
Yes.
I watched and I was entertained by, but I also thought to myself, oh, well, this is a real thing that's happening. This isn't a, I think you should leave skit. We thought it might be fun to do some of the old classic Houston sports debates.
Mm-hmm.
So, Joe, you listed a couple of topics.
Did I miss any of the big ones, you thought?
I feel like these are good.
Okay.
First, Astrodome. Leave it, destroy it. I really think there's only one take on this because we voted to destroy it. We voted to get rid of it. I know that there's a lot of nostalgia that people have for it. Growing up watching Astros games there or Oilers games there. But number one, it has fallen into a state of disrepair and looks very, very ugly. And two, there is no realistic way to repurpose it, which is why we all voted to get rid of it. But Harris County Judge Ed Emmett, sly boob that he is, I called him that once on the air. He called it. He was a good sport about it. He actually seems like he's a nice guy. Yeah, he called it. It was pretty funny. But Ed, sneaky, made it a historical landmark. And I feel like that might have led to him getting ousted for Lena Hidalgo, interestingly enough, as Harris County judge. That's why it's still here. It's a protected historical landmark. We, for the most part, wanted to get rid of it. It's still here.
Yeah, it's hard to. I like the idea of not tearing it down. Like whenever they come out with what they're gonna do with it. We've seen casino. We've seen almost like ski jumps they could put in there, like doing all these cool things with it. Like they have all these cool ideas of like what they could turn it into, but they seem like they have no idea how to execute any of it, or like if it's feasible, like if the building just like wouldn't collapse on themselves, like if they started putting people inside of it. So I wish I could say that it has to go, it has to stay, and be turned into something, but it really just can't sit there. Like we're gonna be on the same aisle of this one.
It looks like a giant wart, and it's, for whatever reason, a wart that you could never get rid of. That's not good. No one likes those. At least this one's not contagious. But they should get rid of it. Hudab comments, is Yankee Stadium still there? Nope. And I mean, how many championships were won there? Babe Ruth played there, blah, blah, blah. It would be cool if we had some sort of Coliseum looking thing here. The problem is this does not look like the remains, the leftovers of the Coliseum in Rome. It doesn't look like a spectacular stone building. It's like a concrete building that's not even half as tall as NRG Stadium. If it was bigger, okay. If it was this like giant structure, but it's not. And while I like the cats that are in there, it's also overrun by rats and bats. And I am not somebody who is going so far to say, don't eat they're eating the rats, they're eating the bats.
Don't do that though.
Well, Ozzy Osbourne did that once with the bat.
Yeah, is he really?
Yeah, you didn't know about that?
No, I didn't know that.
Slob. Come on,
He
man.
ate a bat.
Yeah, he ate a bat. He didn't think it was a bat. Someone tossed it to him, and just ripped its head off with his teeth.
That's pretty gross. Yeah, I mean, is there any chance? Like, can they reverse the historical landmark thing so they can get rid of it?
No, I don't think so. I think once it is, it is.
Like, you're just like stuck with it.
Yeah.
We can't vote that away.
Nope.
Or like Hidalgo can't get rid of it.
Can we get like an eccentric billionaire to be like, I want to make it my mission to at least make this like respectable?
I mean, if there's one like guy who would have the most power to get rid of it, it would be Cal. Like if they wanted to build a new stadium, that's the perfect place to build it. Is you build it where the Astrodome is,
just next door,
and then you tear down NRG after the
or does NRG become a historic? No,
no.
That's historical too.
Like that would be the easiest way to get a new stadium.
Boom. We saw it at the. We saw it there.
Can't tear that down.
Hallowed ground.
The memories we made there.
Yeah. Yeah, the Astrodomes, they should get rid of it. And I think that's a good point in that you could build a new stadium there. Also, it's in my wine garden at the rodeo. Okay. It's taking up some of the wine garden space.
True.
They could expand the wine garden if they tore it down.
I could meet more potential wives in the wine garden if the Astrodome wasn't there.
Red or white, Paul?
Red.
Okay, good.
I actually don't drink white. Like I go out of my, unless it's Prosecco.
I don't either unless it's handed to me for free. I only drink red wine.
It's a little too sweet.
Yep.
Yeah. A little too sweet. All right, more Houston sports debates in honor of last night's presidential debate. Should they get a hockey team?
Yes.
No one's going to watch it.
Well, it is a good point. It is a fair point.
I mean, I would love for there to be hockey here, but I also don't want to be going to a game where half the arena is full and the ice is melting.
My biggest thing with the hockey team is I want one if it's an expansion team. I don't want
You don't want Phoenix to move
I don't
here?
want Phoenix.
Okay.
I don't want someone's trash because then there's no chance it'll work here. Like it will fail so fast. It will be like Atlanta, who has had 2 hockey teams and they've lost both of them. The way the Coyotes failed in Phoenix, they will fail here in Houston if they move here. Like it would never ever work. And I know they're moving to Utah, so like you can't use them. But like any team like that's just failing elsewhere because they stink. Like I still think the only reason why it works in Vegas is because they went to the Stanley Cup their first year. Like the way the expansion draft is set up in the NHL, it's totally different than the NFL. In the NFL, you get Tony Baselli. And the NHL, you can put together a team that can go to the championship its first year. Like they weight it very differently. So if it's an expansion team, I'm in on hockey in Houston. If it's relocation, I'm going to pass.
Okay.
Build a wall.
Build a wall.
No outside teams in. Build a wall.
So that's our second Houston sports debate. I say no to hockey. I just don't think it'll work. I think it's economically irresponsible.
I definitely don't want Tillman Fertitta to own it, and then the money he's losing on the hockey team affects the Rockets keeping players that I actually want.
Or the Golden Nugget.
Yeah.
I do think he doesn't want to buy the team. He wants someone to buy it.
Okay.
He wants to be their landlord.
Yeah. Because they're gonna have to play in Toyotas. Like, there's no way they're building a
where else would you play? Like, what are they gonna do? Build it? Like, go to Sugarland? Well, you can't put like a hockey team out there. No. So like he wants someone else to buy the team, so that way they can pay him rent for every night they need it.
Okay.
So then he's good.
last Houston sports debate. I don't know if it can be a debate, but I suppose that you could make the argument if you want. It's Hakeem Olajuwon versus Jose Altuve, right?
Yeah, for the GOAT debate. I don't consider, no disrespect to Simone Biles. I don't consider her.
Damn, sexist. Because I actually was thinking about putting Simone Biles in there. And now that you said that you don't have her in there because you don't respect women, I'm putting Simone Biles in there. Boom.
I also, who else?
They're
can I
definitely
put?
they're
I also
definitely
don't
the big
include Carl
three.
Lewis.
Damn. You don't include probably Cheryl Swoops or Cynthia Cooper, too.
I know what path I'm going down here, so I'm trying to find a way out.
Joe
of it.
George
Definitely-
hates women.
Definitely doesn't support Cheryl Swoops.
Well, she doesn't support Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
It's Dream, right? As the GOAT. I love Jose Altuve. Jose Altuve is Hall of Famer. No question about it. Hakeem Olajuwon is a top 12 basketball player. Ever.
Altuve had so many great postseason moments, but yeah, I think that the key here is compare Altuve to the rest of the Astros roster. How much of a difference was there between he and the next best player on the team with Hakeem Olajuwon? So obviously Clyde Drexler was here for a little bit, but I mean, that was Hakeem.
Yeah.
It was Hakeem with help, but it was Hakeem.
And basketball is the one where the best player normally wins it for you. Where baseball, Shohei Ohtani's never played in the playoffs. So
No, Altuve, to his credit, has a lot of those moments, though.
Yes, but what also helps Olajuwon in this is that it's a Houston thing, not just Rockets.
Yeah, he played for the Cougs.
He played for the Cougs.
Yeah.
He was on the Phi Slamma Jamma team. So he's got a pretty tough case unless you win several championships.
And they don't talk about where Jose Altuve's from. Venezuela.
Yeah. Pretty soon we're going to be Venezuela.
Sure.
That's what I heard.
Keep that in mind when you're looking for apartments, Sean.
Oh, be cheap, right?
Hey, that's just in Aurora, Colorado, and New York City, and other places.
Yeah.
It's fine. All right. In honor of the debate last night, what a great day. What a great day to wake up to. And it is, honestly, it's incredible that we are 23 years past September 11th. He is Joe George, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We wrap things up with a little garbage time. Next, stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros A's one more time tonight. And then the finale of this season series on Friday. Got to get down. Excuse me, tomorrow, Thursday. Jeez, I'm falling asleep. I don't know
I'll be
what's going
honest.
on.
I was like, oh yeah, today's Thursday.
I thought it was Thursday.
Nope. Tomorrow's Thursday.
Today is Wednesday.
It's a day game.
Yeah.
Hump day.
Hump day.
Don't do that.
Okay, goodbye.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Not on today of all days.
Yeah, not on today of all days.
I know I did
No.
it first, but still, we have higher expectations of you than me.
Thanks.
So we'll see what the Astros do tonight. I would like the ability to not have to watch the game, but now I feel like I have to. They got in trouble with the babysitter last night.
Yeah, you got to Hunter Brown, just like, be good again. But the pitching is not the problem.
Yeah, Arrighetti was good.
Score some runs.
Yep. I think it was MLB.com that had an article about how the Astros starting rotation got its groove back. And it interestingly did not bring up Justin Verlander. So hopefully Verlander is able to fix that. We'll focus more on tomorrow's show on what the actual Chicago Bears are as we get closer and closer to Texans and Bears in prime time action Sunday night. But before we hit the road, time for a little bit of garbage time. How much money do you think we could get from this person to do radio here? Because somebody in Sugarland won the $800 million Mega Million jackpot last night. How much do you think we could get them to pay just the three of us to do something that probably no one in their family has ever done, which is be on the radio? It's a privilege.
60 grand.
60 grand total?
80 grand.
80 grand total. What? I'm asking you. So we're going up from the initial number that we gave, 60 to 80?
Well, I'm going based off your look. I gave you 60
grand each.
I gave you 60, and you looked at me like that's not enough, Joe.
I just looked at you. I didn't.
I disagree. There was intent.
No,
with your look.
it's because he asked the word total. So you're like, oh, oops.
Well, because last time that we talked about it, I said 100 million, or excuse me, 100,000. 100,000 would be good for all three of us to split equally. And then you said,
I went up, and you called me greedy, so now I'm going in the other direction.
I'm just saying, like 100,000 for all of us would have been great.
Deal.
I was more perplexed by you going in the opposite direction after.
That's 20 grand each of us.
But hey,
20 grand.
Investors.
20 G's.
Possibly
what, am I going to buy a Camry?
What's wrong with the Camry? It's a nice, sturdy
my
Japanese
first car.
vehicle. Last 20
I
years.
just picked a car. I drove a Honda Accord for years. All right.
This person in Sugarland might be getting hit up by Adrian Peterson, who is $12 million in debt and has been ruled by a Houston judge that he's going to have to turn over some of his assets to pay for that. He made $100 million over the course of his career. I really want to know what the hell happened. I feel like there was a story not that long ago, and I know I'm sure that given that he's got a couple of different kids, that perhaps the money was going to different kids and different mothers, but $100 million. How do you blow through that?
They haven't done a ESPN Broke in a while, but remember the first one that came out? It was a tough watch. Like,
who was it?
It was Andre Rison.
Yeah,
I remember because his house got burned down. That was not great for his finances. There's a bunch
Duncan wasn't in it, right? Tim Duncan wasn't in it. That was separate.
No, he got his money stolen from his accountant. But it was a lot of guys that started record labels or started car wash companies and stuff at restaurants, and they didn't work out.
Continuing through garbage time, Ray Gun, also known as B-Girl Ray Gun, despite her 0 in the Olympics, is still the world's number one breakdancer.
What?
Yep.
How?
The World Breakdancing Organization felt the need to put out a statement. They're actually called the World Dance Sport Federation. The ranking methodology is based on each athlete's top 4 performances within the past 12 months, but excludes Olympic events, including the Paris Games and Olympic qualifier series.
Convenient.
What is Ray Gunn paying these people?
I mean, people, it's like the Australian committee, like apparently it's like run by her husband. Like this just really seems
that
like
makes so much more sense.
Like this really just feels like they have a ton of money and they're just like buying her like credibility.
The idea that a 37-year-old white Australian woman is the world's greatest breakdancer is completely absurd.
It's already a little bit of a stretch to believe that she's the best breakdancer in Australia. Like
Yes.
that's already like
Yeah.
you're really stretching my ability to believe that. In the world? Come on.
Sorry to be racist against my own people, but the idea that a white woman pushing 40, Elaine from Seinfeld's age, is the greatest, not just dancer, break dancer in the world is completely bat bleep
Just
crazy.
go to any high school. Just go to any high school in America. I guarantee you can find a better breakdance.
100%. And I get it. It's Australia. It's a continent descended from criminals. They're all criminal by blood.
Mm-hmm.
It's not enough that they descended from the incest of the crown, These are penal colony founders from back in the day. It's something else, that continent.
I just want to know like when she goes on tour so we can like see her.
You want to see her in
Oh,
person?
is she gonna write a book? Is
I
there a
don't
book
read.
deal? There has to be a book deal happening.
Yeah, I don't read.
OnlyFans deal? Is that what's next?
Hey.
What? I don't know.
She's a doctor
Oh, she's a doctor? My
of
bad.
breakdancing. She has a doctorate in breakdancing, I think.
Auburn quarterback Peyton Thorne keeps getting Venmo requests.
I love this.
From bettors who believe he is throwing games for Auburn.
I want it to be from NIL boosters telling Peyton Thorne we want our damn money back.
Yeah.
This is also funny.
I think this is very funny.
I think Peyton
It's
Thorne
also pretty harmless. It's just annoying.
He brought it up on a radio interview and he was having a good time.
He laughed about it.
Yeah.
I would get annoyed by it though.
I would have not taken it as well as Peyton Thorne did.
I think like you probably at some point you just have to like delete your Venmo off your phone.
Yeah.
Or log out and create a new one for your friends.
With a different screen name,
Yeah,
correct.
with a different screen name. Yeah.
A Michigan fan got Quinn Ewers to take a pic with his 8-year-old kid and said son threw up horns down as he did it.
I think he told his son.
Yeah, you can tell he motioned for his son to do it. I think it's awesome. He owned him.
I'm gonna do that when Joseph meets Sean.
I like it.
I'm okay with that.
I was gonna start teaching Joseph how to throw horns down, and that way he'll meet Sean.
But that dad, he owned Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, got him.
That Michigan fan dad.
What a loser.
He came out the winner that day.
One last one to wrap up garbage time. Dave Grohl had a statement. I have another confession, my friend. I've recently become the father of a new baby daughter born outside of my marriage. I plan to be a loving and supportive parent to her. I love my wife and my children, and I'm doing everything I can to regain their trust and earn their forgiveness. We're grateful for your consideration toward all the children involved as we move forward together.
I can't believe he just announced this like publicly.
I love
on his Instagram.
Out of nowhere, no one knew. He's trying.
No one knew, and he's just like, "Hey, surprise!"
I love he included, not parenthetically, but after a comma, outside my marriage. That to me is the funniest part about all of this. I had a baby outside of wedlock.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Wrap it up, kids. And on that note,
and 50-year-old rockers.
Yeah. He might be older than that. He might be in his 60s.
Damn, that is a lot. That is a lot to process. We appreciate you guys tuning into today's edition of Gallant and George. Our callers, our texters, our YouTubers, our Twitchers. Subscribe to the podcast if you haven't already. For Sean Mapes and Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. You heard it yesterday. It came to fruition today. The crud has officially taken out Jeremy Branham. His voice is gone. He is not. Don't worry. No RIPs or anything like that. But he's out today. So my man Brian McDonald's going to pull double duty. He's going to do all the hard work behind the glass and also join me for 3 hours of being a pain in the ass as we roll through all things.
That's where you're setting the bar. You're setting the bar at pain in the ass.
Yeah, I mean, so then anything other than that, it just should be labeled a great show in progress.
That's true. Yeah, set the bar low and then over exceed.
And aim high, right? So that's where we're going to start. And I guess this goes back to a conversation, B-Mac, that we were having yesterday, where you were like, when we were talking about Spencer Arrighetti, and you were like, it's the A's. You're supposed to win this game and do these things.
Yeah, that didn't age well.
Because it's
that
the
didn't age well.
A's. And I warned you guys. I said, well, you know, since the All-Star break, they had the best record in the American League, and I was one game off because I let some time pass. Well, that game is gone now because now we're looking at a team that has been red hot, and all of a sudden the Astros offense is nowhere, and the Astros drop a game to the A's in extra innings in really rare fashion, the way that it all ended. And here we are. Again, thankfully, the Mariners lost, but this is one that I thought they had so many opportunities to win, left so many runners in scoring position. That was a tough one to swallow last night.
Yeah, so thankfully, because of what you mentioned, the Mariners also losing last night, it seems like the Astros have gotten that favor quite a bit when they've stumbled over the last couple of weeks because the lead, which I think only got as high as 5.5, is at 4.5. So they really haven't lost much ground. Where I do think it hurts them, though, because I don't think it hurts them at all, really, in the division race with the Mariners.
Right.
Where I think it hurts them is the race to possibly get the second bye with the Guardians, which I'm waving the white flag on that. Like, I know it's mathematically possible, kind of. They would have to go on a hell of a hot streak and have the Guardians go, under 500 over their final 17 games. The Astros have 18 games left. So it's mathematically possible, but I'm waving the white flag and getting ready for a wild card series. I don't see any chance in hell right now that the Astros, even if they play great baseball down the stretch, can pass the Guardians and take the final bye.
See, but here's the thing. The thing that's crazy to me that keeps me holding on before I throw in the towel is the fact that you're alternate. It's the good, bad, and the ugly. Whenever you're bad or ugly, the Mariners do you the solid, but then you're watching the Yankees as well as the Guardians. And the Yankees were also within striking distance. The bad is that every time you think you gain ground on Cleveland, the next time Cleveland wins and the Yankees lose, then it's vice versa. So they're both kind of treading water just enough, kind of doing the same thing from the opposite way that the Mariners were doing, that you can't get that full momentum of both teams lose on the same night. You gain ground on both teams because the Yankees, they're in a dogfight with Cleveland as well for the 1 seed, to where you're at least still, you're not mathematically out of it. As you mentioned, they're close, but it would be nice because if the Astros just played a little bit better baseball over the last couple of weeks, the last 2 weeks, really, I think that this could have been a really, really interesting race down the stretch.
I mean, could have been. I think when you look at the math, though, like as I mentioned, like the Astros would have to play really well to pass them. So I looked it up to see what the Astros would actually have to do. And if you assume the Guardians, who have 17 games left, let's assume they're in the 2 spot, as they're chasing. I know it could flip with the Yankees, but let's put them in the 2 spot.
Mm-hmm.
If you take the Guardians over their final 17 games and have them go 8-9, so just 1 game below 500, I think guessing or hoping for anything less than that or more losses than that would be unreasonable. That's going to put them at 91 wins, meaning the Astros would have to go 14-4 over their final 18 to match them. And right now they hold the tiebreaker, but of course they have another series in Cleveland that would play into that tie-breaking scenario. So just to tie them and hopefully win on a tiebreaker, if the Guardians go 8-9 over the final 17, the Astros would have to go 14-4.
Yeah,
which, I mean, it's possible. It's possible because they've got 7 games against the Angels remaining. They've got 2 more with the Athletics, and you face the Guardians head-to-head. There's a Padres series mixed there in there as well, along with the Mariners series. But 14-4 down the stretch, given that you've just dropped the game to the A's, it feels like a reach to bet on that at this point.
Yeah, it's a long shot to say the least. Look, I'm hopeful, but at the same time, I'm a realist. I realize that the best case scenario for this team is to just kind of reset the deck, get ready for the series, make sure you're playing your best baseball, and then go from there. Because I think that as much as we talked about where this team has come from to where they are now, The reality is what happened earlier in the season has set the table for the fact that you can't have these grandiose expectations and think that there's a realistic chance because of the fact that you dug such a hole that you can look back and say that's exactly why you're not where you want to be. Because without that monstrous just struggle bus, they probably would be sitting in the 1 seed right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to point back to over the course of the season. I mean, there's the 2 series against the White Sox where they dropped the first game in each of those series. There's obviously the bloodbath in Kansas City that included the Hunter Brown, 11 hits, 9 runs in 1 inning. There's a lot of points in the season where we've talked about games they shouldn't have lost, including last night when you and I were talking right before the show started about just the randomness and kind of the unluckiness of losing on like 3 straight bunts in 12 innings to the A's. So you flip a few of those, you're now suddenly, because I mean, they're 5.5 back of the Guardians. You wouldn't have to flip a whole lot of those should have, could have won games to be in a spot where you're only a game or 2 back, or maybe even leading over the Guardians. But, at this point, you can't change those, and the math does not look favorable for them to chase down a bye. So it's pretty much get ready for the wild card series, and now we got to, I guess, figure out which of the 3 possible teams they could face in that wild card series: the Twins, the Royals, or the Tigers. Like who would want to see the most?
I think ideally, though, the Tigers
they're, I think, 4 back of the final wild card.
Yeah, the Tigers are within striking distance, which is a surprise all in itself. And I know that TK and Blummer were mentioning that last night. Who'd have thought that at this point in the season, AJ Hinch and the Tigers would still have a puncher's chance to try and sneak in. Good on them for having a great season. I don't anticipate that they're going to be a playoff team. The most likely scenario is either the Royals or the Twins. And you handled the Royals at home. They're a different team when they play at home. When they're on the road and they've had some injuries, they lost their first baseman. They had to trade for Yuli. They've lost a couple of players to where you're like, okay, you just swept them here. You got to believe, like, if they came to your building for a 3-game series, you got to feel pretty good about that. It more, to me, when I said like setting the deck, to me, it more comes down to, we saw Arrighetti last night. I know that Ben Verlander and Dana Brown on the flagship today was talking about, hey, don't back of the baseball. He literally said back of the baseball card. And he said,
the back of his baseball card.
Verlander was, hitting 97 on the fastball. It's just a matter of location. He's going to be back. Don't worry about it. Basically telling everybody to basically shut up and listen, that Verlander's in the mix. That scares me, but it goes back to the conversation we had initially, which is regardless of what you think and what we all can see is probably the right decision to make, Justin Verlander, from an organizational standpoint, is going to be in the mix for a starting rotation spot.
I mean, I think the name we talk about back of the baseball card, I think the name on the back of his jersey is going to be what people in favor of giving Justin Verlander a playoff start are going to point to, because you can't point to anything from his 2 minor league rehab starts, or his 4 starts now back in the major leagues. I mean, he's had 6 starts to get past this quote unquote, extended spring training that Dana Brown talks about, trying to excuse away the rustiness of missing 2 months for Justin Verlander. 6 starts is enough time to get past that if he still had it. Now, it's great that he has the velocity. People will point to that. And there's some conversations coming out of the Astros camp talking about the shape of his fastball. I don't pretend to understand all the things they're talking about with why a fastball that has the velocity, other than not having the location, wouldn't be as effective as his other fastball. But regardless of the shape of the fastball, the velocity, the results have been pretty terrible. So, and we could get more into this, as the show goes on. But there's no way I could go into the postseason, and obviously I'm not making this decision, but there's no way I could go in the postseason and try to sell not only the fan base, but the other players in the locker room that Justin Verlander is one of your 3 or 4 best options to put on the mound for a start in the postseason.
Steven, this is what I said. This is what I said when we were kicking this around in the last week or so. The big thing is this is a dress rehearsal right now between now and the end of the regular season. If we all, and I think you and I are both on the same page, and you guys can let us know how you feel, 713-780-3776. Look, we both are basically saying throwing in the white towel on the 1 or the 2 seed. You're going to play a wild card series. So you might as well be as prepared as you can be. Well, that means Kyle Tucker, you're going to get bats every single day, and you got to start snapping out of this, and you got to start getting back to the old Kyle Tucker. And from a pitching perspective, you are on call right now to show us your best stuff in your next, say, 3 starts the rest of the way. Justin Verlander, Spencer Arrighetti. You guys both have to show you are fully capable and warrant consideration for a playoff start. Because other than that, to me, it's Fromber, it's Hunter Brown, and it's Kikuchi. And other than that, I'm not having a discussion unless down the stretch you show me enough to tell me that I need to kind of reconsider where I'm going, especially in this first series. Obviously, when you get to a longer series, you're going to have to add a starter to the mix. But for now, that's what I think you have to do. You have to make sure that these guys know, hey, it's put up or shut up time. Go do your best stuff and let us see what you got.
There's no reason from performance on the field to have a conversation about anybody other than Fromber, Kikuchi, and Hunter Brown as your three starters in a wild card series. And thankfully, especially if it's the Royals, since they play so poorly on the road, all three of those games, if there is a third game, would be in Houston. So you do have that to your advantage. I mean, and if you look at the other possible matchups, you won the series against the Tigers this year, 4-2. I think you feel pretty comfortable in that matchup, even though AJ Hinch would be coming back in, which would actually be kind of cool. And then with the Twins, I mean, the Twins do own the season series, but you won that series in the postseason last year, including 2 games in Minnesota that you took from them. So I feel pretty confident in all those matchups if the starting pitching holds up, and I think this is the big if to factor into if the starting pitching holds up, if they make the right decisions on who's going to be in the starting staff. I feel confident if the Astros get to a 3-game series for the wild card, which we both agree they will, because the bye is over at this point. They're going to make the right decision that Fromber and Hunter Brown will be in those first 2, or at least in the 3. The question is, will they have the guts to put Kikuchi as one of the 3 starters in that series over Verlander? I'm not convinced they will.
See, here's the other thing you're leaving out, though, Brian. Look, I obviously think that's the main thing. One of the main things you got to figure out. The other main thing is Kyle Tucker. You've got to figure out what Kyle Tucker is going to be down the stretch, because if you're going to, again, kind of similar to the Verlander conversation, from an organizational standpoint, they are, and from Kyle Tucker's standpoint, he ain't sitting on the bench when they get to the playoffs. He's playing because, again, like you said, it's not even the back of the baseball card as well as it's also the back of the name on the jersey. He's going to get starts. So he's got to contribute, and he's got to get back to somewhat close to where he was. And right now, he's not there. He's 1-4-10. So when you look at that, you say, yeah, you got issues with the pitching staff trying to figure and sort that out. And maybe it's as simple as, but again, it's a bad look. If Verlander is not going to be one of your 3 starters and you leave him off the roster, that's a big problem, I think, internally with Verlander making a stink. I just don't feel great about it.
But it's not even a guarantee to be on the roster next year. So, I mean, I get the idea of you wouldn't want to upset a player who would be here for the long term, but Verlander, because he missed so much time this year, he didn't have his contract vested. He had to hit 140 innings. He didn't get close to that. I mean, it's possible he's back on the roster, but the way he's pitching right now, there's not really a big case for it given his performance and his age. So I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't go out of my way to piss off Verlander, obviously. It's not something I'd want to do, but I would make the best decision for the team. I mean,
right, but you got to also consider big picture. If you're anticipating like we are that you're going to beat Minnesota, you may need him in the next series, and you don't know what you don't know about Arrighetti or anybody else to say, can Arrighetti, is he going to continue to do this? And he's never pitched in the playoffs before, and he's pitched more innings than he's ever pitched. So you're looking at it going, I still need to make sure Verlander's cool, because that next series, should I get there, especially if you burn your good pitchers in this series to start with, you're going to look to a guy like that because you're going to need more starters.
I would hope Verlander is a mature enough adult to handle this situation. I'm not really worried about his feelings in this. I mean, unless the Astros just handle it in the rudest way possible, then I don't see how, if they come to him and talk to him like adults, say, hey, look, you haven't been in great form. You're still a valuable part of the team. We want you out there when we get to the next round, and we're going to get to the next round. So be ready. Sit this one out. Get some rest. Get your your mechanics right. Get in good shape. Get some rest and be ready for the next series. I think if they handle it right, there would be no reason for Verlander to have a pity party and then not be ready to go for the ALDS if the Astros advance. I just can't get to the point where I think Verlander is going to just pout and cry and moan and throw himself out of rhythm for a potential ALDS start. I don't buy that as a possibility.
Yeah, I think that, because when you mentioned that, the other thing that I thought about was, yes, the names on the back of both jerseys matter, and I think that there's going to be push because of that. I think the other thing is the nameplate on the owner's door matters. And I think Jim Crane, again, I hope I'm wrong, because I hope because of everything that we saw that didn't go right with the things that he was trying to do and the punches that he tried to pull when he was with the guys that he had brought in previously and how badly the Montero and the Abreu situation went. I hope they finally, as we talked about yesterday, let Dana Brown do his job. But I just got to believe come playoff time that he is going to be knocking on the doors and picking up the phone and telling some people, that's my guy. We got to make sure we don't piss off JV, and possibly we may need him down. I don't know what Crane's going to say, but it scares me because he likes to manipulate things.
It feels like a reach to say Jim Crane's making lineup decisions. I know we have criticized him. A lot of people have criticized him for overreaching what an owner should be involved in. Certainly, he made Dana Brown look like a puppet at times since his tenure started. But calling up and saying JV has to start making the lineup decision for Espada feels like a reach to me. And I mean, I'm not saying it's a 0% that would happen, because you can't dismiss anything crazy with the Astros and the way they've been run over the last couple of years. But I would put the odds being very, very low. And I could see him being involved in the conversation if they're going to tell Verlander you're not starting in the wild card series. I could see Jim Crane, because of his personal relationship with Verlander, being a part of that conversation to make sure Verlander doesn't have hurt feelings. But I can't see Crane going to the point of calling up Espada, calling up Dana Brown, and saying JV has to get one of these 3 starts.
No, I think that,
which we won't know. That will never come out, but that's just kind of my gut feeling on it.
We know that in the past he's meddled. That's all I'm saying. He's meddled. We know it from a player acquisition standpoint. We know that he plays it like fantasy baseball. We know he has a relationship with JV. I think that that's why maybe we don't have to have this conversation, because JV just doesn't look good, or it just is the same JV we've seen down the stretch. If JV pitches anywhere near decently, I think that there's going to be a conversation or two had about Justin Verlander that include Jim Crane.
Well, sure, and there's 3 weeks left. I mean, it's today. I mean, as we look at the calendar today, there's about 3 weeks left on the season. So that includes Verlander, that includes Tucker. We have a lot of concerns about them getting back into their top form before the postseason starts, and there's plenty of reason to be concerned about that. Tucker's 1 for 10 with 4 strikeouts. Verlander's ERA is 6 or 7 since he returned. There's a lot of reason to be concerned, but there's also time to where we could be looking back in 2 weeks thinking this conversation turned out to be kind of silly.
Well,
hopefully we will, but we'll see.
Well, to continue to kick it around, we're going to be here all day, so hopefully you guys will be too, 3 to 6. We've got a whole lot to get to in a very, very busy show today. Of course, we're going to be talking Texans. We're going to be talking Astros. We'll talk some SEC football, all with Cole Thompson. Cole Thompson's going to be here. He covers the Texans. He covers the SEC. We'll get into that. Our man Houston Stressens is going to be starting. Garrett from Houston Stressens is going to be joining us as well. Talk a little bit about your Houston Texans from a different perspective as we kind of get a conversation or two going about that. And you're always a part of it as well. You can get Brian McDonald today at Sacked by BMAC on Twitter. You can get me at Pac-Man Joel with a K. You can get us on Twitch, on YouTube. You can also hit us up with text and call 713-780-3776. More to come. Hang with us. Just getting started. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, one of Branham's groupies grinding on coffee and whiskey just realized no Branham in here today. Branham kind of called his shot yesterday. He was losing his voice during the show. Hopefully he's good to go tomorrow. Needed to kind of rest up the pipes today. So it's just me and BMAC and a cast of thousands and friends that are going to be kicking it until 6 p.m. We were in Astros talk. We'll get to Texans talk and a lot more. But we were talking about the fact that the Astros basically should start being in a standpoint where, as they review where they are and what they're doing, they're probably going to play a wild card series. They're probably going to host a team, either the Royals or the Twins. And how does that translate to what they're going to do with their roster? We know Verlander blew up. Verlander's not been great. He hasn't won a game since he came back off the IL. Dana Brown this morning on the flagship starts talking about, but he's throwing 97. It's just a matter of where he's throwing it. But we totally believe the back of the baseball card, he's going to be back. Arrighetti also
on the back of his baseball card
had the massive puke fest all over himself his last start before last night. Last night, he only gives up 2 runs. Is that good enough for you? What you saw of Spencer Arrighetti, it wasn't what we saw when he was playing really good teams and mowing guys down, striking out double digits, but was it enough for you to be okay with him being a guy that you can lean on in the playoffs?
I think what he did last night, now, I mean, 7 hits is a lot of hits, but no walks, and you get 7 Ks through 6 2/3, only give up the 2 earned runs. I feel good enough with that bounce back that I would put him ahead of Ronel Blanco, which we've seen. I know he had a good bullpen appearance a few days ago, but I put him ahead of Ronel Blanco. What we've seen from him kind of regressing over the second half in this version of Verlander that we've gotten since his return from the injured list. The 4 starts have just been absolutely abysmal. So if Verlander continues to pitch like this, I would have Arrighetti as the 4th starter, meaning he would get a start in the ALDS, which is, I mean, it's risky. He's never had a postseason start, as you've pointed out, as everyone knows, because he's a rookie. But Verlander, he's had a lot of postseason success. We know that it hasn't always translated in the World Series, but this version of Verlander at 41, I don't trust him right now. He has 3 weeks to win that back, and it wouldn't take a whole lot for him to win it back. To me, if he has 2 really good starts, then I'm back in, and Arrighetti is on the bench or in the bullpen. Because of the back of the baseball card, because of the back of the jersey that says Verlander, if he shows us over 2 starts that he's going to rebound to form, I will put him back in. But as of this moment, I think that start against the A's puts Arrighetti back into the 4th spot for me.
I think the reason why too, Brian, you would be on that kind of that level, and I'm not far behind you, is the fact that you don't have any other options. I'm bigger on Blanco in a lot of ways than Arrighetti. If Blanco is full health and his arm doesn't look like he's been gassed. They sat him out for a reason. They skipped a start for a reason. They know that his arm has been taxed all year.
Yeah, he's well past his previous career high.
He is Fromber from a year ago, but for different reasons the second half. Not because of the fact that he didn't have the ability or his feelings were hurt, but he just carried this team for the entire first half when they were trying to figure stuff out, and it took a toll on his arm. And so now they've sit him for a start. They sit him out for a start. They say he's going to do some bullpen work. He pitched the other day. But you wonder, how much gas is truly left in the tank for a guy that I have confidence can get out, but now I don't have the confidence that if I go put him back on the mound for a start, can he give me 5? Can he do what he was doing and more like he was doing in the first half? Or are we just kind of have to just relent and say, okay, we'll take whatever we can get for him, but we don't know how many innings he can go.
Yeah, I think I hear your comparison to Frommer because he certainly did carry the team in the first half. But I would actually compare Ronel Blanco to JP France. But I mean, they're both guys who were not really prospects, older. I mean, France came up at 28, Blanco at 30 when they had their big season. And I mean, Ronel Blanco's prime was obviously a lot hotter. He had a no-hitter in his first start. It lasted longer because France, I believe, was only 8 starts before he fell off. But I think we're seeing something kind of similar. Guys who weren't big-time prospects, guys who didn't have a very high, innings pitched in his career, and now have exceeded that and have just completely gassed out and maybe aren't as talented as the guys around them, being, of course, the reason they didn't come up to their age 28 or 30. So I think I kind of look at Ronel Blanco as JP France, but a little bit better. I think he's better than what France was down the stretch last year when he tailed off. I do think he's better than that, but I don't really trust him in a postseason start trying to get 5 or 6 innings out of him.
See, and AR Platinum texts in, Blanco's not a lock for a playoff spot. The stats generally equal to or better than Fromber and Hunter. I disagree there. Look, I think Blanco, his first half stats were dominant.
His first half stats, he should have been an all-star,
No
but
doubt.
it hasn't been the same since.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, you want to talk about a tale of two different situations, I'll lump Fromber and Hunter together. We know first half Blanco was unbelievable. But we know second half Blanco has been a different story. On the flip side, we know that Fromber and Hunter had their issues in the first half. Fromber and Hunter have essentially been lights out since they got back from the All-Star break. And there's no reason to believe that they aren't your 1-2 solidified in as much cement and stone and whatever else you want to put them in. That ain't changing.
No, and look, it's great to point out how great of a first half Ronel Blanco had, and it's absolutely true. But to a point when we're talking about success in April and May, I know it's not as back of the baseball card as what we've talked about with other players who were talking about, seasons they had 3 and 4 years ago. But I don't really want to judge Ronel Blanco right now on what he did in April and May. It doesn't really factor into me. What I'm trying to factor in and decide is who's in great form now. It doesn't matter to me what you did in April and May if you're in bad form in September going into October. And I'm not saying Ronel Blanco is completely unable or incapable of giving you a good playoff start. I think there's something in there. I just don't think he's one of your best 4 options right now. And I would put Arrighetti ahead of him.
I think the key too, Brian, is the fact that right now you only need 3. You only need 3 options for the first series, if indeed they're going to.
Yeah, there's no way Blanco's in the top 3, and I wouldn't even put him in the top 4. Although I would hear the conversation, but I would lean Arrighetti because when you look at second half, Arrighetti's been much better second half than Ronel Blanco has.
But I also think that from a standpoint, you only need 3. And honestly, as much as I put the first 2 in stone, right now, unless things change drastically, I've got all 3 of them in stone. I've got Kikuchi set in stone as well. Those are my 3 guys. Those are the 3 guys that are going to take the bump for me if I need to play 3 games, and I'll sort it out from there. I've got 2 quality options, maybe 3 that I can go to with Arrighetti, with Blanco, and with a potential for Verlander to get better if I then have to reset when we go to the next round. But we got to get there first, and those are my 3 starters. All right, you guys want to chime in on this? LA, you want to talk a little bit about Justin Verlander? What's going on?
Yeah. So 2 points I want to make very quickly. The first point is you don't keep a future Hall of Famer out of the pitching rotation in the playoffs. That's just something you don't do.
What if he's pitching like dog
snot?
Well, wait, LA, before we get to the second point. I understand you know the back of his baseball card, but if he did what he did the other night and gave up a grand slam and a 3-run bomb in the first 2.5, 3 innings, how are you going to tell me that warrants giving him the baseball?
Yeah, so that brings me to my second point, and that is it's going to be up to the pitching coach and a manager to micromanage his innings, pitches, and the minute Verlander is in trouble, I don't care if it's with 2 outs in the first inning or whatever. That's when you got to take the man out.
But LA, you're talking about that. I hear what you're saying, right? But at the same time, he didn't pitch that many pitches the other night. You say, are you going to pull him in the first inning? Because the start before in Cincinnati, he loaded the bases. He walked the bases loaded in the first inning. You going to pull him in the first inning? In the Arizona start, he had 2 outs. He gave up 2 singles and a bomb, and suddenly you're down 3-0 in the first inning.
Well, and Verlander, I think, is a smart enough guy, and the manager and the pitching coach, they're smart enough to know that the Astros this year have had trouble putting runs together in many games that they should have won. They couldn't put good hits together to win games. So that's probably going to continue in the playoffs.
So that's another reason why I'm LA, and I hear what you're saying. Thanks for the call. We got to get to it, and we got to get another call in here. But the thing is, with what you just said about the fact that you don't have as much wiggle room because you're worried about the offense, that's why I can't take my chances holding my breath that Justin Verlander is going to keep his head above water and do what he needs to do, especially if I'm worried about runs and run support.
Yeah, I hear what he's saying, and it's not a completely unfair point. But I hate the idea of, well, he has to get a start because he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Well, he's a Hall of Famer based on things he did in 2008, 2010, 2011. What does that matter in 2024? I mean, what matters is his current form, and his current form has not been a top 4 pitcher on this team.
What if your Hall of Famer is pitching like a AAA starting pitcher that's struggling to make it to the big leagues and can't find the strike zone in the right spots? That's a bigger problem no matter what his back of his baseball card
It's not
says.
what's best for the team.
Right. Chris, we got to get you in here before we keep moving on. What do you got for us?
Yeah, no, Justin's definitely pitching like a AAA pitcher right now since he's come back off the IL. Glavine, I saw an interview with him, and he was saying that what really turned his career around was when he decided not to throw 100%, but started throwing 96% so he could know where the ball was going, be more accurate. Just because Justin Stonehard doesn't mean he knows where the ball is going. So I think that's the reason why he's throwing hard is because he doesn't know where the ball is going. I mean, JB is not going to willingly not be the third starter. You can't even take him out of a baseball game, Brian. I mean, he won't let a spotter even take him out. And my other point is I think Arrighetti should be the Game 3 starter because Kikuchi's had experience coming out of the bullpen and playoff games before. Good show, guys.
Appreciate it, Chris. Thanks for the call. Look, I would push back on that by saying
I mean, he's had one appearance in the bullpen.
Yeah.
I would hardly call it like bullpen experience in the postseason.
my bigger thing is Kikuchi's got multiple years of major league experience and one playoff game. Arrighetti has 0 playoff experience, and he's basically thrown more innings than he's ever thrown in his life. Those have a couple of red flags attached to them where I'm going to really question where and how I use Spencer Arrighetti. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, the difference in the postseason bullpen experience between Kikuchi and Arrighetti is one appearance.
Yeah, so.
I know Kikuchi is the veteran, but the difference in their bullpen experience in the postseason is nothing to make a decision over.
No, but the main thing is you're right. From playoff experience, I have no ground to stand on with that other than my more is just major league experience.
No, I wasn't disagreeing. I agree Kikuchi be the third. I'm making a point to the caller's point that we should give Kikuchi or put Kikuchi in the bullpen because he has this postseason bullpen experience, but it's only one more appearance than Spencer Arrighetti has in the postseason. So I don't see that being a tiebreaker or deciding factor in why you would go with one or the other. I would take Kikuchi. I trust him more. That's just kind of a gut feel. But if they made it Arrighetti, I wouldn't stress out over it. But I would prefer it to be Kikuchi.
Well, and I would say this to Chris's point where he was really right, which is on the Verlander point. When Kikuchi, and a lot of his career has been based on this, where he's trying to get his velocity up, and his velocity's good. But when he misses over the heart of the plate with that fastball, and he gets crushed. So that's where you do have to be smarter and realize since he's been with the Astros and they've basically used his secondary pitches a lot more, he's been a ton more effective and he's not getting crushed. And that's something that we'll keep an eye on as well. All right, we'll get to some more Astros talk in a minute. But as we continue to move on, let's get to some Texans talk. Look, week 1, we know what the Texans did. Some people thought that there was a great performance and they looked dominant. Other people like Paul thought, hey, if you played several other teams, you might not have won. But we saw what happened around the rest of the league. We've got our power rankings. Let's talk about yours. Who was better than the Texans in week 1? If you want to chime in, 713-780-3776, or hit us up on social media, text message, you know the deal. All right, before we roll on, though, I do want to tell you and take a quick break here and tell you a little bit about Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, I believe in Allstate Siding and Windows. They are awesome. And the reason why I say that is I speak from personal experience. They came to my house when my wife and I bought our new house, and we were talking about doing something with the windows. They looked at our windows. They gave us all the different products that they offer. They gave us the best possible fits, literally, for our windows. And we were so glad that we went to Allstate Siding and Windows because it starts with the curb appeal. It upgraded the entire look and feel of the house. It modernized the house more. It looks like it's almost a brand new house. It was phenomenal. But the main thing that you're going to love is you're going to reduce your energy bills up to 35 to 40%. Phenomenal in the fact that they are energy efficient windows. They're also hurricane resistant. They're also great about keeping all of the elements out and all of the air conditioning or heating in. And the best part about all of this is Allstate Windows and Siding has been in the job and been in the city and been doing this the right way for almost 50 years. Mary and her brother and the entire family, they do it themselves. Mary manages everything back at the headquarters. Her brother gets out there. He came to my house. He told me exactly what we needed to do, the products we should consider, and how it would best fit. We went with his suggestions. We couldn't be happier. Right now, they got 30% off on all windows. They also have $2,500 off a complete siding job if that's something you're interested in. Check them out today. Give them a call. Get a free estimate where all you got to do is call them. They'll come to you, and they'll tell you exactly what they could do. 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936 or allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
No Branham today. B-Mac and Blank as we take you till 6 o'clock as you still got bees in the hive, and it is alive. Well, we had Astros talk going on, and a lot of people chiming in on this topic because of the fact that Justin Verlander creates so many memories and so many reactions because of what he's been for the Houston Astros. But I think to Brian and I's point, you can't worry about what he's been even since he's just been an Astro. You have to worry about what he's going to be going forward. And the biggest thing with that is you just don't know. And what you've seen recently gives you more reason to be concerned than calm as you try to set up your rotation.
Yeah, 2017, 2019, 2022 memories don't win 2024 playoff games.
Exactly.
And that feels like a heartless thing to say, but it's just the reality. I mean, Verlander is, as Jeremy would say, is the greatest Astros starting pitcher in the team's history. I mean, the only other guy that would be in the conversation would probably be Roy Oswalt. So I mean, even if you have him two, he's still one of the top two in the history's franchise, in the history of the franchise. Easy for me to say, but that's something. While we should obviously always keep those memories close to our heart and celebrate them and love them, that doesn't really matter for the form that he's in currently. And the form he's in currently is not worth a playoff start.
Exactly.
He has time to fix that, but right now he's not in that form.
I want to get Jason in here before we switch topics to the Texans. Jason wants to get in here on Verlander. What's up, Jason?
Yeah, so my question is it out of the realm of possibility for Verlander to be willing to come out of the bullpen? I know he's made one bullpen appearance a couple years ago in the World Series when it was all hands on deck type of deal, but can Espada go to him and say, look, you're not making this roster as a starter. You can make the roster and pitch out of the bullpen. Do you guys think he'd be willing to do that?
So that's the key thing. Would he be willing to do that? Because if you listen to the game on Sunday Night Baseball and Ravitch and the guys in the booth were talking about the fact that he's never done it before. You're right. I remember he did it in the Red Sox series too in the playoffs. But it's something that's a possibility, but they alluded to the fact that they didn't think he was willing to do it and he wasn't going to do it. So therefore, he's either going to start or he's not going to be on the playoff roster, which got everybody's wheels turning. We had already talked about it prior to that. I think that's the big key. We know that in the past that Odorizzi was a guy that said, I don't like this. Even when he did it, he had all kinds of hangups and, prep and how to get ready. And it was just a big pain in the ass. I think with Verlander, the other part of this is the conversation's tough. I don't think Espada in a first-year managerial role, that's a tough thing to do. We've seen how volatile JV gets, even getting taken out of games. We've seen how you got to kind of handle him with kid gloves like a lot of veteran starting pitchers. I think that's a tough conversation because I don't think Justin Verlander's going to be on board with that.
No, I don't either. And even if he was willing to have the conversation, as you mentioned, he did it in the Red Sox series in 2017. The caller mentioned he did it in the World Series. I forget the specifics of that scenario. But even if he was willing to do it, I think you're talking about a guy who would have to come in at a clean inning, right? He's not coming in with runners on, having to get ready in a hurry. This is going to have to be a situation where, like, you tell him, okay, definitely game 3. There's no mystery about what game it is. It'll be game 3. You're coming in after, as soon as Kikuchi's done, let's say he goes 5, you're coming in for the 6th inning, and you're giving us two innings to bridge the gap to the high leverage guys in the back of the bullpen. That's the only way that would work. But then what if Kikuchi's dealing? Are you just going to automatically take him out to put in a guy like Justin Verlander who struggled? And even if you are willing to take Kikuchi out, I mean, let's say you're in the 6th, 7th inning. Are you going to put in Verlander who's struggling over guys who have been in those situations? The Brian Abreu's, the Ryan Presleys, the Taylor Scotts, the Josh Hader would be the 9th inning, so Verlander wouldn't be in for him.
Even Neris.
But yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Neris was, I don't know about Neris. Maybe I would take out. I don't know if I'd have a problem with putting in Verlander instead of Neris. But you hear what I'm saying though. Like, I mean, are you going to take out Kikuchi early? Are you going to put in Verlander who's not in good form because instead of these guys who are experienced in those spots, have been in those spots, millions of times, know how to handle the quick up and down? I just don't think there's a logical place to put Verlander, even if he's willing to come out of the bullpen.
Hear me out, though, Brian, on this one, because of the fact that we heard Dana talk today, and we mentioned the quote about the fact that he was topping out at 97 miles an hour. We know he's still got it back of the baseball card. He's going to figure it out. I'll tell you this right now. I think where he was thinking about is exactly what you're talking about.
A piggyback?
A piggyback, or what do you normally want to get from an Ort or guys out of the bullpen that's going to try and give you 1 or 2 solid innings? You want some guy throwing hard that is going to blow you away and empty the tank for 1 or 2 innings. If that's what you're worried about, if you're focused on his velo is the same, then that's what you're talking about, because we know that the problem has been overall location and as he gets longer into a ball game. If you're going to tell me for an inning or 2, he's going to empty the tank on his fastball. His curveball was actually pretty good the other night. They were even talking about it on the telecast that he should have thrown it more. That if he's willing to do it, you're right. Now I'm talking about a guy that I have confidence for an inning or 2 that's going to top out at 97 miles an hour, that if he throws his curveball anywhere near effectively and keeps guys off balance for less than 1 time through a batting order to get 6 outs or 3 outs, I believe in that guy. I just don't believe he wants to do that.
I question if we even really believe in that, though, because, yeah, he can hit 97, but he doesn't know where it's going right now.
That's the big thing.
I mean, in this scenario you painted, he's coming in, he's emptying the tank. He's basically almost not, I hate to say, like, throwing mechanics out the door, but he's trying to throw as hard as he can for a guy who's already struggling with command, the command probably being his biggest issue right now. I don't think that best suits Justin Verlander to have good results if he's coming in and just trying to hump it up and throw 97 for 2 innings.
Yeah,
I mean, beside the whole point of him not being used to the role and all the other possible problems that go along with that, I don't think with his command controls, now hopefully he can fix that over the next 3 weeks, but if he's still having these command controls, I don't think him coming in and trying to throw gas for 2 innings necessarily leads to the results that we would want from that spot.
You're right. I'm not saying just throw gas. And to your first point, which is the most valid of all, which is we saw, and I mentioned it and I alluded to it with the caller, if he's going to walk the bases loaded in the first
like he did with it in Cincinnati.
Yeah. Or in the case of his last start, it wasn't that the fastball wasn't good. It's the location was awful with the fastball. The curveball actually location was good. He wasn't throwing it. He wanted to throw the fastball. So you're right. That's the bigger issue. And that's why it kind of comes full circle to the way we opened the program, where I said, look, this is going to be a dress rehearsal for Arrighetti and Verlander for the last 3 starts. Arrighetti started off pretty damn good last night to at least say, okay, we see that he can get back on track. He was more like the old Arrighetti last night. Let's see what Verlander gives you, especially in the next 2 starts, and we'll have to gauge accordingly. Like, is he capable of kind of dialing it back in? That's going to be the big question.
Yeah, because when does he start next? It'd be against either the A's or the Angels, right? So, I mean, it's not tonight. I'm trying to see when he starts. It's not Thursday, so we're talking about the weekend. He's going to be facing the Angels in L.A. Look, I mean, I know I said this. I'm not going to put you on this because you were right on it. I know I just said it was it's only the A's last night, and I'm about to say, well, it's only the Angels, but I can't take Verlander seriously as far as him turning a corner and being the guy that we need him to be in the postseason if he can't go out to LA and dominate the Angels.
Right. No, and I agree with that. So, all right, we're going to continue to roll. We'll get back to some more Astros talk, but that was some good conversation to start the program. We've got a lot coming up with the Texans, so we got to get into some NFL. Let's get into the fact that question that I set up last segment. I mean, where are you with your Houston Texans after week 1 of the regular season? Where would you put them? Who's better than the Houston Texans after week 1? Let us know, 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us up on social media. Before we go to the break, I do want to tell you a few things about MyBookie. We know MyBookie is the place that I always tell you to go to because they are the best place to go when you want to put a wager down on whatever game you're watching. And we know that football's back, so that means the wager time is the right time when we're talking about the greatest time of the year. You've got baseball playoffs around the corner. You've got college and pro football. You've got so many sports you can bet on, and one place I tell you to go, it's mybookie.ag, because they take care of you in a variety of ways. They always got promotions going on. Right now, they got a weekly risk-free boost on Thursdays. You can bet without a sweat. If your bet hits, you win big. If it doesn't, forget it. On Thursdays with MyBookie, they'll refund your wager. That's big. MyBookie also giving away hundreds of thousands in prizes with their Super Survivor and Squares contest. Join now, get a shot at huge cash rewards. Start going to mybookie.ag on a regular basis. Whenever they ask for a promo code, use ours, Bet975. You can claim some extra bank on your first deposit. MyBookie bonus options make it easy to deposit with crypto or credit, but when you use that Bet975 code, you can get more cash in your account immediately, depending on what you put in when you first sign up. And the bigger the deposit, the bigger your bonus. They are fantastic. They even got live dealers standing by if you want to just play some casino games. You don't want to fly to Vegas. You don't want to drive to Louisiana. You want to sit in your pajamas or boxers and just see if you can get some casino games going. Live dealers with the blackjack, with the poker, and so much more. Go to mybookie.ag right now. Sign up, and on that first deposit, you'll receive that bonus using our promo code Bet975. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Back on the Bees. Jeremy Branham with a day off today, resting his pipe, says he had a little bit of a lost voice situation happening yesterday. Hopefully he gets well real soon. We'll hopefully have him
He
back.
just didn't want it bad enough today.
I guess not. I mean,
Not a gamer.
sometimes you just got to be a gamer and not be soft. And this is one of those moments
Soft
where maybe
boy.
you got to put your big boy pants on and just.
What would
kinda
Udoka say about
tough it
Jeremy
out.
today?
He would not be happy. He
Yeah.
would have some cuss words interlaid with some pretty choice words. By the way, I do want to remind everybody that we do have our listener party coming up again this year. It's going to be next Friday. It's going to be a phenomenal evening. It's for adults only, if you know what I mean, because we're going to have alcoholic beverages. But it is going to be fun right here at the home of Gal Media, where you guys can get a tour of the production facility, the studios, see everything that we do, sometimes while we're doing it, and then hang out with all of us with some great food as Philly Flats. We're going to have BB's Tex Orleans, J-Bar M, Lane's Chicken Fingers, Halal Guys, Space City Vodka, Tejas Beer, all getting you ready for a full night of food, drink, and fun. And we always have a chance for you to win a special prize in the raffle from Republic Boot Company as well. We got a limited amount of guaranteed admission tickets that are still available for purchase. That includes your food and the drink. You do have to be 21 to attend. Get to ESPN975.com right now under the promotion tab to get your tickets before it's too late. All right, so with that being said, Brian, I saw this the other day, and I was curious. When you're talking about, I mentioned Paul just not being on the Texans bandwagon, that they beat the Colts, but he thought if they played another opponent, they might not have been so quote-unquote lucky, that he wasn't sure they played their best game. We watched every game across the league. We saw the upsets. We know Cincinnati didn't look good. We know that teams that kind of were starting to get penciled in as potential contenders might look a little bit like pretenders after 1 week of the season. So if from your perspective, if you would say the Texans are better than, who's still better than the Texans? So we know that the Texans got the W. I don't know, depending on how you feel. But how many teams could you see where you could say they're better than, or I'd put the Texans above, them above the Texans right now?
It's a short list for me, to be honest. I hear what Paul's saying, because obviously there was deep shots that Anthony Richardson missed. We know the one where Kamari Lassiter got beat on a double move by Adonai Mitchell, hook him. It should have been a touchdown if that was an accurate quarterback. There was another one where Stingley thought he had deep coverage. He was sitting in zone, and Adonai Mitchell was wide open in the end zone, and Richardson missed him there as well. So you could certainly make the case for, quote unquote, they got lucky. I don't really share that, because the Texans, I think, would have game planned differently if they were facing a quarterback who could hit the broadside of a barn like Richardson sometimes cannot do. But I kind of push back on the lucky thing. And right now, I thought the Texans, especially in offense, look great. There's definitely some things to clean up. The offensive line protection, being able to handle stunts and twists inside was a problem. But right now, I'd only put 3 teams ahead of the Houston Texans in my power rankings after week 1. And I don't think there's really any surprises here, even though one of these teams lost their first game. But my power ranking top 3 would be Chiefs 1, 49ers 2, Ravens 3, because their only loss was the number 1 team, and then I would have the Texans at number 4 with the Eagles right behind them in 5th.
So we have all the same teams, and where I'm at is kind of what you just said. I was going to put them 3rd, however, I can't until you prove you can beat your daddy.
Yeah,
because
the Ravens
beat you twice last year.
Well, not only did they beat you twice, you didn't score an offensive touchdown against them,
and the fact that they're still a hyper talented team. It's week 1 and they're still figuring out how to use, and that's a big story in Baltimore, how to use Derrick Henry and what they're going to do going forward. But the talent is there. That Zay Flowers looks like he is creating space against anybody that tries to stop him. Lamar's still going to be Lamar. They've got 2 tight ends to choose from. We talked about those guys yesterday. So for me, it's exactly where you're at. The bigger question to me was, I was considering, because the Eagles got a win against a quality football team, according to some, in out of the country.
Not against a quality quarterback, right, Joel?
Evidently not. And he's soft. He can't stay healthy. And so when you look at all those factors, they got a win, but their defense didn't look very good. Green Bay was moving the football. Green Bay had opportunities that they left points on the table they should have gotten that might have changed the outcome of that football game. So that's why I put the Eagles also at 5th, slightly behind the Texans. I do as well have the Chiefs. Then I have the Ravens. The Chiefs, the 49ers, the Ravens, and then the Texans and the Eagles. The big parlay, the big question for me, the big caveat, 49ers looked so damn good, and that was without CMC.
And really, without Ayuk, he didn't do much.
Right, and he was dropping footballs that you look at it and say, yeah, they can get better, but they look dominant. The Chiefs looked like they were the better team all night long. Were they as dominant as the Niners? Because I think that's a discussion.
Yeah, I could see that argument, but I can't ignore the head-to-head results and not to go back to the baseball card. But if I'm power ranking how good I think these teams are, I can't ignore that even though the 49ers maybe looked more dominant in their matchup, I would definitely say the Chiefs were facing a better team, facing the Ravens, than the 49ers facing the Jets. So you have to give the Chiefs a little bit of a tiebreaker there. And when these two teams last met, I know it went to overtime, but I thought the Chiefs were the better team, and they have been for several years. So until the 49ers prove it, I would still have the Chiefs ahead of them. And I kind of feel the same way about the Eagles, dropping them to 5th below the Texans, because I can't forget 10-1 start, then 1-5 down the stretch. I know it was a great win in Brazil against the Packers, but let's see it for a few more weeks, because this was a front-running team last year. It started off great, and they completely fell apart, had to replace both of their coordinators. So I'm going to need to see it for at least a couple more weeks before I'm willing to move the Eagles up, unless one of the teams above them slips.
See, that's where I'm at with Kansas City. When it came down to it, as much as I was really thoroughly impressed with the way that the Niners had their way with the Jets, the big thing is if I'm going to say from a Ravens perspective that you have to beat your daddy and the Ravens beat you the last 2 times that y'all played, then from the same perspective, if I'm going to go head to head, the last time they played, the Chiefs beat the Niners. So therefore the Chiefs still sit at number 1. They hold the highest peak on the mountaintop until they get knocked off. And right now, the only chance of getting them knocked off by the Niners is going to be in the Super Bowl. So kind of what you were saying about the Eagles. If the Chiefs continue to roll, fine. If they struggle and the Niners are dominant or vice versa, then it'll be a clear cut for the regular season. But for me, if I'm talking about the Niners and the Chiefs, until the Niners prove they can beat the Chiefs, then I will put the 2-time Super Bowl champions and all their accomplishments in the back of their football card above the Niners.
Yeah, it would take, injury. Like, I mean, if Mahomes went down, Kelsey went down, Chris Jones went down, something like that, then sure, you're willing to look at and adjust. Or if they just stop winning for some reason, why in the world would that happen? Huh?
Sometimes it's complacency. Sometimes when a team's won 2 Super Bowls in the middle of the season, they kind of relax. They think they're going to win their division. And maybe they have a little lull where you go.
I don't even know if I would move him down. To me, it's going to take a lot for me to move the Chiefs below the 1 spot.
Well, Brian, last year they had a lull, and people were questioning how good if they were going to make the playoffs, and what they were going to be.
I think they won 11 regular season games. I mean, I know they weren't the number 1 seed. They had to go on the road to Buffalo. They had to go on the road to Baltimore. But until, like you said, I mean, I can't believe I get a chance to quote Ric Flair here, but I'm going to take the chance. To be the man, you've got to beat the man. And brother, right now, the Chiefs are the man. And so until they're beaten, I'm not moving them.
But that's the reminder I was saying. They had a lull in the middle of the regular season last year. We were wondering what Kelsey was. They were losing some games they should have won. They lost to a dominant Packers team, of course. That was going to happen. But down the stretch, they started to flip the switch. And once they flipped the switch, whether they had home field advantage or not, they proved they're still the Chiefs. And so that's what you say. During the regular season, the only way I think in the power rankings they would slip off the 1 spot would be if they swooned for a couple weeks. Or if they
I don't even know if a 2-3 game lull moves them for me. To me, it's injury. That's the only way I move them off.
So there you go. All right, we're going to get into some more football next because we got an expert in the station. He's going to join us in the studio. He's going to talk everything about your Houston Texans. He's Cole Thompson. We can't wait to get him in here. He's a friend of the show. He's been here for a while. We're going to get him in here, and you guys can be a part of the show. All that in hour number 2 of the Killer Bees. Stay tuned. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
One in the books, 2 to go. Second hour of the show. It's Brian McDonald. It's myself, Joel Blank, and we are now happy to be joined by Cole Thompson, the managing editor of Texans Wire. You can find him on X at Mr. That's MR, Cole Thompson. Cole, always a pleasure to have you on and kick it around. We're going to talk with you for the next couple of segments, talking some football, starting with your favorite professional football team of the moment, the Houston Texans. We were just talking about the fact that, is the glass half full or the glass half empty? Paul Gallant says, well, if you played a different team, the Texans might not have been so lucky and they got a win. If you look at what we saw, I think collectively, the offense looked really, really good.
Yeah.
And you saw enough from this team to believe they're only going to get better.
I would agree with that. I think the main thing that you have to look at is imagine what this offense could have been last year if they had a rushing attack. And now you have that with Joe Mixon. I think that people kind of forget that when you get a guy that's used to playing in this style of offense, because if it's the same brand underneath Zach Taylor, all comes from the Shanahan coaching style mechanisms, you're going to get consistency. And I think that's the biggest blessing is that you didn't have a guy last year in Devin Singletary you could trust. You didn't have a guy in Dameon Pierce you could trust. Neither were an ideal fit for what Bobby Slowick wants to run. You got that in Joe Mixon. And this is consistent. A guy that can move and set you up for second and manageable, second and short, second and long, even if you have to. And then, of course, you throw in a guy like Stephon Diggs, who's still just getting used to the offense, but gets in the end zone twice. And by the way, screw it. Nico Collins is down there somewhere for a massive gain. You heard CJ Stroud today say, the sky is the limit for Nico Collins. I see no flaws in this game. And that's not even to mention Tank Dell and then also Dalton Schultz, who are really good on third down. Kenyon Green, we don't talk about him enough and how he played in this game. Really good game, especially run blocking. Highest pass pro grade of any interior offensive lineman last week. So everything that you're seeing is just correctable with the fundamentals mistakes. And it's only going to get better because of its live reps.
But the follow-up on that, because I know BMAC wants to get in here, Joe Mixon, you mentioned it. That's 1 week.
Yeah.
The sustainability of a veteran running back, been in the league quite a while. There's, how much do you continue to use them? Do you expect these kind of results week in, week out? Or is this one where you just take it a week at a time?
I think you got to take it a week at a time. But the question is, what do you do if you have to turn to somebody else? Last week, Cam Akers inactive. My big question, why? Why are you having a guy that impressed and showed you he can work in this offense and also has played in this offense? Why are you keeping him on the sidelines when he can be that difference maker? And he's shown you when fully healthy, that's a dude you want on the football field. And it's going to take a lot of pressure off of Mixon. I love 159 rushing yards. I love the fact that he had 30 carries in a game. But 30 carries throughout a 17-game period is 264 carries. And make no mistake, when you look at the numbers, Mixon during his time when he was in Cincinnati averaged 243 carries per season. But that's not sustainable when you're 29, about to turn 30. Like, the big 3-0 is the ultimate turning point for running backs. And people nowadays are saying running backs don't matter. Well, if you play to be 30, you lasted longer than most people expect. This is year 8 for a guy. So I want to be able to see that consistency on the ground. If it is Dameon Pierce, it's Dameon Pierce. If it's Cam Akers, it's Cam Akers.
Cole Thompson joining us. He's the managing editor of Texans Wire. Let's stick with Joe Mixon for one more here.
Why not?
Cole, because the hot takes really started popping off on other stations around town, calling Joe Mixon the most talented running back in Texans history, which, hello, Arian Foster. That's a bit of a hot take. But, he is, to me, a perfect scheme fit for the system. We saw how explosive he was, how easily he found the cutback lanes and made the best of the blocks that the offensive line give him. Where would you put it? I think we all agree Arian Foster is the best running back in Texans history. But after that, I think there is a conversation that Joe Mixon might be second. Where would you put Joe Mixon?
Name me 3 other running backs that were consistently playing for the Houston Texans before Arian Foster arrived. Do so. Yep. Okay. Hold up. I'm gonna count down. 5,
Dominic Williams,
4,
Steve
3,
Slayton,
2.
David
Well,
Johnson.
okay, there we go. See exactly.
You said David Johnson.
See exactly.
Put me on the
Thank you.
clock.
Thank you.
What was the guy with 2 names from LSU?
Dominic Williams.
No,
he was Dominic Davis and then
That's
Dominic
right.
Williams.
He
was really good for the Texans.
I thought you were talking about Alfred Blue. We got to talk about him. That's a great guy, too.
Alfred Blue sucks.
I think what you have to realize is the fact that Mixon can also be effective in the passing game only ups his ante. I mean, this was a guy that finished with the most total yards of scrimmage in week 1 by any player. So If he stays healthy, he's here for the next 4 years. He signed a 3-year, $27 million extension that doesn't kick in until 2025. That is going to be the X factor. That is going to be the bell cow running back. That is going to be the guy that they expect to be the long-term answer next to CJ Stroud. He could finish number 2 all time by the Texans' history, and it's a good thing. And what's really interesting is that you see people in Cincinnati kind of reacting to what type of player Joe Mixon was, especially now that he won AFC Player of the Week. He also won FedEx Ground Player of the Week, and everyone seems to be very hyped up because they realize he was there through the dark times of Cincinnati. Then he gets to go ahead and go to a Super Bowl. Now he gets to be on a team that feels like it's Super Bowl man-made, and so they feel very happy that he is at least going to a situation where he is gets to be that same X factor, that bell cow. From a scheme set standpoint, he's number 2 all time for me already. 1 game in, but again,
one game now.
One game. It's one game. Let's wait to get to game. Let's week 9. Let's get to week 9, and then we can have a better feel. Because again, it's 30 carries against a very good Colts front, but also when you think about it, it's also the Colts, and you found a way to beat the living out of the Colts.
Well, the good news is that you mentioned it. He's happy. He's got a fullback / tight end that's blocking for him. He loves the line. He loves being in an environment where, again, he's in a winning situation. So at least he's happy too. So you can think going forward, hopefully you get similar results. On the flip side of being happy, not so happy. If you're looking at it, we mentioned in conversations right after the game on Monday, we were talking about the fact that, hey, look, as good as they were in run blocking, pass blocking had a little to be desired in terms of, especially early in the game. We talked about the deep balls. We talked about some of the defensive issues, linebacker and or when you're looking at what they were doing. If you were to say your biggest concern coming out of week 1 for the Houston Texans, what would it be?
Explosive plays. Just on defense. Now for the offensive line, I would say definitely the false start penalties to where you're looking at it where it's now 3rd and 6 to 3rd and 11. The last thing you want to do is put yourself in a situation where you're at midfield and now you have to punt and you don't want to punt, where maybe you can go for it on 4th down because it is a 4th and 1. But that was kind of the case. Kenyon Green, again, really good game, solid performance. Why was it 3rd and 11? False start. Again, you have to also accept at this point, Laremy Tunsil is a Pro Bowl caliber left tackle who is going to finish with 13 false start penalties in a regular season. At this point, it is a common dread. Death, taxes, number 78 getting flagged at least once per game for a 5-yard backup. Right. So to me, it's one of those things where if you accept that, then everything else is correctable. I thought that it was a really good game plan by Juice Scruggs in the run blocking. I thought he was actually the biggest blessing in disguise for the run blocking back in his natural center position. There's a cohesive balance of having these guys all out on the football field for the first time. And also remember, you didn't have LT for the entire training camp. He got a few reps in a practice, but for most of the time, he was not playing during the preseason. And the reason why is because you look at the backup tackle situation, it's not ready to go to Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher may be the long-term answer, and it was so mind-boggling, when you think about this, guys. They were all saying, and so many fans, why are we taking a left tackle prospect in round 2? Laremy Tunsil's going into a contract year next year, and Titus Howard has not been able to stay healthy. You do the math on needing a right tackle for the long-term future. That's just it. But I feel like that if you can get more protection and just be able to give Stroud a little bit more time, it's only going to get better. But you also have a freaking phenom at quarterback that just makes acrobatic plays that nobody can even imagine. Like you heard Tank Dell on Monday say, I didn't even imagine he could do something like that where he's staying course, falling down to one knee, eyeballs still fixated on Brevin Jordan. Oh, I'm just going to go ahead and make an easy pass for a 1st down. Like when you have a quarterback like that, sometimes you just have it better than most.
Cole Thompson joining us. You can find him on Twitter at Mr. Cole Thompson. Let's flip to the other line, Cole, because obviously they've invested a ton in the defensive line. Obviously, 1st round pick with Will Anderson. You spend the money on Danielle Hunter. You spend the money on Danico Autry, although obviously he hasn't been able to play for the Texans yet because of the suspension. I think a lot of people sometimes point out, hey, Hunter didn't get a sack. Will Anderson didn't get a sack. People sometimes fixate on sacks. But against a guy like Anthony Richardson, you can't get too far past him. You got to maintain your lanes. You can't let him run. So I don't really worry about sacks in a game plan against a running quarterback like that. But what do you think of the performance of the defensive line?
Jonathan Taylor, for the first time in 3 games, rushed for 48 yards. He rushed for under a triple-digit marker next to his name. I feel really good about this defensive line. The other thing I feel really good about that people don't seem to pay attention to is you got 2 interior defensive line sacks from Foley Fotokoski and Mario Edwards Jr. And the one thing that you know about D'Amico Ryan's defense is he likes having smaller body defensive tackles that can bull rush up the middle and add that extra pressure. You have that now. You also still have a veteran in Jerry Hughes that can be that third down guy. You have Derek Barnett, who came in last year and played extremely well. And you feel like that once you get back to Nico Autry, now you have a guy like Mario Edwards that can also interchange in with him, play defensive end, play defensive tackle, third down plays. Maybe you shift both of them inside. They can be bull rushers. Foley Fotokoski moves to not only a run support guy, but the fact of the matter is that there are few hyper-extensive athletes built like Anthony Richardson that can just find ways to take small little creases and turn them into substantial gains. But at the same time, you have to realize that for most of the second and third quarter, it was an obsolete run game. A few first downs here and there, but for the most part, it was a very quiet afternoon for Anthony Richardson. And then when he finally got pressured, look at that. Kalen Bullock comes up with the big sacks.
Missed coverage back lane that opened up for Richardson that got him some of those yards. But you mentioned the defensive line. Before we kind of switch gears, I'm curious on Settle. Is that a guy that we can still rely on that could be a contributor?
Yeah, I think in run support. I think when you're looking at like a 3rd and 1 situation, 2nd and short, that's a guy that will win lower center of gravity, work his way into the backfield, be able to get that tackle behind the line of scrimmage, set you up for 3rd and uncomfortable. The thing that I think you're going into this week that you want to do, especially against a young quarterback like Caleb Williams, is put him in 3rd and uncomfortable, whatever that may be. 3rd and 7, 3rd and 11. If it's 3rd and 3, but you know that you don't have a run game, so you have to pass, that's fine because you got a young cornerback in Kamari Laster that will get better, and you have an all-pro caliber cornerback in Derek Stingley on the opposing side. Plus, Kalen Bullock looks awesome in coverage. So if you take that deep shot down the field, isn't it kind of funny that you're going to have a guy that was a former teammate of Caleb Williams at USC now knowing how he's going to go through his progression? I actually am calling it right now. Kalen Bullock's going to get an interception in this game on Sunday.
Ooh, all right. And no Roma Dunze. So at least, from a coverage standpoint, you got one less big time receiver to worry about.
Yep. And you also have to make sure that you get the middle of the field taken away, which you can because Jalen Petrie has at least looked better when playing in the nickel position than he does when he's playing deep down at coverage.
There you go. We're not going to get a second guess. We're going to keep the same guess and go to a second topic as we get some SEC football next. Cole's going to stay with us. We got another segment to go with him. So stay right where you are. We're going to continue to roll on. This is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham out today. It's me and BMAC joined by Cole Thompson. We've been kicking it around in terms of the Texans' point of view and everything that he does and gives to you as the managing editor of Texans Wire. But little did you know that he's also the host for SEC Unfiltered. If you did, good on you. Again, someone that you should follow for all your football needs at Mr. Cole Thompson. Let's get into some SEC stuff, Cole. You are the expert there. We know that we've got teams that everybody cares about in this state as it relates to the conference. As you look at the hot topics around, and Georgia still looks like that they are going to be the big dog, so to speak, yet again. But let's talk about the fact that you've got some local teams that are going in different directions that are trying to get, one, continue to keep it going in the case of BMAX Horns, or the case where A&M looked like for all that they were going to do under Elko, they couldn't move the football. They didn't look very good, and you're wondering what they could truly be.
I'm going to start with you stay calm. You sit back there and don't say a dang thing yet, because I hate that I have to do this. Texas is built for the SEC. That's number one. And the bottom line is that when you look at last year, now after the performance they put on in the Big House, they were masquerading as a Big 12 team last year. And by the way, BMAC, you can chime in on this. When we talk about Red River, you throw that game out, nobody knows what's going to happen. It doesn't matter how good either side is. Someone can come away with the dub. 59-0
last year.
Exactly. So my point is that that's one of those games where I'm not going to go put too much stock into, but Texas is built to win in the SEC because of the way that Steve Sarkisian has attacked the transfer portal, but more importantly, the recruiting on the offensive line. Go look at that entire offensive line unit and tell me where they last played football. I'll tell you what, it's not like Colorado that's just bringing in players from every single nook and cranny across the country. No, it's being developed from the high school level, and they're setting a standard. Cam Williams is the weak point of your team. And by the way, a weak point is saying he's a B type of player. Meanwhile, you got 4 starters returning. And last week, everyone was talking about how you go up to Ann Arbor, you're playing in a big time environment, the largest stadium in college football. And there's some people out there saying, oh, well, what if we make this a physical football game? If we have a Big Ten bully football performance? Well, the bullies were Texas because of Texas had the bigger offensive linemen. Texas had the bigger defensive linemen. Texas had the better linebackers, but they haven't stopped paying attention to speed. And everyone on this roster has a role. They know what each person represents. Isaiah Bond is a vertical threat. Silas Bolden is a vertical threat. Matthew Golden is a touchdown machine inside the red zone. Gunnar Helm is a third down mover of the sticks. You got young players acting like veterans at the running back position. So Texas, to me, you tell me that I get to go put them up against Georgia, I think it goes down to the wire. You tell me that I got to go put them against Ohio State, I put them down to the wire. You tell me I got to go put them up against Alabama. They went into Nick Saban's house last year and disrespected the GOAT. So, I mean, I have to sit here as an Alabama grad and go, tip of the cap to you, Steve Sarkisian.
But wait, before we get Brian too excited here and he needs a break, I watched Michigan play the week before, and they looked awful.
They were awful.
And so as much as I was impressed by Texas, I also want to say Michigan's not the team that won the national championship.
No, but that's the beauty of it, Joel, is that we talk about this all the time that, oh, we bring back the national championship. Well, the trophy's not on the football field with you when you're playing. Like the trophy is just in a trophy case. They lost a lot. And I think that the big thing is that the performance you saw on Saturday is more so an indication that this is a year where you're going to have to rebuild the foundation. But it doesn't mean you're going to be one of those teams that ends up going 7-5 or 8-4. I still think that you could see Michigan hold its own, go 9-3, maybe find a way to get an upset win over Oregon. The big question now is if you are Ryan Day and you lose this game, how are you not firing up the resume? Because this should be one of those times where there are no questions. Ohio State should win this game and they should win outright.
He can't survive another loss to Michigan, right? They've lost 3 in a row. If you lose to Michigan for the 4th time in a row to this Michigan team,
that's the problem. It's this.
He's
Michigan
not going to lose, though.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at how loaded they are.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying hypothetically. I mean, you bring it up. He's got to win this game. If he doesn't win this game 4 in a row to this Michigan team, I don't know how you survive.
BMAC, do me a favor, though. Just humor me for a second. This is a coach that has been to the college football playoff twice, been to a national championship, has been to a Big Ten title game, albeit 2020. He has 9 career losses. And they're saying you're not good enough to be an Ohio State's head coach. What do you say to the next guy that comes in? You just fired a dude who had 10 losses.
Here's the problem, Cole. You're putting rationality into the conversation.
I know.
There's nothing rational about college football fans and in the hiring and firing processes.
The beauty that I will say, covering both sports, is I can have a rational conversation with an NFL fan. I can do no such thing in college football. There is no such thing as a rational fanatic that arrives on Saturday afternoon.
No, there's certainly not. Cole Thompson joining us. You can find him on Twitter at Mr. Cole Thompson. He's the host for SEC Unfiltered. So, yeah, getting back to the Longhorns, future national champions. You look at that schedule right now. I had to do this to you, Cole. I'm sorry. Right now, Georgia, they put out the line. They're a -1 favorite at Austin. So, I mean, that's the obvious. If you're looking at the Texas schedule, obviously they could still get into the playoff with one win because of the 12-team playoff. But when you look at the Texas schedule, other than Georgia, what presents to you the toughest roadblock on their way to getting into the playoff?
Can I just say UTSA only because if you remember what happened last year? Okay, hang on. What did you do last year? Let's bring this back up real fast.
Yeah, okay.
No. It was you went and you played a blue blood school in their backyard and won by double digits. Who was hanging around in the fourth quarter?
I know, and the same thing happened with Rice in the opener last year. So they've had those moments. I'm not going to dispute that. What I will say, because I think the most popular answer to my question would be OU.
No,
I mean I know, but tell me if I'm wrong, Cole. My answer is actually at Arkansas.
It's at Arkansas.
Okay,
it is at
all
Arkansas.
Right. So
it is 100%
I'm
at
justified
Arkansas.
to be scared of that game.
You 100% are justified. Remember what happened? 3 years ago?
No.
If you want to be all happy and you want to be all high and mighty, we get to bring you back down to reality to 2021. That was a game to where Texas was ill prepared because they went in too confident, thinking that they were going to hold their own against an Arkansas team that has failed to deliver. Well, Bobby Petrino is back in the building, and whether or not we want to make a motorcycle joke, insert it here, that's fine and dandy. But what I look at is they found a way to shoot themselves in the foot last week against Oklahoma State. When you go back and look at the numbers, this was a game that Oklahoma State did not win. It was a game that Arkansas lost.
Agreed.
And speaking of games, we got to talk about Texas A&M because if this is a game where I personally think you're not going to see Florida win the football game or you're not going to see Texas A&M win the football game. What you're going to see is one of these two teams lose the football game in the swamp environment.
Do you believe in Connor Wigman?
I believe that Connor Wigman is still a quarterback that can be successful. My question is, will he be successful with Colin Klein as the offensive coordinator? And I think it's very fair to say so because of look at the style of quarterbacks that he worked with at Kansas State. Mobility, the ability to just get quick strikes out, not a lot of deep shots. I feel like that Marcel Reed, the backup who has won the job, and according to Mike Elko today during the teleconference for the SEC coaches, has proven he is the QB2. That's a guy that fits the system more for Klein. But there has to be a reason why you bench Wigman. And honestly, when you look at last week's game against McNeese, yeah, you feel good about the direction that he's going in because, again, you were playing against a very elite defense against Notre Dame, which found a way to fumble the bag in South Bend, Indiana against NIU. But still, it's a great secondary. You had 125 passing yards against McNeese. That's not a winning formula when you go into the swamp.
But you also got to believe that right now it looks like the one that got away is playing at Georgia Tech because – I mean, Haynes King looks like a guy that if they had him at the helm with everything else that they got, that would be a different situation and could have been against Notre Dame.
The crazy part is that you wonder what was the problem with Haynes King? Was it him just being in Jimbo's offense? Was it him working with Jimbo's style of coordination? If you get him with Bobby Petrino, does that end up saving Jimbo's job? So sometimes you got to fall on the sword and just be thankful that you go ahead and move off of a terrible situation. $77 million later, you're biting yourself in the keister, but still. At this point, you feel a lot better with Mike Elko leading the charge, but it did cost you a quarterback that right now also has a shot at potentially leading this team to an ACC title game.
So I can't let you get away without asking you a question about Alabama.
Yep, let's go.
So Joel and Jeremy and I talked about this on Monday during our college football wrap-up. I know the final score looked fine, but it was 14-13 going into the fourth quarter. What's going on with your Crimson Tide?
They're a beautiful franchise. They're just going to be dominating when they have to play you in the SEC championship. No, I'm glad that you brought that up because if there are so many people that don't believe me when I said on the preview show for SEC Unfiltered, I believe that USF is one of those sneaky group of 5 schools you have to watch to make it to the college football playoff because of Alex Golish is a really good coordinator when it comes to offensive skills. And more importantly, he has gotten his team prepared to be able to say, oh, we got to go play Alabama. No. Alabama has to play USF. So when they decided to go for the field goal instead of taking a 4th down conversion and try to get that touchdown, it was kind of a waving of the white flag and going, okay, we impressed. Go ahead and just score 21 on us. Alabama doesn't have the depth That's the problem with this team of Kalen DeBoer. They feel really good at the front heavy part. Ryan Williams should be winning homecoming king. Instead, he's going to be beating the brakes off of the Wisconsin Badgers this weekend. Oh, please. The 16.5-point line is just being very nice to Wisconsin.
I told you during the break. Wisconsin's terrible. They ain't beating anybody.
But I do think that when you look at this team, the offensive line, the starting five is really solid. The starting five on the defensive front is really solid. They don't have the depth right now. They're building it. I think that's a good step in the right direction for Kalen DeBoer, but they are a team where if you're trusting your backups to have to deliver, in years past, it just felt like, oh, we're implementing a 5-star underneath Nick Saban. That's not the team this year, but in a few years, it could be that way. I honestly think that this is going to be the weakest Kalen DeBoer-led roster we have seen in a hot minute, and still, they're probably 10-2 at worst, and that's good enough to get you in the college football playoff. You guys may not like to hear this, but that script day carries a lot of weight, and so do ratings when it comes to getting 12 teams in the dance.
Yeah, I just feel like he has to prove that he can recruit somewhat the way Saban did, and they'll be just fine because he's won everywhere he's gone. He's a really good forward-thinking head coach, and I think that they're going to get it right. But it's like so many coaches. It's one thing to say, we got our guy. Now, as we mentioned, Fickle at Wisconsin, you got your guy, but you got to take a smash mouth, drive it into your gut running game and say, now I'm going to try in a couple of years. I need a couple of years if I'm going to switch to a more modernized passing game, and that takes time, and you're going to take L's.
The other part is just like, it's Phil Longo's offense, and you're still feeling like you're running Paul Chris's system, which that's the weird part for me. You go out, you make a hire that you feel like is going to upgrade your passing attack, and it's pedestrian at best right now in Camp Randall. I mean, that's just my personal belief, but so far, when you look at the 2025 rankings, Alabama, they're not playing second fiddle. It's like you woke up on Groundhog's Day, and instead of Bill Murray being there, you recast it with, I don't know, maybe it's Paul Rudd. Like, that's how it feels at this point. It's just the new story, Groundhog Day 2. They couldn't get the finances going, so instead, all right, we're just going to go recast you.
Well, there you go, Cole. We really appreciate
That's
you
a hell
coming
of a
in.
comparison, an analogy. Thank you, Cole.
BMAC loves that stuff because he's the big movie guy left with us. The family, we don't get to the movies as much. BMAC goes by himself.
Of course he does. So do I.
Okay, well, that's weird on both of you.
Whatever. I don't care. By the way,
Don't judge us.
upset of the week. I'm calling it now. South Carolina goes and gets the dub over Brian Kelly. Has never lost at LSU an 11 a.m. kick. It's going to happen this weekend.
South Carolina's quarterback going to be able to complete enough passes? I know he's a great athlete, but
I don't care. Williams-Brice Stadium is the most underappreciated atmosphere in all of college football, and you will see Cock Nation rise up on Saturday night.
Okay, all right.
And on that note,
cut his
before we get in any
microphone.
more trouble, yeah, Brian, you do that, and we'll get to a break. We appreciate Cole Thompson. He's the managing editor of Texans Wire, host for SEC Unfiltered. Please follow the man at Mr. Cole Thompson. We've got more to get into, and we're going to get into it next as we continue to spin the wheel on Texans Talk. Garrett Williams, a.k.a. Houston Stressins on Twitter, is going to join us next, and we're going to kick it around and have some fun. Stay tuned for the second half of the show coming up right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we go to the break, look, there's my good friend Largo is a big fan of this, and I need to tell you all about the fact that if you are looking for answers, if you have issues, especially like hair loss, I'm telling you about my good friend Doc Linville. He is phenomenal at helping so many people in so many ways. He's got plastic surgery. He's got Botox. He's got spa treatments. But the things that he's really, really an expert that I have personal experience on, the PRP treatments, you've heard about in athletics. Well, PRP treatments also work with your hair and also the NeoGraft procedure. You get one, you get the other, you get both, depending on where your hair is at when you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. Normally, it costs people $150 when they walk in off the street. You listen to me, you want to talk to him, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com right now. You get a free consultation, save the $150, and just ask questions, get answers, and have him explain how everything goes, how everything works. That's what I did. I got a free consultation, and Doc told me, hey, look, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So he essentially takes some of that hair, repurposes it where you need it most. That's the entire NeoGraft procedure. And before you know it, you've got hair growing again where you didn't have hair. You love the way you look. It improves your overall morale on a daily basis and your self-confidence. It's phenomenal. If you're not there yet, you can also do the PRP treatment. You've got hair. It's just not as thick and strong as it used to be. It's like fertilizer for your lawn. The PRP treatment actually gets you that hair at the right level, at the right strength, at the right color and direction as the rest of your hair, and you get more coverage area. They take care of you. All you got to do is get in contact with them. No signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, no commitments to be made, just a question and answer session and them explaining their facilities and what they do for you. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com. Tell them I sent you by.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hey, we are pleased to be joined by another guest as we've got 90 in the books and 90 still to go, second half of the show. And as we go to the second half out of halftime, Garrett Williams, a.k.a. Houston Stressins, is on Twitter. He is a great follow. I was just saying that I read his stuff frequently at Texans Commenter on X. You need to follow him, especially if you're a fan of the Texans. He's got everything that you need to know. We're going to play a little game. We're going to have you in on a weekly basis. Going to have some fun.
Joel, I appreciate you guys having me. I'm a big fan of what you guys do. And, you know, as I say on my Twitter, are you blessing or are you stressing? I'm definitely blessing today. I appreciate you guys having me on.
No doubt about it, man. And you and I were talking about it during the break, that we were really – the fact that we've come so much full circle in a little over a year's time. The fact that, you know, a little more than a year ago, we were questioning Cal McNair. We were questioning, you know, his competency, what he was doing. We were
never quit.
We were talking about, you know, where this team was going. When were we going to start winning games again? And now, a little over a year later, we got the right coach. We got the right quarterback. We got a playoff appearance and a playoff win and a division title. And now we got to win in week 1. So we're going to have some fun and talk about a positive Texans team.
Yeah, finally. And, you know, I've been telling all my friends on social media, it's been a long time coming and we deserve every bit of this. So I've been enjoying every bit of good news. So, you know, soak it up. We enjoy it.
All right, so blessing or stressing? You're gonna present us with some things you're either blessed or stressed about, and then we'll kick it around. Where do you want to start with, Garrett?
I could barely hear him, but
where do you want to start with? If you were saying we're going to play blessing or stressing, what topic would he kicked around first that we're even stressing about, or that you are not so worried about?
Yeah, so you know, when I found out we were doing the segment, I went to my audience on Twitter and asked them, and one person, Shane Dawson, if he was shot, that's a weird name, on Instagram said, "Are we blessing or stressing about the pass blocking?" I am going to say that I am blessing. I know that a lot of fans watched the game and might have thought initially that the pass blocking was not up to par, up to snuff, but I'm still blessing for a couple reasons. One, it's week 1, you got rust. 2, the environment in Indianapolis was a raucous environment. So the pressures that I did see, a majority of them were, you could tell, miscommunication errors. It wasn't from a lack of skill. It was guys just coming free. So I'm still blessing on the pass pro, and I think we'll be good to go come next week.
Yeah, I think I lean blessing as well. Like I was stressed during the game. I mean, whenever they would get to CJ, hell, he's having to throw passes off his knees too while he's slipping on the turf. I was a little stressed in the moment, but I mean, Kenyon Green had a great pass blocking grade from PFF, which is something we were obviously concerned about coming into the season. Obviously, Larry Tunsil, there's no questions there. And really, the only thing is the thing where they struggled in pass pro, which we talked about earlier in the week, wasn't, other than the one time Titus Howard got pushed into Stroud, it wasn't that like they're getting manhandled, something like you would fear not being able to be fixed just because they're outmanned. It was more getting confused by the pickups on the twists and the stunts, which you hope is coachable and correctable. So I will say blessing.
See, I'm blessing as well, simply because of the fact that, one, you mentioned one of the things, which was I needed to see what Kenyon Green was going to be. And I needed to see if he was going to be serviceable at all, specifically because we already know he was supposed to be a good run blocker because that's what he specialized in at A&M. But the fact that he was so good in week 1 also gives me a lot of positive vibes that he's just going to get better. And on the flip side, when Tunsil doesn't play and is hardly practicing in training camp and in the preseason, he's only going to get back to form. Even with Titus Howard, regardless of what you feel long-term, Titus Howard with more reps is going to get better. But overall, Drew Struggs, first game at center too. I'm looking at these guys. The younger guys are going to get better. The veterans are going to get back to form. And they still got Joe Mixon 159 yards rushing.
Insane.
And Mixon looked phenomenal picking up in pass protection.
Yep.
So I think that it's only going to get better for this line. So I'm blessing on that.
Darian Pierce too. And I would say something we didn't mention was, you know, that turf there was kind of a joke. And I think
It
that
really
played
was.
a factor. You could tell the lineman and quarterback was slipping. So I'm glad to hear that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, Joe Mixon could have had more than 159 because he slipped on a few big runs too.
And don't get it twisted. It wasn't just the turf. It was the fact that the paint on the turf caused CJ to fall on that
CJ
one.
slipped,
Because
right.
it was extra slippery because of that.
Yeah, and I don't know how much y'all looked into it, but I saw like it was some new experiment they were doing. It was like some organic coconut.
Yes,
this
yes.
and that.
Yeah.
And I don't know
Pat
if
McAfee was making
talking
fun of
about
it
it,
because
yeah.
instead of the little black pellets, the rubber
Yeah.
underneath the turf, it's like coconut blended something or other that was really
Yeah.
funky and slippery.
And so I don't know. I think they try to say they did that just to try to find a new solution, but I don't know if it's some environmental friendly thing. But whatever it was, I mean, I'm sure their fans aren't too happy too. I mean, because it affected both
Jim
teams.
Irsay is known to dabble with environmentally friendly things every now and then. What else you got for us?
Yeah. So another listener, Bradley Hanna on X said, Damian Pierce, we didn't see a lot from him, but from what we saw was very nice and impactful. He said the whole Houston O-line just looked great, letting both backs average 5.3 yards per carry. He said, I also worked with the guys at 975 earlier this summer. It's a great business up there. Can't wait to tune in. So
that's the kind of listeners that we love. Look, we talked about this a little bit. I didn't see a lot of Damian Pierce, but what I saw, I liked because he got positive yardage. And so I'm blessing on this because of the fact that as much as I liked what I saw of Cam Akers, and I thought Cam Akers was a guy, no matter what the depth chart said, sometimes they just do that for aesthetics. I thought he would be active in play. He didn't. But now, as we talk about an older running back that was so productive in Joe Mixon, I think as we go on through the season, you're going to see the systems that use for different versions of the game, like once in the first half, once in the second half. You'll have a series for Pierce to kind of give Mixon a spell. If he does what he did against Indy and he's able to get positive yardage, I'm totally fine with it. I'm encouraged with riding him as the backup running back.
I hate to ride the fence on this one, but it's kind of what I feel on it because, I mean, certainly the results are blessing. I mean, he only had 3 carries, but he still showed some explosion. I thought he looked great when he actually had the ball in his hands, looked explosive like his rookie year. But what we saw in his runs, or like what I would like to see to feel great about Damian Pierce, is him being able to run the zone play, find the cut lane, make the cut, and not run into the back of his offensive lineman like he did so much last year, like not being able to find the hole. And what we saw in his 3 runs was he was just hitting the hole, running straight ahead, full speed, and he looked explosive doing it. But I think we still have to answer the question, can he truly fit in the scheme like Joe Mixon did, press the hole and cut back? I don't think we really saw that from Damian Pierce in his limited action on Sunday.
Yeah, so I'm definitely blessing on Damian Pierce. I mean, we all know from the preseason we were all watching, there was a stark difference between watching him and the rest of the backs, not only Cam Akers, but all the other guys that were trying to make the team. So, but, it is a couple things to remember in that situation. One, it was a small sample size. And 2, a preseason game is very disjointed. You got a mixed match of different level of guys, 1s and 2s. So, it's hard. We're all prisoners of the moment. So it's hard to keep that in mind to remember big picture. But again, that this, although he looked good, this is still a limited sample size. The first run, it seemed like it was kind of up the gut, a gap run where he can run straight downhill. But the second one was more of the outside zone, which he did well on. He did do great in pass pro, but I just think in general, as a whole, I am big time blessing on the run game. I know Mixon obviously is a stud and takes it to the next level, but I think the offensive line is not getting enough credit in their role.
Let's get one more in here before you get out of here.
Okay, yeah. So this one I'll go Astros. Justin Verlander, blessing or stressing. I hate to say it right now, I'm stressing. He's been a great pitcher for us over the years, but lately since he came back from his injury, I don't know. Right now, I heard y'all on the radio coming up here. He's potentially on the bubble for the playoff roster. Does he come in at the bullpen? I'm stressing at the moment. Hopefully he figures it out. I don't know what you guys think about JV.
Oh, I'm very much stressing. And if you heard the earlier conversation, I'm sure you would have guessed that would be my reaction. Yeah, you mentioned it. Since he came off the injured list and the 2 rehab starts in the minors, the 4 starts he's had in the majors, we saw the blow up against Cincinnati where he walked the bases loaded, couldn't get out of he went past the first inning, but he got rocked in the first inning. Then his last starts, he gives up home runs. He gives up 8 runs before he gets out of the game. His ERA in those 4 starts is well over 6 or 7. I'm stressed out right now. I know he can hit 97, which is great, but he seems to have no idea where the ball is going. His command, especially with his fastball, is not great, and he's getting hammered. I'm very stressing right now with Justin Verlander.
And if you heard, like you said, B-Mac, you heard our comments previously in the show. That's where I'm at as well. And the fact that I don't care about the back of the baseball card. What I really care about is that this is a guy that was so heavily relied upon in the past when you got to the postseason that the expectations have changed so drastically that we're not talking about a guy that can be an ace. We're not talking about a guy that can actually give you a quality start. You're talking about a guy where the next couple of starts are imperative to prove that he's capable of pitching in the playoffs for you at all. And that's what I'm stressing about, because that's not what I signed up for when I traded 2 top prospects to get him. That's not the JV that I've known in the past. The question is, can we find any semblance of what JV used to be for at least the rest of this playoff run, and I'm worried about that. Well, we appreciate you coming in, man. Hey, look, we tell you guys all the time that you need to follow Garrett and you need to keep in contact with him because he's got a lot of great things going on. You can follow him at Texans Commenter on X and TikTok and YouTube, and you can follow him on IG at Houston Stressans. That's STRESSANS on IG. We're going to do this on a pretty consistent basis week to week. We appreciate you coming in. Good first show, buddy.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, Joel. Thank
There
you
you go.
guys.
Check him out anytime you get a chance. We're going to come back with a lot more coming up on this show. We're going to talk a little bit more about the quarterback of your favorite football team. Are we comfortable saying C.J. Stroud is the third best quarterback in the NFL? Have we seen enough? Do we know enough? What have we seen of the other quarterbacks as well? We'll kick that around next. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back rolling through hour number 2, 3-hour extravaganza. Killer Bees, the Hive is alive as BMAC and I take you up until 6 p.m. Jeremy getting a little R&R today as the voice kind of petered out on him. If you were listening yesterday and was a no-go today, hopefully he's back tomorrow. But we've been having a great show, and if you missed any of it, you can catch up on it on the website. But we had Cole Thompson in to talk Texans and SEC. We had Houston Stressins and our good man Garrett come in and talk about some of the blessing and stressings of Houston sports. As we continue to roll on, though, BMAC, look, a lot was being taken away from a lot of quarterback play in week 1 of the NFL. And we kind of kicked it around a little bit yesterday in the fact that numbers are down. 17 quarterbacks threw for 200 yards or less. But it also was the cream of the crop where some of the good ones still played obviously very well. We saw CJ play well. We saw Mahomes play very well. We saw some guys, Josh Allen had 4 touchdowns, played very well. So we saw some guys that did some things. But are you comfortable saying after week 1 of the regular season that CJ Stroud is the 3rd best quarterback in the league?
Yeah, no, I absolutely am. And I'm not really worried about the league-wide numbers being down. I think that's just a product of guys, for the most part, aren't playing in the preseason games. And even if they are, like CJ did in 2 games, they're playing for a series or 2. So they're just not getting, the live reps and rhythm and timing that would come with playing in real games. So it's not shocking to see week 1 the numbers be down a little bit. So I think that'll bounce back pretty quickly. But when I look at it, and we're basing this off a list from The Athletic. They're doing like a quarterback power ranking basically week to week. So going into last week, they had Stroud at number 7, and after this week moved him up to number 3 behind only Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. So that's kind of the basis of this. And my reaction to it is actually, I wouldn't mind having him. And this is going to sound extremely hot takey, extremely like I'm wearing battle red glasses, drinking the home Kool-Aid, but I wouldn't mind putting Stroud as high as 2. And what I'm basing that off on, and obviously behind Mahomes, so you can't make the argument for Stroud over Mahomes. What I'm basing that on is, like, if I had one game to win, what quarterback would I want? What quarterback would give me the most confidence they could win that one game right now? Not factoring in for veterans like Stafford and Rodgers, what they did 10 years ago. Current form right now, who do I have most confidence in to win a game? Mahomes is the only guy I have more confidence in right now than CJ Stroud. I mean, there's certainly arguments there for Allen, Lamar, Burrow, although less so after last week. But I would take Stroud as 2, so I have no problem with this 3rd ranking.
See, to me, there's criteria. You know me, I'm always on the criteria on these things. The criteria matters. To me, it's like, who's your full complement of people around you, right? I think just from this purely as a quarterback, I would look at Josh Allen and say, Josh Allen, as much as, and I know Jeremy is anti-Josh Allen in a lot of ways, Josh Allen is a guy that could beat you with his legs. He could beat you with his arm. Yes, he has issues from in the past of turning the ball over. He's also performed really, really well in the big games on the big stage when he's done the battles and the back and forth with Mahomes. He won you a game almost all by himself single-handedly in the snow a year ago. Josh Allen's a guy that to me is in that conversation simply because he hasn't won the big one. He hasn't been able to beat Mahomes, but in the 1 year, he dueled him to the death until the rules basically took it out of his hands. And I'm not willing to turn the page on him just yet. CJ Stroud has played really, really well in 1 year. CJ Stroud has a playoff win where he played well, but then CJ Stroud found a kryptonite against a really good Baltimore team twice in the same year where he couldn't get it done. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm also not going to say that it's just Mahomes and then CJ. I think the conversation is 5 guys, although Burrow to me right now, the current state of Joe Burrow has me with more questions than answers, so I can't put him above any of these other guys right now. I don't think Lamar played awful, but I think he'll play better, and he played a really good team in Kansas City. Josh Allen played really well. I definitely think that CJ's in the mix with those guys, but I would go Mahomes, Allen, and then CJ and Lamar, because Lamar has beaten CJ twice. Right now, I'm going to just go head-to-heads, and I'd say I'd put CJ 4th. I'd put Lamar 3rd, Josh Allen 2nd. I'd put Mahomes 1. That can change. That's fluid, but that's because of where we are right now.
Yeah, it's certainly not unfair. I mean, those 2 guys have a lot more on their resume than CJ Stroud does obviously. But when I'm just kind of looking at this year, I mean, CJ goes on the road and beats a pretty good team with the Colts, and he's a big part of it. He's not one of these quarterbacks that threw for 150 yards and relied on the running game was awesome, but he didn't have to have the running game and the defense win it for him. He was great in that game as well. And then when you compare it to Josh Allen was great, but at home against the Cardinals, that was a game they trailed for at least the first half, maybe sometime into the 3rd quarter. It wasn't as impressive as a win for me. And I mean, the last time we saw Allen in the playoffs, I know he had the the overtime heroic game, or the game that he should have had a chance to win in overtime against Patrick Mahomes. But that's what, 3 years ago now. Last time we saw him play in the playoffs against the Chiefs, it didn't go very well. They didn't play very well. So I'm kind of trending down for Allen, where Stroud is trending up, and then to Lamar. It's tough to make the argument because Lamar beat him twice. But, I mean, a lot of that is the Ravens' defense beating Stroud, not necessarily Lamar. And Lamar, like we saw in the Chiefs game, it's just hard to ever see him being consistent in these big game scenarios when he's still a guy in year, 6? He was a rookie in 2018. Well, he's still a guy in season 6 or 7 that he never seems to deliver the ball when his back foot hits on his drop. He's a guy that doesn't like Jeremy will say, he doesn't make the easy plays look easy. The back foot hits, and he's looking, tapping the ball, and if it's not there, he's running. Yeah. He's still not a guy that I think can consistently make the easy play from the pocket where CJ is, and I think Allen's trending a little bit down. I didn't like that they struggled against Arizona, so that's why I would have Stroud above those two, but I can certainly see the argument for the opposite.
But here's the thing, too. When you're talking about, like, the opponent matters, it's weird because I saw on Cowherd's show they were talking about, well, we had Indy rated in the 20s in terms of what kind of team they can be. Obviously, as a show, we have Indy rated a lot higher. You were talking about yesterday that Arizona, might be fighting for a wild card spot because they've got talent on that team. So I think that factors in. I think that Lamar was playing a really good defense in the Chiefs. But the thing that worries me the most about Lamar is, a year ago, they said he wasn't going to run as much. Now he's lost weight, but he tried to run more, and he took some hits, and he was dropping some shoulders, and he was doing some things you don't want to see a guy like that do either, because now you bring injury into the picture. And so that's where, from my perspective, I'm curious how much more that he's going to do, and if that's going to be a consistent thing with him, or that's just because he was fired up and he wanted to try and make any play possible against a team like the Chiefs that they're trying to prove they can beat.
Yeah, I don't think you could change Lamar. I mean, he was a rookie in 2018. This is year 6 or 7. I think he is who he is. I think if he was going to be a guy that stopped running and decided to beat guys from the pocket consistently like Mahomes and Stroud do, then he would have done it by now. I think what we've seen is he's this far into his career, and like I said, previously, he's still a guy that when his back foot hits on his drop, he doesn't seem to know where he wants to go with the ball. He's still having to buy time with his legs. We saw it in the closing moments of that Chiefs game where they let like 30, 40 seconds run off the clock because it took forever for Lamar to make the play to get down there because he has to scramble around, wait for Zay Flowers or somebody to come open because he doesn't seem to be able to make that quick read, make that quick decision, and make the easy play like CJ does. So I don't think he's going to stop running because he can't stop running. He can't stop running because he hasn't advanced yet to a place where, it sounds crazy, he's a second-year quarterback, but he hasn't advanced to where CJ is, where the back foot hits, he's ready to make the play.
Yeah, I think that the most interesting name on this list of the Athletic in these rankings of their top 10 is Burrow at 5. Because as high as Burrow was ranked, and I totally get it, I think we all got it as a show, we put Burrow in our top 3 to start the season. When you look at what he hasn't done and how badly they played, how they lost the game they should have won, and then you look at the fact that he's struggling to pick up a Gatorade bottle, and people are showing video all over social media where they're questioning like the strength and what his arm truly feels like. That's where there's more questions than answers from the standpoint of no one questions that if he's right. He's 100% healthy, and he's got all the tools in his tool belt. He can play with anybody. But if this is what we're seeing of Joe Burrow, and we don't know if it's going to change and when it's going to change and when he gets back to that form, I don't know if I'd have him as high as number 6 right now.
Yeah, it's tough because obviously I've been high on Burrow. I've been carrying the Kool-Aid for Joe Burrow this entire
offseason. He can't carry it
offseason.
himself. He needs your help.
Exactly. He needs my help. Yeah, I thought Joe Burrow was still the guy that we saw go into Arrowhead multiple times and beat Patrick Mahomes, the guy to win into Buffalo in a snowstorm and beat the Bills, go to the Super Bowl and take the Rams down to the wire. I thought he was still that guy, but whether it be, Jamar's obviously maybe a little bit rusty because he sat out during training camp. They were missing T. Higgins in the first game, so maybe you could make that excuse. You can make the excuse they didn't have Joe Mixon, although that won't change this season because he's not coming back. Or it could be that Burrow's just not right physically. He had the calf injury last year. He had another injury, which I'm blanking on at the moment. Obviously, he's got a problem right now with his wrist. it might be a point where Burrow has just had so many physical ailments that he's just not himself. And if I knew he was healthy, I think I would probably put Burrow second. I have that much belief in his ability. But right now, this version of Burrow, until we see him take a step forward, I don't think you're wrong. I think I might move him down a few spots. 5 might be a little high for this version of Joe Burrow.
So if you're curious, the Athletics top 10 going into week 2, Mahomes 1, Josh Allen 2, CJ 3, Lamar 4, Burrow 5, then Rodgers, Stafford, Dak, Herbert, and Purdy. And we can kind of check back in on these lists from time to time as we continue to move forward. But that's going to wrap up hour number 2 of the 3-hour extravaganza. We got an hour left on the books and 60 minutes still to go. Lots more on the show. Bleacher Report says that the Texans had 5 big weaknesses, or at least weaknesses that they noticed. We'll let you know what those are, let you know how we think that list stacks up as opposed to what we think the weaknesses might be. Let us know what you think. 713-780-3776. Call or text, hit us on social media. It's the final hour of the Bees coming up next on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, back. 60 minutes left to go on the show. We got 2 in the books, 1 to go as we continue to try and take care of you guys in so many different ways. We're going to do that right now by doing a little giveaway for you. We know Saturday, this coming Saturday, we got the big inner city rival. We got UH taking on the Rice Owls for that Bayou bucket. We're going to be celebrating Houston with this hometown rivalry. It's going to be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Tickets are just $15. You can go to uofhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. That's COOGS. Now to get your tickets, come early, be loud, wear red. We're actually going to give you a chance to win some tickets to that game. So we're going to take caller number 5 right now, 713-780-3776. You call us. We get you 2 tickets to the Cougar game if you're number 5. Good luck and go Cougs. Jeremy would do that, and then he would also tell you that he's also available on
Our beloved Cougs.
All right, before we get into anything else, Terry's on hold. He wants to talk about Texans. Let's get Terry in here. Terry, what's on your mind today?
Hey, guys, just a little reaction after week 1. I called in last week and actually predicted a 12-5 season and a lot of success. Very impressed with week 1. I think we gave them 10 points. You know, if you watch the whole game, they just really look good. And how great is it at the end of the game when you need to run out the clock or get a score? I felt, this is great. CJ's going to do it. And the 5 games, that we lose, a couple of those are going to be that we should have won. There's going to be a couple of games also that we win, and I think people might have thought us was going to lose. And if a couple of those happens to be Detroit, Dallas in Dallas, or Kansas City, or Baltimore, Miami, you got all these playoff teams, and if we pull off a couple there, look good against them, barring injuries, if we roll into the playoffs, man, Katie bar the door. I'm not betting against the Texans, at least to the AFC Championship game.
Well, that's fair, Terry, and I appreciate the call. Look, I think the biggest thing when you start analyzing this team is we're only 1 week into the season. And, yeah, Joe Mixon looked phenomenal, but he's a veteran running back, and we've talked about it with multiple guests amongst ourselves as well, where we said, hey, look, you can't overuse him. You don't want to run him into the ground. It's much like a pitcher and kind of keeping his innings down for the year because you need him at the end of the season. It's way more important than what you do in week 1. The Bengals looked bad in week 1. There were teams that the Jets didn't look great in week 1. The Texans looked pretty good, but we also had people that were critiquing the Texans thinking they didn't beat as good of a Colts team as we may have thought the Colts to be. So now you got to go week to week and you got to kind of just continue to gauge where this team's at. For week 1 of the regular season, I was ecstatic. I loved what I saw. I'm encouraged that this team can keep this thing going all year long. But I've also been a guy that's been huge on the fact that this is a very, very tough schedule. It's a first-place schedule. You're going to play a lot better teams than you played a year ago, and that's why 12-5 I thought was just too grandiose of a prediction because of the fact that you're going to be playing so many good teams. I like where your head's at. You're going to win some games you're supposed to lose. You're going to lose some games you're supposed to win. Last year, they won a lot of close games that you don't know from year to year if you're going to be able to consistently be able to do. That's why, too, I think that that's something that you have to take into consideration and go, look, the window's going to be wide open for a long time with this group, but this year might not be the year they go 12-5 unless you're Brian McDonald.
Who you saying is not going to go 12-5?
Terry's just said that he thought he said last week, and he's doubling down. The Texans are going 12-5.
Okay, so I had 11-6 preseason, and one of my wins was the Colts. So I'm not going to jump above that yet because look. It was a great win. It was exciting. Came down to the end. There's a lot of things to be excited about. Joe Mixon, obviously, you have a quarterback. You got 3 great wide receivers. You feel good about your pass rushers. But there's still things we have to see them shore up. We have to see, like we all expect that the offensive line gets shored up in the pass protection. We talked about it. Like these are coachable, correctable things. They weren't getting manhandled other than that one play by Titus Howard where he got shoved into C.J. Stroud. So I have confidence that gets fixed. I have confidence that the pass coverage gets fixed, although I do have concerns about Jimmy Ward and deep coverage. But like we were talking about earlier in the week, it felt like a game plan thing where they wanted to keep the players close to the line, keep everything tight, take away the easy throws from Anthony Richardson, try to take away the run, and force him to beat you deep with accuracy. And he wasn't able to do so other than that pass to Alec Pierce. Where Jimmy Ward was, again, in coverage. So there's some things to shore up, but I have confidence in them doing so, but I still need to see them do it before I'd be willing to jump up my record. So I'm still sticking at 11-6.
Yeah, I thought 9 wins before the season. I'll be the first
I
to
don't know.
say,
We went through the schedule. You came to 10.
That's true. Well, either 9 or 10.
Are you now at 10?
I would lean 10 now simply from what I saw on week 1. I know that it's a long season, but I know after week 1, the fact that Joe Mixon thoroughly backed me up and had my back was phenomenal.
Yeah, you were right. You were right.
And from that perspective, the fact that I feel like the offense can only get better, the line surprised me in how good they looked in week 1 with a decent front line from the Colts. And then from the defensive perspective, I believe in D'Amico. I believe they're gonna work things out and figure some things out on the defensive side of the football. So they're going to be competitive with all the good teams they're going to play, and I consider them to be a good team. So I feel better after week 1 than I did going into the season because of what I saw and the fact that there's still a high enough ceiling that they can get better, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of places they could better. I mean, we talked about them. Obviously, the deep coverage, the pass blocking, and I think there was some. I mean, not that CJ was bad; he was great, but there was still some throws there that could have been a little bit better. Obviously, we talked about the play where he got pressured and kind of chunked it over to the sideline, and thankfully, the guy was standing out of bounds when he caught it, but could have very easily been an interception there. He had another interception that got called back because of defensive holding in the secondary. So there were still some mistakes, and we saw that from CJ last year as well. We've talked about it a million times, but he threw 5 interceptions, could have easily had 8 or 9. He made more mistakes than the interception total would show you. So I think those are still things that can be cleaned up, and because of that, there's still another level that I think they can get to. I had this as an 11-win team, but CJ cleans that up. The pass protection, starts picking up the stunts and twists better. The deep coverage gets a little more shored up. Maybe you get, obviously, guys back like Christian Harris and Danico Autry, where the defense becomes, even that much more dangerous. Yeah, I think there is definitely another level for them to take.
I think that's the other thing, because whether in the stuff that we've talked about so far this week, whether there's scheme and what they were trying to do against Indy, which is a run dominant team with 2 dynamic players like you have it with Richardson and with Taylor, or not, there's things they can clean up. There's things that they can do better. So I think that that's the biggest encouragement. They're not going to get beat, I don't feel, consistently. I do feel like that was one of those things that was a byproduct of really focusing on the run more so than just personnel alone. But I will say that I am a bit concerned with Christian Harris being out for 4 weeks. The fact that the linebacking crew, I think, has to kind of step up a little bit too.
Yeah, and that was one of the concerns that we had during the offseason, because they just didn't have the depth there. I mean, we felt pretty good about your top 2 being Christian Harris and Azeez Al-Shaair, especially since there was a team towards the end of the season where they were playing 70, 80, 90% nickel at times. They weren't playing a lot of base defense. So in those situations, there would only be 2 linebackers on the field. But even with that, being the kind of the glass half full train of thought, they didn't have the depth behind them to where they could withstand an injury or 2. And obviously Christian Harris gets injured. He's not going to be back till at least, I guess, week 5, has to miss 4 games. So there's some question marks there at linebacker. And I think it's way too early to press any panic buttons on Azeez Al-Shaair, as somebody in the morning show was doing. But there is still, I mean, he could play better. There were a couple of moments, especially on that deep crosser, I think it was to Ashton Doolin, where he should have been there for either a pass breakup or a pick, and he misplayed it and allowed the breakaway touchdown. So, yeah, I mean, he needs to play better. And behind that, there's really almost no depth. Henry To'oTo'o, not someone I want on the field a ton. I'm fine if he's depth. I'm not really fine if he's a starter. And he cost Bullock an interception at one point in the game where he tipped a pass. Now, I don't blame that for it.
Tipping it.
Yeah, I don't blame him for it. But the reality is that's an interception if he doesn't tip it. So, yeah, there's definitely a concern there with the depth and the skill at linebacker.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing with To'oTo'o. We talk about ceilings as a team, as units, as players. To'oTo'o, I think, is almost at his ceiling. We know that he's got great football knowledge. We know that he understands the game and the X's and the O's. We also know he's kind of limited athletically. So you're not going to really find a spot for him to be a full-time starter on this team or on a good football team. Maybe somewhere else, somewhere down the road, he ends up being a guy that can start, a lot of games for someone else. But in this system, I think we've topped out on what he can be. And you hope that Christian Harris is only going to miss 4 games, because that was the position that I was most focused on before the start of the regular season, was because we were iffy on Christian Harris, that I thought they needed a little bit more depth at linebacker. They didn't get there. They're confident in their guys. Hopefully their guys are going to hold their own until you get a guy like Harris back.
Yeah, and it's funny to say this because your head coach is a former linebacker, but it's a product of what D'Amico told us going into the offseason, where his belief and the team philosophy was on the defensive side to build through the defensive line, and we saw that. Obviously, 2 years ago they invested the first round pick of Will Anderson. This offseason they invest money in Danico Autry and Daniil Hunter, so that's what they've done. So I think, when they have their full complement of players, that defensive line could be so nasty that they can eat up the blocks, cause the pressure, or maybe you get by with lesser talent at linebacker. And that's lesser talent. Saying lesser talent is really kind of an insult to who they have there, because I do believe once Christian Harris is back, he and Azeez Al-Shaair are good enough, a top half linebacker tandem in the NFL. They're good enough as your starters. The question still remains on the depth, but hopefully that defensive line can cause enough havoc and pressure when fully healthy once they get Danico Autry back, that you maybe are able to mask some of the concerns from the linebacking crew, because they're eating up blocks and not allowing the linemen to get up to the next level to take advantage of some of those linebackers.
I think the big thing too is that you don't want to peak in week one, right? It's good that we're having these conversations.
Yeah, I don't think they did.
Yeah, knowing that you've got improvements to make linebacker. You got improvements both at safety and at corner in terms of just kind of as we go forward. You don't have life or death concerns about it. You just know that you can get better. And that's a good thing for a team that has high expectations. And as the caller said, some people have grandiose, levels and goals of 12 wins. They can get to a double-digit win total, and they can get better, which is what you have to be as happy as anything about as we move forward. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, let's get into that Bleacher Report. They say the Texans' biggest weaknesses are they have 5 of them. What are yours? Brian and I will give you ours, and we'll kick it around a little bit when we get back. This is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham out today. BMAC and Blank taking you till 6. And then soccer, of course, always matters. And it matters to Glenn Davis, and he'll be with you after we get done and get out of here. But I teased this. Let's get to this. Bleacher Report, an article today came out and said after week 1, they found these 5 are the biggest weaknesses of your Houston Texans. Number 1, interior defensive line. Number 2, corner. Number 3, interior offensive line. Number 4, running back. Number 5, safety. I questioned how closely they watched the Texans game, B-Mac, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got most of the concerns right. The order is where I have the biggest problem. Like safety to me is the biggest concern. I like Bullock. I think he's going to be a good safety, but he's rookie, and Jimmy Ward concerns me, and so does Jalen Petrie if they're in a base defense where he has to play deep coverage. So I think safety would probably be my number one. Honestly, after week 1, I don't know why running back's even on the list.
Right.
That'd
Unless
be the
it's
other
depth.
thing I would say.
Unless it's depth.
Unless it's depth. Yeah, depth is fine. But, I mean, Joe Mixon can do that. You don't need a lot of depth. I mean, Dameon Pierce had 3 carries. So, how much of a concern can 3 carries be? So, I think safety is one. I take running back off the list. I get the interior offensive line and D-line, but I'm still willing to let that play out over the season. And a corner, I think, fixes itself as Lassiter gets more experience.
Well, my biggest issues are, one, I would have linebacker on this list simply because of what we just talked about.
Yeah, replace linebacker with replace running back with linebacker.
Yeah.
This list looks a lot better.
You're right, because there's nothing to worry. Because look, even when Cole Thompson was in here and we were talking about the Texans, the fact is that Cam didn't even play and Cam Akers was capable. But Pierce, when he did get the ball, got positive yards. And Dare was really good in terms of pass blocking. He can catch the football, and he's serviceable. So I think that the depth actually improved, in my opinion. The stock went up because of the fact that it looked like, because of where the line is, you're in a pretty good situation for now, assuming Nixon's always going to be your one. If he's not, it might be a different story. And so linebacker not being on the list, and then interior D-line to me means that you're excluding the tackles, and that's another topic we talked about. Look, Titus Howard didn't look great, and Titus Howard is a guy that you've paid a lot of money to that you need to see better from. Laramie Tunsil, we know, had the false start penalty, but we think he's going to get better because he always does as the season progresses. You're less worried about him. But I wouldn't just focus on the interior because we know Kenyon Green played really good. Juice Scruggs in his first game at center played really good. Shaq Mason is a guy you can actually point a finger at and say wasn't great, but I wouldn't just pinpoint it as specifically as interior offensive line. I would say, look, their run blocking was fantastic. Their pass blocking can get better.
Yeah, and if you were gonna single someone out, it wouldn't be interior offensive line. As you said, it'd be Titus Howard. Like the only guy, and we've talked about this a few times now, but the only guy that we say, at times in that game against the Colts got manhandled, which to me is the far more concerning thing because it's less fixable. It's not something you could just go look at in film and figure out like you could with picking up, the assignments on twists and stunts. If you're getting manhandled, that might not be fixable. And the only guy that had that problem was Titus Howard. So if you're going to single out an offensive line concern to put on this list, it's not interior offensive line to me. It's right tackle. It's Titus Howard.
Yeah, no doubt. Because I think Shaq's been really solid his whole career.
Shaq
I
didn't
don't
have
worry
his
about
best game, but he's been a solid pro. I'm willing to let it play out a little bit more before I get concerned.
The young guys are who I was concerned about going into the season. The young guys actually played well enough to where I'm not worried about them right now. Yeah, but Juice as well. I thought Juice played really well.
Juice was good. Good.
All right, so there, if you guys have any kind of rebuttal on that, if there's anything that we missed or that you guys want to correct or get into with the Bleacher Report weaknesses, we'll get into that. But let's also kind of switch gears and say, I saw an article as well this morning that said, which 0-1 team are you most worried about that should be already worried about pressing the panic button? And to me, the answer to that, first and foremost, is the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, that's number one on my list too.
It's twofold for me. Because of the fact that, one, you lost to the Patriots. We had talked before the season started and before we knew how bad Carolina was going to look and how less than serviceable Bryce Young is, that the Patriots might be the worst team in the league. And they were going to stay away from playing their rookie quarterback early. They were going to play Jacoby Brissett, and they might be playing for high draft picks. But yet they come in the first win and get their first win against a team that a lot of people were saying could be competing for a Super Bowl in the Cincinnati Bengals. One, you had Chase holding out the entire preseason. We didn't know if he was going to play. 2, T. Higgins didn't play. But 3, more importantly, the other part of this is no matter how bad the loss was to the Patriots, there's still a ton of concern about Joe Burrow. We talked about it with the quarterback rankings. If he can't pick up a Gatorade bottle, if he looks like this wrist that is a bigger problem than he's leading on, if they can't beat the Patriots with a guy that's been the guy that could slay Patrick Mahomes, then they got real issues in Cincinnati.
Yeah, and when you dig into the numbers, the first thing I noticed, and we saw some of this last year when he had the calf injury and he couldn't plan, he couldn't push, he couldn't deliver the ball, it was that the yards per attempt were down. And so I'm looking at the box score, and I see his yards per attempt is down below 6. It's like, I think it's 5.7. I mean, that's Brock Osweiler territory. I mean, that's telling you it's basically dump off, dump off, dump off, dump off. You look at his completion, 21 to 29, that's great. But his yards down at 164 is because he doesn't seem like he has the ability to get the ball downfield, and that could obviously be contributed to the wrist injury. So you're missing T. Higgins. Jamar Chase still trying to round into shape, even though his day wasn't awful. But if he can't push the ball downfield because he's bothered the wrist, which would also invite in probably concerns with ball security. If he's getting hit, you would worry about him fumbling if he's having problems with his wrist. Yeah, I said this yesterday. I don't think the Bengals have time to figure this out. They don't have time for T. Higgins to get healthy. They don't have time for Jamar Chase to round into form. They don't have time for Joe Burrow to get healthy. The AFC is a beast. It's going to take at least 10 wins to get in. Last year, as a wild card team, it took 11. And you're starting off 0-1 with probably the easiest game in your schedule as a loss. I'm very concerned right now if I'm a Bengals fan, because the AFC is not a conference where you can get in as a wild card with 9 wins. They're really up against it.
We both had Cincinnati number 1.
Yeah.
Right? So
those are the obvious two.
Number 2 for me was kind of a toss-up between two different teams.
I've got 2 as well. I'm interested if we agree on this.
Okay, my first one, the Atlanta Falcons.
That was one of them.
The fact that Kirk Cousins doesn't look like the old Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins doesn't look like a good Kirk Cousins. And you gave Kirk Cousins a boatload of money for 2 years. We know you drafted a quarterback as well to be his heir apparent, but I don't think he's nearly ready in Michael Penix to play now. And I think that there's a lot of talent, a lot of high expectations because of what that division was. And also Tampa looked really, really good, to where if I'm the Atlanta Falcons, I'm deeply concerned. The other team for me was the Jets. To me, Aaron Rodgers doesn't look like the same Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers does look the same like Aaron Rodgers. When you don't catch a ball from Aaron Rodgers, he's pissed off. You had a lot of guys dropping passes. You had a lot of guys that they weren't on the same page offensively. You had guys that in Breece Hall and guys like that were turning the ball over. That Garrett Wilson had his moments as well, where you're like, those guys aren't supposed to be doing those things. You still have a holdout on defense, and your defense, it was the Niners. I'll give you a little bit of a pass there. But as much as I thought that one of the sleeper teams could be the Jets, I'd be worried if I was Jets fans.
Yeah, Jets is, if you're making a top 5, they would definitely be in there. I'm willing to give them a little bit of a pass for what you said there because it's the Niners.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm willing to accept that maybe they just look bad because it was the Niners they were playing. The Niners are a team, when we talked earlier in the show, is the number 2 team in the league on our power rankings. So I'm willing to wait a week on the Jets. The other team besides the Falcons.
I know where you're going.
Okay, so yeah, I think you do. I was surprised you didn't say it, but because I agree with you on the Falcons. Like Kirk Cousins, he's having to drop back in shotgun in pistol basically every play because he can't drop back from under center. He's not, and he's a guy that loves to be able to run the play action fakes from under center, and he's not able to do it because he can't drop back. So big concern there. The other one, it's obvious, it's your team. It's the Packers.
Oh,
you thought I was going somewhere else.
Went somewhere else.
Okay, well, who'd you think I was
Cleveland
going?
Browns.
Oh,
because they have a really talented team that was a playoff team. They got a quarterback that looked pretty bad.
That's a good call. I said Packers because Jordan Love's out maybe 3 weeks at best case, worst case maybe 4 or 5, and I think they. I don't know. Malik Willis was so awful in Tennessee that it's going to be hard to see them not going over until Jordan Love gets back. So if that's 0-4, maybe you can overcome that. I don't think they can, but if he's out more than just the 3 games and it turns into 0-5 or 0-6 because Malik Willis was as bad as we saw in Tennessee, season's over.
I'm going to be very Brandamish here.
Okay.
Because I was the smartest man in the room that told you already that you shouldn't put any stock in the Packers because they weren't as good as people thought.
Oh, that has
I wasn't
nothing
as
to do with
concerned
this.
about Jordan Love and the Packers.
Oh.
I was concerned more about the serial issue causer and problem maker in Deshaun Watson not having any ability left in the tank, no matter what he has ability-wise, otherwise, or things that he's doing off the field. The Browns had a playoff team last year. The Browns have a really good roster. The Browns have the ability to be a playoff team again this year, but they shipped out of town the guy that was responsible for not only keeping the ship afloat, but leading you into the playoffs a year ago because they didn't want controversy with Deshaun Watson. Well, you got controversy now because Deshaun Watson looks like absolute crap, and the fact that there were high expectations. Now all of the Cleveland is losing their mind. People are pointing fingers. Deshaun obviously has the off-the-field things going on yet again, and you're like, man, this whole thing could go in the crapper really quick with Cleveland if they're one hell-bent on saying he's our quarterback, we paid the money, he's got to play, because there's already people clamoring like Dan Orlovsky for playing Jameis Winston. I think this team is too good to be that bad with that guy at quarterback.
I think it already has gone to the crapper, Joel. I'm mad at myself for not making the Browns my team because I'm already to the point. I don't see a scenario where Deshaun Watson plays better. I don't. Like I've killed Aaron Rodgers because, hey, it's been since 2021 since we saw vintage Aaron Rodgers. Let's not assume that he comes back and he's as great as he was because it's been 3 years. It's been even longer for Deshaun Watson. The last time Deshaun Watson was good, Deshaun Watson was the 2020 season.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. He's played like 17 games since the 2021 season. And when he has played, he's looked awful. He's also dealing with nagging injuries, not making excuses for him, but it's a part of the story here that not only is he regressed, is he rusty because he took so much time off, he's also hurt. I also think, Joel, maybe, I don't know if this is a conspiracy theory or maybe it's just a theory. I also think, and this is not making an excuse for him because this is something he did to himself as an awful person, but I think everything that happened with the allegations took something away from his confidence and his mojo that he's not able to regain. He thought himself as bulletproof. Coming out of Clemson, beating Alabama for the national championship, coming into the NFL, taking the NFL by storm, his confidence and swagger had him at a point where he felt bulletproof. And then what he went through in 2020, all of his own making, again, let me make that clear, took that swagger and that confidence away from him. You pile on top of that the rust, you pile on top of that the injuries, and I just don't think he's ever going to regain that form.
I said it when Jeremy and I were kicking this around back when the trade happened, and then after the Browns got him. I said, I don't know that Deshaun Watson will ever again be what he was, even when he was with the Texans. And I think that a lot of it's what you said. I do believe that there is the weight of the world on his shoulders. I believe a lot of it is all the allegations and all the things. I think the other thing is the fact that the contract, the expectations that go with that, the fact that now he's getting all kinds of national criticism as well as plenty of local criticism about the fact that it might be the worst trade in NFL history. And then, as you mentioned, the other thing that I was big on was I don't care how many of your friends are running routes for you while you're supposedly staying fresh, starting when you were with the Texans and sat out for a season. But then after that, because of the injuries that you mentioned, haven't really played consistently since then. Your body adapts when you start getting hit every week. When you don't, it relaxes. And I think that Deshaun got the contract, and a lot of his body language, and not to mention the body language of his teammates, tell me that he doesn't look like he's got a whole lot of care, and I don't think his teammates care a whole lot about him.
No, so, I don't know if you saw this video. You see the video where there's an offensive lineman down.
It's
and
Joel
Watson,
Bitonio.
Yep. Yeah. Watson put down his hand to like help him up, and the offensive lineman shoved his hand away.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I don't think his teammate. I can't speak for the entire locker room, but I think there's a good section of that Browns locker room that doesn't like Deshaun Watson a whole lot.
And I think 1, it could be his contract. 2, it could be the off the field stuff. 3, it could be the fact that his performance has been awful.
There's lots of reasons to dislike him.
Yeah, and I think that it is stacking and racking. Like, I don't think this guy's ever getting back to anywhere near respectability. I don't know how long the Browns are going to keep him at quarterback. I said Orlovsky already is saying that the Browns should be thinking long and hard about Jameis Winston taking over now, which is an even bigger concern. And I got to see a lot more want to out of Deshaun Watson to try and get better, because it looked like now there's this whole rumor about having a secondary account on Twitter so that he could go and try and stick up for himself like a la Kevin Durant. If you're doing all that stuff, but yet you're not showing me on the field that you've got the ability and or the want to, I got major concerns if I'm the Browns, because that's going to derail your whole season and several seasons after that. So, all right, we'll wrap that up. We got more to get to. Look, we got an Astros game to talk about again tonight. You got Hunter Brown on the mound. Hopefully that's a good sign for your Houston Astros. The bigger question, though, is Kyle Tucker's stubbornness hurting the Houston Astros? We're going to talk about that once we get back from the break. Before we get to the break, I do want to tell you again about my good friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is the place you ought to be if you're talking about betting on sports. If you love to bet on sports while they're happening, while you're watching them on TV, or you're going to the game, or you think you know something that other people don't know, you go to MyBookie.ag, because they're constantly taking care of you, the customer, while you are taking care of your bets. That's the phenomenal part about all of this. With football season in full swing, with college and pro football there, MyBookie has all the incredible promotions, like the weekly risk-free boosts on Thursdays, where you can bet without a sweat. You bet and you hit on Thursday, you win big. If you bet on Thursday and you don't win, forget about it. MyBookie's going to refund your wager, no questions asked. They got tons of stuff going on, and when the games aren't going on, they also have live dealers standing by with poker, blackjack, and all the casino games. the live dealers waiting on you so that you can get all your casino games without having to fly to Vegas or to drive to Louisiana. The one thing I always tell you to do is remember our promo code BET975. If you sign up for the first time at mybookie.ag and you put money in your account and you put our promo code in at BET975, you're going to get extra money tacked on based on what you put in up to $1,000. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. That's why MyBookie is always focused on their customer. They've been in business for over a decade. They're going to take care of you, too. Check out the new loyalty program, too, with MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. It's simple. You climb through all the tiers of the loyalty reward program. You can unlock even more epic promotions, all the exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. MyBookie Plus is the lock of the century. Get it started now. Go to mybookie.ag and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. What's the only place I tell you to do it? It's mybookie.ag and use that promo code BET975.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham out today, hopefully back and better the next day or so. Hopefully we have him back tomorrow. BMAC and I and a plethora of guests and information have filled up your afternoon as we take you through the final half hour of the program. And BMAC, I was watching the game last night with the Astros, and Kyle Tucker came up in two specific situations, runner in scoring position, less than 2 outs. Vintage Kyle Tucker, you're expecting, hey, big things. This guy is going to do what he's going to do. But I want to get from you and from the listeners your feedback on an opinion I've got. But before we do that, I do want to get to you, the listeners, a chance for you to win another opportunity to join us at the listener party. The listener party is next Friday. Listener party is going to be a phenomenal experience. They always are. They're going to be up here at the Gals studios. We're going to have food. We're going to have beverage. You got to be 21 to get in. We've been selling the tickets. You can still get the tickets via our website if you don't win them, but we want to give you the opportunity to get in for free if you listen to me. And therefore, we're going to give you the opportunity right now. We're going to take caller number 5. Caller number 5, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776, 713-780-ESPN. You get a pair of tickets to our ESPN listener party. You're going to get the behind-the-scenes look at where and how our shows and videos are made. You can sit in the actual chair that Brian McDonald has graced like a throne for years and years in the production studio. See the studio we do the show in. See all of us. Hang out with us. Have a good time. Caller number 5, you can get the tickets, 713-780-3776, or go to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab and buy some tickets so you can make sure you're there regardless. All right, getting back to this topic of Kyle Tucker. I'm watching the game last night. Offense was obviously not good, but you had two opportunities, one in extra innings with a chance to at least tie the game, one late in the game. I think it was the 8th inning. Runner on third base, less than 2 outs. Kyle Tucker doesn't come through. Whether he strikes out or he pops up, you can see his frustration. He's 1 for 10 since he came back. And the thing is, I look back to this and say, this is a guy that we had questions about, that when we were reading the tea leaves with Dana Brown and trying to discuss when Kyle Tucker was going to be back, we kept hearing more and more, Kyle doesn't think he needs a rehab stint in Sugar Land. And you kept wondering, hey, look, I know they're bringing in AA pitchers to pitch batting practice to him. We know that he's doing the work on the field to get the leg back, but it's also about timing and facing major league hitting. Right now, 1 for 10, looks overmatched in almost every at-bat, and the fact that he's not the old Kyle Tucker, and nor should he be. But that's why, to me, I call it stubbornness. And I'm questioning, as much as we both have said we threw in the towel and believe that the Astros now just have to be purely focused on just winning the division, going to the wild card round, having 3 games at home, win 2 of them, move on, that I firmly believe that Kyle Tucker's stubbornness, if he had gone down to Sugar Land, he might already be back up, but he might have gotten his timing back and gotten more close to major league pitching and baseball situations to where he could have been more effective in some of these at-bats we've seen him so far. Not that all 10 at-bats were in big-time situations, but specifically last night, those 2 at-bats, critical times, the last one could have tied the game, less than 2 outs, 12th inning. That's something where you wonder if Kyle Tucker being stubborn didn't hurt you last night.
This was an opinion I gave when it was announced he was going to skip a minor league rehab start. I didn't like it because I saw what happened with Verlander, where he came up and he basically had to have, rehab starts at the major leagues. He wasn't ready. And Dana Brown gave him the excuse of, well, he's going through spring training. He was missing 2 months. Well, Kyle Tucker missed 3 months. He missed even further. So I didn't like it. Now, I will say, obviously, if he'd gone through the minor league rehab stint, he wouldn't even been here last night. So, who would have taken that at bat? Would they've done any better? Hard to say for sure. But I do think he would have been better off going down to minor leagues, getting his timing, getting his rhythm back. Maybe this is overrated, but getting a little bit of confidence back, at least in the fact that the leg is healed, running around, making plays, running the bases, taking some minor league pitchers deep, get his swagger back, then come back up. All that said, he's got time to get that back. Now, does it cost the Astros a chance at the bye? I think it already has.
It does. And I think
I don't know if he did it, but the bye is already over, and I think the division's fine. So I think the stakes aren't super high as long as he's able to get right before
Brian,
the playoffs.
like last night, you say that it's easy to question and say, would anybody else have done any better? But they brought Singleton off the bench as a left-handed bat. Singleton almost yanked one out of the yard. He got a big extra base hit that got the ball rolling and got this team onto the scoreboard.
But Tucker didn't take Singleton's spot.
No, he didn't. But I'm saying if Singleton's on the bench as a left-handed bat, or if you're pinch hitting there, or you put someone else in that part of the lineup, you also could say that, hey, look, Caratini's really good at the left side of the plate. You've got left-handed hitters capable. Look, Ben Gamble has been good since you got him. There's options enough that Gamble's done a good enough, period, to keep this team afloat without Kyle Tucker, to where when you look at the situation right now, you say to yourself, I could have, as good as I could never have imagined the Astros being this good without Kyle Tucker for this long. But because they were this good for this long, a couple more games wasn't going to kill him, to make sure that when he did come back, we know how important it is and how vital it is for him to be good for the playoffs. But it might affect your playoffs because he didn't do the minor league stint.
Yeah, I'm with you in that he should have taken the minor league rehab instead. No disagreement there. I was fully on board before it happened, and I still am now. I think he would be better quicker once he got to the major leagues had he done that. But the problem as far as relating it to last night's game, it's kind of what Jeremy's point when he disagreed that Tucker should take the minor league rehab stint. It's like, what are your other options in the corner outfield? Like if Tucker does take that minor league rehab stint, he by him coming back, he's not taking Caratini's spot in the lineup. He's not taking Singleton's spot in the lineup. No. He's taking guys that we didn't really want hitting for the Astros anyway. So I don't know.
But Gamble's been good. And the thing is, he doesn't have to stay down. There's no set time, I don't believe. He could have sent him down just for a couple games to get timing, get a couple games under his belt, then bring him up. But we saw what happened to Chaz. Chaz went down, was completely lost. Chaz looks a lot better since he came back up.
Sure.
I don't think that hurts the case to say, What would have hurt Kyle Tucker to go down for a couple of ball games, get some really good at-bats in against some better-than-average pitching that's better than what he was facing in batting practice, and then say, we're going to work you back into the lineup?
Yeah, no, he could have gone down. Remind me, he came back up for the weekend series? I'm trying to remember the exact timing.
After they got back from Cincinnati. He was in the lineup.
The Cincinnati series
from the
ended
Arizona.
on
He was
Thursday.
in the lineup for the Arizona series over the weekend.
Yeah, so he could have gone down in order to be back up for last night's game against the A's. He could have spent 3 games with I assume the Space Cowboys, but one of the Astros minor league affiliates. I think it would have been Sugarland. Yeah, it would have been Sugarland. So yeah, okay. That being said, I think I go with you. Like I do think he should have gone down. I was in favor of him taking even longer than 3 days, but it's hard to say. Would 3 days be enough for him to get his rhythm and his swing back? Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to say either way.
So
I think he'd been better served doing it, because right now look at the results on the field. He's 1 for 10 with 4 strikeouts. He's been awful, flat out. I know he's got a couple of walks amongst that time too, so at least maybe his eyes there. But I think he would have been better served going down to the minor leagues.
Brian, he's going to get the same kind of batting practice he was getting against the Double-A pitchers and the pitchers they were bringing to Houston to pitch against him. He's also going to get 15 to 20 quality at bats in a game situation, facing live pitching in a live game with Triple-A pitchers, to where you got to believe that only helps get his timing back quicker than whatever he was doing on the field here in Houston.
No, I agree. Yeah, I guess the pushback is for me that I don't think it cost them the bye. Like, I mean, I guess you could say they win that game last night, then maybe they're still in it. But because we did talked about the math of the situation where the Astros would have to go 14-4 if the Guardians just even went 8-9. So obviously the Guardians could finish much better than 8-9 in their final 17. The Astros might be mathematically eliminated. So even if they flip that game, now the Astros have to win, I don't know what that would be. They 13-5 over their final 18. It's still a really, really daunting task, even if Kyle Tucker takes the appropriate path, goes to the minor leagues, gets his swing back, and comes back and plays better for the Astros last night than he did. So I can't put his stubbornness costing them the bye on him, though I do think he would have been better served and better in the major leagues quicker had he taken that route.
Yeah, I think whether it cost him or not, I think it definitely hurt them in the fact that him coming back and being this bad when, one, it's not completely solidified you're going to win the division, but it looks like you are, and the Mariners did you
I feel pretty confident.
Yeah, I do too. But I think that we talked about how ideal it would be if they would get one of the 2 byes, and it wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. And now we both feel like it is. And I think that some of those key at-bats, and the other thing is, I don't think once Espada puts him in the lineup, he was never going to pinch hit for him in any of those situations, which makes his job more difficult too, because I think just I bet you in the back of his mind, though he would never admit this, that there was a time in one of those 2 at-bats last night that he could have thought about pinch hitting for Tucker, knowing that he could get someone that could put the bat on the baseball better just to get you a fly ball.
Yeah, it's interesting because you're right. I don't think he could pull him. It's still tough to say though, because even if the replacement level for Kyle Tucker is. I know we like Big Gamble. He's had some big moments for him. It's just there's not a lot of options to go to for him in the corner outfield. So I do think he'd been better off going to the minor leagues, taking the weekend, taking basically the Diamondback series off, and then coming back for the series against the A's. At least I wouldn't even mind it even a longer stint, because I think 3 days is really not enough time to make up for 3 months missed. But I don't think, as far as stakes go, that it costs you the bye, and I think the division's safe. So it's kind of no harm, no foul, although I agree with you that he didn't take the most optimal path.
There you go. All right, we got one segment to go in the show. We got a preview what's coming up for the Astros tonight, and then we've got the car wreck of the day as we normally do Monday through Thursday. Before we go to the break, I do want to tell you about the good people at Vanderford Air, because we know that, look, we've got this little cool spell because of the rain, but it's still going to be hot, and it's going to be really, really steamy. And the fact is, you need your air conditioning unit to be working at its utmost best when it gets hot outside. And we know how Houston weather is. The AC is it's such a vital part of your house. You need to make sure it's working correctly. And if it goes down, you need to know who to call and how quickly they're going to be there and all the things they're going to do to guarantee you get everything you need out of your air conditioning service. That's why I tell you to call Vanderford Air. VanderfordAir.com is where the process can start. But better yet, I need you to save this number in your phone, because you never know when you're going to need it. But when you need it, you need a company that's going to know how to treat you right. 281-557-COOL. 281-557-COOL. they're going to take care of you every step of the way. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, but I'm proving it to you right now. From the time you call them, within 24 hours, they're guaranteeing they're going to be there to see you. It's not going to take days on end. You're not going to have to wait before everybody else. They guarantee within 24 hours of you contacting them, they're going to be there to see you. And then everything from there is going to be guaranteed. They're going to put in writing and they're going to analyze the problem. And they're going to tell you what it's going to cost to replace a part and what it's going to cost to replace the entire system. The choice is yours, but you have it in writing. You can go with either option. And then once you pick your option, their people are going to install it correctly the first time. Their people are going to listen to you as they do what they do. They're going to set the temperature to get to exactly where you need it to be. The system's going to work exactly how they told you it would. The parts are going to be as good as the system they replace. If the part it is that you replaced, it's guaranteed. The system the same way. They take care of you every step of the way, so they take all the worry, all the doubt, and the guarantees are there to prove it. 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. That's why I always encourage you to call them. Give them a call today. Save the number in your phone or use them when you need them. It's VanderfordAir.com or 281-557-COOL.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back on the Bees, final segment of the program. Don't wait. Don't miss it. Get your seatbelts fastened for all the soccer you want and more with my good man, Glenn Davis. My dear friend is going to be talking soccer with you as Soccer Matters from 6 to 7. Stay tuned for that after us. But we do have Hunter Brown on the mound. That's his music. Brian, I'll throw it around to you because I was close last night.
You had 6 and 3, and it was 6 2/3 and 2.
Yeah. I was in the realm.
You were in the ballpark. Baseball term.
Yeah,
you were in the ballpark.
I like that.
You were in the ballpark, yes.
Hunter Brown on the hill against the lowly A's, Brian.
I know. I can't say it again, can I?
What do you expect to get out of one Hunter Brown this evening?
I'm going to go 6 1/3. Kind of similar to what Spencer Arrighetti gave you. I'm going to go 6 1/3, 2 earned runs.
Okay, I thought if we went 3, I was like, that's a little high.
No. I have confidence that he can have a quality start plus. I mean, better than a quality start against the A's.
I like it. I hope you're right, and I hope it goes with less runs, and I hope it goes for longer innings.
Sure. I hope he throws a no-hitter, but
the most important thing is I hope they get that win because I'm tired of screwing around with all this.
If they lose again tonight, I know we all feel pretty good about the division. We'll see what Seattle also does tonight, but if they lose against the A's, there might be some hard conversations coming in tomorrow.
Man, and all show long, because we are the realists in the city. And if you're going to be real about this team, you damn well better get a couple of wins here at home before you face the rest of this schedule.
Yeah, the Padres are coming up on the road.
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough series.
Padres have been playing well. They've been kicking the crap out of some teams.
Yeah, they've been helping you with Seattle.
Yes, and they're a playoff team. They are a really good team right now. You can't take them for granted. And look, I watched the Angels play. As much as everybody looks past the Angels too, the Angels got some young talent coming up, that some pitchers that can flat out hurl, that are going to give you some problems if you're not ready for it. So that's going to be really, really intriguing coming down the stretch. Let's start with a win tonight. That would be fantastic. All right, we got to get out of here, so let's get to the car wreck of the day. You heard the man. Car wreck of the day. I would start by saying the Astros offense last night would be the car wreck of the day. But as Jeremy normally does, he turns it over to the analyst first and foremost. So, BMAC, what is your car wreck of the day?
You mentioned it. I think it was in the last segment. There's a Deshaun Watson, or what people suspect to be a Deshaun Watson burner account. He's on Twitter at Leroy Bickerstaff 4. If you want to find him on X, and we don't have time to read through all the tweets, but basically all his tweets, and he has no photo for this account. It's very it's very burner account-esque with the no photo. But all his Twitter account, all his tweets, that is, are in defense of, in reply to people criticizing Deshaun Watson and defending Deshaun Watson. One example, again, find them online. Barstool has it. Don't have time to read them all. But he's responding to a guy complaining about Deshaun Watson with the reply of, guys in the locker room got fours back all day long. If y'all never played the sport and don't know four like that, coming on here and blaming four for not succeeding in an impossible situation, it feels very Kevin Durant-ish.
It does.
It's just all the tweets are focused on Deshaun Watson criticism, defending Deshaun Watson blindly. I'm not saying it's a burner account for Deshaun Watson, but I'm saying it's probably a burner account for Deshaun Watson.
Greg Jennings went on his show this morning, and they said that instead of Greg Jennings, Leroy Bickerstaff was joining, and he changed his Twitter account to look like Leroy Bickerstaff. That's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, it's not a good look, but it's not all that surprising from Deshaun.
All right, I already mentioned the Astros offense last night was my car wreck of the day. Who's winning? It's got to be Deshaun.
Yeah, I mean, I think we might have to hang Deshaun's jersey up in the car wreck of the day rafters. We might have to retire
hang the white towel, are you?
Yeah, you went there.
Right.
We might have to retire it, because it feels like we could give it to him every day. But yeah, I'm fine with Deshaun winning today.
Deshaun wins today. Oh, by the way, you threw the white towel in on the Astros. You didn't throw. I mean, on the Astros getting the bye. You didn't throw that white towel in.
No, not at the little dish towel that Deshaun Watson likes.
Just checking. All right, that'll do it for Brian doing double duty and all the hard work. I'm Joel Blank. Coming up next, it's Glenn Davis. It's Soccer Matters. All your soccer talk and more. He's going to take you from 6 o'clock until 7 o'clock right here on the home for all of your real Houston sports talk. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Have a good night, everybody.
Well, it is pretty easy to tell here that Colombia edging Argentina 2-1 yesterday and Brazil losing to Paraguay. Makes it pretty interesting in South American World Cup qualifying. That after Argentina beating Colombia and winning the Copa America here in the United States. Glenn Davison here right now, and appreciate Brian McDonald sitting in again, fresh on the heels of the Killer Bees and Joel Blank today. So looking forward to getting after it here tonight. Now, we got a lot to talk about. First segment's going to be Mauricio Pochettino talk. A lot of that. We're going to talk a little U.S. New Zealand. Incredibly disappointing. I mean, Mauricio Pochettino can't get here quick enough. That's for sure. Welcome in, everybody. Somber day, as we know, 9/11. And if you're like me from New Jersey, you will have known somebody who perished in this. And, today's a very somber day. We all remember, most of us do. If you're older, you remember where you were on that fateful day. Some things are just bigger than some idiot not rolling down a window of a car after getting pulled over for speeding. So, put your hands on the wheel, get your ticket, move on. I can't believe people are defending the behavior of an NFL athlete.
I didn't think we were going to get Tyreek Hill takes today.
Well,
I wasn't expecting it.
But when I look at this and I just see how dumb the guy is, and now we're trying to turn it into social justice, it's bothersome. Everybody's taught, including me, you put your hands up and you obey the police. That he could have had a ticket written to him. He could have been on his way. If he didn't like something, he could have contested it in court. It's inane and it's dangerous, frankly. I mean, why would you roll your window up? Why would you repeat saying, "Don't touch my window, don't touch my window, don't touch my window"? Stupid. And people should call it out. And I'm glad people like Charles Barkley are. It's dumb. I don't know. Your take.
Especially for a guy who's, unfortunately for him, very familiar with the legal system, Tyreek Hill. He's got expensive lawyers. He's got expensive agents. He could have taken the ticket and had that handled in court and probably got it dismissed. No reason to escalate.
Pretty shady background and pretty sad what Miami put out to not, to some point, hold their player accountable for some sort of bad or stupid decision-making in the public. I was disappointed in the Miami Dolphins as well. But whatever. Let's move on. So last night, the United States took on New Zealand. Speaking of not good things, again, another listless performance. The only time we got a little bit of an edge in this game was when Christian Pulisic scored the opening goal for the U.S. I don't believe he was probably going to be played in this game, but because they were playing so poorly, he came on, he gave him a lift, he scores the first goal for the U.S.
Balón de espalda, se la lleva Fulsi. La busca Pepe, buena, va Pepe, es el primero, viene el gol.
That's the legendary Andreas Kantor on the call there. That was Christian Pulisic in the 19th. And then in the 89th minute, this is just a total mix-up between the young Caleb Wiley, who was on Atlanta United, just made a move to Europe, and Mark McKenzie. I mean, this is as sloppy as it gets, and it basically cost you winning a game. 89th minute.
Rogerson que la busca también. ¡Oh, gol! ¡Gol! Wayne lo hizo. De rebote también cuenta. 1-1.
So we finally got to hear from Matt Crocker, and we finally got to hear more about how Mauricio Pochettino was kind of acquired by U.S. Soccer. He's going to be announced on Friday. It's a done deal now. The dance is over. It's too bad they couldn't have got this done maybe before these games to insert him a little bit quicker in and around this team. Make no mistake, he's been watching. There's no doubt about that. And he's going to get paid $6 million a year. And I got some interesting data on how he's going to get paid also. But first, let's go to Matt Crocker, because we hadn't really heard a whole lot about him. And let's start off with Crocker and the first soundbite from Matt Crocker on Mauricio Pochettino, the new coach.
I think I've known Mauricio for a long time, from my time at Southampton when I was academy director. Too long to even remember. Mauricio came in from Spain as head coach when we just began our journey in the Premier League for Southampton. And yeah, I think straight away what you realize with Maurizio is he's an outstanding, not just an outstanding coach, but a great person, a great developer, tactically really astute. And you could, the success at Southampton and then onwards to, to Spurs, to Paris Saint-Germain, etc. His career is really decorated, and we're really delighted to have him. And I just reached out, made a.
So there's the contact there between Crocker and him at Southampton. He also coached at Espanyol in Spain, Spurs, Chelsea, as everybody knows. He's the first Latin coach in charge of the U.S. He's going to have his staff there as well. First time coaching a national team, very different. It's not a daily thing where you're working with players on a daily basis. A lot of it is flying around the world, assessing them, talking to their club coaches. That's a big issue with U.S. players right now because a lot of them aren't getting the playing time that they need to help the national team. He's fully aware, and this is why I said ahead of this, people are like, oh, why would you want to coach the U.S.? What do you mean why? Because you're automatically in the World Cup. You don't have to go to through qualification. Pochettino, no matter what, will have coached in a World Cup after this. He also is very aware of the transformative potential of this World Cup in that he can do something special here in the U.S. with the U.S. national team by taking it deeper in a World Cup than ever before. He can help the growth of the game. He can help platform the game in a country that's got 3 other traditional sports. He plays with a back four. He likes outside backs getting forward. Very typical Argentine, very aggressive from a pressing standpoint. I think he'll take that up a notch from Greg Berhalter. Berhalter got the reputation of being like a father figure. This guy definitely understands player management, but this guy's going to want to win. This guy's going to rattle the cages early to make sure that everybody knows that there's a new sheriff in town and that you're going to have to raise the bar of basically influence the manager as to what you are. Here's a quote from Pochettino. He said, quote, philosophy, methodology, style of football, these different ideas are not important, he said. The players need to trust you. So he's going to have to build the trust day by day right now, but it's going to be easier. This is a guy who's coaching a Champions League final. He's played as a player at a high level. Tyler Adams, the captain of the U.S., said prior to this, he said in an interview that the U.S. needed a ruthless manager. They will get one in Pochettino. I'm ready for the kumbaya to be over. I'm ready for these guys to be rattled a bit, and I'm ready for winning to be the priority and effort. And it's kind of weird to not think that you'd be putting effort in these last 2 games. It's real hit or miss. To be fair, the Mexico game was boring too. I think the only team that really is playing with a little bit more of an effort, to credit to Jesse Marsh in Canada, right? That's what I would say. But, he's got to go in and build trust. Pochettino's a serial winner. He's comes out of the school of Argentine coaches. No question about that. Let's go on to another soundbite. This is, again, the technical director, Matt Crocker. And this will be interesting for you to hear on how they kind of landed him.
I just reached out, made a call, and just said, hey, Maurizio, I would love, myself and JT would love to come and outline the project to you. So it was a big sales pitch. We went to Barcelona. What turned out to be, was supposed to be a 2-hour meeting, turned out to be 5 hours. And I think we hooked him in from there, and we had lots more discussions from them. But that was the first point, really.
So that's Matt Crocker on how they landed him. Obviously, the Southampton connection's great. I'm sure they dropped Emma Hayes' name because she was at Chelsea when Pochettino was. Unfortunately, Pochettino had a crazy American owner there who was not easy to work for. But I'm excited about this. There's a incredible aura around this guy. He's incredibly respectful. He's knowledgeable. He's a guy, as a manager, you're going to be really proud of. It's not going to be about the T-shirts he wears. This guy's going to want to win. He's going to want to make history here in the U.S. Here's Matt Crocker again, the technical director for the U.S., on how much confidence they had in landing Mauricio Pochettino.
Like I mentioned, you go there hoping that, we can outline where we are as a team, the warts and all, the positives, but also some of the challenges with the team as we work towards 2026. And I think what was really interesting straight away is the questions he asked, the detailed questions, his understanding of the squad and the team, some of the prospects in there and some of the opportunities. So, I think straight away you realize there was It wasn't a one-way thing. We were going there, and he'd done his homework as well. We met him and his assistant Jesus Perez, and they were just as quick to do a detailed presentation on our strengths, weaknesses as we were. So straight away you could see there was real interest. And Emma.
So that was Matt Crocker there, and he made it very clear that Mauricio Pochettino was interviewing them as well. So here's an interesting thing: he's going to make $6 million a year. It'll be the highest paid ever for a U.S. coach. I think Berhalter was 2.5. Berhalter sat in the studio with John and Lance, myself. We did a bunch of interviews with him when he first got the job. But I think it outgrew him. We talked enough about that. It's onward and upward with Mauricio Pochettino. But in the announcement, the United States Soccer Federation noted that Pochettino's appointment was supported. In other words, they're helping to pay his salary in significant part by a philanthropic leadership gift from a man named Kenneth C. Griffin, who's the founder and chief executive of Citadel and the founder of Griffin Catalyst. I guess these are investment companies. And then additional support has been provided by Scott Goodwin, who's a co-founder and managing partner of Diameter and several commercial partners. So Citadel investment firm, Scott Godwin of Diameter, and Kenneth Griffin. So there you go. There's ways to get things done. There's no question about that. I am sure Kenneth and I am sure Scott will have front row seats for every game in the World Cup and for every game that the U.S. plays. But, we appreciate them helping get Mauricio Pochettino here. By the way, the U.S. is going to play Panama in Austin on October 12th, and that's likely Coco Carrasquilla of the Dynamo against them. And that could be Mauricio Pochettino up there that weekend. I don't see why it wouldn't be. So that's interesting. I think that's one I'm going to have to go up for there to see him against Panama up in Austin at Q2 Stadium, which, by the way, is where you can get little Patagonia Cafe empanadas. Our good man, Brian McDonald, who has done everything from run Dynamo games to co-hosting here. He's got a nice box of them in there. So
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. It's staring me right in the face right now. I can't wait to dig in.
Well, as someone who deserves some empanadas today, it's been a busy day for you.
A little bit of a busy day.
And you've stuck around to do my show. I really appreciate it. So I was like, you know what? I always know a little food always changes my mood very quickly.
The little Patagonia hits the spot. They're great.
It's good stuff. And we're not, this is really amazing empanadas. I like the fact that they're not thick and heavy dough. It's just the perfect blend. And when they're hot and warm, oof, they're amazing. I'm going to have to bring you the choripan sandwich sometime.
Sure. You don't have to twist my arm. Go ahead.
I will do that. All right. So here's the assistants for Pochettino. He's going to bring his top assistant, Jesus Perez. He's going to fill that role. He's also going to have Miguel D'Agostino and a goalkeeper coach, Tony Jimenez. Apparently, this staff has been with him at Chelsea, PSG, Spurs, Southampton. These guys are all together. I like the fact that somebody's saying, well, no, you got to have, we have to put in our assistants. I like the fact that they're letting him, and he probably demanded that. He probably said, look, I'm not taking the job unless my staff comes with me. They know me. I know them. And I'm sure there's going to be some very important people that are going to help him navigate some of the other things here. There's a new training center in Atlanta. So it's now time for some of these players to really step up. But to me, this U.S. job heading into a World Cup where you're the host country along with Canada and Mexico, this was always an appealing job to coach. To think you can make history, to make some real change and or help change the culture, it's a huge opportunity. This team needs leadership. Some leaders are going to have to grow out of it other than Christian Pulisic. So that's pretty interesting stuff. Dynamo take on Real Salt Lake this weekend. I'm lucky I'm going to have the call of that on Apple TV, local call. So you have to go find the local button and push that. If you want the call I'm doing, that's what you do. If you don't, well, you'll take the initial call. And then Sunday I got an ACC game, women's, Virginia and Wake Forest. So that'll be fun as well because college soccer's in full swing now. But I'm looking forward to seeing Real Salt Lake return, and we're going to talk about that in our upcoming segment because they're a different team. Chicho Arango's still out injured. He got injured against San Jose in the Leagues Cup. Don't know where he is. And then remember, the Dynamos thrashed him in the Leagues Cup, but the Dynamo got to score goals. They're a bit predictable right now. We'll get into that in the next segment. After that, incredible interview with Christine Lilly. Christine Lilly is the most capped soccer player internationally in the world, bar none, men and women. I think it's 356 caps. Crazy. One of the most humble athletes you'll ever meet. Really interesting conversation with her. I talked to her about the early days of the 99ers, the women's national team. She won a World Cup gold medal, you name it. She's done it. National titles at North Carolina. I asked her about Caitlin Clark and her effect on the women's sports world. We talk about Anson Dorrance, the great legendary coach. That'll be segment 3. We'll take a break. A big thanks to Little Patagonia Empanadas and Cafe. Thanks to them tonight. Also, they hit me up with a great espresso as well. So we'll take a break. Little Patagonia Empanadas. Also, big shout out to Danish Inspirations Modern Contemporary Furniture, DanishInspirations.com. Dynamo Real Salt Lake preview next. All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5 as we roll on here on a Wednesday. We'll be back on the airwaves next Tuesday, always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com. Hey, do us a favor on Spotify, Apple, Google. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast. Means a lot to us here at Soccer Matters as we continue to bring you what we believe is the best in soccer talk, self-proclaimed. Hugh O'Connor's Pub out on I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. Great spot there for watching the Premier League, Major League Soccer, the Dynamo, you name it. It is Hugh O'Connor's Pub. As you saw from our preview today, I was down at Cactus Music visiting with Quinn and checking out some of the vinyl down there. Had a lot of fun being in there as usual. Great T-shirts too, by the way. The Cactus T-shirts are to kill for. LamontBrands.com. Get the T-shirts and hats there. All to benefit the 501c charity Snowdrop Foundation. I got some big news coming up, hopefully in the next week or so. I'll hold off on that, but something I think you're going to be interested in. All right, we continue on here tonight. Time to kind of dig in, I think, a little bit to the Dynamo Real Salt Lake this weekend. And of course, this is kind of interesting because Real Salt Lake, the last time they came to Houston, got smashed by the Dynamo in the Leagues Cup. That 3-0 game where the Dynamo scored 3 goals in the first half. They had to win. They had to score goals. You will remember in that game, Chicho Arango, who was MLS's leading scorer at the time, finally made his way back into the lineup for Real Salt Lake after a 4-game suspension. He returned in that game. Well, he's injured now. He's got a hamstring problem. Don't know the prognosis because, as always in MLS, it's very secretive. What we do know is he did not play in the last game. Their 2-0 victory over New England. Anderson Julio started up front. He scored one of the goals, so did Quinton. So my gut is I don't know if he's playing this weekend. Can't really get anything out of anybody. I doubt he is. So Salt Lake is in, I think, an interesting place because that was a leading scorer in Major League Soccer. He isn't anymore. And depending on the severity of the injury, you don't really know where Chicho Arango is right now. They're third in the West, 13 wins, 6 losses, 8 draws. But they're down their star striker, who got a hamstring injury against San Jose at the very end of the Leagues Cup. Since then, they have made some signings. They signed Dominic Marzuk, under 22 initiative player, a winger playing in the Polish First Division. And then they also signed Diago Gonçalves, a Portuguese youth international, played at FC Copenhagen, guy that's played in the Champions League. He's a number 10. He will wear number 10 this weekend. He's played at Nottingham Forest, Benfica as well. He's Portuguese. So they have a little bit of a different look here coming in with this team. Here's what they did in their game against New England. It was Gavin Beavers in goal. Petranis was the left back, Quinton and Glad in the middle. Brown was the right back, Ojeda and Anelli. Diego Luna, dangerous player. Should have went to the Olympics on the left. Then you got Diogo Gonçalves, who I mentioned, the new signing. He's a DP. Brook on the right. And then Anderson Julio up front, who is quite a handful, I think, as we know. So where are the Dynamo after the last game? We touched on it last night. We kind of got pulled in a little bit of a different direction. But, you had 70% of the possession. You won all the data. That was great. Frankly, LAFC didn't want the ball, and you really couldn't solve them. At the end of the day, you couldn't break them down. And I think that remains the big concern. The other thing is you've lost somebody that was bringing real possibility in Lawrence Anali. With his ability to separate himself from defenders, provide a vertical threat. No telling what could have happened with him from a tactical perspective if, ultimately maybe Ben Olsen was going to try to get him and Aliou on the field at the same time. So you've lost him. A little predictable. I think teams are pretty clued into the Dynamo. They know it's a narrow team. They know they're going to get a lot of the ball. They know they're going to keep the game close. They know Griffin Dorsey is the main man down the right side with the tucked-in midfielder. We'll see if Coco gets in the starting lineup this weekend. They had Kowalczyk in that role in the last game. But it is a little, predictable. Aliou on the left, cutting in on the right. There's not a lot of separation.
Tempo to me needs something to lift it a little bit. That may be on the players. The tempo, somehow it's got to get, I think, at times a little bit quicker. I think you got to recognize transitional moments, but you're really, that's all of you, unless Griffin Dorsey makes a deep run and goes flying forward. So I do think teams are a little bit more clued into the Dynamo now. That said, the Dynamo are going to be in every game, based on their system, based on how they defend, based on when they lose the ball. They're all in a good area defensively for the most part. I do think in the last game they bypassed shooting opportunities. I don't know if that's a lack of confidence. I don't know if that's just the makeup, of players like Artur, like Bassi, like Kovalchuk, who aren't necessarily real finishers. Hector, same thing. Hector's only got a goal and 1 assist. He had 17 assists last year. Luciano Acosta's got 18 this year for Cincinnati. So, whether you believe it comes by committee or not, it could. But to me, it's a concern. And it's a concern heading into this stage of the season. That doesn't mean somebody can't break out. And then you go to Ezekiel Ponce, who only had 2 shots in the last game. Again, not a lot of space. And again, a system that doesn't yield a lot of space for a center forward. It's tough system to play in. I think it was tough for Sebas Ferreira as well at times. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what Ponce does this weekend for the Dynamo up front, and if they can get him unleashed a little bit, because, I expect mid-block, deep defending from Real Salt Lake in this one coming up on the weekend. So it'll be interesting. I want to see Griffin Dorsey on the same side of the field. That matchup with Luna and Catranis, that ought to be interesting. Aliu is going to have to deal cutting in on his right with Brown and Glad and Anelli coming out, and Brook on that side of the field. So we'll see. But the Dynamo have to score goals. Getting an early goal and getting the first goal against Real Salt Lake could be good. Other games this weekend in Major League Soccer: Atlanta, Nashville, Cincinnati, Columbus, DC United, New York City FC, Inter Miami, and Philadelphia. Remember the quote that Tata Martino's had recently? He said, "I'm obligated to win the title," with Leo Messi, with Jordi Alba, with Sergio Busquets, with Luis Suarez. And this is the first time he says, even considering Atlanta, he's ever felt pressure in Major League Soccer as a manager. So there you go. Montreal, Charlotte, Orlando, New England, Toronto, ATX. ATX needs that one in Toronto. They're in real trouble. And I would say Josh Wolf's job is in real trouble if they don't make the playoffs. Rodolfo Borrell being friends or not. I'm noticing more seats empty on the sides in Austin. So maybe the novelty is wearing off right now, but they had one unbelievable season, and since then it's been tough. Chicago Red Bulls, of course, Dynamo RSL, St. Louis, Minnesota, Columbus, Portland. You got an El Tráfico with LA and LAFC. Then you got Vancouver, San Jose. That's the Cascadia. And then Sunday we go to Seattle and Sporting Kansas City, and then that's the lone game on Sunday. So a lot going on in Major League Soccer. We're in that time period of the year where it's very, very exciting, and there is a real feel of consequence now, not getting results and making the playoffs. You don't make the playoffs in Major League Soccer, it's not a good season. As always, 62% make the playoffs. Colorado have signed Reggie Cannon. There's another last-minute signing there. And Hector Herrera was on the team of the week for the Houston Dynamo. So there you have it. We've got London Derby this weekend with Arsenal and Spurs. That's one that everybody's attention will be on in the Premier League. And when we come back, I've got a real treat for you. Christine Lilly, the all-time caps leader in the history of the game, World Cup winner, gold medalist, played for Anson Dorrance, national titles at North Carolina. Really, really interesting discussion coming up with Christine when we come back. Big thanks to Capelli Sport for all the small soccer balls they've given to me that enable me to hand those out. Thank you, Capelli, for that. We appreciate that. And of course, as always, Little Patagonia Empanadas and Cafe. Get them over near our studio off Westheimer. I'm telling you, you get these things piping hot. I mean, you just can't stop eating them. They're that good. Then they've got the choripan sandwich there as well, which just have all these fresh dressing around a beef sausage. A really, really good sandwich. And these are in-stadium type sandwiches. Real soccer food, right? Real soccer food, if there is such a thing. It's traditional. All right, we're going to take a break. That's what we got. Twitter, Instagram, hit me up at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD. When we come back, former U.S. Women's National Team player Christine Lilly.